Chapter 1. Traversing the Orc Continent. Warning. The female protagonist engages in childbirth narratives, exhibiting a self-serving nature in a post-apocalyptic setting. This may provoke discomfort in certain readers' explosive themes. The premise is unique. Please be gentle if it does not align with your preferences. For those who favor purity, best to abstain. Shina's storage cabinet. Within the dim confines of a cavern, a gaunt young girl reclines upon a stone bed strewn with animal pelts. "Father, I have come to keep you company." She closes her eyes, a final cascade of tears slipping down to mingle with her parched white hair. Suddenly, the girl upon the bed transforms into a frail white rabbit, a small bundle curled upon the pelts. The cave is enveloped in silence. After a brief moment, the once lifeless white rabbit abruptly opens its eyes, devoid of any whites. The oversized eyes, accentuated by its emaciated form, appear eerily unsettling. A flicker of human-like anguish flashes in its gaze, only to vanish swiftly. As the white rabbit morphs back into human form, a new soul has fully assimilated the original's memories. The girl presses her hand against her throbbing temples and softly murmurs, "By Ying, since you are unwilling to continue living, this body now belongs to me." The girl from Earth, by Ying, perished from starvation in the 5th year of the apocalypse, her soul drifting into the Orc continent, merging with the corpse of a similarly named female rabbit beast man. Perhaps it is fate that both met their end through hunger. The gnawing pain in by Ying's stomach serves as a stark reminder that she must eat. Struggling, she turns to rise from the bed, her entire body feeling weak, as if walking on clouds. She leans against the stone wall, searching her memories for the location of food supplies. Ultimately, she discovers a stash of relatively fresh fruits within a leather pouch tucked in a corner. Without concern for cleanliness, Bai Ying seizes one and shoves it into her mouth. Even in her hunger, she chews deliberately, savoring each bite with painstaking slowness. As an ordinary person, surviving 5 years in a world ravaged by scarcity is no small feat. The instinct to conserve food has become ingrained in her very essence. Ding. Host meeting the criteria detected, binding in progress. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Ying furrows her brow, pausing for a brief moment before resuming her calm chewing. Ding. Binding successful. Greetings, host Bai Ying. I am the childbirth system grape. As long as the host bears children, abundant rewards shall be bestowed. The higher the child's talents, the greater the quality of rewards received. The host is encouraged to seek a high-talent male for cohabitation promptly. Bai Ying spits out the inedible fruit pit and continues to chew on another fruit, showing no desire to acknowledge the voice in her ear. She has no intention of bearing children. In a post-apocalyptic world, pregnancy is the most terrifying prospect. Pregnancy signifies an increased appetite and sluggishness. The bloodshed during childbirth invites monstrous entities, and with a lack of medical aid, it is all too easy for both mother and child to perish. For her, childbirth equates to a death sentence, and she does not wish to die. At that moment, the animal skin curtain at the cave entrance is gently lifted. The chill of early spring penetrates the air. Even though the newcomer is exceedingly cautious, the curtain is soon lowered. Yet a gust of biting wind rushes in, causing Bai Ying, who is leaning against the stone wall and consuming fruit, to shiver. Already weakened, the tremor sends the fruit rolling from her grasp. Bai Ying instantly raises her gaze, her eyes icy as she regards the intruder. Before her stands a slight, handsome youth. His tousled gray hair frames a face marred by several bloodstains, and his body is wrapped in a filthy, near unrecognizable animal skin robe. On his feet are rudely crafted leather shoes, secured with winding straps. Upon seeing him, memories flood back to her. He is Bai Ying's childhood companion, a gray rabbit beast man named Lin Xia. At this moment, Lin Xia steps cautiously closer, gingerly unveiling a small piece of flesh, bloodied yet fresh, from within the animal skin he holds. With delight, he exclaims, "Ying, look, I have brought you something delicious." A faint metallic scent wafts through the air as the vibrant, supple meat is revealed. Bai Ying inhales the scent of blood, her eyes drawn to the fresh piece of meat, shamefully swallowing hard. In the apocalypse, a piece of clean and fresh meat is a luxury. For someone of her status, Merely glimpsing such a delicacy is a distant dream. Lin Xia possesses a pair of bright black eyes, which now resemble crescents as he urges, "Eat up. You're unwell and need nourishment." He has been diligently delivering food to the original owner over the past few days. In addition to the accumulated fruits, he even pilfered some dried meat from his home to share with her. The original owner was deeply touched, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. However, once Lin Xia departed, his father arrived to reclaim the dried meat and humiliated the original owner, plunging her into despair and extinguishing her will to live entirely. Yet Lin Xia remains unaware, believing the original owner to be bedridden due to grief over her father's passing. He does not know that the true Bai Yingying has perished from starvation. Lin Xia now presents fresh meat. Had the original owner possessed pride, she would have surely refused, but she is far beyond caring. Bai Yingying gazes earnestly at him. "Are you certain this is for me? No exchange is required?" In this world, accepting food from another signifies a transaction. The youth chuckles at her words. "I am your future beast husband, providing for you is only right." Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying refrains from further discussion, directly taking the meat from his hands and beginning to tear into it. In the Orc continent, fire is an exceptionally precious and fragile resource, not something a beast man like her can possess. Bai Yingying, driven by hunger, shows no aversion to consuming raw meat. "Slow down. Take your time. Be careful not to choke." The youth watches her with concern in his eyes. Gulp! Bai Yingying pauses her eating, glancing at the youth. "Xia, you haven't eaten?" Lin Xia awkwardly touches his stomach. "I snuck out hunting with the Yuan and the others. We only caught a small bamboo rat, and this is all I got. But don't worry, he'll eat some sweet potatoes later to fill up." Without a second thought, Bai Yingying tears the meat in half, offering him one portion to eat. "You need to be strong enough to hunt." Lin Xia, taken aback by her insistence, reluctantly accepts. "It's my low talent that prevents me from hunting alone." The Orc continent is divided between beast men and wild beasts. Beast men can shift between their animal and human forms at will, yet their beast forms remain of ordinary size. Conversely, wild beasts are colossal, possessing immense strength. Fortunately, some beast men possess innate talents. The higher the talent, the greater the strength, allowing them to combat wild beasts. Thus, the talent of a beast man is of utmost importance, directly correlating with their hunting capabilities. The ranking of beastmen talents from highest to lowest is as follows: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Lin Xia is of the blue tier, and combined with his diminutive beast form, his hunting abilities are rather mediocre, rendering him somewhat ineffectual in the Orc continent. "It's not your fault. It's early spring. The wild beasts have been starving all winter and are naturally ferocious," Bai Yingying reassures him. From the original owner's memories, she learned that an adult bamboo rat is roughly the size of a dog. In the Orc continent, lacking weapons and tools, one must resort to primitive hunting methods. Lin Xia's low talent, along with the perilous season, makes capturing any prey a daunting task. Moreover, this piece of meat is clearly from the most tender part. It is evident that Lin Xia exchanged a share for this tender meat, intending for her weakened state to facilitate easier chewing and digestion. Typically, such tender meat is reserved for pregnant females and their young. The value of Lin Xia bringing this meat cannot be overstated. How could she possibly look down upon him for his weakness? Chapter 2. Coming of Age Ceremony. Lin Xia, upon hearing her words, abruptly lifts his head, nodding vigorously, yes. Bai Yingying falls silent, focusing intently on tearing into the meat in her hands. Once she is finished, she realizes that Lin Xia has already left. He had not touched the piece of meat, leaving it upon a clean animal skin. Bai Yingying gazes steadily at the direction of the curtain, hesitating for a moment before taking the meat from the animal skin and consuming it. Beast men possess large appetites, and the meager quantity she had just eaten is far from sufficient to satiate her hunger. In the Orc continent, beastmen are carnivorous and require substantial amounts of meat daily to obtain necessary nutrients. Once Bai Yingying finishes the raw meat, she feels a renewed sense of vitality. After scooping a mouthful of water from the reservoir, she slowly supports herself against the wall and returns to the stone bed to lie down. Perhaps due to the influx of energy, She feels overwhelmingly drowsy, her eyes heavy, and she dismisses the strange sensations, covering herself with the pelts and drifting into slumber. This sleep extends until the next day. As Lin Xia enters the cave, sunlight floods in, rousing her from her slumber. Lin Xia cradles several fresh fruits and animal skins. Ying, I brought you breakfast. Bai Ying cannot help but marvel at his unwavering dedication, delivering fruits to the original owner daily, despite her refusal to eat them. Presumably, it was her pallid complexion that prompted Lin Xia to risk venturing out with his companions to hunt, ultimately benefiting her. Bai Ying gazes down at the fruits in silence. Lin Xia, misinterpreting her silence, sits at the edge of the bed and gently reassures, "Don't be anxious, I believe your fertility value must be quite high." What nonsense! Bai Ying lifts her gaze, confusion evident in her eyes. Lin Xia, looking down, avoids her stare, his face flushing as he stammers, just don't forget to choose me." Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback, only to recall the memories of her predecessor. Indeed, today marked her 18th birthday, a momentous occasion of coming of age, as well as the day for the assessment of fertility among female beastmen. In the realm of beastmen, females, lacking hunting prowess and possessing frail physiques, are a rarity. Particularly those endowed with high fertility are even more scarce. Due to the disparity in numbers, with males far outnumbering females, a polyandrous system is practiced, albeit limited to those females who exhibit elevated fertility. These fortunate females are blessed with numerous suitors, affording them the luxury of choosing their partners to provide for them. Lin Xia harbored concerns that his own lack of innate talent might lead to Bai Ying selecting another suitor once her fertility was assessed to be high, thus diminishing his chances. "They all say I am frail, with an unsightly coat, making it seem impossible for me to bear offspring. I must be an undesirable female," Bai Ying spoke softly. Her fur in beast form was pure white, a hue that was deemed unfavorable in the beastman continent, as white signified conspicuousness, hindering survival. Furthermore, being a premature rabbit, she was inherently weak, more delicate than other females, making her difficult to sustain. Her father and 3 brothers had perished while hunting to provide for her, leading to disdain from her relatives and aversion from the beastmen in the tribe. Even some wandering outsiders regarded her as frail and ominous. While other females, regardless of their maturity, basked in attention, she remained overlooked. Since childhood, only the neighbor's brother, Lin Xia, had shown her affection. Unsurprisingly, her self-deprecating remarks incited Lin Xia's ire. "Nonsense," he retorted, his handsome face flushing instantly. "You are the finest female in the tribe. You are kind and gentle, never disparaging me for my lack of talent." His ears turned increasingly red under Bai Ying's gaze. "I do not care for the title of the foremost beast husband, as long as you choose me. Two just want to be yours. To be your beast husband." His words faltered as he stammered. Bai Ying was taken aback by his candid confession, a chill running down her spine. The title of the foremost beast husband? Surely, she understood its implications. Indeed, this world was more fantastical than the end of days. She hastily interjected, "It's getting late, we should leave." Lin Xia responded softly, touching his flushed cheek, before turning to lift the beast skin curtain, gesturing for Bai Ying to proceed. They exited the small cave together. The tribe they belonged to was known as the Rabbit Hunting Tribe, a mid-sized community nestled within the Sunset Mountain Range. Their strength was moderate, yet they boasted robust reproductive capabilities, often producing females with exceptional fertility, sought after by powerful individuals from larger tribes for strategic unions. Backed by significant influence and their ability to bear offspring, they gradually evolved into a mid-sized tribe. As Bai Ying and Lin Xia traversed the tribe, they found themselves the subject of much attention and speculation. The fervor surrounding the comingafage ceremonies for females rivaled that of the annual sacrificial rituals. Consequently, the females celebrating their comingafage today were all born in the same year. Bai Ying was not alone in marking this milestone. The rabbit hunting tribe maintained a population of approximately 5,000. Among the males born in the same year, there were over 300, while the females numbered only 35. Yet, such a ratio was sufficient to command respect among neighboring tribes. Bai Yingying was regarded as the least promising female within her community. Other females, from a young age, were somewhat indulged, as many males sought to gain favor with them. In her childhood, Bai Yingying had received dried meat from some young males, but as she matured, only Lin Xia continued to offer her sustenance. Look, that little female from the Bai family has lost even more weight since we last saw her. It seems she is on the verge of death. If she were to perish during the Comminglage ceremony, how unlucky that would be. Their whispers were barely audible, yet Bai Yingying and Lin Xia could still catch snippets of their conversation. Bai Yingying was indifferent, but Lin Xia clenched his fists, visibly disturbed. Speak not such nonsense. Females are treasures in every tribe. Should you dare to utter further curses, I shall inform the priestess, he declared sternly. You crack me up? Lin Xia, do you truly believe Bai Yingying possesses high fertility? After all, your lackluster talent suits her perfectly. One individual scoffed, evidently afraid that Lin Xia would report to the priestess, before departing with that biting remark. You! Lin Xia, incensed, lifted his foot to pursue them. Sensing his anger, Bai Yingying swiftly restrained him. Engaging in a brawl would waste energy, which in turn would squander food. Moreover, having endured countless insults in her past life, such trivial taunts failed to provoke her. Bai Yingying grasped Lin Xia's hand, leading him away. At that moment, all of Lin Xia's attention fixated on the hand she held, his head bowed as he intently observed their interlocked fingers, a smile spreading across his face. They soon arrived at the square, where many beast men were already gathered in anticipation. Clusters of individuals congregated. Engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere was indeed vibrant. Encouraged by Lin Xia's supportive gaze, Bai Yingying approached the designated area for the females awaiting their Comminglage ceremony. Over 20 young women stood there, each sporting a distinct hair color. The most common hues were earthy yellow, gray, black, and white, with a few sporting floral patterns, leaving Bai Yingying in awe of the marvel. No need for dye. The color of their hair mirrored that of their beast forms, truly enchanting. As the young women noticed her approach, they merely cast a glance in her direction before diverting their attention back to their companions, continuing their chatter. There was only indifference, devoid of the anticipated sarcasm or insults. Chapter 3. Fertility Yaoying. A timid girl with white fur greeted her shyly. Bai Yingying nodded lightly, acknowledging a Shui. This was her only female friend, Bai Shui, who also happened to be her cousin. The two had shared a close bond in their childhood due to their similar fur color. However, after the death of her elder brother, the elders of the family forbade Bai Shui from associating with Bai Yingying, causing them to gradually drift apart. Bai Shui hesitated to speak, ultimately lowering her head. Bai Yingying nonchalantly averted her gaze, quietly observing the other females. The females with earthy yellow and black fur were noticeably taller and more voluptuous. Truly the most favored colors that in fact. White fur was more concealable during the winter when snow blanketed the ground. Yet, the habits of the beast folk dictated that they stored substantial food in autumn, remaining in their tribes during winter to focus on procreation. Since they did not venture out for hunting, the benefits of white fur went unappreciated. As the square grew increasingly crowded, all the females finally assembled. After 3 blasts of a horn, the entire square fell silent. The ceremony was about to commence. A deep male voice resonated. The females in the waiting area were guided by a middle-aged woman to the altar at the center of the square, which was constructed from stones into a vast platform. They lined up in an orderly fashion, ascending the wide steps on either side of the altar. Surrounding the platform were throngs of beast folk. As Bai Yingying observed the multitude below, all eyes fixated on the platform, their expressions fervent that a chill ran down her spine, and discomfort washed over her as unwelcome memories surged forth. Just then, an elderly woman, clutching a wooden staff and supported by a youthful girl, slowly climbed onto the platform. All the tribe members donned outer garments made of animal skins, but she wore a coarse cloth gown over hers. Her withered black hair was adorned with various feathers, and a vivid red mole on her forehead remained conspicuous on her wrinkled face. This was the tribe shaman, a figure of authority nearly equal to that of the chief. In addition to testing the fertility of the females, she also practiced healing and oversaw rituals. With the chief's announcement marking the beginning of the ceremony, the shaman approached the first female in the front row. scrutinizing her intently before reaching out to assess her waist and hips. She quickly concluded, average. The girl beside the shaman promptly echoed, Huaqiqi average. Fertility among the females was classified into 4 tiers, ranging from low to high. Low, average, above average, and excellent. After observing a few assessments, Bai Yingying discerned that this so-called fertility was likely determined by body size, health status, and pelvic dimensions. She found herself at a disadvantage, which explained why other beast folk looked down upon her. Lost in thought, Bai Yingying soon found the shaman standing before her. She clearly perceived the pity in the shaman's eyes. Bai Yingying was acutely aware of her frail physique, in her human form. She stood only 1.6 meters tall and weighed no more than 35 kilograms, a mere bag of bones, and this was due to her malnourishment. Though she wasn't particularly short, coupled with the system for childbirth she possessed. She thought that even if she couldn't achieve an excellent rating, at least she could secure an above-average one. Bai Yingying felt somewhat reassured. However, the old shaman, with a look of compassion, showed no mercy as she pinched her waist and hips before declaring, low. The girl beside the shaman, unable to bear it, lowered her voice slightly as she announced, Bai Yingying, low. Bai Yingying's misjudgment fueled her irritation, but upon observing their expressions, she was struck with a sense of dread. Memories of the tribe's rules flooded back to her. Females with high fertility would attract numerous males vying for their affection at the conclusion of the ceremony. They could then select multiple talented beast husbands to establish families. With the support of these husbands, they could live without worry. Conversely, if a female's fertility was deemed low and she had no relatives or willing males to accept her, she would be forced to move to the female den. Elderly females with no caretakers would also be sent to the female den. Summary. The female den served as the residence for those deemed unworthy. Yet it was hardly a pleasant place. The desires of males ran high. Single males unable to relieve their urges would grow restless. These less desirable females would serve a purpose, as long as a single male offered sufficient food. He could, with a pair of delicate arms as pillows for countless men. And her ruby lips tempting many, those robust beast males were far beyond the endurance of these aged or frail females. Thus, the females entering the den, even if well-fed, averaged only 5 to 10 years of life. Bai Yingying tugged at her lips, finding the situation utterly absurd that, of course, she did not wish to end up in such a fate. Receiving memories was but a fleeting moment, and murmurs began to rise from below. Bai Yingying's body, could it survive a year in the female den? Who cares? I have no interest in this withered frame. The old shaman immediately thumped her wooden staff, commanding, silence. The beast folk, who had been preparing to utter lewd remarks, fell silent. The tribe, the shaman was not to be trifled with. They often returned from hunting with injuries, and the consequences of offending the shaman were not to be trifled with. Bai Yingying discreetly glanced at the shaman, contemplating the feasibility of becoming a shaman herself. But after searching her memories, she felt disheartened. The position of shaman was traditionally hereditary. It was said that their bloodlines were distinct, with each successor being trained from infancy, leaving no room for outsiders. However, she could certainly attempt to become an apprentice healer under the shaman. That status was not insignificant. But first, she must avoid the female den. Bai Yingying had already positioned herself toward the back. And soon, all the females' fertility assessments were completed. Next came the most crucial part of the coming-of-age ceremony, selecting husbands. Particularly, the first beast husband would be the first man for the female and must be the strongest male in the family. The woman who had just led them onto the platform gestured for them to descend. According to tradition, all eligible females lined up in AROW at this juncture. The tribe's chief spoke once more. According to old customs, single males aged 18 to 25 could select their desired female and await her choice. The average lifespan of beast folk was only 45 years. The age range of 18 to 25 represented the tribe's young and vigorous members. The chosen beast husbands were to ensure the safety of the females and their offspring, responsible for their food supply. They could not be lazy. Otherwise, they would be permanently stripped of their status as beast husbands. Next, all eligible males, please step behind the female of your choice. As soon as the chief's words fell, the males who had been restraining their excitement erupted into deafening cheers that, oh, I choose Huang Yuer. Above average fertility, I want to be the first beast husband. Who dares to contest me? Let us have a match. I wish to choose the excellent Qin Xing, if I may. Dream on, according to tradition. Qing Qing is sure to be given away in a marriage alliance. Look, the chief is already calling her. I choose. There were many eligible males, all jostling to position themselves behind their favored females. The scene grew chaotic for a moment, but soon order was restored. Behind the females stood a throng of males, eagerly awaiting their selections. Only, behind Bai Yingying stood but one person. Chapter 4. The Female Den Yingying. Do not fear. I will not allow you to go to the female den. Lin Xia's words were strong and resolute, yet they brought no comfort to Bai Yingying. Indeed, an angry male voice bellowed. Xia, come back. You cannot support Yingying all on your own. Bai Yingying need not turn around to recognize the voice of Lin Xia's father, for the original owner's memories were quite vivid. Lin Xia stubbornly refused to respond, casting a pleading glance at his usually friendly companion. His tone carried a hint of desperation. A Yuan. The boy named Yuan happened to stand behind the female beside Bai Yingying. Upon hearing the call, he could only manage an awkward smile. Xia, you can see Yingying's condition. She not only cannot bear offspring, but she also doesn't appear to be long-lived. I cannot waste my only opportunity. Once a male was selected as a beast husband, he would be marked with a special brand, binding him for life to that particular female, forever unable to change partners that a Yuan offered by Yingying an apologetic smile. Yingying, I'm sorry. They had grown up together. How could there be no feelings at all? Yet, the reality was that, aside from that foolish boy Lin Xia, none of their friends dared to take the risk. The female beside them felt offended, her displeasure palpable. She cast a scornful glance at Bai Yingying from head to toe. Bai Yingying, with your frail frame, do you still wish to be pursued by a male? Bai Yingying shot her a cold glare. What does it have to do with you? The female was captivated by her gaze, momentarily dazed before awkwardly averting her eyes. The original personality was gentle, treating others with kindness and warmth. However, the transmigrated Bai Yingying, having endured the brutal killings of the apocalypse, possessed a slightly colder gaze, tinged with an air of menace. The untested female, under such a scrutinizing stare, inevitably felt a sense of trepidation and dared not provoke her further. After being rated as having low reproductive ability, Bai Yingying had persistently called out to the system in her mind. Yet it remained unresponsive, as if it had vanished entirely. She glanced back at her companion, Lin Xia, who was still anxiously fidgeting. That in the midst of Lin Xia's growing impatience, the time for selecting a mate quickly approached. The chieftain blew a horn, and the atmosphere fell silent once more, and he quickly noticed the two most conspicuous females present, Hua Rong and Bai Yingying. The beast husbands you have chosen are of insufficient rank. You must select at least 3 males to form a family. Besides Bai Yingying, 3 others had also been rated as having low reproductive potential, yet the other 2 had 4 or 5 males standing behind them, while she had only Lin Xia, and Hua Rong boasted 2 male beast men. The 2 were distanced from each other, and Bai Yingying had not noticed this before that moment. Hua Rong rose on her toes and called out anxiously, Lin Xia, choose me. Since you will go to the female cave anyway, you might as well pick me. Although my reproductive ability is low, my physique is decent and easy to care for. Females were typically delicate, requiring more refined sustenance than their male counterparts. Hunting was arduous, and the mortality rate among males was significantly high. Some weaker beastmen struggled to feed themselves and naturally did not wish to support a female incapable of bearing offspring for the long term, preferring instead to occasionally expend some food to indulge in the female cave. Strong male beastmen were also dismissive of females with low reproductive abilities. This led to some females being left without a mate and sent to the female cave. Lin Xia resolutely shook his head and declared firmly, No, I will choose Yingying. Huarong's eyes nearly bulged with indignation, but there was little she could do. With her well-proportioned figure, she was convinced her reproductive capacity was commendable. Her haughty demeanor had offended many suitors, and when her low reproductive ability was revealed, most males no longer wished to choose such a troublesome female. Feeling both angry and wronged, she thought she should not have been relegated to the same tier as Bai Yingying. The chieftain assessed the situation and commanded, Huarong, Bai Yingying, come with me. He led them away, leaving the remaining males and females to prepare for the ceremony. You two get ready. You will move to the female cave before evening. Rest assured, like all other females, you will be well fed and well cared for, the chieftain stated sternly. But chieftain, I don't want to go to the female cave. Bai Yingying clenched her fists. I can take care of myself. Yes, chieftain, I can support Yingying. Lin Xia quickly added. The chieftain's expression darkened. Nonsense. There are no spare caves in the tribe for her to inhabit. By Ying, if you refuse to go to the female cave, then you must leave the tribe. Their tribe, despite its large population, lacked strength, and housing was extremely limited. Those forming families required new caves, and it was inconceivable to allow a female of little value to occupy one alone. Although Bai Ying's cave was small, it could accommodate a small family. Moreover, a female unable to bear offspring had the primary utility of residing in the female cave. Lin Xia's heart sank at the chieftain's words. Chieftain, forcing a weak female to leave the tribe is tantamount to sending her to her death. He quickly pleaded, Chieftain, please do not expel Ying. I assure you, I will escort her to the female cave. The chieftain snorted coldly and strode away. Ying. Lin Xia's expression fell. Unable to bear the thought of his beloved going to the female cave, yet he knew that being driven from the tribe was a death sentence. Xia, can you take me outside the tribe? Bai Ying reiterated, I want to go beyond the tribe, that I in her memory. She had no knowledge of the world outside the tribe. The farthest she had ventured was the foraging grounds at the periphery. She had gathered some wild fruits and vegetables cultivated by the tribe. If she did not want to go to the female cave, she needed to explore just how perilous the outside world could be. Given that she had managed to find food in the most desperate of times during the apocalypse, she reasoned that she should not perish in a place where food was abundant. Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Ying, do you know what you are saying? He urgently explained, there are frequent wild beasts in the forest. I don't even dare venture out alone, let alone bring you with me. At just 19 years of age, he was still a youth, lacking both innate strength and experience in hunting. Bai Ying's gaze deepened. Then I will go by myself. After stating this, she turned to leave. Though her pace was not hurried, how could she possibly venture alone into such an unfamiliar and perilous realm? It was merely a tactic to spur Lin Xia to accompany her. Wait. Lin Xia hastily caught up. Ying, please don't go outside. That it is truly dangerous. The paths are treacherous, and you could easily stumble. Moreover, should you encounter venomous insects or snakes, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Bai Ying halted. Indeed, the forest harbored dangers beyond just wild beasts. Was she truly destined for the female cave? Chapter 5. The decision to secure. I know you do not wish to go to the female cave, but rest assured, I will bring you food every day. Lin Xia faltered, his face growing increasingly flushed. You can refuse those. Bai Ying was not as naive as Lin Xia. If she truly entered such a den of tigers and wolves, her frail self would have no hope of resisting the robust beastmen. The chieftain's earlier demeanor had already conveyed everything. She casually replied, all right, I understand. You may return now. It seems she would truly have to rely on this birthing system. Lin Xia exhaled in relief. Then I will bring you food again at noon. Bai Ying nodded. Lin Xia wore a look of relief as he escorted her to the cave's entrance before hastily departing, needing to devise a way to procure food. Once back in the cave, and confirming that Hui Xia had left, she sat cross-legged on the stone bed and softly called out, System? Are you there? Birthing system? Grape? After uttering grape, the system finally responded, I am here. Has the host found an excellent mate? Bai Ying did not answer but countered, Must I call you Grape to hear you? Indeed. Currently, the system's energy is insufficient and can only operate at its most energy-efficient level. Once you give birth, I can replenish my energy. At that point, we can communicate through consciousness. That I want to ask, is it true that as long as I engage in intimacy with a male, I can become pregnant? Of course not. Natural conception relies on luck. However, the beginner's gift includes a birthing pill that guarantees pregnancy when taken after cohabitation. Would the host like to claim it? Wait, do I have a system backpack? Perhaps an alternate space? Not at the moment. The system will only truly open up after the host gives birth. What benefits come from having a child? This system is the most advanced birthing system. The host will experience no pain during pregnancy or childbirth. Rewards will be given upon delivering offspring. The higher the offspring's talents, the greater the rewards. Therefore, please select an excellent mate for childbirth. What kind of rewards are there? Weapons, food, and such. Yes, weapons, food, daily necessities, medicines, and more if the offspring's talents are high. The host may also receive special skills or items, allowing you to thrive in this world. Bai Ying pondered for a moment, realizing that bearing children was not entirely unfeasible. She wished to survive. To live a quality life that if becoming pregnant and giving birth would not hinder her and would instead yield abundant rewards. Then perhaps in the future, she could establish her own colony, much like an ant queen. The more she contemplated, the brighter her eyes shone. What items are included in the beginner's gift? Can I claim them one by one? Yes, the beginner's gift includes 1 birthing pill, 1 dagger, and 1 body refining potion. Bai Ying smiled brightly. I would like to claim the body refining potion. Understood. Host, it has been issued. Bai Ying felt a cold object materialize in her hand. Looking down, she discovered a small white porcelain vial. She opened the cap and gently inhaled, detecting no discernible scent. Without further hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank it. Soon, Bai Ying felt a wave of heat engulf her body, prompting her to loosen her beast skin clothing for relief. Revealing her relatively fair skin, she watched in dismay as a layer of filth quickly congealed upon her skin, mingling with sweat and emitting a foul odor, which was utterly revolting. Thankfully, she felt overheated and had removed the beast's skin. Otherwise, the layer of dirt clinging to her would have left her with no change of clothes. The outer beast clothing was made from the hide of wild beasts, and she had several pieces at home. However, the inner layer of pristine beast skin was adorned with a short layer of fur. This transformation of one's own fur, shifting from the form of a beast to that of a human, is adorned by a snug, fitting hide that can be removed. However, should it be lost by mere chance, reverting back to beastly form would render one as a hairless rabbit. Once Bai Ying was assured that the sense of weakness within her had dissipated, she ventured to the corner to retrieve a tattered piece of beast skin, diligently wiping away the grime from her body, though it remained stubbornly unclean. Cognizant of the importance of hygiene, she resolved to bathe by the river later, expecting that many of her kind would also seek the river's refreshing embrace that day. Having made her decision, Bai Ying ceased to procrastinate, planning to captivate Lin Xia by afternoon. When Lin Xia arrived to deliver food at noon, she would request him to accompany her to the river for a bath. Lin Xia, having caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor within the cave, hesitated slightly. Ying, perhaps you should forego the bath. While the sun is bright today, the temperature remains quite low. What if you fall ill again? His concern for Bai Ying's health was palpable. Lin Xia, would you be willing to become my beast husband? Bai Ying asked earnestly, marking the first time she addressed him by his full name, voicing a desire he had long harbored. Lin Xia felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being aflame. Trembling as he replied, of course, I would be willing. Bai Ying pressed on, would you take me to live in the forest for a month? This, Lin Xia hesitated. Bai Ying's expression darkened. Are you unwilling to accompany me on this adventure? Not at all. Lin Xia quickly clarified. I fear I may not be able to protect you, as long as we stay close to the tribe and do not stray too far. We shall surely survive. Bai Ying reassured him, taking his hand and gently blinking her eyes, softening her voice. Trust me that I will soon conceive, nurturing our offspring. Her gaze fell, long lashes fluttering softly, as if teasing the heart of another. How could Lin Xia resist? He barely comprehended the latter part of Bai Ying's words, nodding in a daze of compliance. Bai Ying smiled sweetly, stepping closer to entwine her arm with his. Let us go. Even if she sought out a more gifted beastman, no one would believe she could conceive at her first attempt. They would fear being ensnared by her and would not approach. The more gifted the beastman, the prouder they were, and considering her lowly fecundity and her current emaciated form, with a face that appeared sunken, they would find her unappealing. She had no desire to expend effort in pursuit of them. Though Lin Xia's talents were modest, he remained her best option. The two set off towards the riverbank, her boldness rendering Lin Xia bashful, his gaze cast downward, only occasionally stealing glances at her. Bai Ying feigned ignorance, walking confidently along the path, allowing him and other beastmen to observe her. The rabbit-hunting tribe was nestled within a valley, flanked by mountains, with a river winding past on its right side. This river was an invaluable source of water. Whether for drinking or utility, the rabbit-hunting tribe relied on it. The beastmen of the Sunset Mountains knew of their prolific rabbit kin, boasting a large population. Yet, they remained unaware of the sacrifices made by their forebears to secure this prime location. Lin Xia lamented. The flush on his face quickly faded, replaced by solemnity as he reflected. The sacrifices of our ancestors ensured that the rabbit-hunting tribe has never suffered a shortage of water resources. This is a debt of gratitude that every beastman in our tribe must remember. evoking both pride and sorrow with each mention. Chapter 6. Deliberate manipulation by Ying, too, was satisfied with the tribe's geographical position. For her, food was important, but water was paramount. The tribe was indeed a suitable dwelling. She had already resolved to find a place near the tribe to reside. The gestation period for rabbit beast men was a mere 3 months. If she became pregnant within a month, the shaman would confirm it. Returning to the tribe with a child would make her the object of adoration, freeing her from the life of wandering. Having endured much, she understood that only interest could sway the hearts of others. At this moment, she was akin to the inferno's opening, with nothing to entice others. Thus, she would not seek the chieftain or the shaman. Even if the old shaman appeared benevolent, of course, she bore no animosity towards the chieftain. The rules of the rabbit-hunting tribe had persisted through the years, not aimed at her, but if she wished to effect change. She must first secure a place within the tribe that if they deemed her incapable of conceiving, she would bear multiple litters, striking a blow to their disdain. Additionally, she would devise a way to close that loathsome female den. Bai Ying and Lin Xia had already exited the tribe's residential area, the sound of the river faintly audible in the background. During this season, the ice and snow on the mountain peaks were melting. And though they were merely at a small tributary, the water flowed swiftly. Lin Xia glanced around, ensuring no one was near, then released her hand and squatted before her. "Ying, are you tired? Allow me to carry you." Having consumed the potion, Bai Ying's body had returned to normal. Though she could not match the strength of a male, she was certainly healthier than other females. Traversing this short distance posed no fatigue for her. However, she did not refuse, smiling gently. "Thank you, Xia. You are so kind." She leaned on Lin Xia's back, noticing his ears flush crimson, her eyes sparkling with mirth. What a pure-hearted youth he was, upon reaching the riverbank. Lin Xia was still carrying Bai Ying, where a multitude of beastmen frolicked along the riverbank. It was then that Bai Ying beheld the river in its entirety. The river spanned no more than 10 meters at its widest. The water remarkably pristine, a pale green hue, that a male beastman stood firmly in the water, wielding a sharpened spear, poised to spear fish, with the water reaching his knees. Despite the current's ferocity, it did not hinder him in the slightest. With a splash, the male beastman thrust his spear into the water with lightning speed, and upon raising it, he had caught a hefty fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds, sending sprays of water onto the shore. The fish thrashed desperately in the grass, quickly becoming entangled in the foliage. Several young rabbit beastmen, yet to transform, bounded over to encircle the large fish, their ears twitching in excitement as they emitted ear-piercing cheers. "Father is mighty. Father is amazing." Not far away, another male beastman was tanning animal hides by the riverbank, who, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "Bravo! Ha! Little ones, today you are in for a treat." Bai Ying was left speechless. She had not anticipated such merriment by the riverside that in her memories, the original owner had only visited once or twice as a child, with her brothers always concerned for her health. Never allowing her to approach the river, Lin Xia continued to carry her along the riverbank, softly explaining, "We must head downstream. There are fewer people there, dumb." Bai Ying returned to her senses, her gaze deepening. In the apocalyptic world, the environment was harsh, plants withered and decayed, pollution reigned, and all she could see was gray and black. Surviving humans wandered, wary of mutated beasts, scavenging for remnants of food and water from the world before. Each individual guarded against one another, engaging in acts of pillaging. Witnessing such a harmonious scene felt surreal to Bai Ying, as if she had been transported to another realm. It was only now that she truly realized she had traversed into a new world. As Lin Xia carried Bai Ying downstream, they encountered numerous females encircled by males. Some males, unable to restrain themselves, brazenly groped the females, who giggled without any sense of offense, an undeniably jarring sight. Bai Ying cast a glance before averting her gaze. Turning her face toward the woods, pressing her ear against Lin Xia's back, listening to his slightly rapid heartbeat. Lin Xia, perceptive to Bai Ying's feelings, guided them into the woods, distancing them from the riverbank as they continued onward. "Ying, I shall lead you to a quieter place, dumb." Bai Ying observed the budding plants and suddenly recalled the fruits Lin Xia had brought her each day. She inquired, "Xia, do you find it difficult to gather food for me every day?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's pace faltered momentarily. Bai Ying had never before asked him about the source of her food, nor had she ever uttered any tender words to him. Now, being questioned about his struggles, he felt a warmth blossom within him, and he gently shook his head. "It is not difficult that I promised I would not let you go hungry. Do you resent me for not providing you with meat? Xia has worked very hard. I do not mind not eating meat." Bai Ying's hands, which had been clasped around Lin Xia's neck, lifted her right hand to gently caress his face. "Xia, the next month will be even more challenging. But trust me, we will live well in the future." She understood that Lin Xia held affection for her. Whether it was for the original owner or for her did not matter. What was crucial was that in order to utilize Lin Xia, she needed to deepen this bond, ensuring he would willingly sacrifice everything for her. From the moment she resolved to bear a child, all her actions towards Lin Xia had been deliberate, a form of manipulation, or perhaps seduction. Lin Xia, innocent and unaware of Bai Ying's considerable transformation, was utterly moved that an unwavering courage swelled within him, vowing, "I will certainly protect Ying." Bai Ying smiled silently, once more wrapping her arms around Lin Xia's neck and gently rubbing her forehead against his back. Lin Xia, grinning foolishly, continued to walk ahead as they passed a certain riverbank. They could hear some indescribable sounds. Are some newlywed couples really so impatient? Lin Xia's face turned crimson upon hearing this, and he hastily quickened his pace. Even Bai Ying, who had seen much of the world, felt a twinge of discomfort. It was indeed her first encounter with such a scene. The two soon arrived at a deserted shore. Confirming that they were alone, Bai Ying shed her outer garment, while Lin Xia held up her cloak to shield her from the wind. Not daring to glance around, that a smile tugged at the corners of Bai Ying's mouth as she slowly waded into the water. Squatting down, it felt rather warm. Thankfully, she had consumed body-refining potions. Otherwise, taking a cold bath in such frigid weather could have left her bedridden. Chapter 7. Becoming partners, having gone an entire winter without bathing. Bai Ying's body had long since begun to stink, but Lin Xia did not seem to mind. Male beastmen were robust enough to brave a bath even in winter, and some higher-status females had their males prepare stone cauldrons, borrowing fire from shamans to heat water for washing. Bai Ying lacked such luxuries and had never taken a bath. Previously, her father would bring water back in bamboo tubes, which she would occasionally scoop out to wipe her private areas, deeming that sufficient. Consequently, she was quite filthy all over. She dared not wash her hair, as wet hair was difficult to manage. Instead, she could only hastily rub mud over her body until she felt warm and flushed, finally standing up with a splash. Lin Xia handed her the prepared animal skin for drying off. Without a hint of shyness, Bai Ying accepted it and began to dry herself, finally donning her animal skin before slipping into her outer robe. Once she had composed herself and looked up at Lin Xia, she found his face already flushed, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Bai Ying couldn't help but chuckle, teasing him. "Am I a beast? Can't you even bear to look?" Beastmen were generally unconcerned about bodily privacy. Otherwise, the couple they had just encountered would not have behaved so liberally. "No, I can't." Lin Xia stuttered, genuinely afraid to look, fearing he might succumb to his primal instincts and take advantage of the female he had cherished for over a decade. Bai Ying ceased her teasing and lifted her chin, saying, "You should wash to UM." Lin Xia hesitated, self-conscious about his physique, fearing that Bai Ying might not find him appealing. Bai Ying shot him a glare, declaring, "I don't want to sleep with a stinky Lin Xia." Lin Xia, taken aback, broke into a silly grin, his mouth stretching wide, "That I'll go wash right now." He quickly shed his animal robe, and Bai Ying naturally took it from him, delighting in his flustered state as he momentarily lost focus while removing his skin. Once the snug animal skin was off, his slender frame was fully revealed, ribs clearly visible, a delicate waist, and without the hint of muscle tone except for faint lines on his arms. He hardly resembled a typical man. Standing at only 1.72 meters, his youthful, doll-like face concealed his actual physique when clad in thick clothing. Only upon undressing did one realize how frail he truly was. Yet this seemingly fragile Lin Xia had carried Bai Ying for over half an hour. This frail Lin Xia was responsible for providing Bai Ying with her daily meals, even risking himself in hunts to trade his share for tender meat. Ensuring she ate first, Bai Ying fixated her gaze on Lin Xia, who, embarrassed, covered his private areas, his face nearly turning purple, standing helplessly, momentarily forgetting where he was or what he should do. It was only when Bai Ying gave him a gentle push that he shuddered. Hastily entering the water, Bai Ying, clutching his clothes, settled on a nearby stone, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Lin Xia immersed in the river, after a stiff 15 minutes of bathing. Upon noticing Bai Ying's impatient expression, he quickly emerged, revealing his still somewhat energetic physique. Bai Ying. She silently shifted her gaze to Lin Xia's face, offering him the used animal skin. Lin Xia awkwardly turned away. Hastily tidying himself up. 2 minutes later, Lin Xia's expression returned to normal as he crouched down before her. Come, I'll carry you back. Bai Ying pulled him up, asserting, no, I'll walk for a bit. It will warm me up. She refused to take no for an answer, tugging Lin Xia along, firmly linking her arm with his as they made their way back to the cave along the narrow path. Lin Xia softly murmured at the cave entrance, I'll go gather some things. We'll leave the tribe shortly, though we need to find a place to rest soon. Wait, Bai Ying halted him. They must depart before evening. The external conditions would surely be unfavorable, necessitating the use of their time in the cave. Bai Ying lowered the animal skin curtain, turned, and swiftly embraced Lin Xia, kissing him with lightning speed. Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils shaking. Bai Ying, amused by his innocent expression, blinked and pulled away, tippy-toeing to whisper teasingly in his ear, You said you wanted to be my first beast husband. It's too late to back out now. Her warm breath brushed against Lin Xia's ear, causing his sensitive ears to twitch. Under Bai Ying's deliberate provocation, Lin Xia's eyes brimmed with insatiable desire. Finally shedding all embarrassment, he scooped Bai Ying up and strode towards the stone bed. Here 1,000 words are omitted. Dear sisters, do not toss your undergarments carelessly. An hour later, Bai Ying quietly consumed the childbirth elixir obtained from the system. Lin Xia wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin against her neck, and softly murmured, When we return, we'll seek out the shaman to carve our mark. According to custom, both male and female beastmen must have their markings inscribed by the shaman upon forming a partnership. This involves a special plant dye that nearly never fades, depicting each other's beast forms on their bodies. The male bears the female's beast form on his wrist, while the female, who may partner with multiple males, can have the male's form inscribed anywhere on her body. This symbolizes their bond. They now existed outside the bounds of tradition and could not complete this ritual with the shaman. All right, you can choose the spot later. Bai Ying replied with a gentle smile. However, she felt a twinge of melancholy. She never imagined that merely 2 days into the beast world, she would find a partner, and in 3 months, bear a litter of offspring. The thought of the little one she would have to care for made her sigh. Was it truly worth it? Yet in order to avoid the female den, she had no choice but to give it a try. Typically, female beastmen could only give birth to 1 to 2 offspring at a time. The stronger the male beastmen, the more challenging it was to conceive. Only females with high fertility could hope to bear offspring. However, once successful, they invariably produced gifted younglings. Among beastmen, rabbit beastmen were relatively prolific, with litters ranging from 1 for Bai Ying's mother had average fertility, giving birth to 3 litters, totaling 4 children, including Bai Ying herself, thus marking her as a high-yield female. Nevertheless, this took a toll on her health, leading to her early demise. Bai Ying's other fathers either left or remained only to raise their own offspring alongside her father. Consequently, her 3 older brothers were the children of 2 other males. However, raising 4 young ones was no easy feat. Even with the tribe's support, in the treacherous world of hunting, beastmen faced numerous dangers. Even if they miraculously survived, they would inevitably sustain injuries, and with medical care being rudimentary. The accumulation of old wounds over time led to the untimely passing of Bai Ying's 2 other fathers over the past decade. Her father, being of average strength, mostly stayed home to care for them, hence lived a bit longer. Chapter 8. Departure. The sibling bond among them was strong, with less than 3 years between their ages. Among Bai Ying's 3 brothers, the eldest, Bai Lei, possessed the best talent, ranking as a yellow tier, which placed him among the top echelon in the rabbit hunting tribe. More importantly, Bai Lei quickly mastered hunting skills, displaying intelligence and a strong work ethic, making him the family's hope for the future. Yet this promising scion, tasked with gathering nourishing milk-fragrant fruits for his ailing sister, ventured out on his own and never returned. The tribe dispatched elite hunters to search for him, but all they found were scattered bones. Ravaged by beasts, her 2nd and 3rd brothers were twins, just a year her senior. After the eldest's disappearance, The two newly matured brothers bore an even heavier burden and tragically perished during a group hunt. Thus, Bai Yingying lost 3 fathers and 3 brothers within 3 years. Her entire family. Such a blow was far beyond what a frail, sickly girl could endure. In her final moments, did she regret not dying sooner and burdening her family? Yet, in the past, she had never had the chance to perish. Her fathers and brothers had protected her so well. Bai Yingying had been silent for a long while, and when Lin Xia turned her over, he discovered her cheeks were wet with tears. Yingying. Lin Xia gently wiped away her tears, feeling a pang of heartache. Only then did Bai Yingying realize she was crying. How could a woman, forged in the crucible of the apocalypse, be reduced to tears? This is somewhat absurd. She closed her eyes and silently chanted in her heart. Bai Yingying, I shall live well for your sake. Yes, I will bear many offspring, ensuring that all the orcs in the tribe recognize that Bai Yingying is not an inconsequential female. I will make them envy your father and brother's choice, regretting their previous disdain and arrogance. From now on, every orc in the tribe shall not dare to underestimate any female. In the moment she completed her silent incantation, a gentle rumble resonated in her mind, and her body suddenly felt unburdened. The lingering soul of the original Bai Yingying finally departed. In the land of the orcs, females lacked talent and the strength to hunt. Their greatest value lay in procreation. For them, the highest honor was to give birth to many offspring, especially to bear highly fertile female children. Yet, despite being a female, the original Bai Yingying did not receive the privileges accorded to her kind, solely due to her premature birth and frail constitution. Shielded by her father and brothers, she, who knew nothing of personal gain, could hardly avoid harboring resentment towards the tribe's discriminatory treatment, though her death was by her own hand. Her heart was filled with bitterness and indignation. Thus, Bai Yingying uttered these words. The modern individual who traversed into this world understood all too well that even a premature birth, if nurtured properly with adequate nutrition, could thrive healthily. However, the tribe automatically abandoned those orcs deemed innately weak. Females, being precious, still had the chance to be raised by family. In contrast, some male cubs, born with disabilities or frailty, were cast into the vast wilderness, becoming prey for wild beasts. The orc continent revered the law of the jungle, a rule shaped by the environment, and the majority of orcs shared this belief. Therefore, the fact that the frail Bai Yingying managed to survive was entirely due to the meticulous care of her family. Yet in the end, her kin were gone, her home lost, leaving only a childhood friend, her neighbor, by her side. Bai Yingying turned her body, gazing into Lin Xia's worried and pained eyes. Xia, thank you. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, both for the original owner and for herself. In the future, do not say thank you. We are now partners, bound by life and death. Lin Xia smiled, gently patting Bai Yingying's head. You should rest a little longer. I will return to gather some supplies. Bai Yingying quickly stopped him. No, please do not go back. Just pack up the items in my cave. The belongings left by my father and brothers are sufficient for us. Lin Xia's home was modest. If he returned to collect things, it would surely attract the attention of his family. Bai Yingying did not want any complications to arise at this moment. Lin Xia pondered seriously for a moment before agreeing. All right, when we encounter others, I can simply say that I am escorting you to the female cave. Lin Xia dismounted the bed and, under Bai Yingying's guidance, began to tidy up the items within the cave. There were quite a few scattered belongings, mostly stored in 2 large animal skin bags. These bags, crafted from the entire hide of a beast and sewn together with the sinew of wild horse mane, were quite substantial. Under Bai Yingying's direction, Lin Xia fashioned 2 straps for the bags, transforming them into simple backpacks. The original owner had spent her idle hours mending her father and brother's clothes, showcasing her commendable skills. Lin Xia was responsible for cutting the straps, while Bai Yingying took charge of the sewing. They only packed the essential animal skins. As the weather was still relatively chilly, it was imperative to bring sufficient supplies, as tanning the hides required time. Next came the crucial water supply. Orcs typically carried animal skin water pouches when venturing out. These pouches featured 2 layers, with the inner layer made from an animal's stomach or bladder, and the outer layer encased in animal hide for protection against wear. They also needed to bring the fruits that the original owner had saved. Lin Xia was astonished upon seeing the quantity. He wondered how Bai Yingying managed to store so much when he himself scarcely gathered any. Bai Yingying smiled gently. When I was unwell, I had little appetite and could not eat. The to prevent you from worrying. I secretly saved them up, and now they are just in time for use. Lin Xia harbored no doubts about her explanation, merely chiding her with a glance, unwilling to scold her further, as for other daily necessities. Bai Yingying deemed them cumbersome and chose to leave them behind. The outside world was perilous. Their packs needed to be streamlined, containing only the essentials. Yingying, you are too thin. This time when we go outside, I will surely hunt something to nourish you. Lin Xia gently brushed his fingers against Bai Yingying's cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. Bai Yingying felt somewhat helpless. Lin Xia himself was frail, yet could not bear to see her thin. All right, then ensure that I am fed until I am plump. Bai Yingying responded dismissively, shifting the topic. Can you carry these 2 bags? I can carry them. Lin Xia replied promptly. Bai Yingying assisted him, securing the smaller bag on his chest while the larger one, standing a meter tall, rested on his back. The slender youth bore 2 massive packs, and fortunately, most of the contents were animal skins, taking up space but not adding much weight. Otherwise, Bai Yingying would truly suspect him of feigning strength. Before they set off, Lin Xia surveyed the small cave they shared, his expression one of reluctance. Uncle Bai and the others have saved so many years' worth of possessions. I am sorry for them. Once they departed, the cave and its contents would be claimed by newcomers. There was nothing he could do to safeguard the possessions, nor could he ensure Bai Yingying's safety, that he could only silently promise himself that he would protect Bai Yingying with his life. Chapter 9. Mockery. Bai Yingying noticed the glimmer of tears in his eyes and hastily urged, "Let us go to be by the time we return. All these belongings will be returned intact, and even if not, there will be better things." Bai Yingying felt no attachment, wishing only to leave promptly in search of a place to settle. That it was around 2 in the afternoon. They needed to find a place to spend the night before dusk. Bai Yingying took the lead, exiting the cave and lifting the animal skin curtain to allow Lin Xia, burdened with his large pack, to exit easily. As they stepped out of the cave, a familiar voice called from behind. "Xia." Lin Xia halted, his expression instantly stiffening. It was only when Bai Yingying gently nudged him with her shoulder that he slowly turned around. "Father," he greeted, his gaze evasive. Bai Yingying also sweetly called out, "Uncle Lin." Lin Fu responded with a stern face. "Mei Xia, you should return early after escorting Yingying to the female cave. I have matters to discuss with you." Lin Xia immediately lowered his eyes, responding softly, "Yes, I understand." Lin Fu's gaze shifted to Bai Yingying. "Yingying, it is not that Uncle Lin is heartless that I have watched you grow. You are a good child, understanding and sensible. However, you must accept your fate." Bai Yingying is simply unwilling to accept her destiny, believing that she can rise through her fertility, thus dragging the entire family down. "Father," Lin Xia interjected nervously, interrupting him. Lin Fu shot him a fierce glare, his eyes growing more piercing as he turned to Bai Yingying. "You know that Xia has low talent. It is difficult for him to sustain himself, let alone support you. You have caused the deaths of 6 of your father and brothers. If you have any conscience, do not burden my Xia any further." "Father," Lin Xia exclaimed, "Yingying is already Xia." Bai Yingying loudly interrupted, "Uncle Lin is correct. Today, when you escort me to the female cave, let it conclude our years of friendship. Do not let me cause any more disputes between you and Uncle Lin." Lin Xia was taken aback by her words. He had intended to say that Yingying was already his partner, but was interrupted and realized he could not speak such truths, lest they be unable to leave. Lin Fu nodded in appreciation. Yingying is indeed sensible. After saying this, he revealed a hand that had been hidden behind his back, offering a piece of dried meat weighing about 2 pounds to Bai Yingying. "This piece of jerky is a farewell gift from Uncle Lin. Take care of your health. If luck permits, you might conceive in the female cave, and then you can move out from there." There were precedents for this. Even those with low fertility had a minuscule chance of becoming pregnant. In the female cave, females were often welcomed and sent off. With enough attempts, good fortune could lead to a sprouting. However, such instances were rare, especially those who could healthily give birth. It took a month to confirm a pregnancy, and during that month, such matters were inevitable, making accidents easily occur. There were also precedents of miscarriages. Though this was meant as comfort, had the original owner heard it, she would have felt even more distressed. Bai Yingying, however, maintained her composure, politely accepting the piece of meat after expressing her gratitude. Observing this, Lin Fu's expression softened, and he waved his hand. Go on, Xia. help Ying organize her belongings and return early. Do not dawdle on the road. Bai Ying behaved particularly obediently, allowing Lin Fu to grant Lin Xiao a bit more time to assist. Unbeknownst to him, while Bai Ying appeared compliant, she had secretly led his son away. The two bid farewell to Lin Fu, who watched them leave, letting out a long sigh before turning back home. The two walked together, Bai Ying with empty hands while Lin Xia bore the heavy packs. That it was during the afternoon lull, and few orcs were outside. Those who spotted them merely cast strange glances. Not approaching to provoke. In fact, no one cared why they were not heading towards the female cave. Sometimes, ignorance was the greatest mockery, for they were not even qualified to provoke. Lin Xia was clearly downcast, walking silently until they entered a secluded path. Only then did he speak. Ying, I'm sorry that my father spoke too harshly just now. Bai Ying beamed at him. It's all right, that I can understand. That was a loving father's heart. Lin Xia had been stealthily observing her expression, and upon witnessing that dazzling smile, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Bai Ying gently reassured him. Xia, do not fret. Perhaps Uncle Lin will be angry for a while. But once we return, he will not hold it against you, that I promise. As long as she returns with the little ones, Father Lin will be overjoyed and will certainly not blame us for sneaking away. With a heavy nod, Lin Xia beamed back at her, understanding her sentiment, though he was puzzled by her unwavering confidence. Regardless, he vowed to protect her. The two successfully navigated through a narrow path, managing to evade the sparse guards and leaving the tribe behind. Upon entering the forest, the atmosphere grew oppressive, with even the melodious chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects transforming into a cacophony that disturbed the mind. Lin Xiao's expression turned grave as he cautioned. Ying, stay close to me. All right, Bai Ying replied, not entirely unprepared. She had already acquired a dagger from the system that in the Stone Age of the Beastman continent. The power of iron was formidable. Time would reveal its might. As Lin Xia had mentioned, traversing the forest proved to be a challenge for Bai Ying. The area was dominated by ancient towering trees, their gnarled roots protruding from the ground, creating the illusion of climbing a mountain even on flat terrain. Bai Ying took each step with utmost caution to avoid falling and attracting unnecessary trouble. While remaining vigilant, Lin Xia quietly educated Bai Ying, this area is relatively safe. The tribe's hunting team often clears out nearby beasts. Just be wary of insects. Most of them are non-venomous, but some carry potent toxins that can pose a serious threat to life if bitten. Currently, we are well clothed, so it's less likely we'll be bitten. And you just need to be mindful, that he continued. Also, keep an eye out for snakes. Some are adept at camouflage and usually 1T attack unless provoked, that if fortune smiles upon us and we encounter a non-venomous snake, we could enjoy a feast. This. Lin Xia swallowed hard, a bashful smile gracing his face. Bai Ying listened intently, captivated by the knowledge that her father and brothers had never shared with her. In the post-apocalyptic world, insects and snakes would have been a source of sustenance for humanity. But alas, only mutated grotesque creatures remained. As thoughts of meat crossed her mind, she swallowed hard. I would like to taste snake meat as well. Noticing the interplay of emotions between them, they exchanged a shared smile. That it was the season of renewal, with the ground blanketed by decayed leaves, yet tender green shoots occasionally peeked through, appearing fresh and appetizing. However, Bai Ying recognized few wild vegetables, having only learned about them during the early days of the apocalypse. The memories of the original owner revealed that most plants were toxic, in the realm of beastmen. Edible wild vegetables were referred to as herbs, akin to how edible fruits were regarded. These were meticulously selected by their ancestors at the cost of countless lives, as some could heal ailments. Hence the term herbs. Beastmen would only resort to foraging for herbs in dire hunger, akin to humans consuming tree bark or clay, a practice that could lead to dire consequences over time. Moreover, considering the beastmen's enormous appetites, foraging for wild greens would scarcely suffice. Thus, fruits, which were heavier and more hydrating, were preferred, yet still not suitable for prolonged consumption. All beastmen were obligate carnivores, while wild animals could be classified as carnivorous, herbivorous, or omnivorous. Reflecting on this, Bai Ying mused, how surreal. Rabbits cannot eat grass. They had ventured quite far without encountering any fruit-bearing plants. After all, it was only early spring. Where would the fruits come from? Bai Ying couldn't help but inquire. Xia, where do you usually pick fruits for me? There is a magical place behind the tribe, a pond with warm water. The plants there bloom and bear fruit all year round, Lin Xia briefly explained, omitting the challenges of fruit gathering. Bai Yingying nodded in understanding. It was a hot spring. She speculated that most beastmen would not go to the trouble of picking fruits. Only those like them, devoid of food, would venture to forage. Thus, Lin Xia was able to gather. Suddenly, two large beast hides thudded to the ground, and a gray figure leaped out from within. Lin Xia transformed into his beast form, propelling himself with powerful hind legs to engage in a struggle with a leaping toad. The toad's size was comparable to Lin Xia's own. Both the original form and she were witnessing the wild beasts of the Beastman continent for the very first time. Bai Yingying's expression grew cold as she crouched low, gripping her dagger tightly and quietly moving closer, hoping to assist. Lin Xia relied mainly on his powerful hind legs and sharp teeth for his attacks. The toad, however, utilized its long tongue for strikes and could spray a corrosive green liquid from its swollen body that if Lin Xia dodged, the liquid would land on the leaves with a sizzling sound, showcasing its corrosive nature. Generally, size correlates with strength, yet some wild beasts possess unique abilities that enable them to fight beyond their means. For instance, this toad, with its corrosive liquid, clearly outmatched Lin Xia, and it was only a matter of time before the novice Lin Xia would be defeated. Bai Yingying watched as Lin Xia nimbly evaded the toxic spray, but after several exchanges, the toad ensnared his hind leg with its long tongue. Lin Xia struggled fiercely, calling out, "Yingying, flee! Return to the tribe." He realized his own inadequacies, understanding that defeat was inevitable and wishing to send Bai Yingying away to ensure her safety. After uttering those words, he desperately clawed at the tongue with his front limbs or curled up to bite at it. The toad, anticipating his retaliation, immediately sprayed its venom, which struck Lin Xia's gray fur, leaving a coin-sized wound that gradually expanded in that moment. Neither Lin Xia nor the toad noticed Bai Yingying approaching. The two beasts grappled. A human figure suddenly leaped into the fray. With a flash of cold light, the tongue that was tightly constricting Lin Xia's right leg was effortlessly severed. With a loud croak, the toad, already exerting itself, recoiled in agony as its tongue snapped, tumbling several times before fleeing in the opposite direction. Bai Yingying did not pursue. Her weapon was intended for close combat, and she was wary of the creature's corrosive liquid. In a situation lacking medical resources, caution was paramount. Once Bai Yingying confirmed that the toad had truly departed, she turned to examine the gray-furred rabbit on the ground. "Xia, don't move, I need to check your wounds." Lin Xia bore two injuries. One was a corrosive wound on his back, and the other was a bruise on his right hind leg. Fortunately, both were superficial injuries. The leg wound required no attention. And with just a little care on the back, Lin Xia's beastly constitution would heal within days. Bai Yingying positioned Lin Xia's beast form for examination, bracing herself that "I'll rinse your back wound with water." In a short span, the wound had expanded from the size of a coin to that of an egg. Concerned that the liquid might continue to seep in, she decided it was best to address it immediately. Lacking medicine, she could only wash it simply. Without waiting for Lin Xia's response, Bai Yingying deftly removed the water pouch from her waist and carefully poured it over Lin Xia's back to cleanse the wound. Done, Lin Xia finally responded, having only just registered the pain. Enduring the discomfort, he curiously inquired, "Yingying, what was it you just used?" "It's far superior to my claws. It's a divine weapon," Bai Yingying briefly explained. "Our safety for the next 30 days hinges on it." She revealed the dagger to Lin Xia, swiftly slicing the severed tongue of the toad into segments. The entire process was seamless, akin to slicing tofu. Crafted by the system, it was no ordinary item. Bai Yingying trusted Lin Xia and would never jeopardize herself by concealing the dagger. Revealing it at the right moment would also grant Lin Xia peace of mind. Divine weapon. Lin Xia's face was a picture of astonishment. He stood in a daze for a moment before exclaiming, "Yingying, do not show it to any beastmen in the future, or terrifying things will occur." Naively, Lin Xia was unaware of the concept of possessing a precious gem, but he recognized that the weapon's sharpness rivaled that of a green-tier beastman's claws. Such a remarkable rarity should not be disclosed to other beastmen. Bai Yingying chuckled softly and patted his head. "Silly Xia, such a treasure is for your eyes," only to her words. Lin Xia felt a rush of heat to his face, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I am in beast form. Yingying cannot see through it." Alas, his ears betrayed him, revealing his embarrassment. Bai Yingying, Noticing his flushed ears, couldn't resist reaching out to stroke them from bottom to top. Lin Xia felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body tingling and stiffening, unable to move. Bai Yingying found the texture delightful, soft and fluffy, and cradled the gray Lin Xia while surveying their surroundings, seizing the opportunity to stroke his ears once more. Alas, Xia, I cannot carry both large packs. You must transform back into human form to help me carry them. After one last stroke, she gently set Lin Xia down on the ground. However, half a minute passed, and Lin Xia remained motionless. Bai Yingying tilted her head in confusion. Xia, as she reached out, intending to inspect whether the wound had worsened, the gray rabbit before her transformed into a handsome young man. Chapter 11. Overnight stay. The skin exposed on the young man seemed to be flushed, which was somewhat alarming to Bai Yingying. What happened? Is he poisoned? No. Lin Xia quickly waved his hand, stammering, please don't touch my ears like that next time. Bai Yingying immediately grasped the situation, finding it somewhat amusing that the ears of a rabbit beast man were so sensitive. Lin Xia bent down to retrieve the animal skin pouch from the ground, silently shouldering it, not daring to glance at Bai Yingying again. The two continued their journey, but by evening, they had yet to find a particularly satisfactory cave. With the sky darkening, Lin Xia sought a wind-sheltered spot and began digging a pit at the base of a dirt slope. During this time, Bai Yingying was not idle. Following Lin Xia's guidance, she gathered some leaves known to repel insects. She also spontaneously collected several branches to later use for concealing the cave entrance. Lin Xia dug a small hole, using branches and sticks to support a modest shelter, covering it entirely with the insect-repelling leaves, leaving just enough space in the center to accommodate their backpack. He then used the excavated soil to partially seal the entrance, disguising it with the branches that Bai Yingying had found in the wilderness. With nocturnal beasts prowling, it was imperative that their shelter remained adequately concealed. Yingying, you must be hungry, right? After we finish eating and take care of business, we can rest inside, Lin Xia offered, sharing half of the jerky and fruits he had prepared in advance. Bai Yingying accepted the food. Yes, that will nestle in the pile of animal skins to sleep. We won't have to fear the cold at night. This small earthen cave could only accommodate their diminutive rabbit forms. Thankfully, they were both of a size that made digging a shared sleeping space feasible. Otherwise, it would have been quite the challenge. The jerky in her mouth was tough and dry, lacking in saltiness. Yet for Bai Yingying and Lin Xia, it was the best sustenance they could hope for. If only they could soak the jerky and boil it in hot water, the taste would surely improve, and it would be more hygienic. However, Bai Yingying was reluctant to start a fire at night. With beasts active in the darkness, flames and smoke would attract unwanted attention, posing a significant danger. Lin Xia glanced at the crude cave with a twinge of shame. Yingying, once we find a permanent cave, you won't have to endure such hardships. Beastmen often needed to create temporary safe shelters when returning from hunts at night, a skill essential for male beastmen to master. Most of his time had been spent learning to hunt, with few opportunities to practice building. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying shifted closer to him, softly saying, "It's already quite good. Thank you for your hard work, Xia." She hadn't anticipated that Lin Xia would so readily leave the tribe with her. If it were her, she would never abandon the safety of a comfortable refuge without sufficient strength. Bai Yingying thought about the system she had acquired, eagerly anticipating the rewards for childbirth. She gently caressed her abdomen, contemplating the possibility of new life already developing within her. How miraculous! Lin Xia's gaze wandered, his mind racing with thoughts. Tomorrow, I must succeed in the hunt, ensuring Yingying has fresh meat to nourish her. Though each harbored their own thoughts, both remained highly vigilant. Upon sensing the air grow moist, they hastened their chewing that it was still early spring, with significant temperature variations between day and night, that a thin mist began to rise from the forest. And the air grew humid, signaling the imminent arrival of night. The nocturnal beasts and insects would soon emerge to forage. As the fog enveloped them, the temperature seemed to drop sharply, and both felt a chill, quickly resolving their pressing needs before burrowing into the earth cave. Bai Yingying and Lin Xia lay within the animal skin backpack, their feet resting on the soft, warm fur, both exhaling deeply in relief. One gray, one white, the two frail rabbits nestled against each other within the skins, preparing to spend their first night in the wild. Lin Xia was filled with trepidation. It was his first time spending the night alone outdoors, and he needed to protect a fragile female. This made him exceedingly anxious. Yet Bai Ying remained remarkably composed. Having often roamed in the post-apocalyptic world, sleeping in such a dirt cave was not a novel experience for her. The only difference was that she had transformed into a rabbit, which felt rather pleasant. They exchanged a glance, mutually understanding without words that as time passed, the sounds around them grew more complex, now mixed with the calls of beasts. Bai Ying could clearly sense Lin Xia's body tense, but she chose not to offer comfort, instead closing her eyes to drift into a light sleep. Even though they were huddled in the cave, with limited visibility, they could still make out the faint outlines of the outside world through the gaps in the leaves at the entrance that in the wild. It was preferable for someone to keep watch during the night. This ensured a timely response to any impending dangers. Since Lin Xia was too anxious to sleep, she decided to take the first watch while he rested, sensing Bai Ying's relaxed state. Lin Xia gradually allowed himself to ease up, focusing intently on the sounds nearby and keeping a watchful eye on the cave entrance that in the early hours of the morning. Bai Ying opened her eyes and signaled for him to sleep. And he, momentarily surprised, complied without hesitation. Even Lin Xia, who was somewhat slow on the uptake, now understood that Bai Ying was far from the delicate female she appeared to be. However, he attributed her abilities to Bai's father, who must have privately taught her various skills to ensure her well-being in the future, without suspecting any deeper truths. Their luck held. Throughout the night, aside from a few small beasts passing by, nothing unexpected occurred, and they welcomed the dawn in safety. Emerging from the earth cave one after the other, they resumed their human forms. Lin Xia wore an expression of unmistakable joy. Ying, after we eat, you should rest in the cave while I go hunt. All right. Bai Ying stifled a yawn, genuinely fatigued, and did not refuse, though she cautioned, be careful. If you can't handle it, retreat, but don't push yourself. Lin Xia reached out to ruffle her hair, reassuringly replying, don't worry. You should stay inside. It's not safe during the day. In the morning, they skipped the jerky, each consuming a few fruits to stave off hunger, until they captured a new prey. Meat was a precious commodity. Lin Xia watched Bai Ying disappear into the earth cave before setting off. That he felt invigorated, determined to return with a catch. Unfortunately, reality proved rather harsh than a novice with low aptitude. He found it quite challenging to hunt alone by noon. He had yet to secure any game and was growing increasingly hungry. In desperation, he climbed a tree and pilfered 2 bird eggs. When Lin Xia returned home, Bai Ying had already kindled a fire not far from the cave. She had dug a large pit, clearing the surrounding flammable materials, and ignited the dry fluff using a fire-starting technique with rocks. With a dagger in hand, Bai Ying found it far easier than using the traditional method of drilling wood. Chapter 12. Kindling fire, Lin Xia clutched the eggs tightly, and upon seeing smoke rising from the direction of the earth cave, he nearly dropped them in his haste, rushing towards it. Upon spotting Bai Ying adding kindling to the fire, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished that in their tribe, fire was sourced from the heavenly flames, carefully maintained by diligent beastmen to ensure it never extinguished. Yet here was Bai Ying, without any fire source, managing to conjure flames. Bai Ying had long sensed his approach and smiled as she greeted him. Xia, you're back. Ying, where did the fire come from? Lin Xia swallowed hard, still struggling to believe it. Bai Ying beckoned him closer. Come here, I'll explain. Only then did Lin Xia snap back to reality. Quickly striding over, I created the fire using this, Bai Ying indicated, urging Lin Xia to observe closely. She held a dagger in one hand and a stone in the other, striking the dagger against the stone. After a few attempts, sparks flew forth. The sudden burst of sparks startled Lin Xia, who exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavenly fire!" Lin Xia had been fortunate enough to witness lightning striking a tree, producing similar sparks that ignited dry grass, though on a much smaller scale. However, if those sparks landed on the dry grass she had prepared, they would surely ignite. Realizing this, Lin Xia gazed at Bai Ying in disbelief. You can create heavenly fire. By the beast gods. Ying, are you a celestial being? As Lin Xia's expression shifted, becoming increasingly unfamiliar, Bai Ying playfully tapped him on the head. Silly Xia. Regardless of who I am, Bai Ying is your partner. She could not explain the origin of the dagger, nor would she be able to clarify all the possible things that might arise in the future. It was better to let him misunderstand the mysteries of the beast gods. This is just one way to create fire. I'll give you the tools, and you can do it too. Bai Ying extended the dagger and stone toward him. advising, "Don't strike too hard." I had a hard time finding this stone. Not every collision between stone and metal can produce sparks. It was sheer luck that she stumbled upon such a piece nearby. The unfamiliar sensation Lin Xia felt towards Bai Yingying dissipated rapidly as he tremulously accepted the two items. Encouraged by Bai Yingying's gaze, he summoned the courage to attempt the task. After several unsuccessful tries, he felt a pang of frustration. Bai Yingying circled behind him, gently guiding his hand as they struck together. With just 2 strikes, sparks flew in abundance. Diane Lin Xia's wide-open eyes, it seemed as though brilliant stars had ignited. His mouth fell agape, frozen in place as if he had become a statue. Bai Yingying shook her head in exasperation, deciding not to disturb him further, and bent down to retrieve a bird's egg from the ground. Each egg was the same size as an ostrich egg from before the apocalypse. And she pondered how to prepare it. With a fire already kindled, there was no need to consume it raw. Why is the average age of orcs generally low? The high mortality rate is one reason. One of the causes is the prevalence of various diseases that go untreated due to inadequate medical care, leading to untimely deaths. The consumption of raw food and lack of hygiene significantly increase the likelihood of illness. Under better conditions, Bai Yingying would undoubtedly prefer cooked meals that in the tribe. Few families would bother to kindle a fire, as maintaining a continuous flame is quite troublesome, that if there were no precious pregnant females and younglings to care for, they would not waste time and energy gathering firewood and tending to the flames. Orcs only possess stone pots, painstakingly carved out with their claws. Given Lin Xia's limited strength, crafting one would be time-consuming. And there was no time to spare. Bai Yingying, however, had a stone pot at home, but it was too heavy to carry. She dismissed the thought, realizing that without a fixed dwelling, it would be a waste of time to prepare it. Bai Yingying removed the water pouch from her waist, pouring the remaining water onto the mound of earth beside the fire pit, and picked up a stick to stir. She called out as Xia, "Go fetch water. I'll roast the bird eggs. Once we're done eating, we'll search for a place to stay." "All right," Lin Xia replied slowly, standing up and looking at Bai Yingying with a newfound admiration in his eyes. In a daze, Lin Xia picked up the water pouch beside Bai Yingying and walked away. After he left, Bai Yingying gathered non-toxic leaves to wrap the bird eggs before applying a thick layer of wet mud on the outside, finally placing them at the edge of the fire pit. While collecting dry twigs, she carefully controlled the flames to prevent them from raging too high. Though it seemed casual, she remained vigilant against beasts. Starting a fire was a decision Bai Yingying had pondered carefully. Lighting a bonfire in the forest during the day was merely a drop in the ocean, likely to attract nearby wild animals. However, after exploring the area in the morning and meticulously checking for signs of large beasts, she found no evidence of their presence, allowing her to breathe easier. Now that she was pregnant, it was imperative to maintain her health. Otherwise, a safe delivery would not be guaranteed. Under the right conditions, she needed to replenish her nutrition. By the time Lin Xia returned, Bai Yingying had already retrieved the hardened bird eggs from the fire. Seeing her safe and sound, Lin Xia relaxed that he had been anxious when sent to fetch water, his mind wandering. Upon arriving at the location, he suddenly remembered that he had left Bai Yingying alone. Concerned for her, he hurried back, now drenched in sweat with a flushed face at Xia. Bai Yingying ignored his unusual state and signaled to him that it was time for lunch. Lin Xia was about to apologize when he was taken aback by the 2 lumps of mud she pointed at. Bai Yingying kindly explained, "These are the bird eggs you brought back, that if roasted directly, they would burst. Wrapping them in mud and cooking them slowly is the way to go." Lin Xia's eyes lit up at her words. They had always eaten the eggs raw without considering how to cook them. He slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that?" Bird eggs are fragile, and he had intended to bring a few back for Bai Yingying to nourish her. But they had broken during the journey due to various reasons that if they could be cooked, they could provide some much-needed nutrition when meat was scarce. Bai Yingying deftly cracked open the mud coating, revealing the already cooked bird egg. With a beaming smile, she said to Xia, "You peel the shell. I'm afraid it's too hot." Curiosity piqued, Lin Xia quickly obliged, first mimicking Bai Yingying as he cracked open another mud-covered egg, then skillfully peeling the shell. The cooked shell crumbled easily with a gentle squeeze, and as he removed it, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, enchanting both Lin Xia and Bai Yingying, who often found themselves hungry. Lin Xia whispered in awe, "The roasted egg smells so good." The eggs they usually consumed had a strong fishy taste and a sticky texture, lacking the nutritional value of fresh meat, which deterred many orcs from eating them. Furthermore, stealing eggs was perilous. The nests were often placed high, and if discovered by a large bird, combat would be challenging, resulting in a high risk of injury or death. Being land-dwelling creatures, orcs naturally had a fear of heights, which is why they seldom dared to steal bird eggs or consider cooking them, thus missing out on such a delectable food source. Chapter 13. The search. There is something even more fragrant. Bai Ying took the peeled egg from his hand, gently splitting it in half to reveal the golden yolk, the enticing aroma intensifying. Handing him the other half, she encouraged, "Eat up, it's nutritious and delicious." Lin Xian nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Once they finished the 2 eggs, Lin Xia felt a tinge of regret. He licked his lips and lamented, "There are 5 eggs in the nest. Had I known, I would have taken the whole clutch." In truth, he had considered it, but he could only manage to carry 2 in a way. Bai Ying shook her head, jokingly adding, "If you took them all, the bird mother would go mad searching for them. Leave a few. She needs to care for the other eggs, and 1 tea come looking for you, the egg thief." Lin Xia chuckled, nodding in agreement. "You rewrite. I completely forgot." After enjoying a delightful lunch, the 2 prepared to set off in search of a suitable cave to inhabit. Bai Ying reminded him, "Xia, make sure to cover the dirt in the fire pit to extinguish the flames. Remember to seal it tightly. In the forest, fire is perilous, easily leading to wildfires. When starting a fire, it is crucial to isolate flammable materials, and when leaving, all embers must be completely extinguished should a fire break out. Both they and the creatures of the forest would perish." "All right, I'll take care of it," Lin Xia understood, recalling the numerous warnings given to families possessing fire in the tribe. Bai Ying returned to the cave, dragging out a beast skin bag. She intended for Lin Xia to carry it, making their journey easier and allowing them to move quicker. Once they found a cave, if time ran short to return for the bag, they would still have something to sleep on. After preparing everything, the 2 set off once more. A suitable refuge must not only be adequately sized but also located appropriately. For instance, is it an area frequented by wild beasts? Will rain flood the cave? Is it exposed to strong winds? Is it too damp, attracting insects? Is it situated in a landslide-prone zone? Is it along a path susceptible to flash floods? And is the entrance sufficiently concealed? For long-term residents, there are numerous factors to consider. They also could not stray too far from the tribe, so they meandered nearby for 2 to 3 hours, but failed to find a satisfactory natural cave. Bai Ying, whose body was unaccustomed to exertion, was now panting heavily. She leaned against a large tree to catch her breath before turning to Lin Xia, saying, "We can't stray too far from the tribe. If it comes to it, we should settle for a nearby shelter." "I think the same," Lin Xia agreed. "Nothing is more important than safety. After all, their beast forms are not large, as long as they can fit inside. It suffices." They tacitly relaxed their criteria, investigating any cave that appeared promising. Before long, they discovered a particularly suitable cave situated on a rocky slope, conveniently positioned around a corner, with surrounding vegetation providing concealment. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing 1 person to pass, but the interior was spacious, approximately 30 square meters, with the highest point reaching 3 meters. Most importantly, the cave was relatively dry and showed no signs of recent habitation by small animals. Aside from the minor inconvenience of navigating up and down, it was practically the perfect dwelling. "This is it," Bai Ying decisively announced. Lin Xia beamed with joy. "Great. This is the place." They had found a home. Bai Ying carefully examined the cave's environment and deemed it wise to smoke it out first. "All right, I'll go find some herbs to repel insects," Lin Xia promptly agreed. The 2 became busy. Bai Ying collected dry twigs near their home, while Lin Xia gathered herbs for repelling insects nearby. In less than half an hour, they were ready. As thick smoke began to rise within the cave, the small insects that had been hiding in the corners scurried out. Once the smoke began to dissipate, Lin Xia took a bundle of twigs, using it as a broom to sweep away the dirt and debris from the floor. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he remembered to turn back and remind her, "Ying, I'm going to sweep the floor. It's quite dusty inside. Wait for me outside and call if you need anything. Be good and don't wander off." He felt that the little female he had been caring for was far too industrious, always eager to lend a hand, which made him quite worried. Bai Ying smiled gently, waving her hand at him. "Go on. I'll wait for you at the door." Once Lin Xia entered, she obediently refrained from wandering about and began to meticulously observe the surroundings at her doorstep, contemplating any potential renovations for the future. After all, they were to reside here for a month, a duration that, while not excessively long, was by no means trivial. Bai Yingying had scarcely considered the time when a voice called out from behind her. Lin Xia poked her head out from within the cave. "Yingying, come in and see if you are satisfied." "I'm coming." Bai Yingying turned and walked into the cave. Upon her entrance, she was greeted by a peculiar scent reminiscent of mugwort, mingled with a bitter herbal aroma. This was the lingering fragrance from the medicinal herbs that had been burned earlier. Overall, it was not overpowering, and Bai Yingying found it tolerable. What delighted her was the transformation within the cave. Lin Xia was truly a meticulous male beast-man. He not only cleaned the floor, but also cleared away the spider webs that had previously adorned the ceiling. Lin Xia was in the process of laying down a piece of animal hide on a relatively flat section of the ground when he remarked, "Yingying, you must be tired. Lie down here for a moment while I finish sprinkling the medicinal powder that I in their tribe." Each household received a ration of medicinal powder every 2 weeks to scatter within their dwelling for pest control, which proved quite effective. The Bai family had brought along a substantial amount of this powder on their journey. Bai Yingying felt immensely satisfied. Although Lin Xia, whom she had coaxed into accompanying her, lacked strength, he was sincere, attentive, and thoughtful. Being cared for so tenderly was an entirely novel experience for Bai Yingying, who had always prided herself on her independence and self-reliance. Thus, she found it difficult to refuse. "All right, I shall rest for a while." Bai Yingying, with a sense of rightful contentment, removed her animal skin boots and reclined upon the hide. The animal skin was not particularly thick, and the uneven surface of the rocky ground made it uncomfortable against her body. Shifting slightly, she suggested to Xia, "Could you accompany me to gather some twigs and leaves later? It would be more comfortable to place them beneath the hide, that I isn't bothering you." Lin Xia turned back, noticing Bai Yingying's stiff posture, and immediately furrowed his brow in concern. Without waiting for her answer, he reached out to feel the uneven areas beneath her. Realizing the discomfort, he quickly embraced her, saying, "It was my oversight. Get up quickly. I will lay down a few more layers for you." Bai Yingying wrapped her arms around his neck, using his support to rise, and was shifted to a corner of the hide as she awaited his efforts. As she observed Lin Xia diligently retrieving more animal hides, layering them one upon the other, his earnest demeanor struck her as somewhat reminiscent of a devoted husband. Bai Yingying gazed at Lin Xia, her eyes softening in a manner she herself was unaware of. All done, Lin Xia finally finished arranging the hides and turned to assist Bai Yingying. "Yingying, why don't you take a nap for a bit? I will call for you once I'm finished done." Bai Yingying responded softly, and just as she settled down, a layer of soft fox fur was draped over her. At that moment, she was cushioned by a thick layer of animal hide beneath her and covered with a plush blanket of fur, causing her once icy heart to warm for an instant. Chapter 14. A new home. Lin Xia affectionately brushed her cheek, saying, "Sleep now." Bai Yingying blinked in acknowledgement and obediently closed her eyes to drift into slumber. Her features were quite pleasant, with large, round eyes, a petite nose, and slightly upturned lips that formed a charming smile. Particularly striking were her thick, curled eyelashes when her eyes were shut. However, her complexion was pale and drawn, coupled with her white hair, which rendered her appearance somewhat aged and not in line with the aesthetic of the beast-man. Within the tribe, she was often referred to as the unattractive woman. Yet, Lin Xia regarded her as the most beautiful female in the tribe, that he gazed at Bai Yingying's sleeping face with adoration for a moment before resuming his tasks. Originally, Bai Yingying intended to merely rest her eyes. Yet unexpectedly, she fell into a deep sleep. That was not until Lin Xia entered, carrying a large bundle of dry twigs and leaves, that she awoke. Lin Xia avoided the cave entrance, selecting a flat patch of ground as their resting place. He placed the branches and leaves aside, meticulously arranging them to ensure a smoother surface for sleeping. Bai Yingying approached, eager to assist. Lin Xia promptly declined, saying, "Yingying, please eat dinner first. I will be done shortly." It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and both were quite hungry. Bai Yingying smiled sweetly. "I wish to help you set up our new home." Upon hearing her words, Lin Xia felt as though fireworks were exploding in his mind. The words of refusal caught in his throat. After stumbling over a few phrases, he ultimately relented. Together, they arranged the bed they would be sleeping on for a month, which filled Lin Xia with excitement. The anxiety and unease that had accumulated since the previous day dissipated entirely as they completed the bed. The once bulging animal hide was neatly folded and placed beside the bed. While their provisions were arranged atop it, the broom used for sweeping was propped upright at the cave entrance. These were all their current possessions. Once I retrieve the other animal hide tomorrow, we can hang the skin curtain. And it will be quite similar to our previous home, Lin Xia said cheerfully. Bai Yingying, somewhat puzzled by his enthusiasm despite their sparse surroundings, nodded in agreement, offering an obedient smile. Lin Xia hurriedly swept out the debris from the ground and quickly tidied up the vegetation outside the cave, ensuring it concealed the entrance before returning inside. Bai Yingying had prepared their meal. Today, Lin Xia had only brought back 2 eggs, which they had consumed at noon. She had sliced off a piece of jerky the length of her finger and gathered a few fruits. Though these would barely suffice, in the absence of other food sources, it felt quite lavish. After all, there were no hot springs here to send Lin Xia foraging for fruit. However, considering the dangers of the wilderness, maintaining some physical strength was essential, so they had to eat. Bai Yingying swallowed her food and looked at Lin Xia with hopeful eyes. Xia, I would like to boil some hot water to drink. All right, that I will start grinding the stone pot tonight. Lin Xia replied without hesitation that he finished his food in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and set off to select stones. The cave contained several stones of various sizes, which he had deliberately left behind to serve as furniture for placing items. Now, they were coming in handy, that he selected the appropriate stones, transformed back into his beast form, and began to carve them with his claws. Thankfully, beastmen typically possessed night vision, or it would be impossible to accomplish anything in the dim cave. Bai Yingying watched him deftly wielding his claws, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This was the essence of mutual understanding. Lin Xia, without a hint of doubt or reluctance, set to work, leaving her at a loss for words. She intended to gather some wild vegetables the following day to prepare a vegetable and meat soup, both comforting and a way to incorporate more vegetables into their diet. Of course, it would be even better if they encountered small animals nearby. Perhaps with her skills and a dagger, she could successfully hunt one, that despite the slow pace of her chewing, Bai Yingying quickly finished her meal. She sighed softly, realizing that even in this new world, hunger would still be a companion. However, the area was rich in resources. As long as one had strength, starvation would not be an issue that if Lin Xia failed to hunt small animals the next day. She planned to accompany him on the hunt. Their chances of success would certainly increase if they worked together. She could no longer endure the humiliation of hunger. Bai Yingying lay on the bed, watching as a gray-furred rabbit vigorously sharpened the stone. Perhaps due to the cave's soundproofing, it was eerily quiet, with only the soft rasping of the stone being heard. After a considerable time, Lin Xia turned to look at her. Their eyes meeting, he bashfully turned his head away, murmuring, tomorrow I plan to hunt in a farther location, so I might return a bit late, don't. Bai Yingying gently cautioned, don't go too far that I will worry about you. Her concern was genuine. Allowing such a novice to venture too far made her quite uneasy that if something were to happen to Lin Xia, she would be hard-pressed to survive alone in the wilderness for long. Bai Yingying's tender words filled Lin Xia with a surge of courage. His eyes ignited with determination as he assured her, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will definitely bring back some meat. Seeing him invigorated, Bai Yingying's smile faded, and she said solemnly, I only hope you return safely. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to wait for death. Lin Xia's previously fiery enthusiasm instantly cooled, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a while, he finally managed to reply, all right, that I will be careful. As night deepened, larger beasts emerged to hunt, filling the forest with commotion. The sounds echoed even within the cave, indicating the presence of formidable creatures nearby. Bai Yingying glanced toward the cave entrance and softly suggested, let us sleep now, that it's best not to make any noise to avoid attracting the beasts nearby to. Lin Xia replied quietly, brushing the dust off his claws before shifting back into human form and climbing into bed. The bed was not very large, about 1.2 meters wide. Given their shorter stature and slender frames, there was ample space for both. The bed was positioned away from the rocky walls to prevent accidentally bumping into sharp stones while sleeping. The arrangement of branches and leaves created a higher outer edge, ensuring that they wouldn't roll off in their sleep. Lin Xia had executed this with great skill, and Bai Yingying found it quite comfortable. Once in bed, Lin Xia pulled her close and whispered in her ear, Once I retrieve the package tomorrow, we will have extra animal hides for pillows. For tonight, you can make do with my arm. All right. The searing breath caressed by Ying's ear, intertwined with the ambiguous words exchanged, creating an illusion as if a different person stood before her. Startled, Bai Ying lifted her gaze to meet his, only to find Lin Xia's face adorned with his customary shyness. As their eyes locked, Lin Xia's kiss descended upon her. Bai Ying tightened her grip, yet she did not refuse. She pondered that having consumed the fertility pill for merely a day, it would be unkind to deny such a spirited young man. Fearing that her rejection might sow doubt in Lin Xia's heart and disrupt the hunting expedition plan for the morrow. Soon, however, her mind was too occupied to dwell further on such thoughts. This time, the duration spent in the tribe was considerably longer than the previous day, leaving Bai Ying somewhat overwhelmed. Yet Lin Xia yearned for a second encounter, which Bai Ying feigned weakness to decline. She swiftly fell into a deep slumber, while Lin Xia, holding her close, finally succumbed to sleep after much restraint. Chapter 15. Deviation at the break of dawn. Lin Xia stealthily departed the cave. Bai Ying only opened her eyes after his absence. Lin Xia believed his movements were exceedingly light, yet the moment he shifted, Bai Ying was already awake. She chose to ignore him, remaining still. Turning her head to glance at the food storage, it was evident that the provisions were intact. Having retained a habit from the apocalypse, she meticulously kept track of the food supply. Lin Xia's early departure without food suggested he had gone to retrieve their supplies from the earth cave, intending to wait for her to awaken before sharing a meal. Bai Ying reclined, carefully reflecting on the events of the past 2 days. Perhaps one might call this a review. Lin Xia's every action was impeccable. His sincere affection indeed provided her with a modicum of warmth that he was a temporary source of trust and reliance, yet it was far from sufficient to truly move her. Bai Ying had long experienced the depths of human depravity, revealing itself only in dire circumstances. She needed to ensure her safety and survival during such times, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous methods. Such is the nature of humanity. Lin Xia returned shortly, burdened with a hide pouch. After hastily sharing 2 fruits with Bai Ying, he departed for hunting. Bai Ying, ever restless and with no provisions to occupy her, could hardly remain still. She did not even organize the supplies Lin Xia had brought back, but instead slung the empty hide pouch over her shoulder and armed herself with a dagger before venturing out. The forest during the day was somewhat quieter than at night. Bai Ying tread cautiously, her hide pouch in tow, meticulously identifying edible wild vegetables. While she recognized few, the original owner possessed some knowledge in this area. However, due to the original's frailty, her familiarity with wild greens was similarly limited. Furthermore, not all plants are safe for consumption. Many possess potent toxins with various parts, leaves, roots, or sap. Being harmful to indiscriminately gather without knowledge is tantamount to courting death. The edible herbs on the Beastman continent have been discerned at the cost of lives. Bai Ying dared not be careless. Moreover, common vegetables from before her transmigration had been selectively cultivated, rendering her unfamiliar with their wild counterparts. She could only proceed with caution, verifying her identifications with great care. As spring had only just begun, the tender shoots of wild vegetables had just begun to emerge, adding to her difficulties in identification. Nonetheless, Bai Ying had long adapted to surviving in the crevices of adversity. Patience was her greatest virtue. Even in the face of hardship, she refused to surrender easily, diligently continuing her search in the forest. Plants were abundant. Finding even a small patch could sustain her for a day. Suddenly, Bai Ying's eyes brightened as she deftly hurled her dagger, striking true and pinning a green snake of nearly 2 meters in length against a tree. Before she could lament her waning strength, she noted her accuracy still held. Yet, the green snake struggled fiercely, dislodging the dagger and disappearing into the underbrush. Bai Ying was taken aback. She had pierced the creature at its vital 7-inch mark. Anyone with knowledge would recognize that a strike to the 7-inch point is invariably fatal. Yet, the snakes of the Beastman continent seemed to defy such conventions that no, she thought, snakes bear grudges, and she had not ventured far. The cave lay nearby, posing a significant risk. Hastily, Bai Ying approached to retrieve her dagger, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Though she wished to avoid danger, it was prudent to seize the opportunity while the creature was weakened. The snake had opted for flight rather than attack, indicating it was likely at the end of its strength, an opportune moment to pursue. Bai Yingying picked up a stick from the ground, using it to probe the trail of blood as she followed. Even in this moment, she remained vigilant. Mindless pursuit could lead her into a trap. With the stick, she searched for the blood's direction while keeping her senses alert. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a flash of green from the upper right. Instinctively, she turned her head to evade. Her body twisted, and she instinctively swept the stick horizontally with her left hand while thrusting the dagger forward with her right. Thud. The dagger met flesh, blood splattering in an instant. In that fleeting second, as she evaded, she struck back. The stick blocked the snake's gaping jaws while the dagger plunged into its head, delivering a fatal blow. The lifeless body of the green snake plummeted from the branches, landing with a dull thud, a faint metallic scent of blood spreading in the air. Bai Yingying cautiously scanned her surroundings, ensuring no hidden threats loomed before she gasped for breath. Internally, she berated herself. This body felt utterly foreign, nearly leading her to her demise. More practice was essential. The snake's triangular head and slender neck unmistakably indicated it was venomous, that a single bite would likely render her in need of a cool, shaded spot to lie down, lest her corpse reek too soon. After a moment of self-deprecation, she poked the snake's head repeatedly with the stick, waiting until she was certain its nervous responses had ceased before examining the carcass. She was deeply curious why it had not succumbed despite the fatal strike. Upon her inspection, she realized that the anatomy of the snakes on the Beastman continent differed significantly from those on Earth. Her initial judgment of the 7-inch mark had been slightly off, resulting in her failure to penetrate the heart. This illustrated Bai Yingying's lack of understanding of wild beasts that if she wished to hunt in the future, she would need to learn from Lin Xia. Otherwise, a single miscalculation could cost her life. Bai Yingying shifted her sore arm. She had been too tense and exerted herself excessively, leaving her utterly fatigued. In the future, she needed not only to learn the art of hunting, but also to strengthen her body. She placed a hand on her abdomen with a sigh, aware that both endeavors must consider the little ones growing within. The snake's blood was minimal, unlikely to draw formidable beasts with its scent, but caution was still warranted regarding nearby small animals. Bai Yingying gathered a handful of leaves to wipe the blood from the snake's body before dragging its tail back toward the cave. Though she had faced danger today, her efforts had not been in vain. Soon, she would have meat to eat. However, she lamented the absence of salt. The trade system on the Beastman continent still relied on bartering, and salt remained a scarce resource, primarily coarse salt. There existed lake and sea salt, yet the distance between the Sunset Mountains and the salt-producing regions was considerable. The journey was fraught with peril, and most beastmen were ill-equipped for such burdensome transport. Thus, the majority of merchants were avian beastmen, capable of flight, which greatly facilitated their travels. Yet their carrying capacity was limited, and salt's weight rendered it a rare commodity. This scarcity explained why beastmen predominantly consumed raw meat. The blood of wild beasts contained a certain degree of salt. The precious salt acquired through trade was reserved for preserving meat for the winter. The hunting tribe exchanged fine beast hides for salt, and in the Sunset Mountains, wild beasts were plentiful. During the bountiful summer months, they skinned the beasts on site, leaving the meat behind. The summer season also presents an opportune moment for the tanning of animal hides. In the original owner's recollection, merchants would only arrive in the autumn. By that time, the tribespeople had accumulated a significant amount, each household clutching a substantial stack of animal skins, only to exchange them for a mere jar of coarse salt. The coarse salt exchanged by the Bai family had long been exhausted during the early winter meat curing. Chapter 16. Astonishment. Bai Yingying returned to the cave, dragging a nearly 2-meter-long snake, panting heavily from exhaustion. The most pressing concern was that she had no idea how to properly handle the snake. The skin would certainly need to be stripped, and if she carelessly slashed at it with a dagger, it would undoubtedly lead to a waste of precious meat. After a moment of indecision, Bai Yingying resolved to wait for Lin Xia to return before addressing the matter. She rested in the cave for nearly an hour before venturing out once more. However, she was not keen on encountering any wild beasts again. Without salt for curing, they had to hunt fresh meat daily, and any excess would only lead to wasteful exertion. Presently, she sought to see if there were any sweet potatoes nearby. Bai Yingying discovered that the sweet potatoes Lin Xia spoke of were akin to the ones found on Earth. Sweet potatoes are an excellent source of carbohydrates. When cooked, they provide a strong sense of fullness. Regrettably, it was likely that the cereal plants had only recently sprouted. Otherwise, rice paired with meat would be a dish she longed to savor again in her dreams, that if only she could also consume some fruits and vegetables daily. It would constitute a most reasonable nutritional balance. Carbohydrates, protein, vitamins, a perfect combination. Bai Ying did not wander far, instead meandering nearby. Ultimately, she did not locate any sweet potatoes but did find some rather resilient grass. She planned to gather a fair amount to weave a few small baskets for storing surplus food. As noon approached, she spotted Lin Xia returning, shouldering a stick adorned with meat. Ying. Lin Xia quickly noticed her, waving excitedly and hastening towards her. His eyes sparkled with delight. Ying, I caught a mole today. We have meat, a mole. Bai Ying recalled that a mole was pitifully small, and even if magnified several times on the Beastman continent, it would not be significantly larger. She estimated that the meat Lin Xia had brought back weighed around 2 pounds, likely the entirety of the catch. You didn't eat? Bai Ying inquired. Lin Xia smiled awkwardly. I did eat. Bai Ying, disinterested in playing guessing games, led him back while conversing. I killed a snake at my doorstep today and was waiting for you to help me deal with it. Lin Xia was taken aback, quickly catching up to her and firmly grasping her shoulder, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and earnestly asking, You truly weren't bitten? With a hint of exasperation, Bai Ying replied, I really wasn't, that I've already dragged the snake body back into the cave. Lin Xia immediately released her, shouldering the stick, and hurried into the cave, before Bai Ying could reach the entrance. He rushed back out like a gust of wind, his face etched with concern. Ying, you really weren't bitten? Lin Xia blocked her path, squatting down to lift the hem of Bai Ying's beast robe. Inspecting her lower legs, Bai Ying did not resist nor offer further explanation. An amount of words could convey the truth better than allowing Lin Xia to see for himself. After his inspection, Lin Xia stood and observed Bai Ying's complexion, which indeed did not resemble that of someone afflicted by snake venom. However, Lin Xia appeared even more perplexed and astonished that he murmured, That was a blue-tear venomous snake. If I had seen it, I would have had to avoid it at all costs. Have you forgotten? I possess divine weaponry. Bai Ying revealed her dagger. Lin Xia's mind was a chaotic jumble that the Beastman continent. From ancient times to the present, females were regarded as weak and in need of protection. Not to mention a blue-tear venomous snake. Even the lowest-tier purple creatures would be arduous for a female to hunt. If one encountered a blue tier, merely escaping would be considered fortunate. Yet, Bai Ying's actions defied his understanding, which had been shaped over the years that he was so taken aback that he struggled to articulate a response. Bai Ying, somewhat irritated by his reaction, asked in a subdued tone, Xia, do you truly believe that females are all incapable? Lin Xia instinctively nodded, then shook his head fervently. I don't think females are incapable. I believe females are quite useful, capable of bearing offspring. But his face flushed as he struggled to clarify his thoughts, his words a jumbled mess. Observing his extreme nervousness, Bai Ying felt her irritation dissipate. It was akin to someone on Earth revealing that the country had adopted a polyandry system. She too would find it hard to believe and accept. There's no need to be anxious. I am not angry, Bai Ying's tone softened. What you mean to say is that males and females each fulfill their roles and are equally valuable, but it is indeed a fact that females are not adept at hunting and are physically weaker. And being able to independently hunt blue-tier beasts, is what astonishes you and makes it hard for you to believe that am I correct? While she spoke, Lin Xia nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Yes, that is exactly the point. Ying, I examined the wounds on the green, venomous snake. They are indeed of a shape I have never seen before, similar to your dagger. Lin Xia's gaze fixated on the dagger in her hand, once again overwhelmed with astonishment. Perhaps it was not mere coincidence that Bai Ying had used this peculiar weapon to sever the tongue of a toad. Yes, Bai Ying affirmed. Lin Xia had initially thought the previous encounter was merely a fluke. He acknowledged that this was an unprecedented weapon, a sharp tool that could prove effective in certain situations. However, he had not considered its potential to be so formidable that even a frail female could slay a venomous blue-tier snake. It was known that even a green-tier beastman might not be able to escape unscathed. Being bitten by a venomous snake would lead to death if suitable herbs were not found quickly, a fate that most beastmen would prefer to avoid. Yet Bai Ying, a female, had successfully hunted and emerged unscathed. The impact of this revelation was monumental for Lin Xia. Bai Ying understood but could not comprehend why Lin Xia was so astounded. The two were not on the same wavelength. their perceptions diverging significantly. Perhaps due to Lin Xia's youth, he would eventually come to accept it after some time, but he had already come to regard this as a divine artifact. A gift from the beast god. While Bai Ying was undoubtedly a divine maiden sent by the beast god to the beast man continent, Lin Xia felt a surge of panic, but suddenly recalled Bai Ying's earlier words, which brought him a sense of relief. Regardless of who Bai Ying was, she was now his partner. Lin Xia finally smiled, taking Bai Ying's hand as they headed into the cave. Ying, no matter who you are, I will forever protect you and follow you. His tone seemed to bear the weight of a vow, yet it was delivered so casually, as if it were a simple declaration. Bai Ying did not take it to heart, quietly releasing a sigh of relief. She was genuinely fearful that Lin Xia would label her a freak and then turn to flee. She too felt a tinge of confusion. After all, Lin Xia had not reacted so intensely the last time. It could only be attributed to the previous encounter lacking enough impact on him. Chapter 17. Feasting on meat at this moment, the two had returned to the cave. Bai Ying was taken aback upon seeing the snake body. When she had departed, there had been no insects in the cave, yet now, the snake corpse was teeming with tiny bugs, creating a rather repulsive sight. Lin Xia swiftly grasped the snake's tail, saying, Ying, you eat first. I will drag the snake body outside to deal with it. Okay. Hurry back, Bai Ying replied with a faint smile. Once Lin Xia exited the cave, her expression fell. She had forgotten that in this place, corpses would attract insects. Concerned that their prey would be stolen, she had unwittingly dragged the body into her home. In this post-apocalyptic world, apart from anomalous creatures and humans, all other life forms had vanished. And she had no experience in such matters. Her memories were still rooted in the days of purchasing food to be handled in a kitchen at home, forgetting entirely that such conditions did not exist here. The insects, lacking a target, flitted around aimlessly for a time before converging upon the bloodstains left behind. Bai Ying knew that these bloodstains needed to be properly addressed. Otherwise, they would continue to attract insects. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured outside to find a suitable stone, using it to crush all the bugs. She then went out to gather firewood. Fortunately, she had only dragged the snake corpse to the cave entrance, making it easier to handle. Bai Ying swiftly and deftly repositioned several larger stones within the cave, encircling the area where the bugs had gathered, leaving only a gap. She then placed easily ignitable dry twigs atop the insect carcasses, intending to ignite them and subsequently light the dry twigs. Watching the flames dance, with smoke curling towards the cave entrance, she soon heard the crackling sounds of the fire. Finally, she let out a breath of relief. Lacking a better method to mask the odor, she had to resort to burning it. That it was fortuitous that she could also have something warm to eat, although the stone pot was not yet prepared. Today's hunting task had been accomplished, and Lin Xia could now focus on crafting at home. Upon Lin Xia's return, he found Bai Ying outside collecting firewood, smoke wafting from the cave entrance. Seeing the sweat glistening on Bai Ying's face pained him. Ying, you should rest. Let me gather the firewood. Lin Xia spoke as he hurriedly dove into the cave to deposit the snake meat he had skillfully prepared. The entire snake, stripped of its head, tail, innards, and skin, remained as a long segment of approximately 1 meter, carefully wrapped in leaves and tightly secured with vines. He placed it directly on the ground without concern. After setting down the snake meat, Lin Xia noticed the mole meat he had brought back remained untouched. He furrowed his brows and quickly stepped outside, colliding head-on with Bai Ying, who was carrying dry firewood. Cough, cough, cough. The two of them collided at the cave's entrance, both choking and coughing from the thick smoke. Bai Ying hastily urged Lin Xia into the cave, her voice tinged with exasperation as she asked, Cough, cough. What are you in such a rush for? Having stifled his cough, Lin Xia quickly draped his arm over her shoulder, expressing concern. Ying, are you all right? It's my fault. I saw you hadn't eaten, and I grew anxious wanting to find you. Cough. I'm fine now. That I wanted to wait for you to return so we could eat together. Bai Ying covered her mouth, lightly coughing, her eyes watering from the smoke, making her appear quite pitiful. Next time, don't wait for me. Freshly hunted meat tastes better. Leave the other matters to me. Lin Xia gently patted her back, pursed his lips, and cautiously suggested, Next time we catch something, let us not bring it back right away. Instead, find a place to cover it with branches and leaves until I return to process it. Yes, this time I was too careless. Bai Ying approached the spot where Lin Xia had placed the mole meat. "No, Ying, you've done remarkably well." Lin Xia smiled, his eyes curving with warmth. "I will teach you some basic survival knowledge for the wilderness in the future." He returned to the cave entrance, bending down to collect the dry wood that had fallen to the ground. Placing it in the corner, Bai Ying had already begun to eat the mole meat Lin Xia had brought back. Upon seeing him return, she tore a piece of meat from the wooden stick and handed it to him with a cheerful smile. "Now you can teach while eating too." The mole meat Lin Xia brought back was pure meat, sliced with sharp claws, ready for immediate consumption. Lin Xia dusted off his hands, smiling even brighter. "All right, let us eat together." "Yes." Bai Ying and Lin Xia sat on the ground, each tearing into their respective pieces of meat that Lin Xia ate. He explained the earlier events. Generally speaking, small prey has little blood, and the scent dissipates quickly, hardly attracting other wild beasts. The carcass can be processed on-site as long as the meat is preserved. Unprocessed prey should not be brought back home and placed on the ground. Its scent will attract certain pests. Even if the cave has been treated with insect repellent powder, do not underestimate these pests. They can multiply rapidly and, over time, steal a significant amount of meat. Moreover, the shaman has mentioned that meat infested by too many pests can lead to illness if consumed. It should not be eaten unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, hunting teams are particularly cautious when bringing back prey, ensuring that the carcasses do not touch the ground. Hunting team, Bai Ying expressed keen interest in the hunting team. Lin Xia nodded, saying, "Typically, high-ranking beastmen from the hunting team avoid lethal force, aiming to capture prey alive, making it fresher when brought back to the tribe." That he felt a twinge of shame. "I still cannot grasp that balance. Capturing prey alive is a skill, not just brute strength. If too light-handed, the prey may escape or worse, retaliate. If too heavy-handed, the prey dies instantly. It's manageable in other seasons. But if large prey is brought back to the tribe in the summer, it spoils quickly, leading to potential illness." Bai Ying realized, recalling the original owner's memories, that sometimes the hunting team would be away for 3 to 5 days, and this was how they brought back their prey. Lin Xia continued, "However, during this season, it does not matter. With the onset of spring, the abundance of prey means the hunting teams do not have to venture far to gather plenty of food, which can be stored for longer. Early spring is also the time to clear the area around the tribe of wild beasts, preventing an overabundance that could pose a danger to the tribe. I brought you here because the hunting team has already cleared this area. Living here means we face little danger." Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something. However, sometimes when they hunt large prey, the hunting team must swiftly leave the scene with the carcass, moving against the wind to avoid the strong scent of blood that could attract more beasts, posing a significant risk if encountered directly. Yet, our rabbit hunting tribe rarely captures large prey unless assisted by the neighboring Golden Dog tribe. Bai Ying nodded repeatedly, piecing together some conclusions, primarily regarding the beast form. Their rabbit hunting beast forms are too small, seemingly unable to break through the inherent barriers of talent. Their tribe boasts over 200 years of history. Yet the highest-ranking beastmen have only achieved yellow-level strength. Bai Ying, while enjoying her meat, listened intently to Lin Xia as he shared fundamental hunting knowledge, finding it quite fascinating. However, Lin Xia's haul was too meager, hardly sufficient. After consuming a small piece, Bai Ying decided to roast the snake meat instead. She instructed Lin Xia to divide the snake's body into segments with a dagger, while she skewered a piece of snake meat with a wooden stick and began to roast it. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Finally enjoying cooked food, Bai Ying felt immensely satisfied. Lin Xia preferred raw meat, only sampling one skewer before abstaining. They savored their respective favorites. Both felt a profound sense of joy that on the second day after leaving the tribe, they had both successfully hunted for food independently. This was a promising beginning, a future full of possibilities. Chapter 18. Excitement time swiftly passed. The stars shifting in the sky. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Ying and Lin Xia had successfully lived outside the tribe for 23 days. One afternoon, as light rain pattered outside the cave, Bai Ying was inside, using a dagger to split bamboo, when she felt a slight movement in her lower abdomen. Raising an eyebrow, she called to Lin Xia, who was working nearby. "Xia, I'm pregnant." Lin Xia was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Since the third day after moving into the cave, Bai Ying had set rules with him, stating that they could only engage in intimacy every 3 days. although he had completely doubted Bai Ying could conceive. He had still adhered to their agreement, exercising restraint. Now, hearing her confidently declare her pregnancy, he could hardly believe it, feeling somewhat flustered. How did married males typically react when their partners announce such news? Lin Xia, in a daze, held a half-finished basket he had just woven, remaining silent. After Bai Ying successfully hunted a venomous snake on her own, Lin Xia no longer regarded her as an ordinary female. Thus, when Bai Ying proposed hunting together, he hesitated only for a moment before agreeing. Bai Ying possessed the capability. If he didn't allow her to join, she would venture out alone anyway, so it was better for them to hunt together. Their efficiency and safety in hunting were significantly enhanced. With Bai Ying's involvement, Lin Xia found hunting much more manageable. Once they detected the trail of a beast, they could launch a coordinated attack, greatly increasing their chances of success. Since then, they had never been short on meat. With sufficient food, Bai Ying began experimenting with other things. After discovering a bamboo grove, she started weaving bamboo baskets, following the rain. She would take Lin Xia to dig for bamboo shoots and prepare a pot of fresh bamboo shoot and meat bone soup in a stone pot. Bai Ying had learned to weave bamboo baskets from her grandfather in her childhood. But due to the passage of time, she had to try numerous times before gradually crafting something recognizable. Unfortunately, while her grandfather had been skilled in many weaving techniques, she had only mastered basket weaving. However, Lin Xia exhibited remarkable talent in this area. Within just a few days, he surpassed Bai Ying's skills, even crafting a small basket under her guidance and description. The small basket he held was specifically made for Bai Ying. Lin Xia was deeply lost in thought. Bai Ying, exasperated, raised her voice. "Xia, come here." Lin Xia finally snapped out of his reverie and noticed that Bai Ying had somehow lain down on the bed. Smiling as she gently caressed her abdomen, Xia, Bai Ying waved him over. "Come feel." Lin Xia set down the half-finished piece in his hand, mechanically rising to sit beside her on the bed. The rustling sounds of branches and grass beneath him were familiar. Typically, any movement on the bed would produce such noises. However, for some reason, the sound that had often been heard now felt like it was tickling the very edges of his heart. It was both itchy and warm, causing discomfort throughout his body. Just then, a slender hand grasped his, guiding it to rest on her warm, smooth abdomen. Bai Ying chuckled softly. "Feel carefully. The little ones are quite healthy." She had awaited this day for quite some time, having once doubted whether the birthing potion from the birthing system would allow the little seeds to sprout in such barren soil. Now, her heart was finally at ease. Bai Ying had nurtured her condition for over half a month, and her vitality was visibly restored. Her once pale face now bore a hint of color, though still lacking in flesh. It was at least a touch more rosy. Lin Xia also appeared more spirited than before. Due to an excessive consumption of meat, Lin Xia no longer resembled a mere skeleton. Instead, he had acquired a certain refined, lean appearance. His hand rested upon Bai Ying's delicate abdomen, and after a full minute, he finally felt the barely perceptible flutter beneath his palm. Startled, he withdrew his hand, his expression one of disbelief. "Did I ask this truly happening?" Bai Ying's face darkened. "Do you think I would lie to you? In a few days, when we return to the tribe, the shaman will confirm it with a mere touch that I am in the realm of the beast men." Medical practices were exceedingly primitive. Pulse-taking was non-existent, and all diagnoses were reliant on the shaman's intuition and experience. Thus, though the pregnancy lasted only 3 months, it would take a month to ascertain whether a female was indeed pregnant. Lin Xia fixated on Bai Ying's abdomen for a prolonged moment before slowly raising his gaze, his eyes brimming with hope that it might have become a father. Bai Ying nodded affirmatively. Yes, that in a sudden burst of energy. Lin Xia sprang to his feet, his face flushed crimson, pacing excitedly by the entrance before dashing out into the open. Ying is pregnant. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to have a child. I am so happy. Great beast God, I am to become a father. My beloved Ying, and I shall have offspring. Even from within the cave, Bai Ying could hear Lin Xia's exuberant shouts echoing outside. She momentarily froze, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, that very moment. She felt the reality of her pregnancy and sensed Lin Xia's uncontained joy. However, after a while, Lin Xia had yet to return, and the outside fell silent. Bai Ying strained her ears to listen. Aside from the sound of rain, Lin Xia's voice was absent. She sighed, realizing that this fellow had truly lost his bearings in his excitement. Bai Ying approached the cave entrance, shielding her head with her hand, and peered outside. The spring rain fell gently, draping the forest in a veil of white. During the season, beastmen typically refrained from venturing out in the rain to avoid dampening their fur and succumbing to the cold. To her surprise, she spotted Lin Xiao approaching, hoisting a large golden dog as he jogged toward her. She knew well that what Lin Xiao carried was no wild beast, but rather a fellow beastman. If it were a canine beast, its size would be several times larger than this one. That soon, Lin Xiao reached the incline below and began to climb. The rain had made the slope slippery, and carrying a dog of similar size proved to be quite a challenge. Bai Ying hastily grabbed a stick from within the cave and stepped outside to assist. She extended her hand, clutching the stick tightly. "Ying, hurry back inside, don't get wet and catch a cold," Lin Xia urged anxiously, nearly slipping and falling. Bai Ying frowned, commanding, "Enough of this, move quickly." Unconsciously, Lin Xia grasped the stick, and with Bai Ying's aid, the three of them, 2 beastmen and 1 dog, managed to return to the cave. Chapter 19. The golden dog Qin Xian. Once Lin Xia set the large dog down, Bai Ying noticed that the creature was drenched. Its fur matted against its body, and a severe wound marred its abdomen, as though it had been torn by some formidable beast. How did Lin Xia venture out only to return with an injured beastman? Was he a villain? Would there be pursuers after them? Would they be responsible for tending to this creature? This was quite a predicament. Bai Ying furrowed her brows, questioning, what on earth happened? Lin Xia busily inspected the dog's wound. Taking a moment to respond, he's a brother from the Golden Dog tribe. Our 2 clans have always been on good terms. We cannot stand idly by while he suffers. He had been unable to contain his excitement and had run a bit too far, fortuitously discovering the grievously injured golden dog lying amidst the shrubs. Upon realizing this, Bai Ying understood that the Golden Dog tribe was indeed allied with the rabbit-hunting tribe, and it was imperative to assist him. She scrutinized the large dog closely. The golden dog bore a striking resemblance to a golden retriever from Earth, yet it appeared majestic despite its grave injuries. Perhaps its strength had faltered. "I'll go find some herbs." "Ying, keep your distance from him." After examining the wound, Lin Xia hastily declared this before rushing out of the cave. Bai Ying obediently stepped away, dragging along the unfinished bamboo she had been working on, finding a distant corner to sit and continue her task. She understood well that an injured and unconscious stranger might instinctively lash out, and her fragile frame would be no match for such aggression. It was best to keep her distance. The cave gradually fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the soft sound of bamboo striking the ground and the distant croaking of frogs mingled with the gentle patter of rain, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. That a golden retriever lay languidly by the stove at the cave entrance, while a slender maiden sat diligently in the corner. Engaged in her work, as time passed, the golden retriever's body grew increasingly rigid. Its ears perked up quietly, and even its eyes opened a sliver. That moment, a considerable amount of blood oozed from its wound. The young girl suddenly caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood. Bai Ying glanced up, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of insight. She did nothing but resumed her work. Moments later, a deep voice broke the silence. "Did you save me?" Bai Ying lifted her gaze to meet his, inquiring, "How did you sustain such injuries? Are there pursuers outside?" She beheld a pair of azure eyes, as beautiful as the ocean, yet now filled with confusion. Upon hearing her question, the golden dog shook its golden head, indicating that there were no pursuers. Only then did Bai Ying set aside her bamboo and approach him. "I am Bai Ying, a female of the rabbit-hunting tribe. It was my partner, Lin Xia, who rescued you. He has gone out to gather herbs for your wounds." Her foremost concern was not how the golden dog had been injured, but whether there were any pursuers. If there were, then Lin Xia, who was outside, might be in grave danger. Since there were no pursuers, she felt a sense of relief. "Thank you both," the golden dog replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding earnestly at her. "My name is Qin Xian." He had not anticipated that this frail female would possess such courage and speak so directly. Qin Xian shifted uncomfortably, lowering his voice. "Our hunting party ascended the mountain for a hunt, but we encountered formidable foes and became separated from the group. Thinking the rabbit-hunting tribe was nearby, I came seeking help. Had it not rained, he believed he could have made it to the rabbit-hunting tribe without issue. However, the rain hastened his blood loss, and the herbs he had gathered had been washed away shortly after application. Proving ineffective, Bai Yingying nodded. You are fortunate to have crossed paths with us. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Yingying, is he dead? Upon entering the cave, Lin Xia spotted the golden dog looking at him, a look of joy illuminating his face. You reawake? Then there's hope. Lin Xia quickly placed the herbs he had in his mouth, chewing rapidly before spitting them out to apply to Qin Xian's wound, that he chewed several large clumps before finally managing to cover the injury. Bai Yingying observed Lin Xia's method of applying the herbs and couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Yet miraculously, once the herbs covered the wound, only a small amount of blood continued to seep out. Lin Xia wiped his mouth, beaming as he said, You're lucky. I had spotted this patch of herbs earlier and made a mental note of their location. I didn't waste any time getting back. Qin Xian remained still, nodding gratefully. Thank you, young brother. I am Qin Xian of the Golden Dog tribe, but he understood that despite his robust constitution, if he continued to lose blood, he would soon find himself in the embrace of the great beast god. No worries. We are all brothers. Lin Xia cheerfully waved his hand. You're soaked. Let me make a fire to warm your FUR. It was his first time saving someone, and he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. As he crouched by the stove, it struck him how essential fire was, leaving him momentarily flustered as he looked toward Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying sighed in resignation. Allow me to handle this. Given that Lin Xia had brought someone back, their home environment was now laid bare before a stranger. It was perhaps too late to think of concealing things. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately, having everything necessary for friction fire making as long as she didn't expose any knives. It wouldn't matter if this information spread. Bai Yingying arranged the tools and began to rub the spindle, while Lin Xia, who was unfamiliar with the process, dared not delay her and simply observed. Just as Qin Xian was on the verge of becoming numb from the cold, Bai Yingying finally succeeded. Her palms were now raw, and Lin Xia felt a pang of sympathy, guilt, and regret mingling in his heart. Bai Yingying efficiently added kindling, her actions deft and practiced. Qin Xian watched in awe, murmuring, What a capable young female. Lin Xia straightened his back, pride swelling within him as he concurred. Indeed, Bai Yingying is the most formidable female. However, Bai Yingying sensed that Qin Xian's prowess and status were undoubtedly significant. Seeing her ability to kindle a flame, he did not react with the same astonishment as Lin Xia had initially. Rather, he appeared to be well-versed in such matters. She tentatively inquired, Qin Xian, are you quite a bit older than us? Qin Xian chuckled softly. I should be a few years older than you. I am already 25. He paused momentarily before adding, and I am still a single male. Bai Yingying smiled gently. I am 18, and Lin Xia is 19, that you are indeed several years our senior, so your strength must be considerably greater as well. Yes, he replied modestly. My aptitude is of the yellow tier, and my hunting abilities are fairly decent. Lin Xia blurted out, Then why have you not sought a partner until now? Chapter 20. A further shock, there are not many females in the Golden Dog tribe. Qin Xian replied, casting a discreet glance at Bai Yingying. This hunting expedition was intended to procure gifts for courtship, that I wish to request the hand of a female from your esteemed rabbit-hunting tribe. Their chieftain has learned that this year a female of exceptional fertility has emerged from the tribe, and a proposal for marriage requires a display of sincerity. Upon mentioning this, curiosity piqued within him. You are a precious female. How could the tribe permit you to live outside? My fertility is deemed inadequate, and my health is frail. According to tribal customs, I should reside in the female den. Unwilling to comply, I persuaded Lin Xia to bring me out to live. However, I am now pregnant and plan to return to the tribe in a couple of days once my condition stabilizes. Bai Yingying, eager to preempt Lin Xia, succinctly explained the situation to avoid her divulging too much. Qin Xian completely disregarded her earlier statements, his attention consumed by the revelation of her pregnancy, that he gazed in astonishment at Bai Yingying's abdomen. Utterly shocked. You are pregnant. He could scarcely fathom how a precious female could find herself in such a predicament outside the tribe, especially one who is with child. Any misfortune would result in a tremendous loss for the tribe. Bai Yingying's eyes flickered with a gentle light as she lowered her gaze to her belly, a tender smile gracing her lips. Yes, I can already feel the movements of the fetus. This confirmed her pregnancy. Qin Xian inhaled sharply at her words, his gaze drawn to her aura of maternal warmth, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Lin Xia, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Enthusiastically invited, Qinggu, it is perfect timing. You can return to the tribe with us. Let our tribe shaman check on your healing wounds that he and Bai Yingying had essentially fled from the tribe, breaching tribal laws, and upon returning, they would undoubtedly need to navigate the scrutiny of acquaintances. However, with the company of a distinguished guest from the Golden Dog clan, the process would be considerably smoother. In recent days, he had been hunting nearby, encountering tribe members, but due to his low aptitude, few recognized him, allowing him to avoid complications for this duration. Qin Xian quickly composed himself, offering a gentle smile. All right, I will accompany you. The stronger an orc's aptitude, the greater their healing capabilities. Now that he had a safe and clean abode, along with hemostatic herbs, his life was secure, and his injuries would eventually mend. Though he could have returned directly to his own tribe, he decided to take a detour, considering Bai Yingying's situation. Yes, please rest assured, your wounds will heal more swiftly. Lin Xia nodded politely, refraining from further comments. Bai Yingying listened quietly, not intervening. Orcs of the yellow tier possess sufficient strength. Once healed, they would surely repay their kindness, not a burden after all. However, for the next few days, their food supply might become strained. As Bai Yingying had surmised, the two of them previously needed to hunt just a couple of small beasts to sustain themselves for an entire day. Yet with Qin Xian, a voracious eater, both Lin Xia and Bai Yingying found themselves troubled. The two had caught 2 rodent-like creatures weighing a total of 20 pounds that morning, which they consumed in one meal. Qin Xian devoured 10 pounds alone. After a midday rest, Lin Xia took Bai Yingying out again. Qin Xian, startled, raised his head. Yingying, why are you going out too? He had slept from the previous night until noon and was unaware that Bai Yingying had also gone hunting in the morning. Lin Xia scratched his head awkwardly, finding it difficult to express. My abilities are too poor for solo hunting, and Yingying is my hunting partner. Though he had accepted Bai Yingying's competence, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment when mentioning it in front of other male orcs. Amplifying his feelings of inadequacy, Qin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This revelation was even more shocking than learning of the pregnant female living in the wild. Incredulously, he raised his voice. A female is helping you hunt. In his astonishment and excitement, he involuntarily released an aura of pressure. Lin Xia instinctively took a few steps back, a hint of panic in his eyes that in Lin Xia's moment of confusion. Bai Yingying stepped forward, positioning herself to shield him from Qin Xian's gaze. What? Is that unacceptable? Do you look down upon me? Or perhaps the meat you ate for lunch was not genuine? Qin Xian, taken aback by Bai Yingying's expressionless demeanor and her commanding presence, felt an unusual stir within him, momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly recognized his own lapse, adjusting his posture to apologize. Yingying, I am sorry. I did not mean to belittle you. Qin Xian sincerely addressed Lin Xia. Xia. I apologize. I was too astonished and failed to control my aura, that I truly did not mean any offense. Lin Xia promptly stepped out from behind Bai Yingying, standing beside her, both appearing diminutive yet resolute. Lin Xia forced a smile. It's all right. It's my lack of strength that burdens Yingying. Before Qin Xian could respond, Bai Yingying took Lin Xia's hand. Let us go. If we linger too long, we may go hungry. Bai Yingying had briefly felt a flicker of malice, but had always been adept at concealing it, leaving no one the wiser. Had Qin Xian not belonged to the Golden Dog clan with yellow tier aptitude, she might have acted more decisively. However, setting aside his identity, she lacked assurance against a potential counterattack. Fortunately, his demeanor was sincere, and it was not intentional. She decided to let it slide this time to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes, Lin Xia felt a bit shy, the earlier tension dissipating as he turned back to reassure. Qinggu, you need not worry. We will return shortly. The two departed hand in hand from the cave. Qin Xian remained in a daze for quite some time before slowly lowering his head. How could a male like him expect a pregnant female to go out hunting to sustain him? How could Qin Xian bear such a thought? He hastily attempted to rise, but even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through his abdomen, deterring any further action. With such an injury, he would not only be incapable of hunting, but would also jeopardize the efforts of Bai Yingying and Lin Xia. Yet he found himself unable to sleep, consumed by an uncontainable anxiety. Lin Xia, being younger, was more accepting of the notion of female hunting that in contrast, Qin Xian, an experienced hunter, found it incomprehensible in such a short span. In the eyes of every male orc, protecting females and their offspring was both instinctual and destined. Qin Xian remained in a haze for the entire afternoon. It wasn't until the two returned safely that he felt he had truly survived. Bai Yingying entered first, with Lin Xia following behind, a possum draped over his shoulder and a mole in hand, both already skinned and prepared. This was at Bai Yingying's request. Previously, they had brought back pure meat for convenience, but she desired to roast and simmer it, necessitating whole pieces with bones for enhanced flavor. As soon as they entered, Qin Xian cast a concerned glance at Bai Yingying's belly. Hunting requires considerable exertion. What about the little ones in your womb? His expression was filled with worry, and one might mistake him for the father of the children. Bai Yingying internally rolled her eyes, maintaining a facade of a gentle smile. It's fine. They are accustomed to exercising with me. She wished to rest, but without hunting, relying solely on Lin Xia would mean everyone would go hungry. Chapter 21. Difficult to swallow. Lin Xia remained silent, not speaking, that he wished to clarify that Bai Yingying had already taught him to set up simple traps, eliminating the need for the previous chase and escape method reliant on speed and endurance. They merely needed to guide the prey toward the traps. However, revealing their little secret was not an option, so he kept quiet, focusing on skewering the meat. Bai Yingying glanced at the taciturn Lin Xia, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Her silly partner wasn't entirely foolish. Lin Xia diligently roasted the meat for Bai Yingying that he was quite skilled, and after only a few attempts, he surpassed her in flavor, especially with the mole meat, which turned out exceptionally tender and fragrant. Carefully sprinkling a dash of seasoning Bai Yingying had found, the aroma wafted far and wide. However, that scent was only appealing to Bai Yingying. Lin Xia and the nearby wild beasts and insects found it unpalatable. Qin Xian looked at the raw meat allocated to him, feeling utterly unappetized. The mere thought of it being food hunted by a female made it difficult for him to swallow. Contemplating the myriad dangers and troubles a pregnant female would face while hunting, he felt as if he were sitting on needles. How could he muster the appetite to eat? Lin Xia, misunderstanding his hesitation, curiously asked, Qin Ge, do you also wish for roasted meat? Do you enjoy this spicy flavor? Qin Xian quickly shook his head. No, Dai. I am just not hungry. Gurgle, gurgle. Before he could finish, his stomach audibly protested, betraying him. How could he not be hungry? He hadn't eaten enough at noon, but he was too embarrassed to admit it. The greater one's aptitude, the larger the appetite. Moreover, in his current injured state, he needed to replenish substantial energy. Already famished, the aroma of the food only intensified his hunger, and unfortunately, his stomach growled loudly, which Bai Yingying and Lin Xia both heard clearly, causing them to look over. Qin Xian could only awkwardly turn his head away, relieved that he was in his beast form. Otherwise, the two would surely witness his flushed embarrassment after a brief silence. Lin Xia cleared his throat, one hand forming a fist to cover his mouth, attempting to suppress his rising grin. Bai Yingying, however, laughed unabashedly. Qin Ge, please don't feel any psychological burden. Just consider it a favor owed to us. Once you recover, you can repay us doubly. Lin Xia chimed in cheerfully. Yes, Qin Ge, there is no need for you to be polite with us. The two of them believed that Qin Xian felt embarrassed because they found hunting to be quite challenging. However, Qin Xian was not shy due to politeness. Rather, he refrained from eating the food because it was acquired by a pregnant female, fearing the wrath of the beast god for such sacrilege. After Lin Xia roasted the food for Bai Yingying, she began to gnaw on her own portion of raw meat. Perhaps her enjoyment of the meal was too evident, and the act seemed too natural, prompting Qin Xian to abandon his restraint and devour his share of food with great enthusiasm. Once he finished, he lay down, seemingly resigned, upon the warm and cozy animal hides, temporarily alleviating the emptiness in his stomach. Fatigue soon enveloped him, and he fell into a deep sleep amidst his gloom. Over the past few days, Bai Yingying and the others had gathered a substantial amount of firewood, filling nearly half of their cave. The previous night, after Qin Xian's fur had dried, Lin Xia constructed a small single bed with the firewood and animal hides, just large enough for the still beastly Qin Xian to sleep upon. Observing Qin Xian in slumber, Lin Xia tiptoed over to cover him with an additional layer of animal hide, and then returned to whisper to Bai Yingying, Qin Ge is quite easy to get along with. Bai Yingying replied with a non-committal sound that as night fell. In order to avoid attracting wild beasts with smoke, the fire in the stove had been extinguished. The dim light rendered them unable to continue their work. prompting Bai Yingying to pull Lin Xia onto the bed to share whispers. He is injured and can only rely on us. Naturally, he will be pleasant. She couldn't help but complain, Xia, you are too kind and naive. In the next moment, a warm hand gently caressed her belly. Yingying, I am not truly foolish, Lin Xia whispered, his lips nearly brushing her ear. If it were the days shortly after we left the tribe, I wouldn't have saved anyone, regardless of who they were. Bai Yingying couldn't resist glancing at him. His youthful eyes sparkled, resembling stars in the dark environment. She leaned in and softly pecked his tender lips. Bai Yingying adjusted her position, nestling into Lin Xia's embrace, and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his side. Xia is the smartest. Lin Xia rested his chin atop Bai Yingying's head, inhaling the familiar fragrance that stirred feelings within him. Even igniting an impulse to merge Bai Yingying into himself, that he yearned to tighten his embrace. Holding her close, but fearing that he might hurt her, he resisted, his body remaining tense against that overwhelming sensation. The already slender boy, with little flesh on his frame, appeared even more bony in his rigidity. That you're digging into me. Bai Yingying complained with a nasally tone, her words laced with a hint of affection. Just that one remark softened Lin Xia. Except for one part of him, that moment. Lin Xia regretted saving Qin Xian even more. The unwitting third wheel, Qin Xian, slept soundly, entirely oblivious to Lin Xia's predicament. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Xian's once terrifying wounds had healed and scabbed over, after consuming the prey brought in by the female hunters for 2 or 3 days. He could no longer endure it. I will join you in hunting today, he declared, fearing the two might object. Rest assured, I will be extremely careful with my wounds, that I merely wish to lend you a hand. Lin Xia, uncertain, glanced at Bai Yingying, who pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. The past few days had thoroughly exhausted both her and Lin Xia. Previously, they only needed to hunt in the morning and return before noon, avoiding further excursions. However, due to Qin Xian's hearty appetite and the scarcity of prey nearby, their schedules had become increasingly strained, necessitating early departures and hurried returns with scarcely 2 hours of rest. The past 3 days had been exhausting, and the little ones within Bai Yingying's belly seemed to have become quite active. Concerned for their safety, she could no longer afford to keep their hunting secret. In truth, those were not deep secrets. She simply found it tedious to respond to Qin Xian's myriad questions following his shock. Upon seeing Bai Yingying's agreement, Lin Xia smiled. Then let us go together. He had been apprehensive these past days, fearing something might happen to Bai Yingying and the little ones in her womb. Initially, he had consented to hunt alongside her without realizing she would truly become pregnant. But now it was unavoidable. With Qin Xian joining them, his strength would alleviate some of the pressure they faced. Chapter 22. Teaching to hunt, the trio walked for nearly 20 minutes before Lin Xia and Bai Yingying finally halted. We've arrived. Today we will hunt in this area, Lin Xia announced, stopping beside a thicket and picking up a stick from the ground to begin digging. Before long, he unearthed a pile of animal entrails. In the springtime, the stench of entrails buried overnight was far from pleasant, enough to induce nausea. Especially for Qin Xian, being a canine with a keen sense of smell, he sneezed from the pungent odor. Instinctively turning his face away, perplexed. What is this for? This is bait, Lin Xia replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation as he busied himself. Bai Yingying, unable to tolerate the foul stench, had discreetly retreated several meters back while Lin Xia dug. Although she did not exhibit any signs of pregnancy, it was natural for anyone to feel nauseous at such a smell. Lin Xia wrapped the entrails in leaves and carried them several meters away to a chaotic area littered with dry branches and soil. He carefully placed the wrapped entrails among the disordered branches and led Qin Xian and Bai Yingying to hide in nearby underbrush. Before long, a small opossum, roughly the size of a dog, approached, sniffing the air. Cautiously, it stepped onto the branches concealing the trap. Just as it began to feast on the entrails, Lin Xia suddenly shouted, startling the creature, which attempted to escape. In its panic, a dry branch snapped, causing the opossum to tumble into the pit below. Lin Xia, transformed into his beastly form, swiftly leaped into the pit to dispatch the opossum. Hearing Lin Xia's call, Bai Yingying rushed to assist. The two worked together with remarkable efficiency, effortlessly capturing their prey. Qin Ge, isn't this quite convenient? Lin Xia asked with a hint of pride, feeling fortunate that they had secured prey so quickly. Indeed, it is convenient, Qin Xian acknowledged, finding the method intriguing. However, he perceived it as a significant waste of time. For someone of his prowess, capturing small wild beasts was a matter of course. Their lives were entirely at his mercy, due to the disparity in their strengths. Lin Xiao's clever tactics appeared to Qin Xian as mere time squandered. Yet he was also deeply moved. Lin Xia and Bai Yingying had worked so hard to catch their prey, yet they were willing to share half with him. These methods were all conceived by Yingying. Without her, my hunting would be much more arduous. Indeed. Yingying is a very clever female, Qin Xian reflected, then gently advised Lin Xia. Your talent is of the blue tier. If you practice your hunting skills diligently, these small creatures will become effortless for you in the future. The higher-tier beastmen could easily discern the talent tiers of lower-tier beastmen that eye in Qin Xian's eyes. Blue tier was not the lowest. Hunting small rodents was inherently simple. Male beastmen honed their speed, endurance, and reflexes through repeated real-world hunting experiences. Only with ample experience could they truly unleash their talents. Resorting to clever tactics over time could lead to a deterioration of physical capabilities, which was perilous for male beastmen. However, with Bai Yingying present, he could not be too blunt and opted instead for a gentle tone to explain to Lin Xia, akin to how he would instruct younger members of his tribe. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Bai Yingying, unlike Lin Xia, grasped the unspoken implications of Qin Xian's words. Thank you, Qin Ge, for your guidance. Once we return to the tribe, Xiao will be able to hunt alongside family and friends. Life outside is challenging, and we can only manage as best as we can. I hope you don't find it laughable. Bai Yingying beamed a sweet smile, realizing she would soon need Qin Ji's teachings for Xia. She had just been awakened to the reality that Lin Xia would eventually need to hunt, whether independently or as part of a hunting team, and could not rely on such ineffective methods. Large beasts possessed high intelligence and strength. Setting traps for them was labor-intensive and futile. Even small animals could be easily hunted by male beastmen with the lowest tier of talent if they trained their hunting abilities well. Such hunting methods were suitable for ordinary humans, or even female beastmen, but not for male beastmen. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Qin Xian's heart softened. Yingying, your methods are indeed quite useful that I in the future, if a female or an injured beastman is temporarily alone. They can still hunt without going hungry. Subsequently, Qin Xian earnestly began to instruct Lin Xia on how to hunt, covering theoretical knowledge from tracking prey to how to approach stealthily and utilize one's strength effectively. By afternoon, he even conducted a practical lesson with Lin Xia in his beast form. Qin Xian was large and majestic, with smooth, golden fur that flowed gracefully. Even injured, he adeptly hunted, exuding an effortless elegance that won him 2 fans in Lin Xia and Bai Yingying, who were both excited, the latter even feeling eager to try her hand at it. Qin Xian quickly dismissed her inclination, stating, Yingying enjoys hunting, but let her try after giving birth to the cubs. Indeed, Yingying, she replied. Once I have learned, I will teach you later. Lin Xia echoed. Bai Yingying, seeing his serious expression, felt even more delighted. Very well. Being in her current state of pregnancy, she naturally would not take risks for the little one in her womb. Furthermore, she lacked talent. Both her strength and physical endurance were significantly inferior to that of the male orcs. This immense chasm could not be bridged by mere hunting skills that at present, she was filled with anticipation. Wondering if the birth of the little ones would bring her some elixirs to enhance her physique. Qin Xian felt a bit of a headache upon witnessing this. He had merely been dismissive. Yet Lin Xia took it to heart. How could the males possibly take the females out hunting? Would they not be despised by all the females? Would they not be driven away by their families or even exiled by the clan leader? On that day, the trio returned home laden with their spoils. That evening, Bai Yingying finally enjoyed meat from other animals, a wild chicken that Qin Xian had caught. Usually, small rodents were the easiest to catch, and they had been alternating their meals with various types of mice that a wild chicken, however, was considerably larger and capable of flight, making it an unexpected quarry for Lin Xia and Bai Yingying. This wild chicken weighed around 50 pounds, and Lin Xia tore off an entire drumstick to roast for Bai Yingying. Roasting it with the skin caused the fat to drip down, sizzling and crackling in the fire, releasing a tantalizing aroma. The wild chicken was simply exquisite. Lin Xia inhaled the fragrant air and exclaimed, I will catch you a wild chicken to eat in the future. All right, that I will be waiting. Bai Yingying replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 23. Encountering danger, the chicken leg was substantial. After roasting it, Lin Xia placed the leg on a clean leaf, tearing it into strips to feed Bai Yingying. Qin Xian, gnawing on his chicken, quietly observed this scene. Although his talent was not the most outstanding within the clan, he was still considered one of the elite in terms of overall strength. Despite having females actively extend their olive branches to him, he had never accepted any of them. Gradually, unfavorable rumors began to circulate within the clan, suggesting that he might harbor some hidden ailment. This was especially true among the male orcs who were not on good terms with him, who would mock him whenever they encountered him. His father had advised him multiple times, yet he could not shake the feeling that none of these females were what he desired. He seemed unwilling to share his females with any other males. This thought terrified him. Females were incredibly precious. How could he possibly monopolize them? Yet at that moment, he observed Lin Xia, who was of a lower tier, struggling to sustain herself, yet managing to possess Bai Yingying all to herself, and a twinge of jealousy welled up within him. Startled by his own emotions, Qin Xian quickly lowered his head to conceal it. Suppressing the jealousy, the cave was quiet, save for the sounds of chewing. "I am full," Bai Yingying announced after consuming half of the chicken leg, shaking her head to decline further offerings. "Lin Xia, shall we return to the tribe tomorrow? The little ones in my belly are quite active, and returning a day or two early would allow for a proper diagnosis." She felt a bit anxious while eating the chicken leg today. Considering the dangers outside, surely the tribe was safer. Of course, Lin Xia readily agreed, turning to Qin Xian. "Brother Qin, will you join us?" Qin Xian nodded in response. "Sure, my injuries have yet to heal, so it would be good to rest in the rabbit hunting tribe for a few days before returning." Lin Xia beamed brightly. "That is wonderful. I wish to learn more from Brother Qin." Over the past few days, they had become quite familiar with one another. Today, Qin Xian had been meticulously instructing Lin Xia, who now idolized him above all else. Bai Yingying suppressed her discomfort, forcing a compliant smile. Unlike Lin Xia, she was not so naive. While Qin Xian appeared gentle and courteous, there was a distinct hint of male aggression in his eyes. His attentiveness, was it not indicative of his interest in her? Bai Yingying merely sought to go with the flow, hoping to allow Lin Xia to benefit more. Early the next morning, Bai Yingying and Lin Xia rose early to pack their belongings for their return to the rabbit hunting tribe. For many days, Qin Xian had maintained his beast form to expedite his recovery. Even today, he remained in his beast form as they set off together. Qin Xian, still nursing his injuries, had tied a large bamboo basket to his back. Lin Xia, as before, carried a pack on both sides, while Bai Yingying bore a small bamboo basket that Lin Xia had woven for her, which he had left empty out of concern for her fatigue. The trio moved at a steady pace toward the rabbit hunting tribe. However, shortly after their departure, Qin Xian caught a whiff of a certain scent and fell into a state of alert. It was the smell of gray wolves. The golden retriever's keen black nose twitched rapidly, soon pinpointing the direction. Upon reaching the source of the scent, it pawed aside the underbrush. It was fresh gray wolf feces. Qin Xian's tail swished anxiously as his sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Bai Yingying and Lin Xia exchanged glances. Through their time together, they had learned that the Golden Retriever clan's hunting team was targeting a pack of gray wolves consisting of over a dozen members. Although gray wolf meat was not particularly palatable, their pelts were highly valued by the orcs, making them ideal gifts. Gray wolves possessed strength ranging from blue to green tier. Their advantage lay not only in their size but also in their pack behavior, making them formidable opponents. The three of them formed a triangular formation, cautiously observing their surroundings, their hearts filled with concern regarding the number of gray wolves. That a low, ominous growl echoed in their ears. Bai Yingying turned toward the sound, catching sight of a menacing face emerging from the bushes, only a dozen meters away from them. The most striking feature was its sharp teeth, glinting ominously. It appeared to be a solitary wolf. "Lin Xia," taking Ying back to the cave, Qin Xian whispered. This wolf had likely tracked his scent since last night, but they had remained hidden in the narrow cave entrance, which had delayed its appearance. Wolves held grudges, yet Qin Xian had not anticipated that this wolf would pursue them so far. Now, with his injuries unhealed, he was uncertain of his ability to hunt this wolf. However, since the wolf was his responsibility, he could not let Bai Yingying and Lin Xia bear the brunt of it. "All right." Lin Xia's face paled as he grasped Bai Yingying's hand, making for the cave. Yet Bai Yingying remained still, quickly helping him remove his burden while speaking softly. Lin Xia, we should run toward the tribe. Before Lin Xia could respond, the branches in the direction of the gray wolf began to shake violently. Oh! With a furious howl, the gray wolf could no longer contain itself and launched an attack. You two go. Qin Xian shouted, charging forward at a gray wolf, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, engaged in combat with a golden retriever that stood only 80 centimeters tall. Bai Yingying had never seen such a massive wolf before. The oppressive presence of the gray wolf weighed heavily upon her heart, as if a boulder had been placed upon it to go. Bai Yingying decisively tugged at Lin Xia, urging him to flee toward the tribe. She was unaware of the full extent of the yellow tier talent's capabilities, but she understood that Qin Xian's injuries had not healed, and he would not be able to exert his full strength. The gray wolf appeared formidable, and the odds of winning were slim. Should Qin Xian perish, the wolf could easily block the cave, and in a matter of days, she and Lin Xia would starve to death. It was better to escape toward the tribe. They bore no significant grudge against the gray wolf, and their scent was not strong, making it easy to flee. With a stroke of luck, they might even encounter their clan members and find someone to rescue Qin Xian. If fortune were not on their side, they would merely lose someone with whom they had only spent a few days. However, Lin Xia gently pushed her away. Yingying, you must run. I will assist Brother Qin. He understood Bai Yingying's intentions, yet had never contemplated fleeing. His earlier thought had only been to escort Bai Yingying to the cave first, that as male orcs. They were taught from a young age not to fear death and never abandon their companions. Yesterday, Qin Xian had instructed him on hunting, making him a half-master to Lin Xia. How could he abandon Qin Xian and escape alone? Moreover, having additional support meant prolonging the fight and providing Bai Yingying with more time to escape. Lin Xia transformed into a gray-furred rabbit, bounding toward the battlefield. His diminutive form seemed like a fearless pawn in the face of the colossal gray wolf. Bai Yingying could not catch Lin Xia. And in her panic, she called out, Lin Xia. She watched as Lin Xia's resolute figure disappeared, feeling a mix of anger and frustration. Yet she did not linger, turning instead to flee toward the tribe. The small basket on her back bounced rhythmically, echoing the pounding of her heart. Bai Yingying released her grip on the straps, her shoulders sagging slightly, causing the basket to slip off and roll into a patch of underbrush. Soon, Bai Yingying's figure vanished from that area. Chapter 24. Death. The commotion on the battlefield was tremendous. The gray wolf dashed through the forest, crashing through numerous branches and trampling the tender green grass beneath its paws. Qin Xian dodged the gray wolf's attacks, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of gray fur leaping past. Qin Xian's originally calm demeanor quickly shattered. Stifling his fury, he abandoned his previous strategy and charged at the gray wolf. After several exchanges, he managed to bite the wolf in the abdomen. Yet the exertion caused his own abdominal wound to split open, blood streaming forth. During this time, Lin Xia did attempt to assist, but his efforts were more of a hindrance than a help. The swift resolution strategy that Qin Xian had altered for him had also failed. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Qin Xian roared, Lin Xia, how could you leave a female alone in the wilderness? Quickly go find Yingying. Just moments ago, he refrained from blaming the earnest youth, thus altering his strategy on the spur of the moment, contemplating a swift collaboration to vanquish the gray wolf. Alas, Lin Xia's combat prowess was woefully inadequate, rendering cooperation utterly impossible. Now, a rapid resolution was clearly out of reach, and Qin Xian had no choice but to instruct Lin Xia to retreat. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia hesitated, displaying a hint of panic. After all, he was still a youth, lacking in foresight, driven solely by a heart full of reckless courage. Failing to consider the potential dangers that the frail female might encounter on her journey, that he only thought of ensuring Bai Yingying's escape while he would assist Qin Xian. Yet, he did not ponder if his meager abilities would indeed be of help to Qin Xian or merely create further chaos. At that moment, realization dawned upon Lin Xia, and he anxiously changed direction. However, it was precisely at this juncture that the gray wolf executed a feint, shifting its leap slightly, its long tail sweeping out with precision, sending Lin Xia hurtling away. Simultaneously, it propelled itself forward, its powerful hind legs launching it towards Lin Xia, its gaping maw opening wide to pounce upon the lifeless gray rabbit lying on the ground. Qin Xian's heart surged with fury and despair. Xia, meanwhile, Bai Yingying's fortune was indeed fortuitous. She encountered her kin shortly after, and not just one but a group of 5 young male beast men, likely out hunting in pairs, approached her. Help! Bai Ying's eyes brightened as she cried out, "Please, my partner and the brothers of the Golden Dog clan are under attack by a gray wolf. Hurry to their aid in the wondrous realm of the beast men continent." It was astonishing that in their humanoid forms, one could easily recognize each other's beast forms with just a glance. Identifying one's kin was remarkably simple. One among them, astonished, exclaimed, "Why is a female from the rabbit clan out here?" "Is that Bai Ying?" Another hesitated before replying. A black-haired youth stamped his foot, urging, "Come on, what are we waiting for? My aunt married into the Golden Dog clan. Perhaps they're my relatives." Little female, quickly tell me which direction they went. Bai Ying swiftly responded, "I'll lead you there." Having just memorized the route, her guidance would undoubtedly be swifter. Let's go. Bai Ying turned on her heel and led the way, while the others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. They had never witnessed a female moving so swiftly in the wild. It was as if she glided effortlessly, each step landing perfectly, flawlessly evading obstacles and pitfalls. The group soon arrived at the chaotic battlefield, where a fierce struggle unfolded between a savage wolf and the bloodied beast men. Additionally, a lifeless gray rabbit lay quietly on the ground. In an instant, the 5 beast men transformed into their beast forms, their clothing scattered about as they engaged in the final, desperate fight. Bai Ying's gaze was entirely captivated by the gray rabbit. A flicker of disbelief passed through her eyes as she struggled to accept that in less than 10 minutes, Lin Xia had perished. She approached the gray rabbit slowly, her senses overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, her gaze fixating on the lifeless body with its neck fur stained crimson. Only then did she reluctantly concede. "Xia." Bai Ying gently shook Lin Xia's body. The shy youth, who had always responded to her without fail, lay silent this time. A bittersweet smile graced Bai Ying's lips as she murmured, "Xia, you were too foolish. You didn't have to die." Though she smiled, her eyes were devoid of life, hollow and vacant, as if she had reverted to her state during the apocalypse, with newfound assistance. The gray wolf was swiftly slain. Qin Xian, swaying on his feet, approached Bai Ying, his hoarse voice laden with guilt. "I'm sorry." Having uttered these words, he collapsed, prompting a startled gasp from the black-haired youth. "I'll take the others back to find the shaman. You all carry the prey." The black-haired youth hoisted the golden dog onto his shoulder, adding, "Little female, you should go with the others." His voice faded quickly as he hurried to get Qin Xian medical attention. "Very well." Bai Ying nodded calmly, cradling Lin Xia's lifeless form as she awaited the other 4 young men, who excitedly gathered around the slain gray wolf, marveling at their first encounter with such a creature. This trip was truly worthwhile. Indeed. This gray wolf is enormous. We actually killed a gray wolf. How impressive. We don't even know when we'll have the chance to hunt with a hunting team again. This was an unexpected windfall. The pelt of a gray wolf is valuable. If we can't handle it, we should bring it back for the elders to manage. We'll still get our share of the meat. Let us move quickly. The stench of blood is overwhelming, and it might attract other beasts if more come. We want to be able to cope. Hurry. We need to bring the little female along. She is even more important than the gray wolf. If anything happens, we'll all be in serious trouble. If that is Bai Ying. Haven't you heard? What kind of good female is wandering in the wild? Isn't she the one with low fertility? Enough, just shut up. Get to work. The 4 exchanged varying expressions but said no more, working together to lift the heavy gray wolf. Bai Ying silently followed behind, her gaze subtly scanning the surroundings. Before long, she spotted a small backpack beside the bushes along the road. It was the one she had intentionally discarded during her escape. This was the small backpack Lin Xia had crafted for her, intricately woven, taking even longer to complete than a larger one. She paused for a moment, placing Lin Xia's body into the backpack and securing it on her back, jogging to catch up with the black-haired youth. The backpack bounced heavily behind her, yet its weight felt burdensome this time. Regardless of the heaviness, Bai Ying clutched the straps tightly, ensuring it would not slip from her frail shoulders. Chapter 25. All doubts. Bai Ying struggled to keep pace with the 4. And it was not until they neared the tribe that a group of over 20 kin came to their aid. Some rushed forward to assist the 4 young men in carrying the wolf's carcass, while a familiar young beast man offered to help Bai Ying with her backpack. Before she could refuse, she overheard nearby whispers. "Look, isn't that Bai Ying? Yes, that's her, that I saw her during the coming-of-age ceremony. She is the ugliest one. I remember clearly. But didn't she leave the tribe with Lin Xia? Why is she back? Who knows? Perhaps she couldn't survive out there. The chief was furious back then, and both Lin and Bai families were publicly reprimanded for a long time. It hasn't been long, and the heat of the matter hasn't cooled down. They'd be better off dead than returning now. Isn't that right? Our rabbit clan is considered affluent, and few beastmen die of hunger or cold each year. It's the first time I've seen a kin go out looking for trouble. Which one is Lin Xia? Let me see what this courageous fool looks like. That moment, a familiar figure pushed through the crowd and strode towards her. Bai Ying. Lin Fu's gaze darted around. His voice filled with fury as he shouted, "Where have you taken Xia?" His gaze finally fixed on the backpack. Xia? Lin Fu's voice trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. After Lin Xia and Bai Ying had left the tribe, Lin Fu had been seething with anger. Today, feeling unusually uneasy, he had taken a stroll around the tribe to calm himself, only to encounter kin requesting assistance. His steps faltered upon seeing Bai Ying, but not Lin Xia. An ominous feeling surged within him. Now, seeing the familiar form lifeless within the backpack, his sorrow and rage intensified. "You have harmed my Xia. How dare you return?" Lin Fu gritted his teeth, raising his hand to strike Bai Ying's face. Anticipating his emotional outburst, Bai Ying had remained tense since she first spotted him, and she deftly dodged the blow. Frowning, she quickly said, "I'm pregnant." Lin Fu's arm froze midair, and the surrounding beastmen were also taken aback. A collective gasp echoed. "What did you say?" "It's Lin Xia's that I've been pregnant for nearly a month, and there's already fetal movement," Bai Ying stated succinctly. She understood that a pregnant female held a prestigious position within the tribe, and even the mere suspicion would elicit protection from the beastmen. Lin Fu's emotions were volatile, and his actions unpredictable. She knew she must put up a shield of absolute protection for herself. Indeed, Lin Fu's arm fell to his side, and a measure of rationality returned to his eyes that he glanced at Lin Xia, then at Bai Ying's belly, finally warning coldly, "If you dare deceive me, I will not spare you." Nearby, beastmen began to jeer that "That's right, Bai Ying. Don't lie just to shirk responsibility. That it just be the Lin family you offend. Lin Xia died protecting you. That is no trivial matter. Males are meant to risk their lives to protect females. If you're lying about being pregnant, that is deceiving the entire tribe, and that is a serious issue. Bai Ying has low fertility. How could she possibly become pregnant so easily? It is certainly her overwhelming desire to conceive that has driven her to such madness. Is it not merely a figment of her imagination? There are also male beastmen who are accustomed to protecting females, and despite their low fertility, the possibility of pregnancy still exists. And on what grounds do you assert that she is lying? Come, do not frighten her. Step back a little, indeed. Let us go to the priestess to ascertain the truth. Why must we resort to threats here? Would you like me to carry you there? Surely, the little one in your womb cannot endure this journey back. Bai Ying immediately shook her head in refusal, stating she could walk on her own. Lin Fu forcefully grasped her backpack, his expression as cold as ice. Return Xia to me. Very well. You may carry him out. The backpack is mine, Bai Ying replied calmly. Upon hearing this, a fierce light flickered in Lin Fu's eyes, and his grip on the backpack tightened until the sound of cracking bamboo strips echoed. At which point he released his hold. He glared menacingly at Bai Ying's face. Fine. Bai Ying, it seems I have misjudged you. Lin Fu rudely pulled Lin Xia from the backpack, and the crowd of onlookers parted to allow him passage as he hastily departed with Lin Xia's lifeless body. Bai Ying turned to watch Lin Fu's retreating figure. Unable to even see Lin Xia's rabbit ears, it was then that she felt the backpack had grown exceedingly light, leaving her heart feeling hollow. She promptly removed the backpack and inspected it closely. The edge of the woven basket that Lin Fu had gripped was nearly damaged, and within the backpack there were stains of Lin Xia's blood. Bai Ying observed in silence for a moment before restrapping the backpack on her back and, accompanied by other beastmen, proceeded towards the priestess's dwelling. Upon their arrival, several individuals were already waiting outside the door. And seeing such a large gathering, they appeared somewhat perplexed, and an elder, visibly displeased, inquired, "What brings so many of you here?" Someone behind them promptly responded. Bai Ying claims she is pregnant. We have come to seek the priestess's verification. What? The individuals at the entrance exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. There is no point in further discussion. The priestess will ascertain the truth, Bai Ying replied coldly. Her mood was exceedingly poor, and she did not wish to endure the repetition of such tiresome dialogue. The elder's brows furrowed deeper at her impolite words, and just as he was about to speak, a voice echoed from within the cave, calling, "Let her enter alone." The elder could only acquiesce, stepping aside to permit her entry. Bai Ying walked alone into the priestess's cave. Upon entering, her vision widened. To the left of the entrance were several rudely constructed earthen stoves, each supporting a stone pot. One pot contained a simmering green mush, emitting an unpleasant medicinal odor, while a young girl squatted before the stove, carefully controlling the flames. This must be the medicine the priestess was preparing for Qin Xian. Further inside lay a 3-meter-wide corridor where the clan leader stood, coldly observing her. When the clan leader noticed her gaze, he turned with his hands behind his back, saying, "Follow me." Clearly, in such a spacious area, it could at most be considered a kitchen, compared to the priestess's cave. The place where Bai Ying had previously resided could only be termed a mere cavern. Bai Ying quickened her pace to keep up. Scattered along the ground on either side of the corridor were various unidentified bones and dried herbs, seemingly placed there deliberately, though they appeared somewhat unsettling. After traversing the short corridor, they entered a spacious chamber filled with numerous individuals. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ying discerned that this resembled a medical room. Within the chamber, several stone beds covered in animal skins were arranged, occupied not only by golden retrievers but also other beastmen. Aside from the patients, there were 5 young men and women engaged in their respective tasks. The clan leader brought Bai Ying inside, but remained silent, standing quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on the priestess's actions. Bai Ying, too, remained silent, obediently standing beside the clan leader, discreetly observing everything within the cave. The priestess, clad in a coarse cloth dress, stood beside the golden retriever, administering medicine. A girl holding a gourd of water stood by the priestess's side. As the priestess applied the medication, she occasionally exchanged words with the girl. But Bai Ying could not discern their conversation. Nonetheless, she surmised that the priestess was imparting special knowledge to her apprentice, that on either side of the chamber were openings to additional corridors, and Bai Ying speculated that these led to the priestess's living quarters. The clan leader cast a sidelong glance at her, noting her quiet demeanor, and the lines on his forehead relaxed somewhat. They stood there for 5 minutes before the priestess concluded her tasks. With her hands stained with dark green medicinal liquid, she proceeded to wash them in the water gourd held by the girl. Here, Bai Ying caught a fleeting glimpse of human civilization. Chapter 26. Confirmation of pregnancy with one hand clasped behind his back. The clan leader pointed at Bai Ying, announcing, "Elder priestess, this young female claims she is pregnant." The priestess looked at Bai Ying with surprise, her sharp gaze scrutinizing her waist as if it were an X-ray. After a moment, a hint of skepticism appeared in her eyes as she pointed to an empty bed, saying, "Young female, lie down on this bed." Bai Ying complied, walking over to lie down. The priestess examined her abdomen, and though Bai Ying felt a touch of discomfort, it was not painful at all. Soon, the priestess withdrew her hands. "You are indeed pregnant." The priestess's features softened, her eyes filled with joy, and there are quite a few little ones as well. The clan leader was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid! Wonderful! Our rabbit hunting tribe is about to welcome new life. You are a fine female. To conceive at such a young age speaks volumes of your fortune." The clan leader's face was entirely transformed by joy, no longer resembling the cold and displeased visage from earlier. After a moment, he recalled something, and his smile waned slightly. "Are you certain the child is Lin Xia's?" Bai Ying's gaze flickered before she nodded. "It is somewhat unfortunate. Lin Xia's aptitude is rather low." The clan leader cast a discreet glance at Qin Xian. "I heard that the 3 of you were discovered together." "Ying, do you know him?" "Yes, that he is Qin Xian from the Golden Dog clan. We lived together for a few days," Bai Ying answered truthfully. She understood the clan leader's thoughts. If she were carrying Qin Xian's child, the likelihood of the offspring possessing high aptitude would increase. "Very well, I understand." The clan leader pondered for a moment. "Your situation is unique. You cannot go to the female cave. However, with no family or males to care for you." At that moment, a weak voice interjected, I I will take care of her. Bai Yingying did not need to turn around to know it was Qin Xian who had awakened. The clan leader glanced between Qin Xian and Bai Yingying, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That in that case, I shall arrange a cave for you. Turning to Qin Xian, his demeanor became markedly more courteous. Qin Xian, I have already sent word to the Golden Dog clan. Your injuries are severe. It may take several days before you can hunt again. However, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to bring you food in the meantime. Qin Xian nodded. Thank you, elder clan leader. As for the gray wolf we hunted, you may handle it as you see fit. Haha, very well. Thanks to you, the younglings of our rabbit hunting tribe shall have their eyes opened. The clan leader beamed. I shall not disturb your rest further. I have matters to attend to. He turned to Bai Yingying, warmly instructing. Ying, please wait here for a moment, that I will arrange for someone to take you to your new cave shortly. With that he departed. Clan leader, Bai Yingying raised her voice slightly. Could you please send someone to retrieve my belongings that were lost outside? Those animal skins are all I possess. Also, the items from my home. I am accustomed to them. So there is no need to trouble you for new ones. The clan leader was taken aback. He had not anticipated Bai Yingying would make such a request. However, these matters were not significant. He had always been lenient with pregnant females, and without hesitation, he agreed, very well, that I will arrange for it immediately, that if they cannot be found, I shall procure better animal skins for you. I would never let you and your little one suffer from the cold. As for your previous belongings, I will have everything movable transported to you, so you can focus on nurturing your child. Bai Yingying finally allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Thank you. Clan leader. The clan leader nodded and departed to organize the subsequent arrangements. Young female, you are quite remarkable. The priestess's voice came from behind. Bai Yingying turned to face the priestess. The priestess was only 48 years old. Yet her face was etched with deep lines, resembling an elderly woman of over 60, that you are the first of this year's young females to become pregnant. With low fertility, to conceive so swiftly, you may very well be the first in the Beastman continent. What astonishes me even more is your courage to run away from the tribe with Lin Xia, enduring such hardships in the wild, and still managing to conceive. The priestess smiled knowingly. You have set a standard that other young females may find difficult to match. Upon concluding her words, she rose and departed, exhibiting no intention of engaging in conversation with Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying's gaze lingered on the retreating figure of the shaman, her eyes darkening with contemplation. She was acutely aware, without the shaman's prompting, that life upon her return to the tribe would not be tranquil. Her immediate concern was the chief's arrangements. The chief had placed her and Qin Xian in the same cave. According to tribal customs, under normal circumstances, females may reside solely with their mates aside from family. The chief could have merely assigned tribespeople to deliver her sustenance, yet he consented to have Qin Xian care for her and arrange for them to share living quarters. With Lin Xia's remains scarcely cold, the chief was hastily arranging for her a new beast husband, and an outsider at that. This was undoubtedly more than a mere appreciation for Qin Xian's talents. The chief harbored ulterior motives. She did not refuse. Fully cognizant that she was unable to, Bai Yingying understood well that the status of females, though seemingly elevated, was akin to that of caged birds. Until her wings were fully developed, it was unwise to confront the highest authority within the tribe unnecessarily. Yingying. Qin Xian called out again, prompting Bai Yingying to gather her thoughts and lift her gaze to him. In truth, she had always felt indifferent toward Qin Xian, the to her. He had always presented himself in his beast form, resembling nothing more than a talking large dog. Particularly now, with Lin Xia's death intertwined with this large dog. She felt a sense of aversion. The large dog's eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation. Yingying, could you come over for a moment? After a moment's silence, Bai Yingying stepped forward. Qin Xian carefully began, Yingying, I know you do not wish to see me right now. But Xia has... You and the child in your womb both require attentive care. Rest assured, I will look after you until you find another mate and can send me away. In truth. During these past few days of interaction, he had sensed the emergence of certain special feelings for Bai Yingying, especially when he witnessed Lin Xia tending to her with chicken. This had sparked an impulse within him to personally feed Bai Yingying. In that fleeting thought, he realized he could accept a female with a mate. However, Bai Yingying belonged to the rabbit hunting tribe. To become her mate, he would either have to marry into the rabbit hunting tribe or take Bai Yingying back to the Golden Dog tribe. Either option was far from simple. His identity precluded the possibility of marrying in. Yet Bai Ying was a pregnant female. Even in a union, it was impossible to send a pregnant female away. Moreover, given that Lin Xia had just died and he was somewhat entangled in that fate, he dared not and could not express his feelings so soon after Lin Xia's demise. Thus, no matter how fond he felt for Bai Ying, he could only conceal it deep within, wishing solely to care for her and fulfill his responsibilities. Bai Ying gazed at him for a long moment before finally responding. All right, Chapter 27. The marking Bai Ying's gaze shifted from Qin Xian as she turned to approach the shaman. Great shaman. I have a request. The shaman paused her preparation of herbs, looking at her with intrigue. Bai Ying continued. Lin Xiao was my first beast husband. I wish to supplement the marking ceremony. Before the shaman could react, a young girl beside her changed color, exclaiming, the chief said Lin Xia is dead. Do you still wish to retain his beast form? Bai Ying nodded solemnly. Yes. Even though he is passed, he remains my first beast husband and the father of my child. Though she could be selfish, she never withheld her affections from those who genuinely cared for her. The girl kindly warned her, but that is your first beast husband. Once you give birth, suitors will likely queue up. Preserving the position of your first husband may allow you to choose a mate with superior talents. Bai Ying shook her head, indicating her resolve was unyielding. Very well. The shaman suddenly broke into a warm smile, her murky eyes sparkling with a hint of starlight. You are a child who values affection. I shall personally mark you, grandmother. The girl exclaimed in shock. You haven't personally marked anyone in 3 years. Not at all. I am not too old to handle a bone needle. The shaman waved her hand dismissively and turned to Bai Ying, inquiring, where would you like the mark? On my left wrist. Bai Ying replied slowly, believing Lin Xiao would have favored this position, as it would be visible with a simple lift of her hand. The shaman nodded approvingly. Since you have made your decision, let us begin. The visibility within the cave was poor, so the shaman led her outside, with the girl following closely behind, tools in hand. Qin Xian, initially shocked, fell silent, merely observing as the group exited the cave. Not uttering a single sound, the crowd outside had dispersed without her noticing. Bai Ying removed the beast robe from her left arm, carefully rolling up the fur to expose her slender wrist. I am about to begin. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it, the shaman said, holding the bone needle in her right hand and gently grasping Bai Ying's wrist with her left. Lowering her head to commence the engraving of the rabbit form. Bai Ying had previously believed it would merely be a simple drawing. Now she realized it required the piercing of the skin with the bone needle. The shaman, though aged, had a steady hand. Each stroke was fluid and beautiful. In a short while, the rabbit form was sketched, with 2 symbols inscribed within the blank space, one denoting the number 1, and the other representing the character Xia. At that moment, Bai Ying's forehead was beaded with sweat. The marking was considerably more painful than she had anticipated, yet she endured without uttering a sound. The shaman nodded in satisfaction. Now I shall add color. Upon your return, do not scratch it with your hands. It will heal in a day or 2. She picked up a segment of plant root and traced it along the line she had just marked. Once completed, she released Bai Ying's hand. The nearby girl leaned in for a closer look, genuinely praising, grandmother's skill surpasses that of Azi by far. Hong. Are you belittling me again? Came a playful voice from afar. Bai Ying turned to see a graceful girl with black hair approaching swiftly, followed by 2 young male beast men. This was indeed the girl who had accompanied the shaman during the last coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed that this girl, Azi, was being groomed to be the next shaman. When Jiangzi spotted Bai Ying, she exclaimed in surprise, Oh, it's you enough that I am tired. Azi, assist me back inside, the shaman interrupted. Addressing Bai Ying, please wait at the entrance for a moment. The interior is filled with patients and is not suitable for prolonged stays. In a short span, the shaman's address toward her had grown significantly warmer. Understood, great shaman. Bai Ying observed the weariness etched on the shaman's face, comprehending why she had not personally marked anyone in 3 years. The process was excessively draining for her. Naturally, she had entrusted this task to her successor. Though Jiangzi was curious, she did not resist, obediently helping the shaman into the cave. Take care of the young female for a moment. The chief will send someone to fetch her shortly. Jiang Hong instructed the 2 male beast men before entering the cave, leaving Bai Ying with the 2 males. Little female, you may sit here in the sunlight. It is beneficial for your health. One of the male beast men brought her a stone stool, while the other laid a thick beast skin atop it. Bai Ying expressed her gratitude and settled onto the stone stool, basking in the sunlight. The morning rays felt mild against her skin, far more pleasant than the chill of the cave. Bai Ying closed her eyes to rest. The events of the past 2 hours had drained her, and her stomach felt as though it were bubbling, causing her discomfort and nausea. All she desired was to lie down and rest soon. Fortunately, as a pregnant female, the chief was aware of her condition and had arranged her accommodations swiftly. It wasn't long before a male arrived to escort her. The newcomer was an exceptionally robust male, standing nearly 2 meters tall. This time, Bai Ying accepted his goodwill and allowed him to carry her to the cave. The tribe's territory was expansive, and walking there could pose problems. The beast man held her with one arm, while the other carried a bamboo basket. Moving swiftly and steadily with only a slight bounce, nearly lulling Bai Ying to sleep. "Little female, we have arrived." The beastman gently set her down on a bed covered with beast skins. Bai Ying opened her eyes to find herself in an exceptionally clean cave. Approximately 40 to 50 square meters in size, seemingly newly developed. The chief was indeed generous, providing her with a new dwelling. Bai Ying looked up, saying, "Thank you." The beastman smiled heartily. "I am Wei Lai, residing in the adjacent cave, and I am temporarily responsible for your daily care. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct me." Bai Ying blinked. "Then I shall trouble you for the next few days. That it is my honor to care for a pregnant female. You appear quite fatigued. Please rest now." Wei Lai thoughtfully covered her with a fur blanket, then politely bid her farewell before departing. Bai Ying found herself in an unfamiliar environment, yet the familiar scent of the fur lulled her to sleep swiftly. Wei Lai stood at the cave entrance, listening intently to ensure that Bai Ying did not get out of bed and wander about before he left to hunt. Indeed, Wei Lai was a meticulous and composed beastman, who devoted the next 2 days to caring for Bai Ying with utmost attention. Exhausted, Bai Ying spent nearly the entire 2 days resting in bed, only emerging for an hour of sun at the cave's entrance after lunch, accompanied by Wei Lai. During this time, they would occasionally engage in light conversation. Bai Ying learned that Wei Lai was 21 this year, possessed green-tier talents, was a distant relative of the clan leader, and was still a single male. She also discovered that she had gained quite a reputation throughout the tribe. Chapter 28. Conflict. On this day, Bai Ying basked in the sun at the cave entrance, when a group of uninvited guests arrived, specifically a band of little females who had come together to seek her misfortune. "Oh, isn't that Bai Ying? I heard you're pregnant. With such low reproductive capability, luck seems to be on your side after all." 7 of them had come, all of whom had participated in the recent coming-of-age ceremony, some of whom were familiar faces, whom the original Bai Ying had once envied deeply. Bai Ying languidly replied, "Indeed. Have you come to seek my guidance?" Huang Yue blushed, hands on her hips, retorting, "Who said that? We're merely out for a stroll, and happen to see you here, that I have high reproductive capability. Why would I need to consult you?" "What a joke! Since you're not here for advice, then be on your way," Bai Ying said coolly. "Bai Ying, what are you so proud of? You're merely carrying a blue-tier beastman's child with such poor talents. It would just be a waste of food." Hua Chi-Chi sneered. An unfamiliar girl chimed in. Yes. With such low reproductive capability, you'll probably only bear this one child in your lifetime. I wonder what the clan leader thinks. Assigning you to the Western District. Enough already. Why don't you all just leave?" Bai Ying said impatiently, rising to her feet and scanning the girls with her gaze. "Instead of causing a ruckus here, you might as well go back and find a mate to accompany you more often." "Bai Ying, what kind of attitude is that?" Huang Yue's voice was sharp and grating. Unable to resist, Bai Ying began to scratch her ear. Little did she know, this action was perceived as a provocation by Huang Yue, who stepped forward angrily, raising her hand to strike Bai Ying. Wei Lai swiftly intervened, blocking her hand with a furrowed brow and warning. That would be crossing the line. A male. He was not permitted to intervene in the petty disputes among females within the tribe. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Huang Yue used her other hand to strike Wei Lai. His face flushed instantly, veins throbbing at his temples, fury igniting in his eyes, yet he refrained from retaliating. Though his talents were not lacking, his single status was largely due to his distaste for the spoiled nature of most females. Another slap resounded sharply as Bai Ying coldly withdrew her hand, that if you continue to throw a tantrum, do not blame me for being impolite. Huang Yuer's slap was aimed at her, and since Wei Lai had been struck because of her, he could not just stand by. Bai Ying, you shameless wretch! I'll make you pay for this, Huang Yuer screamed, charging towards Bai Ying. Wei Lai held her hands tightly. Bai Shui anxiously approached from behind. Trying to mediate, Ying, just apologize to your sisters that I T1T look good if this escalates. Bai Ying glanced at her cousin, who had just appeared to join the fray. However, since the girl had been hiding silently in the back, she had chosen to ignore her this moment. She stepped forward, her expression genuine, as if truly concerned for Bai Ying. Absolutely not. Huang Yuer roared. Wei Lai, let go of me. Otherwise I'll have a Yong beat you to death. Her first beast husband, a Yong, was of yellow tier talent. Huang Yuer had always been healthy and robust, pampered by her family, and was known for her reckless temper. Bai Ying is pregnant. If you harm her, a Yong will. Before Wei Lai could finish, he felt a tremendous force kick into his left arm, sending him flying uncontrollably. Landing 2 meters away, that a burly man appeared before Huang Yuer, pointing at him and shouting, Wei Lai, you spineless wretch! Why are you holding on to my female? He turned around, anxiously checking Huang Yuer's wrist. Huang Yuer immediately yanked her hand away, barking at him, Hold Wei Lai down. With that, she charged at Bai Ying. As she raised her hand, Bai Ying intercepted it, pushing her back forcefully. Huang Yuer, caught off guard, stumbled back several steps, nearly losing her balance. She looked at Bai Ying incredulously. When did you become so strong? It was common knowledge that Bai Ying had given birth prematurely and was frail, easily blown over by the wind. How could she possibly possess such strength? Bai Ying guarded her belly with one hand. Her tone, I see, that if you continue this ruckus, it will not end well for you. Huang Yuer's gaze fell upon her belly, and the thought of the little one inside doused some of her rage. Initially, she had sought to ridicule Bai Ying for getting pregnant first, but Bai Ying's unexpected assertiveness had provoked her to act out of impulse, not genuinely intending to harm her. Meanwhile, Hua Qiqi's eyes glinted with jealousy. Though her face wore a mask of concern to you, let us leave quickly. She is pregnant. If anything happens to her, we'll all be in trouble with the clan leader. The girl who had spoken earlier continued to stoke the fire. Oh dear, if she claims to have a stomachache later, the clan leader will definitely not spare us that we can't afford this. Let us make ourselves scarce. Indeed, the other girls who thrived on drama chimed in, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Their personalities were generally spoiled and flamboyant, and at this moment, they were reveling in the chaos. Except for Bai Shui, who persistently pleaded for calm, her voice soft as she attempted to reason with the group. Yet, in the noisy environment, her words went unheard, and no one paid her any heed. As Huang Yuer prepared to back down, her fury reignited. Nonsense. I see the clan leader values me more than her. This time Huang Yuer was ready. She gathered strength and lunged at Bai Ying. Ying, Wang Yong, who was holding Wei Lai down, was taken aback. He knew Huang Yuer's strength. If she landed a hit, it could be disastrous. He released Wei Lai, rushing to catch Huang Yuer to prevent his mate from causing a calamity. However, he was too far away. There was no way to reach her in time. Amidst the anxious and gleeful gazes of those around, everyone witnessed a flash before them, followed by a loud thud as Huang Yuer hit the ground. Just moments before, Bai Ying had been on guard as Huang Yuer lunged. She instinctively bent her body, quickly grabbing Huang Yuer's hand and executing a throw. The impact was not light, but would not cause significant harm to her. Huang Yuer's shriek echoed as she fell. Yuer, Wang Yong rushed to her side. Huang Yuer curled up in pain, her complexion pale. Yong, my belly. It hurts so badly. Oh, the pain is unbearable. As the crowd gazed on, a pool of blood gradually formed beneath Huang Yuer. Heaven forbid! Could it be that Sister Au is also with child? Is this a miscarriage? Hua Qiqi exclaimed dramatically. What? Wang Yong stood frozen in shock. Bai Ying thought to herself that this was disastrous and quietly began to retreat, hoping to meet up with Wei Lai, who was stumbling over. Bai Ying. The furious roar of the male beastman reverberated through the sky like thunder, causing even the onlooking females to tremble in fear. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Ying wasted no time and took off running. Consumed by rage, Wang Yong lost all rationality, driven solely by the desire to kill Bai Ying to relieve his pent-up hatred. Yong. Do not act impulsively. Quickly take Huang Yuer to the shaman for treatment. Wei Lai attempted to restrain him, but before he could finish his words, he was met with Wang Yong's assault. If that previous kick had merely been a 3-point threat, this time he unleashed a full-force attack. Wei Lai was caught off guard. He had just tried to stop Wang Yong by wrapping his arms around him, but now Wang Yong, in his fury, struck Wei Lai's abdomen with a punch. Although there was only a single tier of disparity in their talents, the gap between higher tiers became increasingly pronounced. When Wei Lai was first knocked back, he fortuitously crashed against a rock, injuring his lower back and right leg severely. How could he withstand Wang Yong's full-strength blow? As Wei Lai was sent flying once more, he hit the ground with barely a breath left. Yet, Wang Yong paid him no mind, continuing his pursuit of the rapidly fleeing Bai Ying, while the other females, already trembling with fear, huddled around Huang Yuer, unsure of what to do. Bai Shui, holding Huang Yuer, sobbed uncontrollably. How could Bai Ying possibly outrun Wang Yong? In mere moments, he caught up to her. Just as Wang Yong's large hand was about to seize Bai Ying's shoulder, she felt the gust of wind behind her, chilling her to the core. Everything transpired so swiftly that even the onlooking females, who had initially been enjoying the spectacle, were left in shock at the ferocity of the male beast man, screaming in terror. Huang Yuer, overwhelmed with fear, fainted. They could not comprehend how a mere quarrel had escalated to such a degree. At that moment, a golden figure appeared before Bai Ying. Woof! The warning bark of a canine echoed. The golden dog brushed past Bai Ying, causing her to stumble forward. As she fell, she valiantly adjusted her posture to avoid crashing to the ground and harming her abdomen. Yet instead of pain, she landed in a warm embrace. Looking up, she beheld a golden-haired handsome man, his eyes filled with curiosity. She immediately turned to glance back that a golden dog was engaged in a fierce tussle with a flowery rabbit. It was Qin Xian and Wang Yong. The two were evenly matched in talent, with the golden dog having a significant advantage in size, but Qin Xian's injuries would inevitably lead to his defeat over time. Thankfully, Qin Xian had not come alone. He was accompanied by his kin. The golden dog tribe was not far from the rabbit hunting tribe, and upon hearing the news, the rabbit tribe leader had dispatched several beastmen to assist him. Upon hearing the furious roars of the male beastman, Qin Xian rushed over without a second thought. His companions followed suit, among them the golden-haired handsome man who supported Bai Ying, along with others who came to help. Wang Yong was quickly subdued, his eyes bloodshot. He continued to roar, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" He was the first beast husband, and for the past month, Huang Yuer had only shared a bed with him. The child must be his. The ultimate goal of beast men is to propagate, and the birth of offspring is a rare occurrence. How could he not go mad when it was so cruelly snatched away by a female? What is happening? The tribe leader, aware that Qin Xian had brought people to visit Bai Ying, arrived just in time. However, the scene he encountered was of several outsiders surrounding his own tribe members. The females huddled together, crying, while one lay in a pool of blood, and even his own nephew was sprawled on the ground, life or death uncertain. The beastmen beside the tribe leader immediately let out furious roars. "Golden Dog Tribe, how dare you? Do you think the rabbit hunting tribe is without defenders?" A great battle seemed imminent. Bai Ying stepped forward to explain, "Leader, it is Wang Yong who has gone mad. He tried to kill me. Wei Lai was gravely injured while protecting me and is now in critical condition. Just now, it was Qin Xian and his companions who saved me." Her voice trembled slightly, reflecting her fright. Wang Yong, struggling against the grip of several Golden Dog tribe members, shouted, "Leader, it was that wretched Bai Ying. She harmed you and caused my child to perish. I demand blood for blood." The tribe leader listened to both sides and realized that this had nothing to do with the Golden Dog tribe. His expression darkened further, foreboding a storm. Even the beastmen beside the tribe leader wore grim expressions. Internal strife, especially in front of outsiders, had tarnished the reputation of the entire rabbit hunting tribe. Bai Ying interjected, "Leader, we should prioritize getting Huang Yuer and Wei Lai treated." She noticed that Wei Lai seemed unwell, lying on the ground, appearing to struggle for breath. "Bring them to the shaman's cave," the tribe leader commanded, addressing all present. "None of you are permitted to leave. We shall all go to the shaman's cave together." He turned to the Golden Dog tribe members, his tone softening slightly. "Would you kindly accompany us?" Qin Xian's wound reopened, and he was cradled by his kin, the golden-haired handsome man who had supported Bai Ying's side. Of course, my brother's wound also needs to be redressed. The tribe leader nodded, saying nothing further, and led the group swiftly toward the shaman's cave. The members of the Golden Dog tribe remained unhurried, soon trailing behind. Bai Yingying sensed the golden-haired handsome man's keen interest in her and looked at him quizzically. The handsome man smiled charmingly. I am Qin Xian's seventh brother, Qin Su. You may call me a Su. He spoke meaningfully. My fourth brother is usually very composed and gentle. Today truly opened my eyes. His fourth brother, upon seeing this little female in danger, had rushed in without a second thought, completely contrary to his usual measured demeanor. A Su. Qin Xian's weak voice came from nearby. I was merely speaking casually. Do not worry, brother, Qin Su replied cheerfully, showing no concern for his elder brother's condition. Bai Yingying regarded Qin Su, feeling as though he could transform into a flamboyant fox with just a folding fan in hand. The tribe leader had arranged for her accommodation to be quite favorable, not far from the shaman's cave, and soon they arrived. The tribe leader observed the two being taken inside before turning his darkened gaze upon the others. Wang Yong, once standing tall, now slumped, lost and teetering on the brink of collapse. Having just witnessed Wei Lai's condition, his reason began to return, and the realization of having harmed his own kin shattered him completely. Wang Yong, do you recognize your mistakes? Thud. Wang Yong's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Did I recognize my mistakes? Wang Yong hung his head, tears streaming down his face. I should not have laid hands on my kin. As he spoke, a surge of emotion washed over him, and he abruptly turned to Bai Yingying with venomous eyes. It is all her fault. It is all her doing. Bai Yingying, you truly are a calamity. If it were not for you causing Yuer to miscarry, how could I have lost my sanity? Bai Yingying, why did you return? You have already brought ruin upon your whole family. Must you also bring disaster to others? You deserve to die. You should have died long ago. Hua Qiqi chimed in. Indeed, it is clearly Bai Yingying's fault. She caused Sister Au to miscarry and led Wei Lai to his death while protecting her. Yet she herself remains unscathed. She is a true calamity. With everyone echoing the sentiment, they conveniently overlooked the fact that it was they who had instigated the trouble. It was Huang Yuer's malicious intent that pushed the pregnant Bai Yingying. And Wang Yong, shielding his female, had disregarded kinship to the extent of nearly killing Wei Lai. Yet they placed all the blame upon the victim. It was evident that Bai Yingying's family valued kinship. Unwilling to abandon the frail Bai Yingying, consistently caring for her. But hunting bore risks, and death was common among the weaker beastmen families in the tribe, which family had not lost members. Some had even gone extinct. Why did they not mention this? It was because the survivors bore the guilt that no, it is not. Bai Shui shook her head in tears. You deliberately sought trouble with Yingying. Bai Shui attempted to explain through her sobs. But a booming voice came from afar. Bai Shui, be silent. The familiar voice startled Bai Shui, causing her to shrink back, and she could only cast a guilt-ridden glance at Bai Yingying before falling silent. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Bai family, Bai Chong, Bai Yingying's nominal grandfather. Bai Chong clasped his hands together. Addressing the tribe leader, I sincerely apologize. This matter arose from Bai Yingying. The clan will handle it accordingly, and I, Bai Chong, will not speak against it. He had rushed over upon hearing that Bai Yingying had caused trouble, having not yet grasped the full circumstances. This statement was merely to show the tribe leader that the Bai family would not shield Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying's gaze turned icy. She had never cared for her so-called relatives, after all. Bai Yingying's true kin had perished, leaving this individual as her nominal grandfather. It was utterly baffling that he would so hastily distance himself from her without understanding the situation. This left her speechless and filled with sorrow for the original owner of this body. There was no need for further discussion. The clan leader, with a stern countenance, gestured for silence and began to inquire about the entire sequence of events. These females had always harbored disdain for Bai Yingying, and their accounts were certainly embellished, magnifying her faults while conveniently omitting their own aggressive behavior and the circumstances that had incited the conflict. The clan leader's chilling gaze fell upon Bai Yingying. At the behest of Qin Xian, Qin Su stepped forward with a smile, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Yingying. Did the clan leader not consider questioning the victim? If I am not mistaken, the incident occurred at the entrance of Bai Yingying's residence, did it not? Were these young females gathering merely to bully a pregnant one? How illogical that seems. The clan leader's eyes flickered momentarily. It was indeed a fact that Bai Ying had caused the miscarriage of the female in question. That it was also true that Bai Yong had acted impulsively and harmed a fellow clansman, and both should face their due consequences. He was well aware that the majority of the wrongdoing lay with these young females, yet that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Bai Ying, possessing inferior reproductive capabilities, could not compare to Huang Yue, who was of superior fertility. Initially, he had harbored some selfish intentions, intending to show special favor to Bai Ying, but it seemed this matter had been misguided from the very beginning. As Wang Yong had stated, Bai Ying was indeed a harbinger of disaster. Jiang Hong hurriedly emerged from the cave, raising her voice. Clan leader, Huang Yue has indeed miscarried, and the shaman is currently attending to her. However, Wei Lai has died, leaving behind his last words, saying. Jiang Hong glanced at Bai Ying before gritting her teeth to continue. This conflict arose solely due to his mismanagement. I implore the clan leader not to hold Bai Ying accountable. Wei Lai, understanding the clan leader's disposition, had taken full responsibility upon himself to protect Bai Ying. The clan leader had witnessed the substantial blood loss of Huang Yue and was already aware of the gravity of the situation. He was also cognizant of Wei Lai's condition when he was brought in. Thus, upon learning of this outcome, he was not overly agitated. He turned to Bai Ying with a grave expression and stated, Bai Ying, you must remember Wei Lai died for you. Bai Ying clenched her fists, deeply feeling the injustice and experiencing the helplessness and fury of the original owner. That it was this group of females who sought trouble. It was Huang Yue who had repeatedly provoked her. It was Wang Yong who shielded his partner, trapping Wei Lai and escalating the situation. In her attempt to defend herself, she had inadvertently harmed Huang Yue, who was unaware of her own pregnancy. Yet, the clan leader had the audacity to place the primary blame solely upon her. A dying stranger had taken all the responsibility upon himself to protect her. How could she not feel indignant in light of such a stark contrast? Bai Ying believed that had she not been pregnant and of some use, she would likely have been sent to the female cave or executed to quell the anger of the others. She coldly smiled. What I should remember is that Wei Lai was killed by our own clansman, Wang Yong. According to clan rules, Wang Yong should be punished by fire. Was it not you who personally caused Wang Yong's offspring to perish? Should you not also be subjected to the same punishment? The clan leader retorted. Chapter 31. Disappointment. Bai Ying calmly defended herself. Huang Yue knew full well that I was pregnant, yet continued to provoke and attack me. My wounding of Huang Yue was merely an accident made in self-defense. That I had no knowledge of her pregnancy. Had she not been pregnant, a fall would have only resulted in a sore back for a day or two, posing no threat to her life. Wang Yong favored his partner, trapping Wei Lai and escalating the situation. In the end, he even sought revenge, deliberately inflicting lethal harm on Wei Lai and me, a pregnant female. Can these actions not be condemned? The clan leader, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. I only consider the outcome. He swiftly announced the verdict. Wang Yong, having lost his offspring, inadvertently harmed a fellow clansman. He is to serve 3 years of unpaid labor for the hunting team. Bai Ying, while unaware, caused the miscarriage of a female and shall return to the female cave 1 year after giving birth. The offspring shall be compensated to Huang Yue or raised by the clan. He skillfully manipulated the narrative, seeking to smooth over the situation, undoubtedly for the sake of their own interests. Bai Ying, infuriated to the point of laughter, realized that this punishment was solely directed at her. While the benefits accrued to the clan, she had never anticipated such avarice in a primitive society like the Beastman continent. It was no wonder they were in power. Qin Xian could no longer endure the injustice. Despite his weakened condition, he stood up and declared, Clan leader, you. The clan leader interrupted him. Qin Xian, if you can take command, change this alliance from Qin Xing to Bai Ying, and you may take her along with the child in her womb to your Golden Dog clan. He raised a feigned smile. If you cannot take command, I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering in my clan's affairs. Qin Xian was taken aback, as he had never expected the leader of the rabbit-hunting clan to be so cunning. Qin Xing was a female of superior fertility, a coveted prize for their Golden Dog clan. To exchange a high-quality mate for one of lower quality. Even he, as the son of the clan leader, was powerless to influence. However, the punishment imposed on Bai Ying by the rabbit-hunting clan's leader was excessively harsh. That a female who had given birth would have her child nursed and then be sent to a wretched cave. This was truly pushing her towards despair. How could the rabbit-hunting clan treat females in such a manner? Qin Xian could not bear to see Bai Yingying suffer such indignities that he would accept any punishment upon returning to his clan. But he was resolute in his determination to assist her, that he gritted his teeth, ready to agree. All right. Clan leader, Qin Su, shedding his smile, interjected with a stern expression, how can we outsiders interfere in your clan's affairs? Qin Su, with his innate orange tear talent, was destined to become the next clan leader. He could not allow his elder brother to make a decision that would harm the interests of the entire clan. Qin Su then raised his voice. Elder brother, your wound has reopened. Oh dear, how could you bleed so profusely? I shall take you to seek the shaman's treatment at once. He hoisted Qin Xian into his arms, tightly controlling him and swiftly running into the cave, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Bai Yingying stood alone in place, refraining from further words. After all, no amount of speech would prove useful. She had already resolved that upon giving birth and receiving her rewards, she would seek an opportunity to escape. That be why that time, she believed she would possess the ability to safeguard herself. Bai Yingying let out a self-deprecating smile. She had once held great affection for the tribe, believing that with her capabilities, she could thrive within it. Alas, in such a short span, disappointment had compounded, leaving her with nothing but loathing for this place. She vowed never to remain in the rabbit-hunting clan again. However, this time, she found herself devoid of Lin Xia's companionship. This farce concluded hastily under the clan leader's gag order, and the crowd dispersed. Bai Yingying walked back to the cave alone. Before the entrance lay two alarming puddles of blood, now attracting numerous mosquitoes. Bai Yingying knew that no one would come to clean it up anytime soon. So she decided to find tools and cover the area with thick layers of soil to prevent an influx of insects into the cave. In her heart, she held no expectations for the injured Qin Xian, who was nearly incapable of self-care. For days, Qin Xian had been bedridden, recuperating under the care of the shaman, and she had not once visited him. In truth, if she were to be more proactive now, taking advantage of Qin Xian's presence in the tribe to seduce him, as she had done with Lin Xia before, finding opportunities to escape into the wilderness. Relying on Qin Xian's strength, they could surely survive well. Yet she was not in the mood to play pretend. This arrangement suited her just fine. Bai Yingying had grown accustomed to the injustices of the apocalypse and the treachery of human nature. And soon she found herself at peace. She had resolved to temporarily reside within the tribe. Little did she know that the astute Qin Su was wary of her intentions to entice Qin Xian, and he kept a vigilant watch. The following day, he went so far as to render Qin Xian unconscious and took him away. Simultaneously, the clan leader began to keep a close watch over her. Without the careful attention of the composed and taciturn Wei Lai, she was left with only two young males who took turns guarding her. Initially, these two young beast men conversed with her, their demeanor exceedingly courteous and ambiguous, making it apparent that they sought to gain clandestine advantages from her. However, Bai Yingying ignored them entirely, forbidding them from entering her chamber. After a few days, their attitude naturally grew cold, and they intentionally refrained from engaging her in conversation. Her range of movement was limited to basking in the sun outside the cave. Bai Yingying found this of little consequence, for the clan leader had not skimped on her food. Pregnant females were delicate and required the tenderest cooked meat from the beasts. All arrangements had been made. However, these two males seemed determined to make things difficult for her. At tea times, the meat they bring back is already cold. Bai Yingying is not one to indulge them. If it is cold, she refuses to eat, sometimes going an entire day without food, which frightens the two of them, leading them to refrain from being harsh with her again. Time flies swiftly, and spring has passed, giving way to the quiet arrival of summer. The beast robe that Bai Yingying once wore has faded away, leaving only her own close-fitting fur. Due to its snug fit, her prominently protruding abdomen appears alarmingly large. As she approaches her due date, the shaman's visits to her cave have become increasingly frequent. According to the shaman's experience, this pregnancy is a rare multiple birth, though she cannot ascertain the exact number of offspring. Even the chief, who harbors disdain for her, has visited multiple times, staring blankly at her belly, perhaps contemplating some new ideas. During this time, she has heard that the highly fertile Qin Qin has been ceremoniously taken to the Golden Dog clan. The rabbit-hunting clan has acquired a substantial amount of rare resources, including precious coarse cloth, which they plan to reserve for the next shaman succession ceremony attire. The tribe has been unusually lively, And even from her secluded quarters, she can hear the excited roars of the beast men. Many passers-by near her cave discuss the events. By Ying basks in the sun, she overhears snippets of information. Gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. 2 months have passed. A duration neither too long nor too short, that at the very least. She still remembers that innocent, bashful young man, the attentive Wei Lai, and the one who saved her and was prepared to make private promises. Qin Xian. Chapter 32. The birth. By Ying gently caresses her swollen abdomen, filled with anticipation and even a tinge of excitement. Perhaps due to her heightened emotions, her belly begins to ache intensely. It is time to give birth. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she calls out, "Someone, go summon the shaman." A male rushes in, only to be met with the sight of a large, round, snow-white rabbit lying on the bed, restlessly squirming. The male, not inexperienced and of considerable age, quickly deduces that a female has entered labor. All females in labor instinctively revert to their beast form. The shaman arrives promptly with her entourage at this moment. By Ying finds the pain has lessened. The initial sharp agony felt like a reminder that she was about to give birth. In just a minute, the pain recedes to a bearable level. Nearly ignorable. By Ying is taken aback and calls upon the system, Grape, for clarification. The system informs her that it possesses a built-in, painless delivery function. However, to describe it as painless is somewhat exaggerated. There is still a faint discomfort, but compared to the initial agony, it feels trivial. After the shaman enters, Bai Ying must feign great pain to avoid raising any suspicions. Before long, she feels an uncontrollable urge to relieve herself. The sensation is akin to the sudden relief after days of constipation, bringing immense comfort. Following this wave of relief, the shaman exclaims, "It's happening. A little female has been born. Oh heavens, another little female." Simultaneously, a series of system notifications rings in by Ying's ears. System notification. The host has entered a state of labor. The offspring system is now officially activated. The point shop and system backpack are now accessible. The host has given birth to the first offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, female. Talent, purple. Reward. 5 sets of intimate clothing. The host has given birth to the second offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, female. Talent, purple. Reward. 2 pairs of leather shoes. The host has given birth to the third offspring. Beast form, gray rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, blue. Reward. 5 thermoses of 2,000 milliliters. The host has given birth to the fourth offspring. Beast form, gray rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, blue. Reward. 1 iron pot. The host has given birth to the fifth offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, blue. Reward. 5 kilograms of edible fine salt. The host has given birth to the sixth offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, purple. Reward. 50 kilograms of flour. The host has given birth to the seventh offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, blue. Reward. 1 steel long knife. The host has given birth to the eighth offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, female. Talent, purple. Reward. 10 lighters. The host has given birth to the ninth offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, blue. Reward. 2 sealed ceramic jars. The host has given birth to the 10th offspring. Beast form, gray rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, purple. Reward. 50 rolls of paper. The host has given birth to the 11th offspring with a genetic mutation. Beast form, flower rabbit. Gender, male. Talent, green. Reward. 1 green tier talent potion. System notification. The host has surpassed 10 offspring, granting an additional reward. 1 luxury waterbed. Points, 100. Bai Ying has given birth to 11 little rabbits in one go, 3 females and 8 males, rendering the shaman, who assisted her, utterly speechless. Thankfully, instinct drives her hands to continue aiding Bai Ying in the delivery. The nearby Jiang Hong and Jiang Zi are in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the pile of unblinking red furballs on the bed, questioning their very existence, having rubbed their eyes countless times. They confirm that not a single one is missing. They exchange glances and exclaim in unison, "This is no illusion." Bai Ying keeps her eyes closed, not wanting to look at her newborn bunnies. She knows that beastmen offspring do not gain the ability to morph until they are 5 years old. Presently, they are all in beast form, resembling little red peanuts, which is rather unappealing. Furthermore, she herself requires her beast form to nurse the little ones. Bai Yingying has no intention of opening her eyes just yet. She wishes to further explore the system. With the birth of her offspring, the system has officially activated, and her curiosity is piqued. She mentally prompts, Grape, open the point shop. Understood, hosted in the next moment. Although she has not opened her eyes, she perceives a dazzling array of items displayed in a shop interface that IT features categories for recommendations. Classifications and searches. The first page of recommendations is filled with items related to childbirth, recovery potions, strong fetus potions, and milk-increasing potions. Among others, 10 points can be exchanged for 1 childbirth potion, ensuring 100 conception post-cohabitation. 50 points can be exchanged for 1 strong fetus potion, which, when taken before childbirth, increases the likelihood of enhancing the offspring's talent. This enhancement lacks a precise value, giving it a somewhat mystical quality. And is notably expensive. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 recovery potion, which, when taken post-delivery, instantly restores the body to its pre-birth state. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 milk-increasing potion, which, when consumed during times of insufficient milk supply, boosts milk production by 20%. There are also beauty and body-shaping potions available. Next, there are various food items and household goods. Everything one could need. In summary, as long as one possesses points, anything can be exchanged. Bai Yingying flips to the weapons category, discovering even firearms. Yet the cost in points is staggering, with a myriad of zeros trailing behind. Bai Yingying finds it tedious to count. She has no idea how many offspring she must bear to accumulate points for such items. Her frustration mounting. After waiting 3 months and birthing 11 little ones, this is all she has to show for it. Achieving sudden wealth through this endeavor seems exceedingly difficult. Perhaps sensing her dejection, Grape speaks up to offer comfort. Host, given the low talent of the males you selected, having so many offspring and rewards is already quite commendable. You must seek out males with higher talents next time. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Nevertheless, you were fortunate this time to have a genetically mutated offspring, which yields rewards well suited for you. Once you acquire a talent, you will be able to protect yourself on this beast-man continent. Bai Yingying suppresses her joy and confirms, the green tier talent potion. If I consume it, will I possess the same green tier talent as the male beastmen? This would mean she could hunt for herself. Indeed, the offspring you have birthed have all been modified by the childbirth system, and even the little females will possess talents. However, due to the constraints of this realm's rules, the talents of females will not be exceedingly high. Bai Yingying's inquiry is preemptively answered by Grape. She is aware that throughout history, female beastmen in this realm have possessed no talents. The little female she has birthed will at least have a minimum of purple tier talent, making them significantly more capable than other females, granting them a measure of self-protection that in the worst-case scenario, they will not be easily defeated in conflicts with other young females. Chapter 33. Soon to gain renown, Bai Yingying inquires further. How do I utilize the system backpack? The initial size of the system backpack is only 10 cubic units. It can be expanded using points. Anything you touch can be stored within. When retrieving items, simply focus your mind on the desired object, and it will materialize. It is imperative to note that time stands still within the backpack, so living creatures cannot be stored. If you entertain thoughts of using the system backpack for malevolent purposes or to capture wild beasts, it is futile. The Grapes were exceptionally considerate, informing Bai Yingying of both the usage and contraindications. After Bai Yingying absorbed this information, she felt a tingling sensation in her embrace, rendering her somewhat unwell. She chose to keep her eyes closed and instead wandered into the system store. While she was evading reality, the cave transformed from a serene quietness into a cacophony. The priestess murmured in a husky voice, "How astonishing! 11 offspring have been born, 3 females and 8 males. In the realm of the beastmen, intermarriage among the orcs is commonplace, yet the duration of pregnancy is dictated by the gestation period of the female species. Historically, the largest known multiple birth consisted of 9 offspring in a single pregnancy, 8 males and 1 female, born to a superior reproductive female of the Chuanqiu pig clan. However, their females endure a gestation period of 4 months, which exceeds that of the entire rabbit clan by a whole month. Chuanqiu is rich in resources and relatively safe, making the pig clan populous, a true superclan. The females within this tribe are the prime choices for powerful orcs seeking partners. In contrast, the rabbit tribe is merely a medium-sized clan nestled within the Sunset Mountains, a rather inconspicuous presence among all the rabbit clans. But now a highly prolific female has emerged from a certain perspective. This is even more precious than superior fertility. It presents a rare opportunity for fame. Only now did the priestess realize that this was not a dream. May the beast god bless our rabbit tribe. With a thud, the priestess knelt down, offering a sincere prayer, prostrating herself completely. Beside her, Zhang Hong and Zhang Zi hurriedly followed suit. The priestess lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with emotion, and proclaimed loudly, "Our Sunset Mountain rabbit tribe is about to gain renown across the entire Beastmen continent." What? What happened? The chieftain, who had been hastily approaching the entrance, dashed into the cave upon hearing the news, filled with joy. The priestess trembled as she stood up, exclaiming, "Bai Yingying has given birth to 11 offspring, 3 females and 8 males. Regardless of the talents of the offspring, the sheer number of this litter is enough to elevate our tribe's reputation across the continent." The chieftain swayed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. In the next moment, he rushed to the bed, where the little creatures were playfully nudging against the large white rabbit. He momentarily lost his composure, unable to even count them. "Get out." Bai Yingying immediately turned her body, pressing the nursing side down, her voice cold and embarrassed. Although she currently possessed a beastly form, she still valued her privacy. That it was exceedingly uncomfortable for a grown man to gaze at her so openly. Yes, I will leave at once. Don't crowd the little ones." The chieftain stood dumbfounded for a moment, stammering with excitement, and after turning in circles, finally found his way out. That moment, Bai Yingying was no longer viewed as a calamity in his eyes, but rather as a blessed female beast under the protection of the beast god. The priestess gradually regained her composure. Hong, Zi, you two stay behind to care for Ying and the little ones. The chieftain and I have matters to discuss. Yes, grandmother, they both replied in unison. In truth, there was little to manage now. The priestess had already tidied up, even applying medicinal juice to Bai Yingying's wound. Zhang Zi picked up a leaf-wrapped parcel from the stone table, unwrapped it, and retrieved a crude herbal pill, bringing it to Bai Yingying's lips. Ying, take this. It will aid in your swift recovery. Thank you. Bai Yingying accepted it, but as she brought it to her mouth, she secretly stored it in her system backpack. Such shoddy medicine would not be consumed unless absolutely necessary. Once the two left, she could indulge in the recovery pills from the point shop, which would restore her completely at a reasonable price. The chieftain and priestess placed great importance on Bai Yingying and the little ones, particularly the latter. The priestess insisted that none should be allowed to perish. The healthcare on the Beastmen continent is primitive, and there exists a significant risk of complications during childbirth, especially for female offspring. While not particularly rare, female infants often succumb within their first month due to lack of innate talent and fragile constitutions, making survival through infancy a challenge. Unbeknownst to them, all of Bai Yingying's offspring possess innate abilities, and with careful observation, no accidents should occur. After more than an hour, the priestess re-entered the cave. She confirmed that both Bai Yingying and the little ones were safe before addressing her 2 granddaughters. The chieftain has arranged for you both to stay in the adjacent cave for 3 months, to care for Ying and the little ones together. All right, grandmother, Zhang Hong replied immediately. However, Zhang Zi appeared somewhat displeased. As the presumptive next priestess, how could she spend so much time tending to the offspring? Zi, the priestess admonished gently, do you know why even the chieftain refers to me as the high priestess? The priestess, named Zhang Yuan, was mostly addressed as high priestess by the tribe, and the chieftain, a figure of great authority, held her in high regard. Zhang Zi naturally chimed in, it's because you are the priestess of the tribe. The priestess continued to guide her. Then, what do you believe is the most important aspect of being a priestess? Rituals. Zhang Zi, still young at 14, had a remarkable talent for medicine, which is why the priestess nurtured her potential. She felt that the annual rituals were grand and significant, and since they were presided over by the tribe's priestess, she naturally thought rituals were paramount. The priestess gently patted her head, shaking it in exasperation. It is healing. A wistful expression crossed her face as she reminisced. Over a century ago, the most critical aspects of our role were indeed rituals and divination. Healing was secondary. However, following that migration, we came to understand that healing is of utmost importance. Only by mastering healing can we save our kin and ensure the continuity of our bloodline. Do you understand now? The priestess inquired once more. Jiangzi nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. But if I stay here, I won't be able to advance my medical skills. Foolish Jiangzi. Jiang Hong lightly tapped Jiangzi on the head. Female infants are the most susceptible to illness. By staying here, it will be easier for you to monitor their health. Experience in caring for the young is invaluable. Grandmother wants you to learn and gain experience. The priestess looked on with increasing satisfaction. The young ones are the sparks of our tribe. The more young ones we have, the more prosperous we can become. Thus, it is imperative to care for them diligently, ensuring the survival of the females, so that our tribe may flourish and expand. At this point, her expression turned serious. Jiangzi, there is much for you to learn. You won't disappoint grandmother, will you? Of course not. Jiangzi replied emphatically that I will take good care of the little ones. Chapter 34. Experience. By Ying kept her eyes closed, and they all assumed she was exhausted from labor and resting. That in truth, she had not slept at all and felt no drowsiness. With the assistance of the birthing system, her delivery had expended little physical energy, akin to the relief of finally relieving oneself after holding it in for a long time. Once done, she felt remarkably light. However, the sensation of the little one sucking for milk made her feel quite peculiar. It was not painful, yet it felt as though numerous suction cups were rhythmically pulling at her abdomen. An extraordinary sensation indeed. The priestess's words echoed in her mind, deepening her understanding of the significance of offspring to the tribe, revealing that in the beast-men continent, what is truly precious is not the females, but the young. Thus, the frail Bai Ying, despite being female, stood in stark contrast to other females and did not garner attention. Especially at the moment when her fertility was deemed inferior. Her worth diminished drastically, relegated to the confines of the breeding cave, where her final contributions would be exhausted. Yet now, with such an astonishing litter, the chieftain would surely no longer dispatch her to the breeding cave. Even if she could not bear more in the future, she would be kept as a cherished talisman. Initially, Bai Ying had resolved to leave once she delivered. But now, she realized that was no longer feasible. 11 little ones were simply too many. She could not take them all with her. She would have to reassess the situation later, after the priestess had given her instructions. She departed the cave, leaving behind only Jiang Hong and Jiangzi. Bai Ying had made numerous preparations, yet when she beheld the little ones, she was utterly taken aback. Each tiny mass resembling a peanut. These were truly her children? They were of vivid crimson, devoid of any fur. It was remarkable that the birthing system had even noted their fur colors. Now, all mixed together, she could not tell one from another. How do I distinguish them? Bai Ying hesitated. Pfft. Jiang Hong chuckled upon seeing the large white rabbit struggling to lift her head, staring blankly at her surrounding offspring. She quickly clarified, don't worry. The little ones were marked by grandmother during delivery. As per the old customs, each one receives a tiny number marked on their tail as they are born. Bai Ying smiled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, Jiang Hong was eager to engage in conversation. Ying, you are truly remarkable. That I have been married for a year with average fertility and selected 6 beast husbands during my coming-of-age ceremony. Yet my belly has shown no signs of life. Jiang Hong voiced her grievances, yet her countenance bore no trace of shyness or resentment. Instead, it was Jiangzi, standing nearby, whose face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, feigning interest in the little ones. Though her ears were perked up attentively, the lineage of the priestess also necessitated procreation. When she reached maturity, she too would undergo fertility assessments and select a mate. Jiang Hong struggled to maintain her composure and ultimately could not restrain herself any longer. Her eyes shimmered with hope as she inquired of Bai Ying. Ying, do you possess any secrets? I am uncertain, but I have reflected upon it, and it coincided precisely with the heat period when we mated. Bai Ying replied deceitfully. She certainly could not reveal the existence of the childbirth elixir, but if the females experience menstruation, she could enlighten them on how to calculate their ovulation period. However, on the beast-man continent, the females only experienced a mere 3 days of estrus each month, during which they emitted a distinctive scent that only nearby males could detect, rendering them irresistibly alluring. She herself was oblivious to this until Lin Xia exhibited unusually peculiar behavior for 3 consecutive days, prompting her realization. Thus, Bai Ying believed that the likelihood of conception during estrus was undoubtedly higher. Alas, I am aware of this, yet I have never conceived, Jiang Hong lamented. Each female poised to come of age would receive guidance on these intimate matters from elder females. The original body lacked such familial guidance, hence Bai Yingying possessed no private memories regarding this. Jiang Hong subsequently whispered numerous inquiries concerning such details, rendering even the actress Bai Yingying blushing, while she maintained a facade of seriousness. Yet, it was precisely during these discussions of intimacy that their relationship blossomed remarkably, in the ensuing days. Under Bai Yingying's deliberate guidance, their bond grew exceedingly close. Even the young Jiangzi held a favorable impression of Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying had effectively made her initial acquaintances, two friends. 5 days post her delivery, the tribal leader paid another visit. However, unlike before, he did not enter directly, but instead sought an audience outside the cave. Ying, may I come in to see the little ones? I also have matters to discuss with you. His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Bai Yingying lowered her gaze, a glimmer of derision flashing in her eyes. It was evident that the leader was willing to bend for the tribe's sake. After a moment of silence, she called out, "Please, enter, Chief." Bai Yingying did not wish to make things difficult for him over such trivialities and allowed him in shortly thereafter. The chief entered with a warm smile. "Ying, I trust your recovery is satisfactory." His words were meant to inquire after Bai Yingying, yet his gaze was firmly fixed upon the sleeping bundles on the bed. Bai Yingying paid little mind and responded nonchalantly, waiting for the chief to continue. "The birth of the little ones is indeed a momentous occasion, and we must celebrate appropriately. I have dispatched invitations to our allied tribes to come and rejoice when the little ones reach their first month." The chief said eagerly, "During this time, I entrust you with their care. Feel free to voice any requests." He had already sent out invitations. His visit was not to seek approval but to inform. After a brief silence, Bai Yingying raised a false smile. "If I am to care for the little ones, does that mean I shall no longer need to visit the female cave?" "Absolutely not." The chief quickly waved his hand. "You are now a great asset to our rabbit-hunting tribe. My previous handling of matters was inappropriate. Should you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to express them." "I demand the execution of Wang Yong," Bai Yingying stated bluntly. She had contemplated enduring the situation, knowing her position was still precarious, and that such a demand would surely offend many, that if an opportunity arose in the future, she might personally see Wang Yong off. However, given Wang Yong's impulsive and irritable nature, he was susceptible to provocation. Their existing grievances posed a significant threat that at this moment, she was in a position of great influence. And both Wang Yong and Huang Yuer would likely become consumed with jealousy upon witnessing her prominence, making it all the more likely they would be incited to act against her. The chief's expression darkened immediately. He had merely been polite, and he had not anticipated Bai Yingying's audacity, that he now scrutinized her with a more discerning eye. Bai Yingying boldly stated, "Chief, you are an astute individual. Surely you are aware that it was Huang Yuer's jealousy that prompted her to create trouble for me. Our last encounter bred significant enmity, and with my current stature, can you assure me that their volatile natures will not lead them to seek vengeance against me? Will they not covertly target the little ones?" Chapter 35. Revenge. The chief blurted, "They will not." Bai Yingying scoffed coldly. "Then why did Wang Yong, knowing I was pregnant, still attempt to harm me? Wang Yong's innate abilities are among the best in the tribe. Next time, I or the little ones may not be so fortunate as to be rescued by the Golden Dog tribe." She shifted her tone, laced with mockery. "Chief, you must think this through if any harm befalls even one of the little ones. Your desired reputation shall suffer immensely. I had thought you sought to avenge Wei Lai." The chief remarked meaningfully. He clearly perceived that Bai Yingying was merely intent on eliminating a potential threat. This was the optimal approach. If it were merely a quest for revenge, then he would have to carefully contemplate how to handle Bai Yingying, for he had indeed offended her gravely. Bai Yingying smiled. "Wang Yong's demise would also serve as retribution for Wei Lai." "Understood, I will handle it appropriately," the chief uttered before exiting the cave. Bai Yingying watched him leave, her gaze fixed upon the animal skin curtain. Lost in thought, she had refrained from instructing the chief on how to execute Wang Yong, granting him the flexibility to maneuver that a public burning would be too conspicuous, likely inciting the wrath of the Wang and Huang families and potentially triggering turmoil within the tribe. Given the chief's keen interest in maintaining stability, he might not fulfill such a request. However, covertly orchestrating the natural demise of a male beast man would be considerably easier. After all, The hunting team, Wang Yong was part of, faced a high probability of casualties. Yet this manner of death would truly be a disservice to Wang Yong. Bai Yingying could only repay Wei Lai partially. She could not fully restore his honor. After all, Bai Yingying had always been a self-serving individual, prioritizing her own well-being above all else when conditions were unfavorable. Indeed, within a few days, while Bai Yingying was amusing herself with the little ones in the cave, she heard the latest news from Jiang Hong. The hunting team had ascended the mountain to hunt silver foxes that in the Sunset Mountain Range. The Beastman tribes were predominantly situated at the foot of the mountains. The mountains were fraught with peril, teeming with formidable beasts, and any attempt to hunt large or rare prey necessitated venturing into the mountains. Almost every time they ascended, some beastmen failed to return. Yet come summer, they would still enter the mountains to hunt beasts and gather exquisite pelts for trade in the autumn for rare goods. The chief's arrangement was not unexpected. He was indeed a shrewd individual that in his eyes, self-interest reigned supreme. There were neither eternal friends nor eternal foes. Had Wang Yong ever contemplated the possibility of being forsaken by the chief? Had he ever considered that, despite his talents and familial background, they were not absolute shields? Of course, it was also due to his lack of weight in the tribe. Jiang Hong appeared quite pleased. Silver fox pelts are highly coveted. It is said that the young females from Yuhang adore them. Accumulate a few, and we could exchange them for the coarse cloth and pottery they produce in abundance. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying's eyes sparkled with realization. She finally discerned the source of the coarse cloth on the priestess. Indeed, a hierarchy existed even within the Beastman tribes, information that the original body had been completely oblivious to. This also illuminated the fact that the Sunset Mountain Range was relatively underdeveloped. Feigning casualness, Bai Yingying inquired, "Is your first beast husband not participating?" "He is gone. Quite a few beastmen have set off, including several yellow-tier beastmen. Given the dangers of the mountains and the extended duration of their stay, the more high-ranking beastmen that accompany them, the safer it will be." Jiang Hong's first beast husband was also of yellow tier. Logically, he would not select a female with only moderate fertility, but her family connections ensured that there were males willing to lower their tier for her to know. "Does the chief's family have anyone going as well?" Bai Yingying asked, feigning curiosity. The chief's name was Song Qingshan, a yellow-tier talent who married at the age of 20. His partner was a female with superior fertility, the only high-tier female not offered for a political marriage. He did not monopolize her, but instead formed a family with males he had been close to since childhood. That is the first beast husband. His brothers within the family hailed from several powerful clans, all exceptional companions of similar age, fostering a close-knit bond. This camaraderie was one of the reasons he held the position of chief. Wang Yong, on the other hand, was the nephew of the fourth beast husband from his family. Of course, both a Qi and a Chong will be attending. Jiang Hong naturally replied that these two individuals were the biological sons of the clan leader, Song Qi and Song Chong, both possessing yellow-tier talents. In the realm of the orcs, the offspring of a female will inherit the surname of whichever male sired them. Males with children are often regarded with greater esteem. This is, in part, why males are so fervently dedicated to finding partners and procreating. Bai Yingying, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile, finally feeling reassured. Such subtle matters are indeed best entrusted to one's own flesh and blood. The two continued their idle chatter, as Jiangzi no longer spent her days here. This was primarily due to the cubs' robust health. They had been growing rapidly since birth, changing almost daily, now adorably plump. The shaman instructed Jiangzi to visit at specific times during the day, while leaving Jiang Hong and Bai Yingying to care for the cubs, allowing them to gain valuable experience. However, Jiang Hong had to return to her own chamber each night, only to be escorted back by her beast husband in the dead of night, for what transpired. It goes without saying. Bai Yingying needed to nurse and could not venture out for a while, fearing the return of germs. Having Jiang Hong, who could freely come and go, to converse with made her time feel more fulfilling. During this period, she gleaned a wealth of information, both from within the clan and outside. The two sisters, Jiang Hong and Jiang Zi, were both deeply enamored with the idea of life beyond their home, whereas Bai Yingying felt less curiosity about the outside world. After all, she had traversed from Earth, where life had flourished immensely before the apocalypse. Days passed swiftly, and the little bunnies began to sprout fur, though their eyes remained shut as they crawled clumsily about their bedding. When the clan leader came to visit, One little cub crawled perilously close to the edge of the bed in his presence. In her beast form, Bai Ying leaped forward, expertly retrieving the cub. After the initial shock, he secretly arranged for Bai Ying to have a larger den, along with several male orcs tasked with constructing an enormous bed. Anticipating the cub's move once they reached a month old, but he had made the decision to have Bai Ying specifically care for the cubs while being responsible for their sustenance. That afternoon, the hunting party finally returned. And Bai Ying learned, much to her dismay, of Wang Yong's demise. Alas, this expedition had been perilously treacherous, resulting in the loss of several males, even injuring those of yellow-tier talent. Wang Yong's impulsive nature had led to his death. Jiang Hong's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke, but it was my brother Aki who was injured, and I hear it's quite serious. You have no idea how wonderful Aki is. If he had not chosen to remain without a partner for the time being, I would have considered him as my beast husband. Jiang Hong closed her eyes, sitting upright on the stone bench. Fervently praying, I only hope he survives. May the beast god protect him. The Aki she referred to was the clan leader's second son, Song Qi. Chapter 36. Troubles. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's heart sank, prompting her to ponder the reason behind Song Qi's injury. She waited patiently for Jiang Hong to finish her prayers before asking, where was he injured? Do you know how it happened? It seems to be his leg. Brother Aki was carried back. Dada Ming mentioned that while they were hunting silver foxes, they encountered wild dogs, which caused Wang Yong and Brother Aki to tumble down a slope to be by the time they were found. Wang Yong had already perished, and Brother Aki lay unconscious. Jiang Hong's clarity on the matter was due to her immediate visit to her partner, where she discovered such confidential information. Bai Ying sighed inwardly. Perceiving this as the most dreadful of circumstances, it seemed likely that the two brothers had miscalculated while plotting against Wang Yong, resulting in a grave loss. How could the clan leader not seek retribution? As she had surmised, the following morning, the clan leader paid a visit to Bai Ying's chamber. However, this time he sent Jiang Hong away. The clan leader's face was shrouded in gloom as he ominously declared, Ying, my son has suffered greatly because of you. Bai Ying squatted by the bed, silently observing the clan leader. What responsibility do you wish for me to bear? Logically, she should not be held accountable. It was Song Qi and his brother's incompetence that had led to their predicament. Yet under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. She resolved to listen to the clan leader's intentions, as her fate was still her own to navigate. She had already consumed a green-tier talent pill, granting her the physical prowess of a green-tier orc, equipping her for life beyond their confines. If worst came to worst, she could feign agreement and make her escape. That I appreciate your understanding. The clan leader, unaware of her thoughts, noticed her compliant demeanor and relaxed slightly. The shaman had informed him that Aki's life was spared, but his left leg could not be saved. He hesitated before continuing. I wish for you to become Aki's partner, to care for him, even if you are unable to conceive in the future. I shall not hold it against you that a disabled male orc, incapable of hunting, would find life more tragic than death itself. His only remaining purpose would be to produce offspring, yet no other females would accept a crippled male. Only Bai Ying was deemed suitable. Bai Ying relied on the clan for her livelihood, leaving her with no choice in the matter. This arrangement would ensure someone cared for Song Qi, and perhaps she might even have the chance to bear him gifted descendants. The clan leader believed that Bai Ying, with her low fertility, had merely stumbled upon luck in this instance. Bai Ying had already surmised much of this and was not surprised. She merely asked, is he agreeable to this arrangement? The clan leader fell silent. Song Qi was already 22 years old and had yet to seek a female partner. Was it not due to your prohibition? Yes and no. His standards are high. I had initially intended for him to be paired with Qin Xing. The clan leader confessed he was aware of Qin Xian's status and had planned for Bai Ying to entice Qin Xian, intending to switch the intended partner once the timing was right. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated the interference of the cunning Qin Su, forcing him to send the highly fertile Qin Xing to the alliance instead. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend him. Bai Ying, with her experience with Qin Xian, understood that not all males were inclined to seek partners. Yet, these matters were beyond her control. Bai Ying earnestly requested, please arrange for me to meet him. The clan leader, initially irritated by Bai Ying's subtle refusal, ultimately acquiesced, recognizing his son's temperament. Bai Ying's earlier remarks rang true. It seemed his son harbored no interest in Qin Xing. From his demeanor, he was always polite, Yet he displayed a distinct lack of enthusiasm for young females, often avoiding them altogether. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a while longer, the clan leader mused. Departing with a heart full of concerns, Bai Ying felt equally troubled. She had not anticipated that such a shrewd clan leader would have produced a son of lesser capability. She was curious to see what sort of talent he truly was. Bai Ying did not have to wait long for this day to arrive. When the cubs reached 25 days old, the clan leader personally assessed their development before announcing their early relocation to a new abode. Bai Ying was delighted. The little cubs had grown significantly, their eyes now open and filled with curiosity as they explored their surroundings. They could no longer be contained on the bed. She and Jiang Hong spent their days ensuring the cubs remained safely on the bed, taking turns to eat, with one always stationed by the edge. The new den was considerably spacious, consisting of a living area and a bedroom, the latter adorned with layers of grass mats and animal skins. Perfect for the little cubs to frolic upon. However, as Bai Ying entered the den, she was met with the sight of a man lying against the inner wall, his eyes vacant that he had short brown hair. Well-defined features that bore a melancholic beauty, and his body was covered by a thin layer of animal skin, leaving only his feet exposed. Despite the commotion, the man showed no interest in their presence. "Brother Aki," Jiang Hong exclaimed, rushing to the bedside. Bai Ying, meanwhile, entered the inner room with her basket, carefully placing each little bunny onto the bed. The inner chamber spanned about 10 square meters, entirely covered in thick hay and animal skins. The clan leader had shown great sincerity this time, even placing a makeshift fence at the entrance to be why simply blocking the inner room's entrance with the fence and securing it with a large stone. They had created a safe haven for the cubs. Whenever they stepped outside, they need not worry about the little ones escaping. Bai Ying was thoroughly pleased, gazing at the fluffy little bunnies. She found it difficult to embrace the role of a mother. They felt more like a collection of pets. Once she had settled the little creatures, she noticed Jiang Hong standing behind her, looking dejected. "Bai Ying, Brother Aki is completely ignoring me." Bai Ying stole a glance at Song Chi's legs. The thin animal skin revealed that his left knee was noticeably shorter than the right, that a once vibrant young man had suddenly become disabled, a reality that was difficult to accept even on Earth, let alone in a world governed by the law of the jungle. The clan leader arrived fashionably late, making an excuse to call Jiang Hong outside, leaving only Bai Ying and Song Chi in the room. Bai Ying approached him, her expression devoid of emotion as she introduced herself. "Song Chi, I am Bai Ying." Song Chi did not even spare her a glance. "Song Chi, I must admit, I am rather curious. You are the clan leader's son, yet it is said that a strong father cannot have a weak son. Why is it that you cannot even handle trivial matters?" Bai Ying coldly remarked. And upon hearing her words, Song Chi finally reacted. He slowly turned his head to meet Bai Ying's gaze, his eyes bloodshot, and his haggard face combined with his delicate features evoked the image of a frail, beautiful man, stirring a pang of sympathy in others. Yet Bai Ying mercilessly taunted again. It is rather surprising that the clan leader, who is so profit-driven, has not abandoned you. After all, you are merely the crippled son of Song Qingshan. Song Chi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with anger and sorrow. Yet, even when met with such humiliation, he refrained from hurling insults at the female before him. Bai Ying discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Hong spoke no falsehoods. Song Chi was indeed a male of exceptional character. "Now that you can speak, let us engage in a proper discussion." Bai Ying finally altered her tone, becoming significantly more amiable. "The clan leader wishes for us to become partners. Do you agree?" Upon hearing this, Song Chi lay back down, his eyes devoid of light. "That it was my momentary weakness that led me into this predicament. I do not deserve to live in this world, and thus, I shall not burden you any longer." Bai Ying's expression shifted upon hearing the word burden. The original host was most averse to those two syllables, including herself. Bai Ying scoffed coldly. "You should consider yourself fortunate to still have some value. Otherwise, your fate would be to perish in the shaman's cave, with the outside world proclaiming that you succumbed to grievous injuries." "Then let me die. I have no desire to live anyway," Song Chi replied flatly. Bai Ying was incensed by his apparent lack of will to survive. She, too, was reluctant to accept a stranger as a partner. But the clan leader had shifted his ire onto her, compelling her to make amends, even if only for appearances. "Since you wish to die, why not lend me your life for the time being? You know that I seek Wang Yang's life, and now that you are in trouble, the clan leader will undoubtedly spare no leniency towards me." Bai Yingying's eyes sparkled as she softly pleaded. "How about we become partners? You need not fulfill the obligations of a partner. All I require is for you to shield me from the clan leader's wrath, and if you could occasionally look after the cubs, that would be even better." Bai Yingying's rapid change of demeanor astonished even the despondent Song Qi. He fell silent for a moment before uttering two words. "Whatever." Bai Yingying finally revealed a sweet smile. "Then it is settled that I shall inform the clan leader of your agreement shortly. After all, in your current state, you have nowhere else to go." Song Qi was momentarily dazzled by Bai Yingying's smile. Initially, she had left an impression of being acerbic, then shameless, and now somehow, she appeared charming. This female certainly had a knack for changing her facade, were it not for the stark differences in fur color and appearance. He might have believed Bai Yingying was the biological daughter of Song Qingshan. Once Song Qi consented, Bai Yingying promptly ventured out of the cave to seek the clan leader. The clan leader and Jiang Hong were conversing beneath a tree. The clan leader's expression remained relatively mild, while Jiang Hong kept her head bowed, evidently in low spirits. Upon noticing Bai Yingying, the clan leader stepped forward, regarding her solemnly. "Does Aki consent?" Bai Yingying nodded with a smile. "He has agreed. That is splendid news. This afternoon, you shall proceed with the bonding ceremony." The clan leader's brow relaxed. "From now on, you will be responsible for his daily care. As for food and supplies, I will ensure they are delivered, so you need not worry." After giving his instructions, the clan leader checked on the cubs before departing. Though he displayed no overt joy or excitement, Bai Yingying could sense his underlying happiness. Watching the clan leader's retreating figure, Bai Yingying felt a twinge of emotion. It seemed that even those who prioritized profit held a semblance of parental affection that in Song Qingshan's eyes, Bai Yingying would be nearly incapable of conceiving again. Yet he still sought a means and justification for his disabled son to continue living. Essentially, he was reluctant to forsake this son, even at the cost of his own reputation. Jiang Hong approached only after the clan leader had left. She met Bai Yingying's gaze and candidly confessed, "Actually, I just requested the clan leader to allow Aki and me to become partners." Bai Yingying chuckled indifferently. The clan leader would never agree to that. It would only create discord within your family. At that point, both he and Song Qi would be subject to criticism. The clan leader. She was merely a talisman, the most suitable candidate for securing his son's future. Not someone like Jiang Hong, who had so many males vying for her attention that a cripple who could not hunt, reliant solely on the males within her family for sustenance, in the short term. It might be manageable, but who could endure such a situation indefinitely? They would toil outside, while the disabled languished at home, indulging in affection with the females. How could he be favored above all else? "Indeed, I have been rather selfish," Jiang Hong sighed dramatically, attempting to appear carefree. "That I shall entrust Aki to you then." Bai Yingying inquired with curiosity, "Are you not envious?" Jiang Hong, known for her straightforward demeanor, found camaraderie with such forthright individuals. Allowing her to speak freely, she shot Bai Yingying a playful glare. "Envious of what? There are plenty of males I fancy. Must I bring them all home? A mere glance will suffice, lest I tire myself out in the evening." As she spoke, she could not help but rub her waist. After tending to Bai Yingying's cubs by day, she still had to rush home in the evening to attend to her starving partner. "Is it easy for me?" "Ha!" Bai Yingying burst into laughter. That afternoon, Bai Yingying and Song Qi silently became partners, with Jiang Zi coming to facilitate the bonding ceremony. Bai Yingying chose to have the mark inscribed on her back, emphasizing the principle of out of sight, out of mind. Males, however, had no choice in the matter. Their markings were uniformly etched upon their foreheads, allowing for immediate identification of whether a male had taken a partner. The cave now housed an additional male, yet it made little difference to Bai Yingying and Jiang Hong. The two continued their banter and laughter as before. Occasionally, Bai Yingying would place the cubs, who were eager to relieve themselves, on a Song Qi's bed, allowing him to keep an eye on them for a while. It must be said, although the cubs were in animal form, they possessed the essence of humanity, exhibiting a capacity for self-regulation from a young age. Initially, they would frequently relieve themselves on the bed, necessitating Bai Yingying to change the animal hides several times a day. It was only after the shaman advised her on how to observe their patterns that she learned the cubs typically needed to relieve themselves shortly after nursing. They would also make soft whimpers when they needed to go, and as long as she was quick to take them outside, they would not soil the bed. Caring for the cubs was exhausting for Bai Ying, as she had to shift between her beast and human forms for nursing and caretaking. She was now thoroughly fatigued. Furthermore, as the cubs grew larger, even with Jiang Hong's assistance, they sometimes found themselves overwhelmed. Within a few days, Bai Ying began to enlist Song Qi's help from the bed. Song Qi, quickly help me hold Lin Qi. Song Qi, wipe their eye boogers. Song Qi, hurry and assist Lin. He just relieved himself by the edge of your bed. I'll clean up shortly. At first, Song Qi was utterly bewildered, suddenly finding himself with a soft, squirming cub in his arms, unable to comprehend the situation. Only when the cub began to curiously fidget did he frantically search for guidance, struggling to contain the little one while feeling utterly helpless. Despite his initial resistance and repeated expressions of disinterest in caring for the cubs, Bai Ying paid him no mind, reasoning that as long as he lay there, he could not escape. Thus, she placed the cub atop him. Fearing the cub might tumble off the bed, Song Qi, albeit reluctantly, felt compelled to take responsibility. Did I end this manner? Within just 3 short days, Song Qi became adept at tending to the cubs, often sitting on the bed to play with them. When the cubs reached 1 month old and were taken to the square for the ceremony, Song Qi felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Constantly thinking about the little ones, upon realizing this emotion, Song Qi could not help but sigh in resignation. Now that he harbored such attachments, would he truly still wish for death? Chapter 38. Compensation on the other side. Bai Ying carried the cubs on her back alongside Jiang Hong toward the square, accompanied by a squad of male guards dispatched by the clan leader. This marked the cubs' first venture far from home, and the clan leader took their safety very seriously, as anticipated by the clan leader. Many clan members awaited Bai Ying and her entourage along their route, eager to catch a glimpse of the remarkable 11 cubs born in one litter. It was widely known that Bai Ying had given birth to 11 cubs, and upon the clan leader's orders, no clan member was permitted to disturb them without his explicit permission. Although Bai Ying's cave appeared tranquil, the clan leader had stationed numerous trusted individuals nearby, dispersing several disobedient clan members and severely punishing one female who attempted to force her way in. The clan leader was resolutely guarding against any disruptions for this day, intending to spread the news of this remarkable achievement throughout the entire Beastman continent, thereby elevating the reputation of the Sunset Mountains. However, Bai Ying disappointed those onlookers that the little ones grew increasingly restless. Bai Ying took the opportunity to add a cover to the carrying basket. Now confined within the padded basket, they could not peek out, rendering them invisible to the crowd. Despite being unseen, the sounds of the cubs and the playful thuds of the basket captivated the attention of the onlookers. Oh my, I can hardly imagine that the basket is filled with cubs. Why not arrange for a few clan members to carry one each? It feels so cramped that even my heart races along with the swaying basket. How naive! The clan leader regards this entire brood as a treasure beyond compare. He himself would not dare to handle them carelessly. That I have heard that there are 3 little females inside, and the most precious among them are these few little females. Why aren't they given special care? What is the clan leader thinking? I am nearly beside myself with anxiety. Please do not let my little females be harmed. It seems rather mysterious. I suspect the clan leader has been bewitched. Indeed. Only these 3 females are valuable. The other male cubs surely lack talent. I do not understand why the clan leader is so agitated, allowing a low-fertility female to take center stage. Isn't that embarrassing? Does no one pay attention to this basket? It appears to be made of bamboo. How is the bamboo cut so thin? How is it woven so sturdily? I truly wish to ask Bai Ying how this was accomplished. Bai Ying had received various gazes along the way and heard the surrounding murmurs, some envious, some jealous, some disdainful, and others curious about the basket. She pretended not to hear any of it. Even when Jiang Hong could not help herself, she was pulled back by Bai Ying. There was no need for her to waste time and breath arguing with these tribespeople. She merely needed to wait for time to pass, for those who looked down upon her would eventually be proven wrong. Soon, the group arrived at the square. The square was teeming with people, but the area near the altar remained relatively spacious, occupied only by guests invited by the clan leader. Tribes from around the Sunset Mountain had come, albeit with varying degrees of skepticism. They found it hard to believe but rationally understood that the leader of the rabbit-hunting tribe would not lie. as it would be too easy to expose. The leader had deliberately left a safe passage, allowing Bai Yingying and her group to reach the altar. At the foot of the altar stood a circle of strong male beastmen. Arranged as guards by the clan leader, the altar was already covered with clean animal skins. Following the leader's gesture, Bai Yingying climbed the steps and paused on the last level, removing the basket from her back. She reached inside, casually lifting each plump little bundle by their ears and placing them on the animal skins. The clan leader murmured beside her, "Oh, slow down, my little ancestor." Finally, Bai Yingying transformed back in her beast form and leaped onto the altar to better oversee the little cubs. Once all 11 cubs were released, the previously noisy square fell into an abrupt silence, especially among the visiting tribespeople, who gaped in astonishment at the uniformly sized little rabbits. Each one was adorably plump, differing only in color, clearly recognizing them as siblings. Those beastmen who were closer could discern the scent. All the cubs bore the same aroma as the large white rabbit beside them, unmistakably genuine. This was the unique method of parental identification on the beastman continent. Any offspring from the same mother would share the same scent. After a brief silence, the square erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Yet everyone was mindful of the cubs' emotions, keeping their voices subdued. After the cubs were displayed, the shaman personally stepped forward to solemnly pray and bless each one that the clan leader could not contain his joy. Beaming widely, after the blessings, the clan leader instructed Bai Yingying to take the cubs away first, that a meat feast would soon be held in the square, open to all tribes, but the crowd was too boisterous for the mere month-old cubs to remain. Bai Yingying led the cubs out, once again escorted by the guards back to the cave. That on the return journey, many tribespeople followed, yet this time there were no negative remarks, only those enchanted by the cub's charm. Just as she stepped outside the square, Bai Yingying heard a familiar call, "Bai Yingying, Bai Yingying." She halted in her tracks and turned to look. Indeed, it was Lin Fu, who squeezed through the crowd but was stopped by the guards. Lin Fu was filled with indignation, but could only look at Bai Yingying earnestly and plead, "May I see the cubs?" "Let him in." Bai Yingying immediately gestured. The guards obediently allowed Lin Fu into the protective circle. Bai Yingying removed the basket and lifted the lid, revealing the little rabbits huddled together. Lin Fu's expression instantly transformed, softening to the point of nearly spilling over with tears that he leaned over the basket. Feeling overwhelmed, glancing from one cub to another, instinctively, he began to count, but the little ones scurried about, making it impossible to keep track. "Wonderful, wonderful." Lin Fu's eyes glistened, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Choose two if you like. I can gift them to you to raise after they turn 1 year old," Bai Yingying boldly declared. Lin Fu's head snapped up in surprise, his gaze fixed on Bai Yingying, who radiated sincerity. His lips began to tremble, wanting to speak but fearing he might break down in tears before the crowd. Bai Yingying placed the basket into Lin Fu's arms and reached in to pull out a chubby gray cub, holding it up to his eyes. "This one is quite good." Lin Si, a male. With her other hand, she retrieved a snowy white bundle. "And this one is Lin Yi, a female." She had no desire to name them, simply ranking them by Lin Xia's surname. The two she selected were the most spirited of the bunch. Lin Fu held the basket, feeling somewhat flustered, his hands trembling as he feared dropping it. He crouched down. "These are all my grandchildren." Chapter 39. Regret. The onlookers were utterly astonished, their jaws dropping. Bai Yingying's demeanor seemed akin to a merchant casually promoting her wares at a market. How casual. Bai Yingying smiled. "Do not worry, Uncle Lin, that I will persuade the clan leader. These are all Lin Xia's children. It is only right to let the Lin family raise two, even if it proved difficult." She would negotiate with the clan leader. These 2 cubs were her compensation to Lin Fu on behalf of Lin Xia. Lin Fu was at a loss for words, merely nodding vigorously, "Thank you. Thank you." He had only Lin Xia as a child, and his partner had not conceived in years. After losing his only son, he had drifted through each day, the sole hope now resting on Bai Yingying's unborn child. Yet he was also very clear-headed. "Yingying, I am old. I cannot afford to raise 2 little cubs. There is no need for you to exert yourself on my behalf." Lin Fu smiled contentedly. "As long as I can see them often. That is enough at this moment." He truly felt a sense of relief. His son, Lin Xia, had perished for the sake of his beloved female, yet that beloved female had given birth to a litter of healthy, lively cubs. That was sufficient. That a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yingying's eyes. Lin Fu was indeed aging, But the Lin family had many uncles. They would surely be willing to help raise the cubs. However, Lin Fu understood how much the clan leader valued the little ones and knew he would not easily allow them to be separated. His reluctance was merely to spare her the burden. Bai Yingying chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement that if that were the case, they would discuss it further once everything was settled. Lin Fu understood it was not suitable to linger, letting Bai Yingying and her party depart while he remained behind, eventually shuffling away under the envious gazes of the crowd. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yingying immediately spotted Song Qi, who was eagerly awaiting her. "You back. How are the cubs? Did they get frightened?" Song Qi had anticipated the crowd and worried about the noise startling the little ones. Bai Yingying found it amusing. In just 5 days, a beast man who had lost hope had unknowingly regained his vitality. Indeed, cubs were a remedy for the beast men to know. They were lively and energetic. It was quite the adventure for them, and they were all thrilled. Bai Yingying placed the basket on a Song Qi's bed. "That you've lost half a leg. There is no need to stay in bed every day, that a little movement will do you good. Tomorrow, I will have the clan leader make you a cane. That will make it even more convenient." Jiang Hong perked up immediately, intrigued. "What is a cane?" Bai Yingying explained the purpose and construction of a cane, which sparked excitement in both of them. Song Qi's eyes also lit up with anticipation. "Once it's ready, I will give it a try. Practice a few times, and you'll master it. When the cubs grow up, they cannot be confined to the cave. They need to bask in the sun. At that time, you can also step outside to watch over them," Bai Yingying said with a gentle smile. She had no intention of raising a burden. He must be utilized. Jiang Hong nodded in agreement. "Yes, when the cubs are 100 days old, I will take my leave. You must help Ying share the load." Just then, the system's voice echoed in Bai Yingying's mind. "Host, giving birth has incurred no cost to you. Please seek a suitable male to conceive the next litter as soon as possible." Bai Yingying was taken aback. So soon? She had not considered the urgency of becoming pregnant again. However, she indeed needed to acquire rewards swiftly. Only by growing stronger would she avoid being constrained by others. Bai Yingying shifted her gaze to Song Qi's lower half. His leg was broken, but his reproductive capabilities should still be intact. Rather than seeking a stranger, it would be better to have children with Song Qi, with whom she had developed a decent rapport, as he was also her nominal partner. As for Qin Xian, she had already cast him aside. Since their last parting, she had not seen him again, and even this time, the visitors from the Golden Dog tribe were neither Qin Xian nor Qin Su. Golden Dog tribe clan leader's cave. If only I had used Qin Xing to trade for Bai Yingying last time. Now this glory belongs to our Golden Dog tribe. Who could have anticipated this? How could a female of such low fertility conceive? I should have agreed back then. The two middle-aged orcs exchanged a glance, each seeing the regret reflected in the other's eyes that a robust woman glared fiercely at them. Saying, "Enough with the excuses that time, when Xian returned with such severe injuries and sought your leniency. Not only did you refuse, but you also confined him. He almost lost his life. Had it not been for Sura's concern prompting a visit, my Xian would have perished." As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks, prompting the two males to rush forward, soothing her. All right, do not cry. Chinger is already pregnant. Soon you will have a grandchild to hold." "Indeed," they added. "That little female is not carrying Xian's child. She is bearing Sura's own flesh and blood." The woman continued to weep. It would have been wonderful for Xian and Sura to build a family together. Yet Xian remains infatuated with that little female, frequently wandering around the rabbit-hunting tribe. What is he hoping to achieve with such aimless roaming? Stubborn fool. That ungrateful wretch, after all the care we provided, does not even consider our feelings that if he married early, we could rest easy. Yes, it is all his fault. When Xian returns, I will have a serious talk with him that if necessary, I shall even allow him to marry into the family. That little female now enjoys a good reputation. Marrying him would have no adverse effects on the tribe, and we could turn a blind eye. 2 months swiftly passed. Bai Yingying had once again transformed into a pregnant woman, her belly swelling prominently. Her speed was remarkable. After making her decision, she took advantage of Jiang Hong's return home that very evening to seduce Song Qi. Subsequently, she discreetly consumed the childbirth potion exchanged with her points, leading to her pregnancy. She had only shared a bed with Song Qi that once. For her, cohabitation was solely for the purpose of conception. She harbored no feelings for Song Qi. Now, Song-chi adeptly used a cane, walking at a pace comparable to that of a normal person. Even with just a hint of spring breeze, he felt immense satisfaction, often wearing a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring day, completely unrecognizable from his previous despairing self. Upon learning of Bai Ying's pregnancy, not only was he shocked, but even the tribe leader suspected there might be a flaw in the divination conducted by the shaman. Who could explain to him why a female of such low fertility could conceive repeatedly? After the shock subsided, he calmly ordered a news blackout. Otherwise, if word spread, the entire tribe would be in an uproar. Now, Bai Ying was already 2 months pregnant, but only a few tribespeople were aware of her condition. Chapter 40. Marriage into the family. Today, the tribe leader unusually brought outsiders with him. Walking alongside him were 2 handsome blonde men, one of whom was the familiar Chin Su, while the other was a stranger. Though he appeared somewhat haggard, he stood next to the striking Chin Su without losing any charm. Ying, an excited voice called out, sounding remarkably familiar. Bai Ying quickly turned her gaze back. The haggard, long-haired handsome man was none other than Qin Xian. Previously, Qin Xian had always been in severe injury status, never transforming back into his human form, which led Bai Ying to fail to recognize him. At this moment, Qin Xian's eyes visibly brightened, his entire face seeming to glow as if infused with a radiant essence, his complexion significantly uplifted. He smiled gently at Bai Ying, and in that instant, she felt as if she were gazing upon blooming peach blossoms in the spring, radiant and dazzling. Qin Xian, Bai Ying called hesitantly that his eye. Upon hearing Bai Ying call his name, Qin Xian felt a tingling sensation spread through half of his body, making it difficult for him to stand. Beside him, Qin Su quickly supported him, awkwardly whispering, "Fourth brother, maintain your composure." Bai Ying cast a puzzled glance at Qin Xian's legs, which appeared perfectly intact, showing no signs of injury. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if enveloped in pink bubbles, creating an air of intimacy. The tribe leader cleared his throat, displeased, saying, "All right, let us move inside the cave to discuss that if his son Song-chi were not disabled, how could he possibly agree to Qin Xian marrying into the family? What a pity, Ying. Father, who are these 2? Upon hearing the commotion, Song-chi, who had just managed to get out of bed with the help of his cane, looked up to see several individuals entering. He felt somewhat awkward, especially upon seeing the 2 impressive outsiders, instinctively wanting to discard his cane at that moment. Bai Ying naturally took his cane, assisting him to sit back on the bed, softly reminding, "Achi, there are no outsiders here. Just sit comfortably." Seeing Bai Ying's attentiveness towards Song-chi, Qin Xian's gaze dimmed. Conversely, the tribe leader's expression softened, a smile breaking through. "Yes, listen to Ying, sit back and relax." The tribe leader refrained from saying more, instead beaming at the Qin brothers, unwilling to initiate the conversation. Noticing his brother's distracted demeanor, Qin Su felt a mix of frustration and eagerness to help. Yet for the sake of his brother, he steeled himself to speak. "That Ying, my 4th brother has always cared for you, that he knows he cannot bring you back to the Golden Dog tribe. So he is willing to marry into the rabbit-hunting tribe. Do you accept him as your partner? Last time was my mistake. I only considered the tribe's interests and neglected my brother's feelings. I sincerely apologize for any distress caused to you." Qin Su bowed slightly, expressing genuine remorse. Despite the sincerity of the apology, Bai Ying remained silent. In truth, she did not mind Qin Su's previous decision. Had she been in his position, she likely would have acted similarly. However, she found it perplexing that Qin Xian had never expressed any feelings for her, and their time together had been minimal. How could he speak as if he would marry no one but her? A glimmer of determination sparkled in Qin Su's eyes, and he smiled warmly. "Rest assured, even if my 4th brother marries in, he will not lack for gifts. Even if they are from family, there will still be new marriage gifts for you." He paused, adding meaningfully, "Achi will also become my Qin Su's true brother. We will take good care of him." The young chief of the Golden Dog tribe. Qin Su had considerable authority, and he was uncharacteristically humble in his request for Bai Ying's acceptance. Had he arrived at the rabbit-hunting tribe earlier, he might not have been capable of such humility. However, upon learning from the tribe leader that Bai Ying was pregnant, he had envisioned countless scenarios. Determined to see this matter through as a young chief, he wielded significant power, adding various incentives, knowing that if he returned with news of Bai Ying's pregnancy, all influential elders in the tribe would support the union. Ying, I should have told you earlier, in truth, I have cared for you for a long time. But back then, Xia, Qin Xian lowered his head in guilt, unsure of how to continue. That matter is not your fault. Bai Ying replied calmly that it was Lin Xia who took the initiative to rescue Qin Xian, who chose to remain and fight alongside him. Lin Xia's death was merely unfortunate. Lin Xia was kind and brave. Despite his low talent and weak hunting skills, he was pure-hearted and sincerely treated others without seeking reward, a truly admirable youth. Blaming Qin Xian would only turn Lin Xia's sacrifices into a farce. Bai Ying's lingering resentment towards Qin Xian had long dissipated. Seeing her silence, Qin Xian suppressed his heartbreak and cautiously spoke again. Ying, with only Song Qi by your side, having me to care for you as well would not be amiss. Would it? Yes, Bai Ying replied. She indeed desired another helper to share her burdens. From any perspective, Qin Xian was an exceptionally suitable choice. Having one more partner would simply mean one more assistant, another potential father for her future children. Qin Xian had prepared himself for rejection, ready to persistently pursue her, but Bai Ying's swift agreement took him by surprise. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could only nod vigorously, unable to articulate his joy. Qin Su chuckled. Song Chief, it seems our two tribes are advancing their relationship further. Indeed. Since Ying has already agreed, I shall arrange for them to hold the bonding ceremony. The tribe leader shifted his tone. However, given Ying's current situation, this must remain confidential, and they should keep things simple. Does that sound acceptable? Typically, the bonding ceremony between partners would be a grand affair, requiring the presence of both families' witnesses. However, since Song Qi and Bai Ying's ceremony had been rather simple, the tribe leader was unwilling to grant Qin Xian a lavish event. Qin Su's smile waned slightly. Of course, that is not an issue. A Qi's ceremony was also quiet. When the news arrived, we could hardly believe it. While the two exchanged banter, Bai Ying listened with a pained expression. Song Qi remained silent on the bed, his head bowed. Not uttering a word, he had no standing or qualifications to refuse. Knowing full well that Bai Ying's choice was the right one, yet the bitterness in his heart was something he could not alleviate, no matter how many times he tried to convince himself. After spending these days together, Song Qi had fallen deeply in love with Bai Ying. How could he not feel anguish? But in the realm of beast men, as long as a female consented, a male could not interfere with her acceptance of another beast husband. Now, Song Qi could only be grateful for his father's wise decision, granting him the status of a second beast husband, with Bai Ying carrying his child. That was already enough, wasn't it? Chapter 41. Harmony. Qin Xian and Bai Ying discreetly completed the engravement ceremony, where a charming dog pattern was added to Bai Ying's back, marked with the number 3, inscribed with the character Xian. Qin Su departed with his subordinates, leaving Qin Xian behind to officially settle among the rabbit clan. As evening fell, Bai Ying and her companions exchanged wide-eyed glances. Since her pregnancy, she had not shared the night with the little ones. It was always Song Qi who tended to the children in the inner chamber, while Jiang Hong returned home to rest. The clan leader feared it might affect her, contemplating separating the little ones to be cared for by the nurturing females. However, the unfortunate truth was that the little ones had been spoiled by Bai Ying, each possessing an astonishing appetite, rendering the milk supply of those females woefully insufficient. But it is worth noting that Bai Ying herself had consumed 5 milk-enhancing pills just to barely meet their needs. How could those without such advantages compete? The little ones, still too young for meat, could only be nourished by Bai Ying, thus remaining under her care as night descended. It was Song Qi who accompanied the little ones to sleep, ensuring they did not kick Bai Ying's belly. Logically, today marked the day she and Qin Xian formally became partners, and they should have consummated their union. Yet, with her pregnancy, Bai Ying had no intention of doing so. After a period of careful nurturing, she had transformed from her earlier frail appearance into a figure radiating a fuller beauty due to her condition. With just her presence, she effortlessly captivated the gazes of 2 males. Her long, white hair cascaded elegantly behind her, her brows arched like willow leaves, her facial contours full, and her chin delicately pointed. Beneath her dainty, upturned nose rested naturally smiling lips, complemented by a pair of thick, curled eyelashes framing her round, enchanting black eyes, sparkling as if they could speak. Bai Ying need not smile. Merely locking eyes with them instigated boundless reveries in the 2 males enamored with her. With such beauty, how could she dare to share a bed with virile men? Thus, sharing a bed was postponed. With a graceful wave of her hand, she declared, "Chingo, you and Achi sleep in the inner chamber to care for the baby. I shall rest on the small bed outside." Both Song Chi and Qin Xian were taken aback, exchanging dazed glances, each reflecting the other's disdain, yet neither dared to protest. "Ying, may I call you Xinge?" Qin Xian asked cautiously. Previously, Bai Ying and Lin Xia had referred to him as Qinge. However, now that he had become Bai Ying's mate, he felt the term too distant. Bai Ying readily acquiesced. "Xinge, tonight you and Achi will look after the young ones. You may consult him for any uncertainties that I am tired and shall retire first." Once she moved outside to sleep, she ceased night feedings for the little ones. Initially, Song Chi found it impossible to rest during the first 2 nights, soothing one after another. Now, aside from a few troublemakers, the rest were quite peaceful. "Very well, that I will learn diligently from Achi," Qin Xian promised. Song Chi smiled and urged, "Ying, do not worry to go to sleep," but he had silently resolved to bring that noisy little rabbit to Qin Xian that night. Bai Ying felt no apprehension. She quickly fell asleep. Did I end this pregnancy? She distinctly noted a heightened sense of drowsiness, feeling overwhelmingly fatigued as night fell. She wondered if it was due to the strong fetal pill she had taken. With 100 points, she had exchanged for 1 10-point childbirth pill, 1 1-point recovery pill, 1 50-point strong fetal pill, and 5 1-point milk-enhancing pills, totaling 66 points spent, leaving her with 34 points, which she dared not expend further. Points were rewarded only upon meeting certain conditions. Thus, she could not guarantee future rewards. She needed to conserve points for childbirth and milk-enhancing pills, as she sensed this pregnancy would not yield a small number of offspring. It all depended on the effectiveness of the strong fetal pill. If unsatisfactory, she would refrain from further exchanges until her points were more ample. The inner chamber was essentially a large bed, with Song Chi and Qin Xian each taking a side, surrounded by the little ones sprawled out in every direction. When Bai Ying rose during the night, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of a communal sleeping arrangement. And she couldn't help but smile. Bai Ying understood she could not be content with merely these 2 mates. In the future, she would undoubtedly seek out more gifted males to bear children, thus expanding her circle of mates. She pondered whether, at that time, her mates would all be lined up in a communal arrangement, awaiting her summons, and whether that would be too simplistic considering her rapid accumulation of mates. It would suffice for sleeping arrangements, yet given her prolific nature, accommodating the little ones would surely pose a challenge. Hence, improvements to their living conditions were essential. Qin Xian adapted swiftly, displaying meticulous care for the little ones, which endeared him to Song Chi even more. Zhang Hong was equally generous with her praise, gazing enviously at the leisurely Bai Ying each day, though Bai Ying kept her thoughts to herself. She felt an immense satisfaction, relieved of burdens as she now only needed to nourish the little ones and occasionally entertain them. Qin Xian was gentle and attentive, while Song Chi was calm and dependable. After a few days of adjustment, they coexisted harmoniously, engaging in lively discussions primarily centered on parenting techniques, with Song Chi occasionally sharing his hunting skills and experiences. Qin Xian, understanding his situation, seldom broached the topic of hunting. Song Chi was deeply moved by this, gradually opening his heart and no longer resenting his own limitations. Observing this, Bai Ying felt a profound sense of contentment. She had to manage nothing, and the familial atmosphere was simply delightful. Perhaps due to her fortunate circumstances, an unforeseen event occurred 2 days prior to her anticipated delivery. The news of Bai Ying's pregnancy inadvertently leaked. This was primarily due to her conspicuous belly. Even with guards stationed nearby, it could not escape the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. The revelation sent shockwaves through the clan, igniting a frenzy, particularly among the females who united in their determination to meet Bai Ying. This time, it was not just the younger generation. Even some middle-aged females who had not been pregnant for years joined the commotion. The guards, faced with such a multitude of females, found themselves overwhelmed, afraid to impede them for fear of inciting public outrage. "Let us through. Do you dare to lay a hand on us? We are precious females. If you so much as touch us, my mate will tear you apart. Bai Ying, come out. What good is hiding inside?" Indeed, Bai Ying, the sisters merely wish to inquire about your conception techniques. With your low fertility, you've managed to conceive. If you could share your methods, how could our tribe not thrive? Our rabbit clan might just become the 19th super clan in the Beastman continent. What shameful secret does Bai Ying hide about her pregnancy? Why not announce it to the clan? Why the secrecy? Could it be that she used some sinister method to conceive? Oh dear, I once heard of some dubious conception methods. Could Bai Ying have employed them successfully? Chapter 42. The true Qin Xian, an older female, immediately interjected. Her voice stern, "Do not speak such nonsense. Those are taboos. The lightest consequence is lifelong infertility, and the severest could lead to death." Most of the younger females turned pale at her grave warning. But a few brave souls remained unfazed. Huang Yuer stepped forward from the crowd, her expression menacing. If it sounds so alarming, then why is Bai Ying doing just fine? 11 offspring in one pregnancy. And she is already pregnant again. What a coincidence. Even females with superior fertility cannot achieve that. Since her miscarriage, she had not conceived again. Following the death of her first mate, others had discreetly advised her against opposing Bai Ying. What had begun as a twinge of jealousy had morphed into deep-seated loathing, fueled by resentment over Bai Ying's seemingly perfect life. She no longer needed others to incite her anger. Her hatred for Bai Ying ran deep. Yet she had grown wiser, refraining from her previous impulsiveness and instead learning to sow discord. Hua Qiqi also emerged, adopting a familiar sarcastic tone. Indeed, Sister Yuer speaks truth. Bai Ying is thriving, so if there truly is a safe method of conception, why not share it with us? We are the same tribe, and a prosperous clan benefits us all. She turned to raise her voice, calling out, "Sisters, do you not agree?" "Yes, indeed. Exactly, we all want to know." Huang Yuer cast a sinister glance at Hua Qiqi, choosing not to undermine her. In retrospect, she realized it was Hua Qiqi who had fanned the flames, causing her to lose her temper, and she had long harbored resentment toward Hua Qiqi. Yet her deepest animosity was reserved for Bai Ying, who had it all, living better than her, and gaining widespread renown. Bai Ying emerged from the cave, resting a hand on her waist. "I too wish to know how to conceive and give birth to females of superior fertility. Can you share your secrets? What nonsense are you spouting? Fertility is predetermined. Who could possibly know?" Yu Yuan retorted impatiently. Bai Ying countered, "Isn't the timing of conception and the number of offspring predetermined as well?" "How could I possibly know?" Yu Yuan's face flushed with indignation. "That is not the same. You, with your low fertility, how could it be so easy to conceive?" "Oh, then why do superior females give birth to those of inferior fertility? Isn't that also predetermined?" Bai Ying continued her line of questioning that Yu Yuan's mother was a female of superior fertility, and generally, the offspring born in a nurturing environment would likely also be of high quality in adulthood. However, she possesses an average fertility, a piece of gossip that Jiang Hong once shared with Bai Ying, which has now proven to be quite useful. She harbors secrets, concealed within her own unique advantages. Yet her own points are insufficient for sharing. She is no saint, after all. What she must do now is to resolutely deny any accusations. What can they do? Offering anything would only lead to endless troubles thereafter. She has not even shared with Jiang Hong, who she gets along with well. How could she possibly give anything to these aggressive females? Zhou Yuan is particularly perturbed by this aspect. Enraged by the words she hears, she rushes towards Bai Ying in a fit of madness, her mind fixated solely on the thought of tearing Bai Ying's mouth apart. "You wretched creature! I will rip your mouth to shreds." At that moment, a golden figure leaps out from behind Bai Ying that a golden-haired canine, standing half a person tall, positions itself protectively before her, howling towards the heavens with a warning growl. The size of the beast determines its aura. Smaller beastmen naturally exhibit a hint of reverence when compared to something larger. Zhou Yuan is so frightened that her complexion pales, causing her to abruptly halt, but having charged forward too rapidly. She stumbles and falls to the ground in an undignified manner. Her beast husband finally manages to push forward, transforming into his beast form to confront Qin Xian. The stark contrast in size and innate abilities, one yellow and the other green, is immediately apparent. Gone is Qin Xian's usual gentleness. His voice now resembles the coldness of icy December. "Those who dare to advance, do not blame me for being merciless." Even Song Qi, leaning on his cane, steps forward to stand protectively by Ying's side. Though he is limping, his strength and hunting skills remain intact. Anyone daring to harm Bai Yingying would face his unwavering resolve. The crowd erupts into murmurs. Why is a golden dog here? How could the Golden Dog Tribe's members be present? I heard the young clan leader from the Golden Dog Tribe was here last time. Could it be him? No, it isn't this the golden dog that Bai Yingying brought back previously. Why is it here again after being returned to the Golden Dog Tribe? Never mind. Let us leave. Last time when Huang Yue came looking for Bai Yingying, trouble ensued, and the clan leader forbade us from disturbing her. It should not be to cover anything up. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend the Golden Dog Tribe. Especially with Song Qi here. He is the clan leader's son. Despite his disability, he was once one of the top warriors in the tribe, and if we provoke them, it could end badly. It seems everyone is about to retreat. Huang Yue refuses to give up. What do you mean? You outsiders think you can act recklessly on our territory. Hearing this, Qin Xian transforms back into his human form, brushing aside the hair from his forehead for all to see clearly. I am Bai Yingying's partner and a member of the rabbit hunting tribe. That if you attack my female, I have every right to retaliate. That he pauses momentarily, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Of course. I will not lay a hand on females, but I shall show no mercy to males. You may test this if you wish. Dare to bully Bai Yingying, and your beast husbands may find their lives considerably more difficult. The usually gentle Qin Xian now exudes an imposing presence, as if he is transformed into an entirely different person. Bai Yingying is taken aback. She realizes she hardly knows Qin Xian at all. Although his innate ability is merely of the yellow tier, if one were to categorize within that tier, he would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle. Coupled with his formidable hunting skills, he is an elite among the elites of the Golden Dog Tribe. The clan leader of the Golden Dog Tribe regards the orange tier Qin Su as the tribe's brain, while training the yellow tier Qin Xian as a formidable warrior, illustrating the remarkable prowess he possesses. From a young age, Qin Xian has accompanied others on hunts, sustaining countless injuries along the way, often on the brink of death, yet his remarkable recovery and remarkable luck have allowed him to escape peril time and time again. Thus, Qin Su was initially not overly concerned for him. Before Bai Yingying, he is a gentle and obedient large dog. Before outsiders, he is a distant yet amiable senior that I in the face of enemies and beasts. However, he transforms into a fierce and relentless warrior, akin to a wolf. The crowd is momentarily silenced by his imposing aura, the outside world falling eerily quiet. Chapter 43. Premature birth. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Each one of you, so unruly, treating my orders as if they are of no consequence. The clan leader arrives in a furious flurry, his voice booming before his presence is even seen. Bai Yingying squints her eyes to look, but her expression shifts dramatically in the next moment that a sudden wave of pain courses through her body, causing her to shudder. Instinctively, she grabs onto Song Qi's arm to steady herself, preventing her from collapsing. Though she has not been provoked, unexpectedly, she finds herself in the throes of labor. Ying! Song Qi exclaims in alarm, quickly wrapping his arms around her. Qin Xian turns back, seeing Bai Yingying's pale face, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Yingying, without hesitation, Qin Xian swiftly picks Bai Yingying up in a horizontal position, rushing towards the shaman's cave. Bai Yingying struggles to speak. I am going to give birth. Return to the cave. She is familiar with the process. As long as she endures for a minute, the pain will subside, and there is no need to go to the shaman's cave. She does not want to give birth anywhere else. Song Qi hears her and quickly shouts, Father, hurry and summon the shaman. The clan leader just arrived, and before he can tend to the troubling matters, he bellows for someone to fetch the shaman upon hearing Song Qi's words. He quickly follows to the cave to check on the situation. The crowd outside erupts into a cacophony once more that wasn't she due in 3 days. If Bai Yingying has a difficult labor, we may all face consequences, sigh. We warned her not to rush. Let us see how she fares after giving birth. Yet you all insist on asking. Truly, you are too impulsive. What is there to fear? We are all precious females. Can the clan leader really punish us? As the clan leader steps out of the cave, he hears such audacious words. His face turns green with anger. If they were males, he could immediately issue orders for severe punishment, but it is indeed difficult to act against females. Yet that does not mean he is without recourse that I can certainly ensure you all go hungry for a few days. The clan leader roars, Song Tian, Arrest all the females responsible for this ruckus and confine them to the detention room. Anyone who dares to resist shall be knocked unconscious. Song Tian, the head guard responsible for protecting the tribe, is a relative of the clan leader. When he saw a throng of females approaching, he had already sent a clever male to inform the clan leader that he is fully aware of who instigated this disturbance. With the clan leader's orders issued, he no longer hesitates, leading his men to call out names. Huang Yue Zhou Yuanyun, Hua Qiqi. After reciting 7 or 8 names of the offending females, Hua Qiqi finally panics. Shouting, "Clan leader, how can you imprison us? We demand to see the shaman. You have no right to punish us." In the tribe, females are generally overseen by the tribe shamans, which is why the shamans previously defended by Ying in public. No matter how inept by Ying may be, she cannot be publicly humiliated by males, for it concerns the dignity of all females in the tribe. However, most of the troublemaking females have been spoiled and have not considered the consequences. Some older females understand, but wish to exploit the younger ones to extract the secret of pregnancy, joining in the chaos without contributing anything themselves to this moment. Among those being called out, only one is 28 years old, while the rest are around 20. That those causing trouble will wait here. I shall personally deal with them. The shaman's weathered voice rings out, carrying an unusual severity. Today, several injured individuals coincidentally fill the shaman's cave. Keeping the shaman occupied, she had hoped to summon Jiang Hong to assist, thinking Qin Xian would manage well, only to be met with this unexpected situation upon hearing that females were causing trouble. She hurriedly brought Jiang Zi and Jiang Hong, fearing something might go awry with Bai Ying's impending delivery, only to encounter the males who had come to summon her for assistance. As soon as the shaman speaks, the bravado of the audacious females deflates, leaving them standing dejectedly, unwilling to misbehave any further. Without further ado, the shaman enters the cave to assess Bai Ying's condition. Indeed, Bai Ying shows signs of a difficult labor. Fortunately, with the assistance of the childbirth system, she ultimately delivers successfully, albeit the waiting time is longer than with her first child. The shaman's clouds of worry disperse, and she beams with a smile. It's done. The first is a little male. Bai Ying hears the system's announcement in her ear. Host has given birth to the 12th offspring, beast form, yellow rabbit. Gender male, talent yellow, reward. Steel long knife 1. Host has given birth to the 13th offspring, beast form, yellow rabbit. Gender female, talent blue, reward. 50g beef buns 100. Host has given birth to the 14th offspring. Beast form white rabbit. Gender male, talent yellow, reward. Basic medical kit 1. Host has given birth to the 15th offspring, beast form, yellow rabbit. Gender male, talent green, reward. 300 liters of covered ceramic water jars 2. Host has successfully enhanced through strong fetal pills. Talent has been upgraded. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender male, talent, orange, reward. Composite crossbow set 1. The host has given birth to the 17th offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender female, talent, purple, reward. Washing and care set 2. The host has given birth to the 18th offspring. Beast form, white rabbit. Gender male, talent green, reward. Green talent potion 1. The host has given birth to the 19th offspring. Beast form, yellow rabbit. Gender male, talent blue, reward. Mongolian tent mosquito net 10. A total of 8 little rabbits were born this time. 2 females and 6 males. The talent of the offspring is significantly higher than that of the previous litter, and the quality of the rewards has also seen a remarkable increase. Bai Ying finally comprehends the immense importance of seeking high-talent males. She has also discerned certain patterns. Generally, the talent of male offspring tends to be one tier lower than that of their fathers, with equal comparisons being quite rare. Thus, it is imperative to seek males with higher talents. The effect of this batch of powerful breeding pills has also been evident, resulting in the birth of an orange-tier cub. The reward is a set of cold weapons, the composite crossbow set, which includes 100 arrows. Compared to the firearms on Earth, it may seem inconspicuous, but in this Stone Age, a realm dominated by hand-to-hand combat among orcs, it epitomizes a significant advantage. How many beasts can react to a ranged attack? After taking down a target, the arrows can be retrieved for repeated use. However, Bai Ying must refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, lest it attracts undue trouble. Nonetheless, as a hidden weapon for self-preservation, she certainly appreciates it. Like nuclear weapons, I may not use them, but I cannot be without them. Bai Ying is quite satisfied with this reward. For the clan leader and others, it is a tremendous surprise. Once again, there are multiple births. The onlookers from outside the cave are left dumbfounded. The males fall silent, while the females exhibit a complex array of emotions, all eager to enter the cave and uncover the truth. The clan leader waits anxiously at the entrance. They dare not approach the open space outside the cave, only able to hear the excited voice of the shaman echoing from within. Chapter 44. Strict punishment. After the shaman assists with the delivery and sees the well-developed, healthy cubs, she finally feels at ease to address matters outside. Why this time? Nearly 2 hours have passed since Bai Ying went into labor. The males and females outside have been anxiously awaiting, losing track of time. They are all itching to take a look inside. Ultimately, they do not see the cubs, but instead receive a stern reprimand and punishment from the shaman. All males accompanying the females are to receive 20 lashes. The 7 leading females are all confined to a restricted area for 3 days, with only water provided during this time. Their beast husbands, whether present or absent, must also endure 20 lashes if absent, and 30 lashes if present. The punishment rods are as thick as a forearm, and a few strikes can leave one severely injured. 20 lashes can incapacitate a male with decent talent for several days, and 30 lashes could potentially lead to severe injury. This punishment is undeniably severe. The females, having been pampered, have never known hunger, even in the lean winter months. Yet now they must endure 3 days of starvation. Huang Yuer screams in madness. I refuse to accept this. I also refuse. Zhou Yuanyan cries, her expression defiant. Hua Qiqi is genuinely frightened, lowering her head in a quail-like manner. The shaman is just warned that if there is a next time, the females will also be punished. She fears pain. Even a small cut on her finger is unbearable, let alone being struck with branches. Clan leader, shaman. Bai Ying possesses a secret technique for pregnancy, yet does not share it. Why are we being punished? The clan leader snorts coldly. You are blinded by jealousy. If there were any secret techniques, our orc cubs would not be so few in number. She must have something. Huang Yuer shouts. The shaman, filled with disappointment at Huang Yuer's repeated defiance, states, I will tell you the truth. After Bai Ying gave birth to her first litter, I tested her fertility again that time. Her fertility was no longer of low tier, but I am unsure of the exact tier. This matter is so astonishing that I have never heard of similar rumors. Therefore, after discussing it with the clan leader, we chose to keep it secret. Now, to appease the females of the tribe, I must reveal it. Otherwise, their thoughts will not cease, and should they stray onto the wrong path, it will be the tribe that suffers. Indeed, as soon as the shaman finishes speaking, gasps ripple through the crowd, and their eyes quickly flash with madness. The females react swiftly. This implies that fertility can be altered. So, what unique experience did Bai Ying undergo during her month outside the tribe? Calculating the days of Bai Ying's pregnancy, it is nearly the same day she left the tribe. That if Bai Ying can do it, can they not? The shaman is acutely aware of their mindset and continues. Even if Bai Ying had an extraordinary experience, it is a unique gift bestowed by the beast god, one that you cannot covet. You must understand that Bai Ying is a one-of-a-kind fortunate individual. The will of the beast god cannot be altered. You must abandon any thoughts that should not exist. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster to the tribe. Upon hearing this, everyone feels as though the sky has changed. The beast god has bestowed gifts. Indeed, if tested fertility can change, what else could it be but a special blessing from the beast god? How dare they covet the favor bestowed upon a particular orc? After the shaman's explanation, her patience is thoroughly exhausted, and wearily, she states, I have already revealed the secret to you. Huang Yuer, if you continue to act recklessly, prepare to be sent to the female cave. How is that possible? How could it be? Huang Yuer cannot accept this explanation, nor the shaman's final, glaring warning. Her body sways, and in a fit of rage and shock, she faints. After this farce, everyone understands that Bai Ying is no longer the old Bai Ying. The mother of many offspring has become her moniker. In the tribe, countless males aspire to be her beast husband. Yet only those of high talent dare to voice such desires. However, due to her stringent protection, they find it impossible to approach as time passes. Bai Ying's reputation spreads throughout the Sunset Mountains and gradually permeates the entire continent. She is no longer a mere lucky charm, nor a harbinger of disaster. Rather, she has become a coveted partner, the mother of many offspring within the tribe, who brings blessings of fertility within the tribe. Females seek to curry favor, hoping to share in the good fortune of the mother of many offspring, while males dare only to dream of her. However, many high-ranking males from other tribes, bringing their most prized possessions, make their way to the rabbit-hunting tribe, all in pursuit of marriage. At the foot of the southern peak of the Sunset Mountains, two male orc beasts of orange tier talent traverse the rugged mountain path in beast form. One red-haired orc, upon observing the surrounding environment, exclaims, "This is not the way we should be going. I heard that a red-tier rogue orc hunted snow foxes in the Sunset Mountains last time. This seems to be one of the areas where snow foxes frequently appear." The other silver-haired orc, astonished, responds, "A rogue orc? Does a red-tier even need to be a rogue? I only heard about it." This rogue orc killed a high-quality female from the Lingnan Haiju super tribe and is now wanted across the continent by the Haiju tribe to, "Oh, it's fine. Our Sunset Mountains stretch endlessly with such a vast range. How could we encounter him so easily? This route is closer to the rabbit-hunting tribe. Otherwise, how could we get there first?" That's true. What are the odds of being so unlucky? But is the rumor about the mother of many offspring really true? I feel as if I'm dreaming, that if it's not true, wouldn't the males rushing over destroy the rabbit-hunting tribe? They are merely a medium-sized tribe. How dare they deceive us? A few hunting teams from our large tribe could wipe them out. Sigh. I'm just nervous. We're of orange tier talent. I wonder if the mother of many offspring would even look at us. We're not too shabby ourselves. What strong ones can a medium-sized tribe have? Having a yellow tier would be commendable. If we arrive early, we should. The silver-haired orc's smug expression freezes on his face. What is that? His expression shifts from vigilance to sheer terror. Haran, it's that rogue orc. The red-haired orc turns to follow his gaze, only to see a pair of enlarged slit pupils and then loses consciousness entirely. The silver-haired orc transforms into beast form and attempts to flee, but after only a few steps, he is struck at the ankle by a serpentine tail and tumbles to the ground. After a heart-rending scream, a long brown snake slithers over the two corpses, leaving behind a light, airy whisper. Mother of many offspring, rabbit-hunting tribe. Interesting. Chapter 45. A gift within the rabbit-hunting tribe. Bai Ying gazes at the multitude of cubs, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The first litter is already 4 months old, and the second will reach a month tomorrow, with so many cubs clamoring for nourishment. She finds herself unable to cope. Furthermore, she intends to share a room with Qin Xian tonight to conceive the next batch of cubs. The thought of yet another litter in 3 months, without even waiting for the first to reach its first birthday, drives her to madness. That day, the clan leader comes to visit the cubs. Bai Ying seizes the opportunity to express her desire. "Clan leader, I have decided to send the first batch of cubs away. Lin Yi and Lin Wu will go to the Lin family." The clan leader's brow furrows deeply upon hearing this, and he gently declines. Their family does not have suitable females to care for them. If there is no milk, they can eat tender meat. I have done so before. Bai Ying smiled and remarked that the clan leader was concerned about the fragility of the female, fearing that without sufficient nourishment, they would not survive. Bai Ying had contemplated this matter, and in order to ensure that the Lin family could sustain themselves, she had given Lin Yi the green tier talent potion awarded for the second litter. She herself possessed a green tier talent, and this potion would be wasted if not consumed. Thus, it was better to secretly nourish the young cubs who were still too young to remember. Little female Lin Yi had already transitioned from a purple talent to a green tier talent. Her constitution significantly enhanced. This was Bai Ying's favoritism towards Lin Yi, a means of overcoming all difficulties to provide benefits for the Lin family. The clan leader was momentarily speechless, finally glaring at her. Nonsense. Generally, young cubs needed to be at least 6 months old before they could gradually be introduced to meat. Bai Ying's early feeding of meat posed considerable risks. However, upon seeing the noticeably plump and robust little rabbits, the clan leader realized that the offspring Bai Ying raised were sturdier than any cubs he had ever encountered. They were currently teething, and many animal hides bore the marks of their gnawing. Especially Lin Yi, leading him to suspect that this little female might possess considerable talent as well. although this speculation was bold, considering the little female's condition from birth until now, combined with the fact that she was born of Bai Yingying. He felt it was not impossible to confirm this conjecture. They merely needed to wait until the cubs reached their first birthday. Bai Yingying, observing his expression, added fuel to the fire. By the way, clan leader, please send another batch of new animal hides tomorrow. The cubs do not enjoy gnawing on branches. They prefer the hides. With so many cubs, she, along with Qin Xian and Song Qi, could hardly manage, and had to confine them for extended periods, leaving the energetic cubs to go wild over the hides. The clan leader's expression stiffened at her words, recalling the quantity of hides sent over recently. Feeling a pang of pity in his lifetime, it was the first time he had worried over cubs. He pondered whether it would be safe to distribute them, as he sent someone daily to check on their well-being. All right then, let us distribute them, the clan leader gritted his teeth. Except for Lin Yi and Lin Si, the rest is up to you. Bai Yingying smiled and sighed. This way, we can focus on taking care of Song, Yi, and the others. Mentioning her little grandchildren made the clan leader's face light up, his lingering doubts dispelled. Haha, indeed, indeed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the clan leader set about making arrangements. Recently, many families had expressed their desire to raise the cubs. They merely needed to select suitable candidates from the list. His pace was swift, and by afternoon, families began to arrive to collect the young ones, including the Lin family. Bai Yingying personally welcomed Lin's father and the uncles from the Lin family. To ease Lin's father's worries, she privately informed him about Lin Yi's talent, effectively giving him a heads-up to decide whether to disclose it publicly. That if this had been in the past, Lin's father would have surely dismissed such nonsense. However, after Bai Yingying's revelation, he was not only shocked but had already begun to believe. Bai Yingying handed him two plump little rabbits, one gray and one white, that Lin's father instinctively accepted them, and as he gazed at the lively cubs in his arms, memories flooded his mind. Warm moments shared between Lin Xia and Bai Yingying during their childhood. Little Bai Yingying had been adorable. Despite her frail health, they, as neighbors, had cherished her. But as Bai Yingying's relatives passed away one by one, they began to resent her, believing she was a burden on her family, a harbinger of misfortune. If Bai Yingying possessed talent, everything would have been different. His Lin Xia would have surely enjoyed a blissful life with Yingying, filled with love and happiness. They were merely ordinary beast men with low talents as neighbors. Had his talent been high, he could have found ways to protect Bai Yingying, preventing them from being cast out of the tribe. Alas, there were no ifs in this world. Lost in his thoughts, Lin's father gazed down at the two cubs in a daze. Bai Yingying helped hold down the two restless little creatures, sensing Lin Yi's resistance. She considered that this was her first child and felt compelled to remind him, "It is a good thing for a female to have talent, that I hope Uncle Lin can privately teach her the skills of hunting, so that she may be capable of self-protection, regardless of the circumstances in the future." That Lin's father immediately recalled the challenges Bai Yingying and her kin faced outside, wondering how the two children had managed to survive for so many days. Ultimately, Lin's father, in a state of distraction, departed with his family. After all 11 fluffy bundles had been taken away, Bai Yingying did not feel the anticipated relief, but rather a sense of emptiness, after sending off the last wave of visitors. She stood at the cave entrance for a moment before turning and falling into a broad embrace. Qin Xian enveloped her in his arms, softly inquiring, "Do you feel a bit regretful that you couldn't bring them to their first birthday?" In the tribe, young cubs were of utmost importance. Aside from orphans, no family was willing to raise another's child. Yet Bai Yingying's situation was exceptional. With so many cubs, it was impossible to sustain them without the clan's assistance. Thus, in name, they remained the cubs' parents, able to interact normally and visit frequently. It was merely that other families would raise them, adding another branch to their family tree. Bai Yingying placed her hands on his chest, gently pushing him back to create some distance. Qin Xian did not resist, allowing her to create a gap. Only then did Bai Yingying tilt her head and smile. "I have no regrets, after all. They are still in the tribe. Whenever I wish to see them, I can do so at any time that I in that moment." Bai Yingying retracted her limited maternal affection. Her purpose in giving birth had always been for rewards. Even after producing 2 litters, she had not forgotten her original intent, that if so many cubs were not distributed, how could she continue to give birth? The male beastmen currently seeking her hand were all of yellow tier talent. It would be better to have another litter with Qin Xian. Bai Yingying understood that if she waited a bit longer, there would likely be higher-tier males arriving in response to the news. However, Qin Xian was her current partner, and consummating their union to have a litter together would also serve as a deeper bond. 3 months would pass swiftly. With this thought in mind, Bai Yingying gazed at Qin Xian with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. "Xiango, would you sleep with me in the outer chamber tonight?" Her voice was soft, the final note rising slightly as if casting a hook. Just that light suggestion sent Qin Xian's heart racing. A flush creeping onto his cheeks, he felt as if his entire being had floated away, replying incoherently, "All right, I'll go. We'll go to the outer chamber together." His ears felt stuffed with cotton, oblivious to the volume of his own voice. In the inner chamber, Song Qi heard this and immediately lowered his head, feeling a tinge of desolation. Bai Yingying was startled by Qin Xian's loud voice, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. However, thinking of the awkward moment they would eventually face, she dismissed her embarrassment. Every family within the tribe had gone through such experiences. Each female typically had 4 or 5 male partners, and they generally did not shy away from it. As long as they fit, they all shared the same bed. Yet Bai Yingying had crossed over from Earth. Despite having endured the apocalypse and discarding most of her moral compass and sense of shame, she still desired to retain some semblance of dignity in this regard. She pushed away the fervently passionate Qin Xian and approached the door to the inner chamber. Song Qi, upon hearing this. Song Qi immediately lifted his head, the earlier sadness transforming into joy in that instant. Bai Yingying smiled gently. "You and the cubs should rest early." Song Qi's bright eyes dimmed quickly, and he responded with a nasal. Bai Yingying pretended not to notice his disappointment, directly pulling down the animal hide curtain of the inner chamber to separate the two spaces, as if the feeling of shyness would diminish. Before she could turn around, she was suddenly swept up by the impatient Qin Xian, who gently placed her on the bed in the outer chamber. After a while, sounds of intimacy emanated from the outer chamber. Song Qi could only press his ears tighter against his head, but no matter how tightly he covered them, the thin rock walls of the cave could not muffle the sounds. The keen hearing of the beastmen allowed those sounds to penetrate. Burrowing into his ears, his expression grew increasingly sorrowful as he silently reassured himself. Bai Yingying merely wished to provide Qin Xian with a perfect night of consummation. Afterward, she would surely not abandon him. Beastmen were raised with the notion of one female and multiple males. Although Song Qi had previously disapproved, the deeply ingrained ideology could not be changed, and they accepted the concept of sharing. For him, Bai Yingying's exclusive affection for Qin Xian, even denying him the opportunity to observe, was a form of harm. The original Qin Xian had been like one who had quietly awakened to a sense of shame. Initially, he had detested such chaotic relationships, but since meeting Bai Yingying, he had easily accepted it. This was also due to the indoctrination he had received throughout his life. It was only upon encountering someone he loved that he could accept it so smoothly. However, the awakened version of him was fond of Bai Yingying's exclusive affection, which excited him, making him feel that Bai Yingying had granted him a special honor. Bai Yingying had been entangled by Qin Xian 3 times. Yet he still seemed unsatisfied, continuing to be restless. She directly kicked Qin Xian off the bed with her feet, exasperated as she explained, "You should sleep on the big bed. We can't squeeze together here." The diminutive bed measured no more than 1 meter and 40 centimeters in width. She had grown accustomed to sleeping alone, yet now she found herself being restlessly embraced and rubbed against by a heated male beast man. A most uncomfortable predicament. Unprepared, Qin Xian was unexpectedly kicked off the bed by her. Rather than feeling anger, he became increasingly feverish, a blush creeping across his face as he immediately contemplated climbing back onto the bed. However, upon seeing Bai Yingying's fatigued expression, he halted his movements and obediently acquiesced. He knelt upright beside the bed, gently reaching out to smooth the hair from Bai Yingying's forehead, his eyes brimming with affection. "Very well. Rest, and I shall not disturb you any further," he murmured, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead before suppressing his unfulfilled desires and departing. Instead of returning to the inner chamber, he stepped outside, intending to cool off with a refreshing bath in the river. Bai Yingying watched his retreating figure, stretching her sore legs, shaking her head with a sigh. The stamina of males was indeed remarkable. And had she not possessed the physical prowess of a green-tier talent, she would have found it utterly unbearable. And no wonder the females of the Beastman continent did not hunt and yet lived short lives. With childbirth and the frequent exertion of physical labor, how could they possibly endure? After he left, Bai Yingying retrieved the childbirth elixir she had exchanged for and consumed it. She silently lamented that this time there were no reward points for the delivery, and there was no way to exchange for a strong fetus elixir. She could only leave it to fate. Qin Xian, with boundless endurance, indulged her for nearly 3 hours, each encounter stretching over half an hour. Exhausted, Bai Yingying soon drifted into a muddled slumber, the clock having struck past 11 at night. The majority of the beastmen in the tribe had already succumbed to sleep. After an indeterminate period, Bai Yingying, still in slumber, was stirred by the faint sound of rustling nearby, mistakenly believing it to be Qin Xian returning to bed. With great effort, she opened her eyes, only to be met by a pair of terrifying vertical pupils gazing intently at her. It was a snake. A large python had somehow slithered into her chamber. In the instant they locked eyes, the serpent's form morphed into that of an unfamiliar man, a snake beastman who had stealthily infiltrated the tribe. Bai Yingying's hair stood on end as she opened her mouth to call for help, but barely a breath escaped her lips before she lost consciousness. The towering man lifted the petite woman from the bed and quietly exited the cave. At that moment, Song Qi was not asleep. The fierce battle outside had made it impossible for him to calm his mind. He had given up and remained awake, listening for 2 or 3 hours. He was aware when Qin Xian left the cave, but his mind was in turmoil, still echoing with the soft moans of the woman and the heavy breaths of the man, rendering him oblivious to the faint sounds around him. The autumn night was blustery, branches and leaves rustling in the wind, and with the animal hide curtain obscuring his view, Song Qi remained unaware that Bai Yingying had been abducted. Half an hour later, Qin Xian returned, his body still damp from the river, only to find the familiar figure absent from the bed that a jolt of dread coursed through him, and his countenance darkened with concern that he approached the animal hide curtain, listening intently for several seconds, but the intimate sounds he had anticipated were conspicuously absent. Only then did he pull aside the curtain. The two men locked eyes, each registering the other's confusion. "Where is Yingying?" Qin Xian asked, his grip tightening unconsciously on the curtain, anxiety lacing his voice that wasn't she sleeping outside. Song Qi replied, perplexed. Qin Xian's expression abruptly soured. "She is not here." He released his grip and swiftly made his way outside. The once intact animal hide curtain had been torn down by Qin Xian and lay in tatters on the ground. Song Qi hesitated for a moment, then his expression shifted dramatically as realization struck him. This is bad. The two men began to search outside the cave, and soon enough, they discovered several lifeless bodies of the guards among the grass. Upon finding the first corpse, Qin Xian understood that the situation was dire. He transformed into his beast form and let out a series of furious roars, continuing to scour the area. The previously tranquil rabbit-hunting tribe quickly erupted into chaos in response to his thunderous cries. Song Qi, hindered by his disability and needing to care for the cubs inside the cave, remained behind to examine the bodies, awaiting the chief's arrival for further inquiries. Chapter 47. Xiao Mingqing the chief arrived swiftly. Upon learning of the situation, he immediately dispatched individuals to search the tribe. It bears the mark of a snake's fang. It is highly venomous. Song Qi's expression grew grave, that I did not hear any unusual sounds from the inner chamber. The guards sent by the chief were all at least green tier, and the squad leader in charge of the defense was yellow tier, yet they had been silently murdered, indicating a formidable intruder. However, recalling the faint sound of Bai Yingying's voice, he felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. "That I'm sorry. About half an hour ago, I believe I heard Yingying's voice. Had I known, I would have gotten up to check." That voice had been so faint, reminiscent of murmurs during sleep. "You useless fool." The chief scolded, his disappointment palpable. Yet he understood that the assailant was at least orange tier. Given Song Qi's disability, had he risen to investigate, he would have faced certain death. Just like the guards outside. Still, he could have raised some alarm, alerting the other tribesmen, perhaps even saving Bai Yingying. Even if it were his own son, he would have relished the opportunity to kick Song Qi to death in that moment. The chief's fury towards Qin Xian was even more intense. That it was not until dawn that Qin Xian, under the chief's orders, returned in a daze. The entire tribe had searched high and low, even scouring the area outside, yet found not a single clue or trace. Struggling to contain his wrath, the chief instructed, "Qin Xian, I have already sent people to the mountains to search. You must immediately return to the Golden Dog tribe for reinforcements. More people may bring more hope. Understood. Qin Xian finally regained a semblance of his spirit and set off for the Golden Dog tribe. The chief watched Qin Xian's retreating figure, his gaze heavy with contemplation. The continuous stretch of the Sunset Mountain range loomed ahead, where the abductor who had taken Bai Yingying was likely already entrenched in the mountains. Like raindrops merging into the sea, how would one even begin to search? Although Qin Xian and Bai Yingying had forged a bond as partners, they had yet to bear offspring. Would the Golden Dog tribe truly spare no effort in the search, lacking visible gain? Father, the cubs are calling. They are hungry. Song Qi's anxious voice broke the chief's reverie. The chief quickly regained his composure and instructed those around him. The cubs are only a month old. They cannot go without milk. There are too few suitable families in the tribe. Send the hunting team into the mountains to capture a docile lactating beast. His grandchildren could not be entrusted to other families. Alternative measures had to be considered. With a heavy sigh, the chief added, Aki, prepare yourself. Oing may not return. Song Qi found it difficult to accept, yet he said nothing, turning to return to the cave to care for the cubs. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying had indeed found herself in the mountains. Upon awakening, she felt a chilling sensation against her skin that a brown king cobra coiled around her body, its golden vertical pupils coldly fixed upon her as she regained consciousness. Bai Yingying was not afraid of snakes, but only when it came to observing or catching them, not when ensnared by a formidable serpent. She forced herself to maintain composure and met its gaze. Who are you and why have you captured me? A flicker of amusement danced in the snake's eyes as its entire body slowly retracted from Bai Yingying, transforming into a handsome man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His golden eyes glinting with intrigue. Are you not afraid of me? The man's voice was low and husky, as if naturally deepened or made rough from disuse. Bai Yingying gently shook her head, remaining silent. You possess quite the courage. You are worthy of being my female. The man leaned closer, a hint of warning in his demeanor. Bai Yingying, remember this. I am Xiao Mingsheng, regardless of how many beast husbands you have had before. From this day forth, you belong solely to me. Bai Yingying's hands were firmly grasped by him, forcefully pinned to the ground, her entire being held down by his overwhelming presence. She had anticipated the desire for children, but never in such a forced manner. Get away! Bai Yingying struggled with all her might, but her green tear strength was no match for his red tear might. Perhaps her defiance displeased Xiao Mingsheng, for he yanked her hair back with a fierce grip. His gaze, icy and menacing. Little rabbit, I advise you not to move recklessly. Otherwise, I may very well devour you. Bai Yingying caught sight of the murderous intent in his eyes and the aura of menace radiating from him, sending chills down her spine. Since arriving on the Beastman continent, even in the eyes of Huang Yue, who despised her most, she had never encountered such a ruthless gaze. That gaze was reminiscent of what she had only seen during the apocalypse, yet that had belonged to a cannibalistic demon. A demon of the highest order. However, on the Beastman continent, beastmen only consumed wild beasts, never their own kind, for it was said that the beast god had decreed, to consume one's own kind is to invite divine retribution. This legend had persisted through the ages, and even in times of famine, few dared to take the risk. Yet Bai Yingying could clearly sense the aura he exuded, thick with a sense of malice. Xiao Mingsheng was indeed one who would consume his own kind. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely harbored the intent to kill her. Bai Yingying promptly shut her eyes, concealing the defiance within, allowing her body to relax and relinquishing her struggle against him. When weighed against her life, everything else seemed trivial. Seeing her obedience, Xiao Mingsheng loosened his grip on her hair. The actions remained as crude as ever, reminiscent of a first encounter, devoid of any understanding of what true intimacy between a man and a woman entails. Bai Yingying endured the pain in silence, quietly devising her future plans. Xiao Mingsheng appeared to be motivated solely by the desire to mark his territory. After a single encounter, he showed no inclination to continue, he remarked, rather dully, "It's nothing extraordinary." Bai Yingying heard him, yet kept her eyes shut, choosing to pretend she was dead, that in her mind, the system grape was communicating with her. Host, consume another Xingzi-Dan. Bai Yingying was perplexed. She had just ingested one the previous night. The female rabbit tribe possesses 2 wombs, that if you consume another, you will conceive offspring with the red talon orc. And the rewards will be substantial. that a thunderclap echoed in by Ying's mind as she processed this point too. Two wombs? Indeed, two complete reproductive systems. You can conceive even during pregnancy. After struggling for a while with her eyes closed, Bai Ying managed to roll over and cover her mouth. Swallowing another Xingzidan, she was determined to find a way to escape, ideally by eliminating Xiao Mingsheng. She understood that the dagger and composite crossbow in her system backpack would not suffice to take down someone like Xiao Mingsheng, who possessed a red talent, a pinnacle of innate abilities. His strength, speed, and defense were all top tier, far beyond what mere cold weapons could contend with. That if she failed, he would undoubtedly kill her without hesitation. Thus, Bai Ying had to tread carefully. Bearing a child with red talent or blood was an excellent opportunity. Moreover, having already suffered losses at Xiao Mingsheng's hands, she sought to reclaim some benefits from him. As for the child, though innocent, she had no intention of caring for it. After all, a monster was not fit to leave a legacy. Chapter 48. Migration. Bai Ying remained calm, having devised a strategy, and did not panic to avoid arousing Xiao Mingsheng's suspicions. She refrained from immediately altering her demeanor, instead choosing to observe and gradually probe his limits. Xiao Mingsheng, the serpent orc, was exceedingly cunning. He confined Bai Ying in a cave with but a single entrance. And during his hunting excursions, he rolled a massive stone to block the entrance, leaving only a few narrow gaps for her confinement. Bai Ying had attempted countless times to move the boulder, but her strength was insufficient to budge it an inch. She knew full well that if Xiao Mingsheng did not return and no one came to her aid, even if her system backpack's water jar and pottery were filled to the brim, and she had some food, she would eventually perish within the cave. However, she could not change her circumstance for the time being and could only try to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Mingsheng. Yet his moods were unpredictable and difficult to navigate, but a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Mingsheng insisted on sharing intimate moments with her each night, yet his expression remained devoid of enthusiasm. Bai Ying understood that he was likely laboring diligently to ensure her conception. Once, she had attempted to feign refusal, claiming she was already pregnant, but Xiao Mingsheng not only disbelieved her, but also retaliated with an even rougher encounter. Bai Ying resolved to no longer refuse. Even if frequent encounters led to miscarriage, perhaps this cold-hearted and violent serpent orc would settle down a bit. To her surprise, however, the children within her remained unharmed, and the movements within her womb became increasingly pronounced. One day, when Xiao Mingsheng returned, she rushed to greet him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Mingsheng, I'm pregnant." "Really?" Xiao Mingsheng raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Indeed," Bai Ying said, taking his hand and placing it on her abdomen. "Feel for yourself." Upon sensing the faint fluttering, Xiao Mingsheng hastily laid her down on the bed, lifted her top, and pressed his ear against her belly to listen. Bai Ying gazed at the back of his head, feeling an overwhelming urge to stab him with her dagger. Yet, she knew that the moment her hand drew near, Xiao Mingsheng would retaliate, so she could only close her eyes and endure. Moments later, Xiao Mingsheng gently restored her clothing and pulled her into his embrace, a rare smile gracing his features. "Indeed, you are the mother of many, already pregnant so soon." "Mother of many?" Bai Ying questioned. Puzzled, Xiao Mingsheng, in a good mood, seemed eager to converse. He maliciously remarked, "You are quite famous in the Sunset Mountain Range. This is the title bestowed upon you by others. Many male orcs have sought you out. Alas, you are now bound to me. Those who pursued you were left empty-handed, and in their wrath, they have annihilated the rabbit-hunting tribe. 10 days prior, at the rabbit-hunting tribe, the once vibrant chieftain suddenly appeared, aged by several years, the wrinkles on his face deepening into small crevices. Beside him stood Song Chong, carrying a bamboo basket, with tribe members laden with various packages behind him. Opposite them stood a golden-haired man. The chieftain spoke once more, confirming, "Qin Xian, do you truly intend to migrate with us?" In recent days, the visiting foreign orcs had been no less than orange tier. They traversed mountains and faced numerous dangers. The rabbit-hunting tribe informed them that the mother of many had gone missing. Those with a patient temperament joined the search for a few days before resigning to their misfortune and departing. Those with a temper raised a ruckus at the rabbit tribe. They had suffered considerable losses during this time, with even some tribe members perishing in conflicts. The enemy was strong while they were weak, making revenge a daunting prospect. The chieftain, faced with continual setbacks, decided to migrate the entire tribe to a new location to avoid future troubles from the orcs and prevent a possible extinction event. Upon learning of the tribe's intention to migrate, Song Chi, already burdened with guilt for losing by Ying, fearing he would drag the others down, committed suicide in the dead of night. Ultimately, the disabled male orc, driven by a will to survive, ended his life 29 days after by Ying's disappearance. Everything returned to square one, leaving behind a nest of adorable cubs as proof of his past resilience. "Yes, I will protect Aki's cubs," Qin Xian said, looking at Song Chong, who bore a resemblance to Song Chi, his expression tinged with sadness that he had previously sought aid from the Golden Dog tribe, which had sent people to search immediately. However, the mountains were perilous, and in just 10 days several tribe members had perished. The tribe descended into turmoil, believing Bai Ying was already dead or had been taken from the Sunset Mountain Range. Deeming further search unnecessary, complaints arose, and the Golden Dog chieftain could only feel remorse towards his son. Qin Xian decided to search alone until he heard a piece of news that prompted him to rush back to relay it. Over a month ago, a red-tier wandering serpent orc in the Sunset Mountain Range had killed numerous orcs and beasts. Connecting this with other clues, he speculated that Bai Ying had likely been abducted by him. However, upon returning, he found the rabbit tribe had already begun to migrate. After inquiring about the reasons, he learned of Song Chi's demise. After some contemplation, Qin Xian resolved to migrate with the rabbit tribe, safeguarding Song Chi and Bai Ying's cubs, thereby preserving Bai Ying's legacy. Qin Xian firmly believed that, given Bai Ying's character and abilities, she would emerge unscathed, and one day, they would reunite. Upon hearing this, the chieftain's eyes glistened with tears. "Very well. I shall entrust the cubs to you," he instructed Song Chong to remove the basket from his back and solemnly handed it to Qin Xian. This basket had been custom-made for by Ying by Lin Xia, and Qin Xian could only carry it after removing his outer robe, that he accepted it with utmost reverence and attempted to strap it on At that moment. The basket appeared rather small on Qin Xian's back. Yet he felt it constrict him tightly. That It was as if his heart had been firmly grasped by invisible hands since by Ying's departure. However, for some inexplicable reason, although the basket tightly bound his upper body, the suffocating sensation around his heart mysteriously dissipated. The chieftain observed Qin Xian's comical appearance and broke into a long-lost smile. "Perhaps it would be better for a Chong to carry it. His stature is more suited for it, lest you accidentally damage the basket. The cubs would suffer for it." "I'll do it." Song Chong hurriedly stepped forward to assist Qin Xian in removing the basket, preventing any potential damage. The atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably. "All right," the chieftain exhaled, turning to gaze at the tribe members behind him, a resolute expression crossing his face. He raised his right hand high above his head and shouted, "Warriors of the rabbit-hunting tribe, let us wish for a safe journey ahead. Set forth, set forth, set forth, safe journey." The robust voices echoed, cascading from front to back like waves upon the shore. The rabbit-hunting tribe, comprising over 4,000 individuals, officially embarked on their long journey of migration. With winter approaching, this move was perilous. Indeed, there were numerous large families within the tribe who refused to migrate, nearly 1,000 individuals opting to remain behind. The chieftain led those who trusted his judgment onto a new path. Chapter 49. Testing in a certain part of the Sunset Mountain Range. Bai Ying's expression shifted drastically upon hearing Xiao Mingqing's words. She stared at him for a long moment before speaking again, that if you hadn't abducted me, how could they have encountered such misfortune? The corners of Bai Ying's lips curled upward, as if smiling. Yet her eyes betrayed no joy. Xiao Mingqing raised an eyebrow. "Are you angry?" Bai Ying tugged at her lip. "Those are my kin. Naturally, I feel their pain. How could a wandering orc like you understand the bonds of kinship? You seek death." Xiao Mingqing, upon hearing the words, was consumed by a fit of rage, his hand tightening around Bai Ying's throat. Bai Ying made no attempt to struggle or resist, surrendering herself to his grip. Her breathing becoming increasingly labored. She resembled a soul yearning for death. Just as her consciousness began to fade, Xiao Mingqing finally withdrew his hand. His expression was complex as he addressed Bai Ying. "You once went to great lengths to flatter me in order to survive. How dare you now defy me?" Bai Ying bowed her head, coughing violently. The pain in her neck persisted, and her abdomen began to ache as well. Yet, she understood that her gamble had paid off. Xiao Mingqing seemed to grasp her true nature, aware that her recent demeanor was merely an act of compliance, and this confrontation was merely a test. If she were indifferent to her kin, it would indeed raise Xiao Mingqing's suspicions. Only by causing a stir could she convince him that she was merely a perceptive yet principled female. Furthermore, the words Xiao Mingqing had just spoken, intended as a probe, were not necessarily truthful and should not be taken at face value as expected. Xiao Mingqing chuckled softly. Rest assured, your clan leader was rather astute, fleeing with his people ahead of time, leaving behind only a few stubborn fools who fell into the hands of the roaming beast alliance. Aside from the females, the rest were slaughtered, but he was also aware that Bai Yingying's beast husband had perished. And with the earlier demise of her first husband, she was left with a mere nominal spouse that he had refrained from acting on this knowledge to avoid exposing himself, yet he had no intention of disclosing it to Bai Yingying. Noticing that Bai Yingying's expression had visibly relaxed, Xiao Mingqing's tone turned cold. A feeble tribe strikes it rich by producing a rare gem like you, yet they do not hasten to seek refuge with a powerful tribe before the news leaks. Instead, they broadcast their fortune far and wide. Truly a death wish. This was precisely why the clan leader had been so impatient to migrate. He had been blinded by ambition, only to awaken to reality too late, left scrambling for a remedy. However, some of the tribesmen believed that with winter approaching, no beastmen would dare traverse treacherous terrain. They thought it prudent to delay their departure until spring, allowing the clan leader to send for them next year, thus choosing to remain temporarily. Little did they know, winter would not deter the wild and erratic roaming beast alliance. Bai Yingying was certain that the clan leader would take her offspring with him, and her lingering concern dissipated entirely. She silently gazed up at Xiao Mingqing, an appropriate glimmer of hatred flickering in her eyes. What is the roaming beast alliance? Xiao Mingqing smirked disdainfully, a band of fools masquerading as robbers. Every major region of the Beastman continent has its own roaming beast alliance, primarily thriving on plunder. They are nomadic. Even powerful tribes struggle to exterminate them. Bai Yingying hesitated to directly address his identity. Why are you looking at me? Xiao Mingqing rolled his eyes in impatience. I left my tribe to live freely and care freely, not to engage in the pitiful antics of those weaklings who huddle together for warmth. Bai Yingying realized it was not that simple. After all, she knew that beastmen with red talents held high status within tribes and usually acted with impunity. Observing Xiao Mingqing's relatively young age, she reasoned that he should be a favored child of his tribe. How could he possibly feel constrained? Ah, so you yearn for freedom, she mused. Bai Yingying tilted her small face upwards, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I had a difficult life in the tribe before I came of age that I once wished to leave, but as a mere female, I lacked the ability to survive outside, and ended up causing. She faltered, refraining from completing her thought. Bai Yingying understood that Xiao Mingqing must have some knowledge of her past, but the extent of his understanding remained uncertain. Her demeanor was also a form of testing. Well then, I possess the means. Xiao Mingqing could not suppress his pride, reaching out to ruffle her hair. I can provide for you, and I can provide for our offspring as well, no matter how many you bear. I can support them. His grip was somewhat rough, causing Bai Yingying's hair to become disheveled. However, observing Xiao Mingqing's expression, she realized he was indeed aware of Lin Xia and their nearly month-long life outside. Bai Yingying concealed her emotions, shooting him a playful glare, murmuring, "If it weren't for the safety of the tribesmen, I wouldn't want to be with you." She believed that Xiao Mingqing's testing of her was due to her pregnancy, and he wished to settle down with her. Having passed his test, she thought, was why his attitude had shifted so dramatically, leading him to share so much with her. Bai Yingying took this opportunity to further probe his boundaries. As expected, Xiao Mingqing did not react with anger. Instead, he laughed. You must be obedient. There is little difference between here and the tribe that if you behave well, I might grant you freedom. You were so fierce before. Bai Yingying pouted on the verge of tears. Although Xiao Mingqing did not actively comfort her, his eyes sparkled with mirth. From that moment on, while Xiao Mingqing still kept Bai Yingying confined, his demeanor towards her had improved significantly. If previously she had been his captive, now she was regarded as a recognized companion. However, Xiao Mingqing had been quite busy lately, gathering provisions for the winter. Whenever he left the cave, he would ensure Bai Yingying stayed behind, claiming it was to protect her from being taken by other beasts. Bai Yingying did not mind. Once winter officially arrived, she had no intention of attempting an escape. The harsh cold of winter, especially in the mountains, was unbearable. Even in early winter, she found it difficult to cope. Where could she possibly flee? She could only endure the season temporarily. Xiao Mingqing was aware of her discomfort and brought back a large quantity of animal hides for her warmth. While preparing jerky at the entrance, he would also let her out to bask in the sun. One afternoon, as the warm sun shone down, Bai Yingying sat at the cave entrance, observing Xiao Mingsheng as he seasoned food with salt he had procured from somewhere. The area around the cave was filled with withered shrubs, and there were plenty of dry branches, perfect for kindling. An idea struck Bai Yingying, and she playfully asked, "Mingsheng, may I gather some dry branches nearby?" Xiao Mingsheng immediately shook his head, refusing without hesitation. It's difficult to bring back fire. Though he often raided nearby tribes, fire was different. By the time he returned, it would have long extinguished. Bai Yingying understood his concern. Stating plainly, "I can start the fire. When the cubs are born, they will soil many animal hides that if we don't wash them, we will have to sleep on foul-smelling hides that if we have fire, we can wash and dry them quickly." Xiao Mingsheng, half-smiling, replied, "Aren't you afraid of attracting wild beasts? This place is far more dangerous than the foot of the mountain." Bai Yingying stood up from the stone bench, walked over, and playfully clung to Xiao Mingsheng's arm. "Aren't you here? What do I have to fear from wild beasts? Then let me see if my little female truly knows how to start a fire." Xiao Mingsheng wrapped his arms around her, his gaze fixated on her lips, his eyes growing increasingly heated. Ultimately, he could not resist leaning down, their lips entangled for quite some time until Bai Yingying was nearly breathless, prompting him to release her. Xiao Mingsheng, with a deeply contemplative gaze, licked his lips, murmuring, "You seem even more intoxicating than I doubt." Bai Yingying feigned shyness, burying her face in his embrace, her eyes remarkably calm. Who could rival his allure? Xiao Mingsheng, a king cobra by nature, was the largest venomous serpent among beastmen, measuring over 5 meters in length. His temperament was fierce and bloodthirsty, with lightning-fast reflexes. Moreover, his most notable trait was his venom. A single bite could swiftly dispatch even the largest of beasts. Such a beastman was invincible among his peers, especially given his top-tier talent. Unless he encountered a formidable adversary of his kind, he was virtually unstoppable. When Jiang Hong spoke of these things, fear was evident in her eyes. Bai Yingying, well aware of this, knew she had to tread carefully in her interactions with Xiao Mingsheng. However, in recent days, she sensed a notable increase in his affection. Though their intimate encounters had decreased, the small gestures of intimacy had multiplied. This seemed to indicate that Xiao Mingsheng had developed deeper feelings for her. The king cobra beastmen were a rare breed, particularly the red-tiered ones, of which Xiao Mingsheng was the sole representative. Bai Yingying speculated that such a beastman would likely be regarded as an anomaly within the tribe. His peers would undoubtedly harbor both fear and jealousy towards him. Xiao Mingsheng had likely grown up in isolation, and coupled with his volatile temperament, it was plausible that he had endured a long-standing lack of affection. Analyzing her current situation, Bai Yingying pondered how to make Xiao Mingsheng fall in love with her or, at the very least, trust her more. Xiao Mingsheng felt the soft, delicate figure in his arms and was overwhelmed by an urge to meld her into himself. He quickly pushed Bai Yingying away, his expression darkening that he was perplexed by this strange impulse that had plagued him lately. Bai Yingying, suddenly pushed aside, felt no fear. Recently, Xiao Mingsheng had often acted this way. Initially, she reflected on whether she had done something wrong or offended him, but later realized that he was simply neurotic, his mood shifting rapidly. "That I'll go collect some dry branches and soft grass." Bai Yingying was utterly unconcerned, leaving while supporting her waist. As long as she remained within the line of sight of Xiao Mingsheng, he was quite tolerant. Xiao Mingsheng gazed at her pronounced belly, feeling a tremor in his heart. In his recollection, all the pregnant females he had observed had only such a large belly when they were about to give birth. Yet, Bai Yingying was not even 2 months pregnant. Yet her belly appeared as if she were near labor. Just how many offspring had she conceived? A rare flicker of worry appeared in Xiao Mingsheng's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. His pupils returned to their usual coldness. Bai Yingying's movements were swift as she collected her things. She had conceived this idea long ago and was intimately familiar with every spot within her line of sight. She had merely waited for the right moment to speak up. Once everything was in place and the flames ignited, there seemed to be a flicker of fire dancing in Xiao Mingsheng's eyes as he looked at Bai Yingying. a gaze different from his usual demeanor. Unfortunately, the rock wall was too thick. Otherwise, they could have drilled a hole to create a flue for the fire, allowing the cubs to breathe easier. Bai Ying pretended to sigh dramatically, which was also why Shi Henti attempted to dig her way out while he was away. With her abilities, she could not possibly breach the rock wall in a short time. Slowly chiseling away was out of the question. Xiao Mingcheng was exceedingly vigilant, returning each day to inspect the cave. The cave was less than 30 square meters. Any spot she chose to dig would be discovered. She had considered using the system backpack to remove the boulders, but it only had a 10 cubic meter capacity, insufficient to accommodate them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingcheng's eyes flickered. I can break through. Bai Ying's eyes widened in surprise, and she laughed joyfully. That's wonderful. Can you help me build a stove inside the cave? He could truly accomplish it. For the sake of the cubs, Xiao Mingcheng replied coldly, fine. With a stern expression, he began to stack stones and mud to construct a makeshift stove at the cave's entrance. Following Bai Ying's instructions that I end the afternoon, he ventured out again, returning with a short, thick bamboo pole. Bai Ying pointed to a specific spot on the wall, saying, Mingcheng, make the hole here. It can't be larger than the bamboo's diameter. Xiao Mingcheng marked the spot with some charcoal, then transformed into his beast form, deftly using his serpentine tail to puncture the thick rock wall. Debris fell outside, revealing a hole the size of his tail. His tail moved rapidly, and soon, a hole roughly matching the bamboo's diameter was created. Bai Ying's expression darkened. When she had lived in the small cave with Lin Xia outside the rabbit-hunting tribe, the rock wall had only been 10 centimeters thick. Yet Lin Xia had spent several hours painstakingly clawing through it. But now, with a thickness several times greater, Xiao Mingcheng had completed the task in under 2 minutes using just his tail. However, at that time, she and Lin Xia had each been engrossed in their own activities, chatting as several hours passed in a blink. Bai Ying beamed at Xiao Mingcheng, who was watching her, and exited the cave. She inserted the prepared bamboo tube into the hole, perfectly fitting it into the makeshift stove. From now on, when they ignited a fire, the thick smoke would be directed outside through the bamboo tube. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingcheng, in his beast form, hovered at the cave entrance, half of his body upright, watching her with a gaze that was quite menacing. Bai Ying lowered her eyes to conceal her disdain, yet sweetly said, Mingcheng, could you please make me a stone pot? I would like to eat stewed meat soon. All right, Xiao Mingcheng agreed readily, shifting back to his human form and heading outside. The mountain was abundant with stones. His tail, sharp as a knife, quickly fashioned a perfect stone pot. With the fire lit, Bai Ying finally indulged in cooked food once more. She ladled a bowl of meat soup into a stone bowl with a gourd ladle, not minding the heat as she squatted at the stone table, sipping delicately. The early winter chill on the mountain had already dropped below 10 degrees. Drinking the steaming soup warmed her stomach, providing immense comfort to AT that moment. Bai Ying felt unusually content, and a genuine smile graced her face. Chapter 51. Escape. Xiao Mingcheng noticed her expression of enjoyment and decided to try some himself. However, having never consumed cooked food before, he was unaccustomed to the heat. The instant he was burned, he reacted violently, overturning the stone bowl before feeling unsatisfied and rising to charge towards the stove, intent on overturning the stone pot as well. Bai Ying, scalded by the splash soup, initially intended to endure it. But upon seeing Xiao Mingcheng on the verge of a frenzy, she exclaimed, Mingcheng. Xiao Mingcheng's heart tightened. The dark fury on his face vanished as he turned back, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Did you get burned? Let me see. Bai Ying pointed to her chin with her right fingertip, her eyes brimming with feigned tears. Her left hand, however, was clenched tightly. Just moments ago, she had hesitated to call out to Xiao Mingcheng, yet he truly halted. Still, she remained repulsed that if possible, she genuinely wished to avoid being with this unpredictable, temperamental serpent. That it was merely a matter of being burned while drinking soup. Yet he had the audacity to become enraged enough to upend the bowl and contemplate overturning the pot to vent his emotions. Was this the behavior of a rational individual? Upon noticing the conspicuously red mark on her chin, Xiao Mingcheng abruptly turned and strode out of the cave. Bai Ying held no hope for him. Walking to the small stone pool for water, scooping a ladle of cold water to soak her chin in a daze. This small stone pool had been excavated by Xiao Mingcheng, only a meter deep, meant for storing water, but he rarely brought water back, leaving only half a pool filled. Before long, Xiao Mingqing re-entered the cave, holding a fresh herb in hand. Finding a tender herb in the midst of winter was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon entering, he spotted Bai Yingying kneeling at the water pool, her chin resting in the ladle. Lost in thought, he felt as if his heart had been struck, causing it to race, especially as Bai Yingying turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling like dewy grapes. Xiao Mingsheng instinctively averted his gaze, his face heating up, and his expression grew awkward. He lost the desire to show off, walking over while shoving the herb into his mouth. Chewing rapidly, kneeling beside Bai Yingying, he spat out a clump of herbal mud. Bai Yingying understood his intention and moved the ladle aside. Xiao Mingsheng, serious in demeanor, gently applied the herbal mud to her chin. "It's my fault," he struggled to continue, ultimately closing his mouth, unable to express further. This was the first time Bai Yingying had ever heard him utter words resembling an apology. She cupped his face and offered him a gentle smile. "It's all right. You don't need to blame yourself. This minor injury will heal in a few days." Xiao Mingqing replied, reaching out to touch her face, his fingertips softly caressing her skin as he gazed at her for a long time. The next day, Xiao Mingqing left the cave early in the morning. His rising actions were typically rough, and Bai Yingying could always sense it immediately. However, this time his movements were unusually gentle, and Bai Yingying only awakened when she felt the light streaming in. She stared blankly at the massive stone at the cave entrance for a moment before a smile crept across her face. It seemed they had made progress. Bai Yingying snuggled back into the warm bedding for a while longer before finally getting up for breakfast. Typically, she would only indulge in the buns in her backpack when the craving struck, too reluctant and fearful to consume them. The beastman's sense of smell was far too acute, and the cave was nearly sealed, making it easy for Xiao Mingqing to detect any lingering scents. Even when she did eat, she would do so standing by the crevice of the massive stone. But today was different, with the makeshift stove. She could enjoy some flavorless dough. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Mingqing had gathered plenty of firewood nearby, so she need not worry about running out. Bai Yingying ignited the fire to boil water and cook meat, and then took out a clay pot to prepare the dough. Half an hour later, she finally savored a bowl of savory meat soup with dumplings, having gone so long without tasting food with flavor. She found it slightly salty, even though she hadn't added much salt. Though not fully satisfied, she could eat no more. Bai Yingying had cooked a large pot, but since she couldn't finish it, she could only pour it into a clay pot and store it in the system backpack. Saving it for tomorrow or another opportunity to enjoy to mask the scent, she cleaned the stone pot and continued boiling meat soup. Generally, Xiao Mingqing would return from hunting around 1 in the afternoon, but Bai Yingying found herself waiting until the following noon, yet he still had not returned. Could it be that Xiao Mingqing had perished? After pondering, Bai Yingying resolved to begin digging at the wall that as she expanded the flue, she transformed into her beast form to crawl out. It shouldn't take long. However, when she truly transformed back into her beast form and began to dig, she realized how arduous the task was. Was the rock here granite? Why was it so difficult to excavate? Her belly was so large that she couldn't allow her abdomen to rub against the ground. Thus, she could only brace herself against the rock, standing to dig, exerting all her strength with her claws. Before long, she became fatigued, yet the rock wall bore only a short, shallow scratch. Bai Yingying felt a pang of anxiety. At this rate, if Xiao Mingqing did not return, would she truly be able to escape? She calculated the food and water she had on hand, alongside the cured meat stored within the cave. Perhaps by conserving resources, she might endure until production, at which point her physique may diminish, or the system might reward her with a higher-tier talent potion, thereby allowing her to escape. She takes brief pauses to excavate, preparing for both outcomes. However, an hour later, the massive stone at the entrance is suddenly displaced. Xiao Mingqing, pale-faced, steps inside, locking eyes with Bai Yingying, who is still digging at the wall. The air becomes thick with tension. Bai Yingying immediately leaps from the earthen stove, reverting to her human form and throwing herself into Xiao Mingqing's embrace. "Mingqing, you've finally returned." She had anticipated the possibility of his return and had long prepared her explanations. "Were you trying to escape?" Xiao Mingqing's voice is ominously deep. Bai Yingying tilts her head back, tearfully lamenting, "I was so worried about you not coming back, fearing I might starve in your absence. I could only think of ways to create a hole, at least to scavenge for something to eat." Her pitiful words are accompanied by large, glistening tears that cascade down her cheeks, that a sense of relief washes over Xiao Mingqing, who suddenly finds himself curious about the taste of such crystalline tears. Acting on impulse, he bends down to gently suckle each tear from her face. Bai Yingying stands frozen, her heartbeat racing, her body inexplicably engulfed in a delicious, tingling sensation. "It is sweet." Xiao Mingqing smiles broadly, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "That I will never abandon you, don't." Bai Yingying feigns a touched response, but her hand encounters a sticky substance, and she finally catches a whiff of the pungent scent of blood. With a look of surprise, she lifts her head to inquire, "Are you injured? Let me find some herbs for you." Bai Yingying releases him, hastily preparing to leave. Chapter 52. Xiao Mingqing swiftly pulls her back. Pressing a kiss on her lips, "It's nothing, that I retrieve some herbs. You can help me apply them shortly." He had spent the night recuperating outside, worried that Bai Yingying might go hungry, and had rushed back despite his injuries. Only to find her digging a tunnel to escape. In that moment, he wished to obliterate the entire Orc continent. Yet, upon hearing her plaintive complaints, he understood that she did not genuinely wish to flee from him, but rather was concerned for him and feared starvation. This was certainly forgivable. Bai Yingying instructs Xiao Mingqing to lie on the bed so she can examine his back injuries. 3 Ghastly, gruesome claw marks mar his back. Flesh torn and blood continuously oozing, likely from the exertion of moving the massive stone, causing the wound to tear anew. How could Xiao Mingqing remain so composed and even flirtatious with such grievous injuries? After inspecting his wounds, Bai Yingying, her expression filled with concern, asks, "How could this happen? Such deep claw marks. Are you truly all right?" While Bai Yingying possesses a basic medical kit, she has no intention of using it. Xiao Mingqing gazes at her with adoration, tilting his head as he watches her. He chuckles softly. "It's nothing that I encounter my arch-nemesis, that I once perish from such trivial wounds." Bai Yingying pauses, astonished at arch-nemesis. "Yes, that is the great eagle clan from Sangshuan Mountain. Haizhu invested heavily this time, enlisting them to kill me," Xiao Mingqing states nonchalantly. Bai Yingying's eyes flash with intrigue. Xiao Mingqing's willingness to confide in her signifies a growing trust. She continues to inquire curiously, "And who is Haizhu?" "My former tribe that I killed a high-fertility female from the Haizhu tribe, and now they have placed a bounty on my head across the continent. That great eagle is also of the red rank." "Are we safe here?" Bai Yingying feigns fear. Xiao Mingqing exudes confidence. "Rest assured, he won't find me easily, that he is currently preoccupied. Once spring arrives next year, I will take you away from the setting sun mountains." After a pause, he asks meaningfully, "Aren't you curious why I killed that female? She must have been in the wrong, that you've never harmed me, and have treated me so well." Bai Yingying shyly lowers her head. In truth, she fears that uttering such melodramatic sentiments might cause her to break into laughter. Her survival is not due to Xiao Mingqing's mercy, but rather because she possesses the ability to conceive. Continuously playing her role to appease this capricious serpent, that Ying is indeed clever. Xiao Mingqing chuckles heartily at her words. "The female desired me to be her first beast husband. After I acquiesced, she sought out other male orcs. When I forbade it, she insisted on breaking our engagement. Although she was the one who seduced me first, she abandoned me for other males. How could I, Xiao Mingqing, tolerate such humiliation?" Bai Yingying's smile falters, replaced by a shared indignation. "Yes, well done." Xiao Mingqing scoffs. "Those old fools even blamed me, threatening to punish me, that I left the tribe in anger. When the time comes..." Suddenly, a faint moan emanates from outside. Xiao Mingqing freezes. "Wait a moment." He swiftly rolls out of bed, and soon returns with a female in tow. Bai Yingying is taken aback. Did Xiao Mingqing only just remember the frail female lying outside after being in here for over 10 minutes? What was he thinking? Surely it couldn't be that he sought another due to her inadequacy. "This is a shaman from a small tribe that I brought her to care for you," Xiao Mingqing explains. Bai Yingying. So yesterday, Xiao Mingqing had indeed gone to seize a shaman from another tribe. She wonders whether he encountered his nemesis before or after the raid. She refrains from probing too deeply, mindful of raising the other's suspicions. The female is clad in a snug beast robe, appearing somewhat frail and youthful, hardly resembling a true shaman. Who is to say who is caring for whom? Yet, being captured by Xiao Mingqing is certainly unfortunate. Bai Yingying regards her with a complex expression. "How old are you?" The female curls into herself, shivering, and does not respond. Xiao Mingqing's gaze sharpens as he kicks the female lightly. I am speaking to you. It appears he remains the same merciless wanderer towards females that The female gasps in pain, enduring the discomfort to reply, I am 22 years old, 22 years old, just 4 years older than me. Bai Yingying pauses, glancing at Xiao Mingqing. Is she really a shaman? Shamans are closely guarded within their tribes, that it is not easy to abduct one. Otherwise, I would have gone for an elder shaman from a medium-sized tribe. Xiao Mingqing retorts, turning to the female on the floor. Do you know how to assist in childbirth? I do. Do you have any medical skills? I do. Can you carve shapes? I can. Xiao Mingqing nods in satisfaction. See, despite her youth, she possesses a range of skills. Rest assured, I've verified her abilities before exerting effort to bring her back, even allowing her to bring her tools. Only then does Bai Yingying notice that the female clutches a small bundle, likely containing her so-called tools. What is your name? The female quickly lifts her head to answer, Zhao Zhao Mu Zhao Zhao. Bai Yingying nods politely. Then, Zhao Zhao, I will trouble you to care for me and our child from now on. She holds great respect for the shaman who will assist her in childbirth in the future. Xiao Mingqing suddenly interjects, Mu Zhao Zhao, now carve shapes for me and my female. He intends to formally bond with Bai Yingying as partners. Bai Yingying. Has he forgotten that his wounds still require treatment? Yet she feels compelled to remind him, signaling her concern. Let us apply some medicine first, to prevent your injuries from worsening. As for the carving, I cannot refuse, and I might as well accept it, allowing myself more time to adjust. Xiao Mingqing hesitates, then replies with a smile in his eyes. Very well, Mu Zhao Zhao, you may attend to my wounds first. Bai Yingying observes Mu Zhao Zhao as she applies the medicine, noticing her skilled technique and flawless execution, which reassures her that this young female is indeed a shaman. Even if she isn't. She resembles those who have long served as assistants to shamans like Jiang Hong and Jiang Zi. Assisting in childbirth should pose no issue as long as it is not for the sake of survival, provided she maintains her fabricated identity. Not long after the medicine is applied, Xiao Mingqing demands the carving. Chapter 53. The chest. Xiao Mingqing lies on the bed, unequivocally commanding, start with my carving. Understood. Mu Zhao Zhao obediently rummages through her bundle for the tools. When she kneels before the bed, staring at Xiao Mingqing, she trembles with fear, utterly hesitant to begin. Bai Yingying helplessly advises, Mingqing, close your eyes. With his striking vertical pupils and formidable aura, how could Mu Zhao Zhao dare to carve on his forehead? No way. Without a second thought, Xiao Mingqing declines. I refuse to have it on my forehead. He has never been one to adhere to conventions. The norm of males having their markings on their foreheads is merely a formality to him. Carve it on my right wrist, that he desires to see the shape that belongs to Bai Yingying at all times. Bai Yingying is momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to hide her hand. Yet, recalling that Xiao Mingqing has already seen every part of her body, she refrains from that futile action. That moment, Xiao Mingqing suddenly notices the beast shape carved on Bai Yingying's left wrist. He glares at Mu Zhao Zhao, his eyes darkening. Can the other carvings on the female's body be removed? Bai Yingying's expression subtly shifted as she cast a glance at Mu Zhao Zhao. Under the hostile gazes of the two, Mu Zhao Zhao trembled like a leaf, reluctant to respond, yet fearful of retribution. After a moment's hesitation, she finally uttered, I can. Just as Xiao Mingqing's face lit up with joy, she raised her voice. Either remove that piece of skin or use scalding hot stones to burn that area. Regardless of the method, it poses a life-threatening risk to the female. Damn it, Xiao Mingqing bellowed, his hand reaching out as if to strike Mu Zhao Zhao dead. The ferocity and madness etched on his face sent Mu Zhao Zhao recoiling in terror. Bai Yingying, well acquainted with his volatile temperament, feared he might harm the shaman they had just managed to capture, and was equally apprehensive about him actually flaying or burning her. Ignoring the danger, she seized Xiao Mingqing's hand with both of hers, her voice quivering with emotion as she pleaded, Mingqing, please don't make things difficult for the shaman, that I can endure the pain. I'm not afraid of danger. Just use the stones to burn it. This was a strategic retreat. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mingqing paused, the taut muscles in his arm relaxing. He gazed at Bai Yingying, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom, with a single, glistening tear clinging to her eyelashes. He mused, what would such a weepy little female look like if she were to be flayed or burned? After all, the other males were dead, leaving only a golden hound. He could always dispose of it later. Withdrawing his hand in annoyance, he grumbled, "Fine. Seeing you cry is irksome enough. Let's leave it at that." Both Mu Zhao and Bai Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yingying waved at her. "Shaman, come and carve a shape for Mingqing." After speaking, she settled on the bed, transforming back into her beast form to facilitate the carving process. That all right, then Mu Zhao, skilled in her craft, etched a charming, plump little rabbit on his Xiao Mingqing's right wrist. Basing it on Bai Yingying's current pregnant form, reminiscent of a chubby cartoon rabbit from Earth. Bai Yingying genuinely praised. "How adorable." Xiao Mingqing finally revealed a smile, albeit his voice remained icy. "Not bad." Shifting his gaze to Bai Yingying, he surveyed her from head to toe, declaring, "As for Yingying, carve it on her chest, and make it larger." He did not seek Bai Yingying's opinion. He simply decided. Bai Yingying understood that he was now in a favorable mood and that it was not a dangerous matter. To refuse might provoke him, so she readily agreed. Xiao Mingqing turned to Mu Zhao. "Do you need me to revert to beast form?" Mu Zhao hastily waved her hands. No, I've memorized it." She had seen Xiao Mingqing's beast form the previous night and could not forget it. Bai Yingying removed her outer robe and lay on the bed, hiding beneath the fur blanket, peeling off the upper part of her clothing. Reclining beside Xiao Mingqing, she extended her hand to cover her crucial area with the fur blanket, revealing only her gently rising chest. That it was then that Mu Zhao approached with her tools, half leaning over the bed to begin carving on Bai Yingying's chest. Half an hour later, Mu Zhao, utterly exhausted, completed her work. That a lifelike serpent, poised and flicking its tongue, majestically coiled across Bai Yingying's entire chest, vividly capturing the ferocity of its form as it had attacked the clan members the previous night. The strokes bore resemblance to simplistic illustrations from Earth. Fortunately, being a snake, the design required fewer strokes. Otherwise, with such a large area, Bai Yingying would have struggled to endure it. When Xiao Mingqing beheld the finished piece, he was instantly exhilarated, his slit pupils momentarily widening. "Excellent. Well done. I won't kill you now. Instead, you can help take care of Yingying's offspring." Initially, he had intended to eliminate Bai Yingying after her delivery, but his newfound joy led him to keep her alive for future nurturing of the young. Mu Zhao visibly trembled, hastily expressing her gratitude. Bai Yingying, in pain, could scarcely utter a word, her eyes closed. Too weary to even look, then Mu Zhao weakly inquired, "Should I carve a rank and characters as well?" She was aware of Xiao Mingqing's beast form, but was uncertain about the rank and characters. Just moments ago, she had only glimpsed the rabbit shape on Bai Yingying's wrist and did not dare to hastily carve ranks or letters. Hence her tentative question. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying's eyes flew open, and she immediately noticed Xiao Mingqing's darkening expression. She could no longer feign unconsciousness and quickly spoke up, "No need for ranks or characters. In the future, I will only have Xiao Mingqing as my beast husband. The previous carvings on me cannot be removed. That's unavoidable." Bai Yingying looked at Xiao Mingqing with bashful trepidation, adding, "But now, my heart belongs solely to Mingqing, and I will not carve anything further." Her words. Xiao Mingqing smiled with a commendable restraint, pinching Bai Yingying's cheek. "Good Yingying, you always surprise me." From that day forth, Xiao Mingqing developed a new pastime, spending long evenings admiring Bai Yingying's chest, his eyes gleaming with pride and interest. A month later, "Yingying, your belly is enormous. You should refrain from getting out of bed as much as possible," Mu Zhao expressed with concern. "All right, then I won't get out of bed." "It's awkward," Bai Yingying replied, lying on her bed, cradling her massive belly with a wry smile. She had not anticipated her belly would swell to such an extent. Typically, a female beastess belly during labor would resemble that of a 7 or 8-month pregnant woman on Earth. Yet, hers was larger than that of a mother expecting multiples. Even Xiao Mingqing's face displayed increasing worry. Fortunately, she had the birthing system to assist her, making the pregnancy much less painful than Mu Zhao had been caring for her, allowing her to do little. However, with such a large belly, walking was obstructive, and the risk of stumbling was imminent. Bai Yingying shook her head. "It's fine. What about you? There's a heavy snowfall outside, and Mingqing hasn't ventured out since. With him home all day, it will be hard for you." In truth, it had started snowing quite some time ago, but Xiao Mingqing had been busy gathering firewood and water, insisting on hunting until now. Many of the animals he had caught were now buried under a blanket of snow, frozen solid. With prey nearly impossible to find outside, he finally decided to cease hunting that in many respects, Xiao Mingsheng was an exceedingly diligent male beast. Chapter 54. 2 litters. Additional update. During this past month, the relationship between Bai Yingying and Mu Zhaozhao had grown increasingly amicable, albeit superficially. Bai Yingying had not revealed her true self. Nor had Mu Zhaozhao spoken candidly about her distorted relationship with Xiao Mingsheng. They maintained a delicate balance in their interactions, yet felt a sense of familiarity, able to converse freely as long as they avoided each other's taboos. Alas, I'm quite troubled. I feel a sense of dread upon seeing him, and spring is still a month or two away. Even when Xiao Mingsheng was absent, Mu Zhaozhao whispered her complaints, fearful of being overheard if he returned unexpectedly. Once the little ones are born, it will be better. The busyness will help us forget any worries. Bai Yingying replied, nonchalantly, that Mu Zhaozhao was astute and possessed a gift for medicine, with limited knowledge in their small tribe. She often shamelessly visited the neighboring medium-sized tribe to learn. Moreover, with the sudden passing of the tribe's old shaman, Bai Yingying had been able to assume the role at such a young age. She claimed to have barely been a shaman for a few days before Xiao Mingsheng abducted her, though she did not mention the number of her kin that Xiao Mingsheng had killed. Bai Yingying was certain he had taken many lives. Both women harbored resentment toward Xiao Mingsheng, yet they maintained a facade of harmony, concealing their true feelings from one another. However, they could both sense each other's unspoken sentiments, sharing a connection of mutual understanding. Suddenly, Bai Yingying's body stiffened, and she weakly called out, Zhao Zhao, I think I'm going into labor. Despite the due date being a week away, she was experiencing contractions early. And this time, the pain was particularly intense. According to the grapevine, with 2 reproductive systems, a female could conceive again after becoming pregnant, leading to varying delivery times. However, this time, the twins had been conceived nearly simultaneously. With multiple offspring vying for nutrients, it seemed they were all preparing to arrive together. Isn't there still a few days left? Mu Zhaozhao exclaimed, rising in alarm as she hurried over to examine Bai Yingying's belly. The contractions were long. It was indeed time to give birth. Panic flickered in her eyes as she wondered how to manage so many offspring, especially since they were not fully developed. Bai Yingying endured the excruciating pain. Attempting to soothe her, it's fine. After a minute of contractions passed, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Zhao Zhao, I have a significant challenge ahead that I hope you can assist me. Mu Zhaozhao hesitated briefly before resolutely stating, Tell me that I will do everything I can to help, that I'm carrying twins, Bai Yingying announced, her complexion pale. Dropping a bombshell, Mu Zhaozhao's face morphed into a mask of confusion as her mind raced. Suddenly, she recalled a legend she had learned by chance that there was a tale that rabbit tribe females possessed dual wombs, allowing them to bear 2 litters within 3 months. You can't possibly mean that. Can you? Bai Yingying nodded yes. However, I conceived them nearly on the same day, so they should be born together. But the current rabbit beast women no longer possess that ability. Mu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled. How can you be so certain you can conceive them simultaneously? Don't ask so many questions. Bai Yingying waved her hand, signaling her to quell her curiosity, that if Xiao Mingsheng returns, show him the offspring first. Do not let him see the little golden hound first. Mu Zhaozhao tugged at her hair, realizing one of the offspring was of the golden hound tribe. The golden hound was significantly larger than the rabbit tribe at birth. How could she hide that? Just as Bai Yingying was about to respond, she suddenly felt a familiar smoothness and quickly threw aside the blanket, declaring, There's no time. Let's begin the delivery. At the same time, she was somewhat astonished that during this delivery, she did not automatically revert to her rabbit form. Could it be that the sheer number of offspring was too overwhelming for her beastly form to bear? Mu Zhaozhao widened her eyes in disbelief. It was all happening so quickly. She had yet to prepare her belongings. However, when she looked down and beheld the newborns, still enveloped in their amniotic sacs, she had no time left for speculation and immediately began to bustle about. Bai Yingying officially commenced her labor, closing her eyes to attentively listen to the system's announcements. The host has given birth to the 20th offspring, beast form, golden dog, gender male, talent yellow, reward. Random winter outfit 50. System notification. The host has surpassed 20 offspring, additional reward. Low-level expansion voucher 1. Points, 200 that the host has given birth to the 21st offspring, beast form, golden dog, gender female, talent blue, reward. Cutlery set 1. The host has given birth to the 22nd offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent yellow, reward. Smoke-free charcoal 50 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 23rd offspring, beast form, golden dog, gender male, talent green, reward. 200g hot pot base 10. The host has given birth to the 24th offspring, beast form, golden dog, gender male, talent blue, reward, rice 30 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 25th offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent cyan, reward, grapes 10 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 26th offspring, genetic mutation, beast form, golden long-haired rabbit, gender male, talent orange, reward, medical suture kit 1. The host has given birth to the 27th offspring, beast form, golden dog, gender male, talent blue, reward, peaches 10 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 28th offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender female, talent purple, reward, edible fine salt 3 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 29th offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender female, talent cyan, reward, bedding set 1. The host has given birth to the 30th offspring, beast form, king cobra, gender female, talent cyan, reward, large steamer 1. The host has given birth to the 31st offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent orange, reward, outdoor emergency kit 1. The host has given birth to the 32nd offspring, beast form, viper, gender male, talent cyan, reward, peanut oil 5 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 33rd offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent green, reward, mosquito repellent incense 20. The host has given birth to the 34th offspring, beast form, cobra, gender female, talent green, reward, cookies 5 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 35th offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender female, talent blue, reward, eggs 10 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 36th offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent yellow, reward, cutlery set 1. The host has given birth to the 37th offspring, beast form, viper, gender male, talent blue, reward, large steamed buns 10 kilograms. System notification. The system backpack capacity is full. A low-level expansion voucher will be automatically used, expanding the backpack to 20 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 38th offspring, beast form, cobra, gender male, talent orange, reward, yellow level talent potion 1. The host has given birth to the 39th offspring, beast form, cobra, gender male, talent yellow, reward, sedative powder 5. The host has given birth to the 40th offspring, beast form, viper, gender male, talent yellow, reward, medicinal wine 10 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 41st offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent yellow, reward, beef jerky 10 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 42nd offspring, beast form, white rabbit, gender male, talent cyan, reward, 5 spice powder 5 kilograms. The host has given birth to the 43rd offspring, beast form, king cobra, gender male, talent red, reward, iron smelting technique 1. This time, Baiying gave birth to a total of 24 offspring, 8 females and 16 males. Among them were 5 canine forms for males and 1 female, 11 rabbit forms, 8 males and 3 females, and 8 snake eggs, 6 males and 2 females. Chapter 55, Plea for Mercy with so many female genetic rabbit cubs. 5 golden dogs and 8 snake eggs. It was evident that Xiao Ming Cheng's genes held a significant advantage. The earlier births likely belonged to Qin Xian's offspring, with 1 genetic mutation producing an orange-tier male rabbit beastman. It was difficult to determine the exact number of males and females, but there were 4 female golden dogs. For the golden dog clan, which was short on females, this was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. However, the question remained, would they survive? In Xiao Ming Cheng's brood, there were no genetic mutations, but a top-tier talent male cobra beastman. If he matured successfully, he would be an extraordinary existence. The quantity of rewards this time was also substantial. And fortunately, the system backpack had been upgraded. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate everything that in such an insecure situation. Baiying simply could not afford to expend any resources. Ying, what should we do about this? Can you incubate them? Mu Zhao Zhao numbly pointed towards the clearly defined end of the bed. Baiying had not thoroughly examined the reward descriptions when she lifted her upper body to look at what Mu Zhao Zhao was indicating. Not far from her feet lay a pile of newborns that Mu Zhao Zhao had deliberately separated the different breeds, contrasting a heap of patterned eggs with the bright red little cubs. Bai Ying felt dizzy. So, this was the reality of simultaneous births between oviparous and viviparous creatures. Even though she was normally composed, her expression began to falter. Just then, the massive stone at the entrance was shifted aside. Xiao Ming Chung, standing outside, caught a whiff of the dense, metallic scent of blood from within the cave, nearly losing control. Yet upon witnessing the scene inside, he was left dumbfounded. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Zhao Zhao quickly reached out, pushing the organized golden dogs beneath the animal skin blanket, leaving the other newborns exposed. You gave birth? Xiao Ming Chung hurriedly approached. Mu Zhao Zhao stood up, clearing the way, fully revealing the rosy little rabbit cubs and the 8 conspicuous snake eggs. When Xiao Ming Chung beheld the sight, his brows immediately relaxed, his eyes and face radiating genuine delight. He reached out, gently nudging the snake eggs apart, transforming into his beast form to climb onto the bed. Using his serpent tongue to lick each egg, miraculously, where he had licked, movement soon ensued, as if the little snakes were nudging the eggshells with their heads, a rather endearing sight. However, before long, the tiny snakes began to emerge from their eggs, starting to consume the remnants of their shells. Due to their close proximity and their slender bodies, some tails became entangled. Watching this, Mu Zhao Zhao felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. The only sounds within the cave, apart from the whimpering of the newborns, were the crunching sounds of the little snakes devouring the eggshells. Bai Ying concealed her disgust, mustering the courage to take a glance. Just one look sent chills down her spine. She still vividly remembered that when she first arrived on the Beastman continent, she had painstakingly hunted down a snake and savored roasted snake meat. In that moment, she felt a wave of despair. Why must some species of wild beasts also exist among beastmen? Why were there so many that followed Xiao Ming Chung in this litter? Bai Ying closed her eyes, suppressing all her weakness. She composed herself, timidly speaking, "Ming Chung, I have something to discuss with you." Xiao Ming Chung promptly stepped forward, tidying her hair, responding gently, "You must be exhausted. Rest for now. We can talk later." Once, Lin Xia had also enjoyed arranging Bai Ying's disheveled hair, especially during those occasionally frantic nights. Bai Ying forced a smile. "I wish to seek a promise from you." Xiao Ming Cheng's smile faltered, regarding her with suspicion. "Are you hoping to return to the rabbit-hunting tribe?" No, Bai Ying quickly shook her head. "We are quite fine living out here." "Then what is it?" Xiao Ming Chung sighed in relief, his smile returning. Bai Ying took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. "On the night you took me away, I actually consummated with Qin Xian. Just now, during delivery, I discovered there are little golden dogs among the offspring." Xiao Ming Cheng's expression shattered entirely. Did I end the next moment? He was already before the newborns, scrutinizing the little rabbit cubs, before forcefully uncovering the remaining blanket corners. 5 notably larger little golden puppies appeared before his eyes. Bai Ying hurriedly rose, positioning herself in front of the golden dogs, her eyes pleading, "Ming Chung, please spare them. They are all my hard-earned children." "You lied to me?" Xiao Ming Chung roared, veins bulging on his forehead. He gripped Bai Ying's arm tightly, wishing to exert more force to snap the slender limb, but his hand seemed unresponsive. Bai Ying's tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. "I did not. I was too afraid to mention it back then. I never anticipated it would turn out this way." Xiao Ming Cheng's face contorted with rage. "Those bastards. I will kill them. What will you do?" Bai Ying shook her head in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Mingcheng was consumed with a storm of emotions. Transforming into his beastly form, his elongated serpentine body weaving restlessly within the cave, his forked tongue flicking in and out, producing a chilling hiss that sent Mu Zhao Zhao scurrying into a corner. Fearful to make a sound, Bai Ying averted her gaze from him, silently weeping. Had it been 2 months prior, she would have been far less composed, fearing that Xiao Mingcheng might devour her in his fury. However, after such a lengthy period, she understood that she held a certain significance in his heart. Even if he could not tolerate the offspring of other males, he would not resort to killing her. After a while, Xiao Mingcheng gathered the 5 newborn golden puppy cubs and hastily placed them into a hide pouch before rushing out, not forgetting to seal the entrance with a massive stone. Mu Zhaozhao hurried to Bai Ying's side, panicking. "What should we do? Is he going to abandon the cubs?" Bai Ying, with an expression devoid of emotion, wiped away her tears and replied hoarsely, "His moods are unpredictable. And I cannot be certain that I say, mother, I have done what I must. From here on, it is up to fate." She lowered her head, concealing the tumultuous emotions in her eyes, filled with hatred and disgust. Xiao Mingsheng returned only by evening. When darkness had enveloped the world, he came back empty-handed. Upon confirming that he bore nothing, Bai Ying's disappointment and sorrow became painfully apparent. Yet she refrained from crying this time. Instead, putting on a facade of cheerfulness. "Mingsheng, you're back," that if one were to disregard her expression and tone, her words mirrored the ordinary greetings exchanged when Xiao Mingsheng returned from hunting. Upon hearing her, Xiao Mingsheng's heart constricted painfully, a wave of anguish flooding his chest. He swiftly approached her, enveloping Bai Ying in his embrace. "Dear, promise me you won't leave me, and that you won't have any contact with other males." "All right." Bai Ying gently reassured him. "Of course, I won't leave you, nor will I be with any other males. Mingsheng, I know you're angry, but I have no choice. That if only I had met you sooner." Such sentimental words. Bai Ying, being from Earth, had long memorized from countless romantic dramas. After spending so many days together, she had come to realize that Xiao Mingsheng relished hearing such things that as expected. Xiao Mingsheng was deeply moved by her words. Holding her tightly in his arms, he paused, reluctant to let her continue, feeling sorrowful. "That I know you were soft-hearted and did not abandon them. I returned them to the Golden Dog clan." Bai Ying's head shot up. Her eyes filled with joy and gratitude. "Thank you, Mingsheng. I know you love me the most and would never let me wallow in guilt and sadness." With that, she nestled back into Xiao Mingsheng's embrace. With her head resting against Xiao Mingsheng's chest, her lowered gaze was icy cold. The newborn cubs had not even had a sip of milk before being stuffed into a crude hide pouch. Left to freeze in the biting cold, only to be returned to the Golden Dog clan? How could they be returned? Yet this was the essence of Xiao Mingsheng's kindness. Forget it. Chapter 56. Conspiracy. Bai Ying soon released Xiao Mingsheng, lying down to revert to her beast form to nurse the children. The recent birthing process had left the cubs without a single drop of milk, as she had not transformed back since Mu Zhaozhao's arrival. She now realized that her beast form had a particularly ample chest. However, even with the 5 golden puppies gone, there were still 19 cubs clamoring for milk, appearing large but entirely insufficient. Bai Ying exchanged 8 milk-boosting pills in the point shop. Barely enough for nursing. This time, the system rewarded her with 200 points for having 20 cubs, but there had been no further rewards. She speculated that she might have to wait until reaching 50 cubs. For now, her available points were sufficient. After redeeming a recovery pill, she was left with 223 points. This time, the system did not provide suitable items upon the defeat of Xiao Mingsheng, and Bai Ying had temporarily ceased her hopes. The wait felt interminable. She could no longer endure Xiao Mingsheng and planned to escape at the first opportunity. She would seek revenge later. The size of her system backpack was nearly upgraded enough. If she emptied its contents, she could store the massive stone and flee. However, she needed to wait until spring to make her escape. The heavy snow had sealed the mountains, preventing Xiao Mingsheng from venturing far, leaving no opportunity. Moreover, she intended to take Mu Zhaozhao with her, needing to observe if she was trustworthy. "Ing, your milk supply is truly impressive. That I was worried that the little ones would be premature and wouldn't have enough to eat." "What should we do?" Mu Zhaozhao said softly. Xiao Mingsheng, who had been watching the little snake's nurse, immediately turned his gaze towards Mu Zhaozhao, questioning her. "How could Inger give birth prematurely? Did you not take good care of her?" Mu Zhaozhao could only respond with silence. Bai Ying tugged at Xiao Mingsheng's hand. "Don't blame her. I was carrying too many and couldn't fit them all. Thankfully, Zhaozhao helped me with the delivery. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again." She exaggerated, not wanting Xiao Mingsheng to hold Mu Zhaozhao accountable. Besides, Xiao Mingsheng was focused solely on his offspring. If Mu Zhaozhao hadn't mentioned the premature birth, he likely would have forgotten. His subsequent reprimand was light, clearly lost in the joy of fatherhood, not caring about such trivial matters that had already passed. Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of each other's thoughts. Xiao Mingsheng's constant presence in the cave was indeed a trying ordeal, not just for Mu Zhaozhao, but even more so for Bai Ying. Each day, she had to feed so many cubs while also taking on some of the caretaking responsibilities. As Mu Zhaozhao could hardly manage alone, Xiao Mingsheng, feeling bored, wished to assist Bai Ying in raising the cubs, but he was clumsy and could not afford to make any mistakes, lest he unleash his wrath. After half a month, he had learned, albeit clumsily, how to care for the little ones. Yet his favoritism was glaringly obvious. He was particularly fond of the 8 little snakes and 1 cub that bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ying. While he paid almost no attention to the other rabbit cubs that to him, it was difficult to discern whether these rabbit cubs were sired by Qin Xian or himself, so he chose to ignore them altogether. Especially the golden-furred rabbit cub, Xiao Mingqing frequently regarded it with a predatory glint in his eyes. When it was born, the rabbit was bald and unremarkable, but now that its fur had grown in, Xiao Mingqing realized there was still a dog cub among them, that he contemplated devouring this rabbit that resembled a golden dog or discarding it entirely. Yet Bai Ying kept a close watch, preventing him from acting on his desires. In truth, Bai Ying could not discern which rabbit cubs belonged to Qin Xian, so she treated them all equally. Once the cubs could transform into their human forms, their appearances would reveal the truth. As the cubs grew, half a month later, Xiao Mingqing began to cling to Bai Ying every evening, completely disregarding that Mu Zhaozhao was still in the corner of the cave. Had Bai Ying not secretly consumed a yellow-tier talent potion? Enduring such daily exhaustion might have driven her to the brink of collapse. First, Mu Zhaozhao was kept awake by the noise, but eventually, she would cover herself with a hide and quickly fall into a deep slumber. Snoring softly as a cat-beast woman, she often snored uncontrollably in her sleep. Bai Ying endured such a dismal environment night after night. Throughout this period, she had not consumed a single birth pill. She planned to escape come spring. Hence, she would not take any birth pills to avoid complications. Time flowed slowly, and when Xiao Mingqing began to cling to her even during the day, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief. This signified that spring was quietly approaching. In March atop the mountain, the snow began to melt. By then, the cubs were already 2 months old. On this particular day, Bai Ying unexpectedly felt a slight movement in her belly, akin to little fish swimming inside. Had she naturally conceived without consuming any birth pills? Estimating that she must have been pregnant for nearly a month, she could only resign herself to the situation. Given Xiao Mingqing's frequent visits, Bai Ying realized that time was running short. She must find an opportunity quickly, that if she were to leave after each birth, waiting for production rewards to open blind boxes. When would she ever be able to escape? She had no desire to spend another day in Xiao Mingqing's company. Thankfully, during the winter, she had taken advantage of her nursing period to consume considerable amounts of food, resulting in her gaining significant weight and quickly depleting her food reserves. With her supplies running low and so many mouths to feed in the cave, Bai Ying contemplated that Xiao Mingqing would soon need to go out hunting. Chapter 57, Tugging Additional Update. Today, the sun shone brightly, presenting a rare good weather. Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao placed the cubs on a hide, each holding 2 corners, carrying them to the cave entrance to bask in the sun. The little rabbit cubs, all fluffy and adorable, nestled on the hide like small white pom-poms, their cuteness undeniable. Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao couldn't help but reach out to play with them, their spirits lifted considerably. Had they not seen the little snakes, their moods might have been even better. Xiao Mingqing, who had been outside clearing the snow, heard their laughter and approached. Upon noticing the shadows on the ground, Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao quickly turned to play with the little snake cubs, ensuring fairness in their affection. Though these snakes were venomous, they were still young, and their venom glands had yet to develop. Even if they nibbled at them, it posed no danger. After watching for a while, Xiao Mingqing suddenly called out, "That I shall venture out for a hunt and return by afternoon. You should take a good nap in the meantime. Mu Zhaozhao, you are in charge of keeping an eye on the little ones, that if anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable." Though these words were laced with threats, they were delivered in an utterly mundane tone. Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao had grown accustomed to this. Xiao Mingqing had frequently employed various tones to express similar sentiments over the past couple of months. The two remained remarkably composed. Responding in unison, Xiao Mingqing stood motionless, arms outstretched towards Bai Ying, smiling suggestively. "If you don't see me for a while, don't miss me too much." Bai Ying, understanding his insinuation, rose to embrace him. They shared a passionate kiss for a moment before parting. Xiao Mingqing caressed her cheek before turning away, disappearing into the forest. Perhaps it was due to Bai Ying and the others basking in the sun at the cave entrance. But this time, Xiao Mingqing did not confine them. The two did not immediately engage in any other activities. They remained seated at the entrance, soaking up the sun, teasing the little ones, and chatting idly. After some time, when Xiao Ming-chung had yet to return, Bai Ying and Mu Zhao Zhao exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Had Xiao Ming-chung, after enduring the long winter, finally begun to trust Bai Ying, just as a couple in love would? Mu Zhao Zhao, suppressing her emotions, quietly inquired, "Ying, should I gather our belongings?" "Yes," Bai Ying replied succinctly. "There's no need to take anything else. Just bring the baby rabbits," that Mu Zhao Zhao asked in surprise. "What about the little snakes?" Bai Ying's eyes narrowed slightly with distaste. "Let's first move the little ones back to the bed." The two lifted the young creatures and returned to the cave. Bai Ying did not shy away from Mu Zhao Zhao. She directly retrieved the outdoor emergency kit she had received as a reward, which turned out to be quite substantial, that a smile graced her lips as she swiftly unearthed a climbing backpack from within. "Zhao Zhao, let's pack the baby rabbits into the bag and be on our way." Upon witnessing this remarkable scene, Mu Zhao Zhao's pupils constricted in shock, staring in disbelief at the object in Bai Ying's hands. "This," Bai Ying urged, "I'll explain later. We must leave this place at once." "How astonishing!" Mu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, carefully placing each baby rabbit into the bag while murmuring, "Today is truly a wonderful day. Our luck is extraordinary." At this, Bai Ying's movements paused momentarily, that a thought crossed her mind, causing her brow to furrow. "That I'll take a quick look around. Wait for me to call you before coming out." She set the climbing backpack down on the bed and stepped out of the cave. As she walked into the woods, surveying her surroundings, she found nothing amiss after some time. She bent down and casually brushed aside the snow accumulated on the bushes, collecting some damp firewood. Though she appeared relaxed, she remained vigilant. At that moment, she sensed a faint gaze fixed upon her. Had it been during her previous green tier phase, she would have been oblivious. However, with her enhanced aptitude, coupled with the familiarity of this gaze, it was Xiao Ming-chung who often regarded her in such a manner. He had not truly departed, but was merely testing her. A tightening sensation gripped her heart. This man, after so long of feigning allure, she had almost convinced herself. Yet Xiao Ming-chung remained so suspicious and cautious. With several twigs in hand, she quickly returned to the cave, placing them near the sunlit area by the rock wall as a pretext for her odd behavior before re-entering. She urgently instructed Mu Zhao Zhao, "Bring out all the little ones." "What is wrong?" Mu Zhao Zhao asked, perplexed, but quickly complied, reaching into the bag for the little creatures. "Hurry," Bai Ying insisted, grabbing the backpack and dumping the little ones out. However, the babies, now larger and startled, began to struggle, clinging to everything within reach. The two hurried to free the last remaining baby. "Bai Ying." A cold voice emerged from behind them. "That is so soon?" Bai Ying's complexion paled. Yet her hands did not falter as she yanked the final little one free, causing the climbing backpack to vanish from her grasp. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her scalp as Xiao Ming-chung yanked her hair. Pulling her backward, Mu Zhao Zhao cried out, rushing forward. "What are you doing?" "Letting him go." Bai Ying grasped at her own hair, turning to Mu Zhao Zhao with a fierce tone. "Zhao Zhao, step aside." At this moment, any approach could lead to danger. She might not be able to protect her. Understanding her intent, Mu Zhao Zhao felt a pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she retreated to the bed, encircling the little ones protectively. "Bai Ying, what were you just doing?" Xiao Ming-chung, disregarding the inconsequential presence of others, pulled Bai Ying into his embrace, forcing her to look up at him. Bai Ying struggled to maintain her composure, shouting, "I did nothing." "Xiao Ming-chung, what madness is this?" "I saw it." "Were you planning to escape with the baby rabbits?" Xiao Ming-cheng's eyes burned with fury, his slit pupils narrowing and widening, evoking terror. Bai Ying adamantly denied. "I did not. They're all on the bed, aren't they?" Xiao Ming-chung turned Bai Ying around, one arm encircling her waist while the other gripped her chin, his eyes flashing with menace. "Do you take me for a fool?" Bai Ying inhaled deeply, softening her tone. "Ming-chung, you must have misunderstood that I merely wrapped the little ones in animal skins to return them to the bed. When you entered the cave, I had just descended from above. Do you truly think I am so easily deceived?" Xiao Ming-chung scoffed, having witnessed her every action as he descended, trembling with rage but refraining from immediate confrontation. Chapter 58. Escape by Ying Ying had not anticipated that Xiao Ming-chung would circle around to the cave's entrance. Realizing she could no longer argue, she resolved to prepare for a decisive strike. Sensing her cessation of resistance, Xiao Ming-cheng's emotions inexplicably stabilized, tears shimmering in his eyes. Do you know how happy I was to see that you did not run away? Do you know how much I long to tell you that I will always trust you? The latter sentiment remained unspoken, his grip on her chin loosening, hurt flashing in his eyes. Why, Bai Ying, abandoning pretense, replied coldly. You forced me into submission, you have harmed my tribe, lost my children, and continuously oppressed me with brute strength. Then am I to express gratitude for this? She gestured towards her chin. See, fresh marks. Indeed, the visible fingerprints on Bai Ying's pale face were glaringly evident, causing Xiao Ming-chung to flinch. His steps instinctively retreating as confusion clouded his gaze. Observing this, Bai Ying's eyes flickered, halting her impending tirade. She stepped forward, chin raised, tears cascading down her cheeks as she declared with pride, Xiao Ming-chung, you do not understand what respect or love truly means. You believe you love me, yet you manipulate me at every turn, stripping me of dignity and freedom. You profess love, but it is merely your possessiveness at play. Though she appeared to sever ties with Xiao Ming-chung, every word was carefully measured. For just moments ago, his reaction had revealed to her that he genuinely harbored feelings for her. Thus, she and Mu Zhaozhao still had a chance at survival. As long as she could lead Xiao Ming-chung to believe that she loved him but could not endure his tyranny, she might navigate this perilous moment. The do not cry. Xiao Ming-cheng's eyes glistened with pain and remorse. Stay, and I will. Before he could finish, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from outside. Screech. Xiao Ming-cheng's expression shifted, shoving Bai Ying away. Air, hide with the little ones in the cave and wait for me to return. He hurriedly departed, blocking the cave entrance with a massive stone. What happened? Mu Zhaozhao relaxed, collapsing onto the bed, overwhelmed by a sense of survival from calamity. It must be his deadly rival, the giant eagle clan. Bai Ying surmised. Approaching the boulder, she noted that Xiao Ming-chung had left in haste, widening the crevice between the stones significantly. Bai Ying leaned against the gap to peer outside. A colossal eagle, spanning nearly 7 meters, soared through the sky, occasionally ascending before diving at high speed, growing increasingly distant until it became a mere speck. Xiao Ming-chung had deliberately drawn the giant eagle away. Zhao, we must escape, Bai Ying promptly decided. She handed her backpack to Mu Zhaozhao. You must pack up the little ones. This was indeed an exceptional opportunity for escape. Xiao Ming-chung believed they could not emerge, allowing him to draw away his adversary. However, they had a plan, now a yellow-tier aptitude holder. Bai Ying attempted to push the boulder, exerting all her strength but managing only a slight shift. Resolving to abandon that effort, she emptied the contents of her system backpack. Within mere moments, the cave was filled with an assortment of supplies. The sequence of events left Mu Zhaozhao utterly astonished. Her jaw nearly dislocated in disbelief. Bai Ying leaned against the boulder, and in an instant it vanished. Stepping outside, she carelessly tossed the boulder aside before returning to the cave. Mu Zhaozhao was already busy bundling other items. Ying, since you have a place to store things, why not take all of these with us? She referred to everything related to animal hides and food that was unnecessary. Bai Ying cast a disdainful glance around the cave, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Rest assured, we are not lacking in supplies. All of this was procured by Xiao Ming-chung, especially the animal hides on the bed. She had ample resources and no need to take these items. Leaving them for the snake cubs, Bai Ying paused, instructing them to wait for Xiao Ming-chung here. She still had a soft spot. Otherwise, the most prudent course of action would have been to eliminate those snake cubs or simply discard them, which would have surely pained Xiao Ming-chung even more. Ying, are you really not taking them with us? Mu Zhaozhao, possessing a softer heart, pleaded, having cared for them for 2 months. Despite her hatred for Xiao Ming-chung, she could not bear to abandon these little creatures, just as she felt pity for Bai Ying, who was the reason she had been captured. However, she did not anticipate that Bai Ying was far more ruthless than she had imagined. Genuinely willing to forsake these cubs, Mu Zhaozhao continued her appeal. How about we take them with us for now, and later find a snake beastman tribe to care for them, just like Xiao Ming-chung did? No, Bai Ying rejected once more that if they did so, when Xiao Ming-chung discovered these little ones, he would certainly massacre the entire tribe. After all, he was a king cobra. Mu Zhaozhao shuddered at the thought of Xiao Mingqing's temperament, and, unwilling to put others at risk, had no choice but to relent. Then, let us go. Bai Yingying had already gathered all the supplies from the ground. During this time, Mu Zhaozhao tore apart several pieces of jerky and tossed them onto the bed, placing a stone bowl of water beside it while softly murmuring, "I hope you can hold on until Xiao Mingqing returns." Once Bai Yingying waited for her to finish, she meaningfully remarked, "It all depends on how much Xiao Mingqing cares for the people in this cave. As long as he returns soon, these little ones will be safe." She genuinely did not believe Xiao Mingqing would perish. He was cunning and cautious. The last time he faced the giant eagle, he had successfully escaped and even brought back a female. Although she had never seen this giant eagle, she held it in contempt. What could be deemed a natural enemy, when faced in battle, could not deliver a decisive blow. This was either foolishness or weakness. Bai Yingying, shouldering her backpack, left the cave without a hint of nostalgia, and Mu Zhaozhao hurriedly followed. The two females, accompanied by a backpack of cubs and wearing rubber shoes wrapped in animal hides, traversed through the snow-laden underbrush. Feeling no chill, Mu Zhaozhao gripped a long knife, listening to the nearby beast roars, feeling a twinge of fear. "Yingying, where should we go? Shouldn't we find a tribe to settle in?" "At least then we would have," Bai Yingying interrupted her. "I will find shelter and can hunt as well that we won't go hungry, da-da." Mu Zhaozhao quickly grasped the implication, excitement swelling within her, da-da. "Yes, just now you moved that boulder in the cave." Bai Yingying frowned, urging her to speak more quietly. She added, "Don't you also possess a talent?" Mu Zhaozhao's face reflected a flicker of terror. "How do you know? When Xiao Mingqing captured you, you were scantily clad and left outside to freeze for so long. A frail female would surely fall ill. Yet you still had the energy to apply medicine and endure prolonged carving without a scratch." Bai Yingying paused, glancing back at her. This is not the constitution of an ordinary female. Chapter 59. Settling in Yingying. Your powers of observation are truly terrifying. Fortunately, I am your ally. Mu Zhaozhao swallowed hard, recalling her own position, and immediately smiled. "You are not mistaken. As I grew, I discovered my physique and strength far surpassed that of other females. So I chose to conceal it. Later, after quiet comparisons, I confirmed I possessed blue-tier talent." She had once considered that there must be other females with similar situations, but they likely refrained from publicizing it out of fear of shocking the world. Indeed, Bai Yingying was such a female, her talent level far exceeding Mu Zhaozhao's blue tier. A trace of nostalgia flickered in Bai Yingying's eyes. Blue-tier hunters need not fear starvation. She shifted the topic. "We cannot go to other tribes for the time being. Xiao Mingqing will undoubtedly search the nearby tribes for us. Once the commotion dies down, we can reconsider our plans." Bai Yingying felt a yearning to seek out the new dwelling of the rabbit-hunting tribe, wondering how Lin Yi and the others were faring. Xiao Mingqing would think we could not have gone far and would first search this mountain. Therefore, we must first cross this mountain and find a suitable cave to reside in. At the very least, Bai Yingying sighed, "I forgot to tell you, I am pregnant again, though we must at least endure the remainder of the gestation period." Mu Zhaozhao had grown numb to the news and simply nodded in dazed agreement. With two gifted females, their pace was naturally swift. Moreover, with Bai Yingying providing ample sustenance, they did not need to hunt along the way. By the time dusk approached, Bai Yingying and Mu Zhaozhao had successfully crossed the mountain and reached its foot unscathed. Bai Yingying paused her journey, beginning to search for a small cave to hide in nearby. If none were found, they could dig a temporary pit to rest for the night. Her previous experience living outdoors with Lin Xia made these tasks trivial for Bai Yingying. The next afternoon, the two successfully navigated around to the opposite side of the mountain and found a habitable cave. The cave measured only over 20 square meters, but it was ample enough for the two girls. Bai Yingying produced many items that should not exist in this world. The mosquito-repelling incense worked remarkably well. Within 10 minutes, the crawling insects in the cave vanished without a trace. Against the wall of the cave stood a bed measuring 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, adorned with a Mongolian-style mosquito net and layered with thick bedding. When the cubs frolicked on the bed, the mattress undulated like waves. This was the luxurious waterbed Bai Yingying had previously acquired as a reward. In the right corner of the cave entrance was a ceramic water jar filled with water, while the ground held an iron pot, a clay jar, and a basin filled with long charcoal. Another pile contained various sizes of dining utensils. Bai Yingying handed a set of women's loungewear to Mu Zhaozhao. Curious? Mu Zhaozhao nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with admiration. That is this a gift from the beast god? Bai Ying smiled. She did not need to fabricate an excuse. Her companion had already provided a rationale. She nodded. Indeed. The beast god often bestows upon me peculiar items. Hence, I usually refrain from displaying them in front of outsiders. Now that it's just us, we can use them freely. Am I one of your own? Mu Zhaozhao excitedly pointed at herself. Of course, that if you wish to leave, I wouldn't let you go. Bai Ying jested. She was not merely joking. If Mu Zhaozhao desired to escape, she would surely kill her. That if you let me go, I still wouldn't. That Mu Zhaozhao's eyes reddened instantly. Actually, I haven't told you that I was picked up by the tribe because of my talent for healing. The old witch took me in. The guards of the witch doctor cave were killed by Xiao Mingqing last time while trying to protect me. That I have no face to return. Bai Ying was taken aback. Then why didn't you kill his cubs? Mu Zhaozhao wiped her tears and forced a smile. The cubs are innocent. I cannot bring myself to do it. Bai Ying reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Then let us devise a plan to eliminate Xiao Mingqing together and return to the tribe to share the good news. Yes, Mu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled. From now on, I will be your dedicated cub-sitting healer. When the opportunity arises to return to the mountain cat tribe, you must prepare ample gifts for me. Of course. That is a must. Bai Ying concealed her worries, not revealing to Mu Zhaozhao that if they escaped this time and Xiao Mingqing was still alive, he would certainly search for them in the tribes he was familiar with, Mountain Cat Tribe, Golden Dog Tribe, and the Rabbit Hunting Tribe, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. The Golden Dog Tribe was relatively safe, being a large tribe with many members. Xiao Mingqing did not possess the strength to massacre an entire clan. However, the Mountain Cat. Yet now, even if they returned, it would be futile, with the absence of the witch doctor and so many guards. The small tribe may have perished during the long winter. Bai Ying could only hope that the rabbit hunting tribe had migrated far, sparing them from Xiao Mingqing's pursuit at this very moment. Within a cave somewhere in the adjacent mountain, a male's furious roar echoed. Ding! Bai Ying, a scarred giant snake, frantically slithered through the cave, searching. Ultimately, it climbed onto the large bed, and upon seeing the little snake cub surrounded by animal hides, sank further into despair. You are truly heartless. Upon returning and finding the boulder displaced, he had thought Bai Ying had been captured by the giant eagle as a diversion. Yet upon witnessing the scene within the cave, he was compelled to acknowledge that Bai Ying had left of her own accord, taking the healer and the rabbit cubs, but leaving behind the snake cubs and everything else in the cave. Reflecting on the peculiar items that had mysteriously vanished from her possession, Xiao Mingqing began to comprehend how she had managed to escape, gaining a deeper understanding. Bai Ying despised him. That a glint of madness flickered in Xiao Mingqing's eyes. If she hated him, then why not let her hate him even more? Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao settled in with the little rabbit cubs. During the day, Mu Zhaozhao watched over the children at home, while Bai Ying hunted nearby. She is well aware of the dangers that lurk in the wilderness and would never recklessly run about, lest she attract large beasts or other beastmen. She roams freely, wielding her compound crossbow to strike her prey from a distance, directly stowing the carcasses in her system backpack. After locating a stream to process the game, she retrieves her system backpack and returns home, thus avoiding much of the peril associated with the scent of blood. Bai Ying intends to hunt more to store in her system backpack. During the first half of the month leading up to production, she plans to refrain from venturing out, allowing Mu Zhaozhao to gather some wild vegetables daily to accompany rice and meat. Every morning, she sets out to hunt, and by the time she returns, Mu Zhaozhao has already prepared the meal. After a midday rest, she continues hunting in the afternoon. Chapter 60. The Agreement Additional Update. Time flies. In half a month has passed, that Mu Zhaozhao has transitioned from a state of trepidation to one of relative tranquility. One day, upon returning to the cave at noon, Bai Ying is greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. The iron pot bubbles vigorously as Mu Zhaozhao diligently stirs, ensuring the contents do not scorch while reducing the sauce. Today, she is preparing 5-spice braised meat, which has been simmering on low heat for 2 hours and is now at the critical stage of sauce reduction. Mu Zhaozhao glances at her and says, Ying, wash your hands and check on the little ones. Dinner will be ready shortly. All right, Bai Ying replies, after washing her hands and shedding the heavy animal hide. She dons a soft and lightweight cotton outfit before climbing in a bed and snuggling under the mosquito net. The little bunnies gather in playful clusters, sensing her presence, and they bounce over, nuzzling against her, seeking affection. Bai Yingying entertains each little one before Mu Zhaozhao calls for dinner. Two stainless steel bowls brim with fluffy white rice, and several ladles of fragrant, tender braised meat are ladled over the rice. A few chopsticks of stir-fried tender wild greens are added, and each of them holds a large bowl, reveling in the feast. The appetite of beast men is astonishing. This meal barely satiates them, and they will soon crave more rice and meat. Particularly meat, as a small portion leaves them hungry quickly. Thus, aside from resting at home during heavy rain, Bai Yingying hunts daily. Although the 5-spice powder is used sparingly, the resulting meat is savory and tender. Truly irresistible. Bai Yingying cannot help but praise Zhao Zhao. Your culinary skills have improved remarkably. She had taught Mu Zhaozhao only once, yet her skills have flourished, and the same ingredients yield a dish far superior to Bai Yingying's. With her hunger satiated and her taste buds delighted, Bai Yingying reflects, this is what true living feels like. Each day brings a new cooking method, and no longer consuming raw food makes her feel truly alive. Under favorable conditions, who wouldn't wish for a more comfortable life? Indeed, Mu Zhaozhao responds, smiling proudly, it's because I am clever, learning quickly. Yes, you are indeed surpassing your predecessors. Bai Yingying chuckles, recalling Lin Xia, when she taught Lin Xia to weave bamboo baskets. Lin Xia also learned swiftly, soon surpassing her in skill. In her spare time, Bai Yingying attempts to teach Mu Zhaozhao to weave bamboo baskets, yet Mu Zhaozhao lacks the talent for it, struggling to grasp the technique even after several attempts. In contrast, Bai Yingying, while instructing Mu Zhaozhao, manages to weave a small bamboo basket, intending to use it for carrying the little ones. Yingying, shall we name the little ones? Mu Zhaozhao suggests, pointing to the lively bunnies on the bed. Feeling somewhat troubled, there are two particularly mischievous ones who always want to chew on things. I wish I could yell at them by name. Bai Yingying snaps back to reality, observing the frolicking bunnies on the bed. Yelling at them by name? Is that how you envision providing them a perfect childhood? She laughs, shaking her head. Let us not name them. Zhao Zhao, I have too many. Even if we name them, I may not remember or distinguish them. After I give birth to this batch, I plan to find a rabbit hunting tribe to raise the bunnies that I see. Mu Zhaozhao replies with a tinge of melancholy, realizing how attached she has become to the little one she has nurtured. However, she suddenly recalls something, feeling a sense of unease. You only mentioned the bunnies, but what about us? Are we not staying with the rabbit hunting tribe? We won't stay, Bai Yingying states, having realized after her abduction that her ability to bear children is not beneficial for either the rabbit tribe or herself. With a sigh, she confides, Zhao Zhao, without the corresponding strength and status, I cannot protect myself nor freely decide to bear children, or not. Mu Zhaozhao pauses, contemplating Bai Yingying's high fertility and ability to bear children. She understands that if they return to the rabbit tribe, the news would inevitably leak, resulting in Bai Yingying being subjected to relentless competition from stronger individuals, perhaps even confinement. With this thought, Mu Zhaozhao feels a pang of anxiety, mustering a forced smile. Then let us not send the little ones away. We can hide here and live, and I want to have any more children. That is overly idealistic. Bai Yingying shakes her head in resignation. Zhao Zhao, this place is not safe. As two females, we have no right to refuse any stronger male beast men we encounter. They have been fortunate to have lived safely for so long that in truth, they have encountered hunting beast men during this time. But Bai Yingying has skillfully evaded them. Moreover, their supplies rely on her giving birth. If she ceases to do so, these resources will soon be depleted, and their comfortable life will come to an end. Bai Yingying pauses before continuing. Furthermore, this is not the life I desire. The Sunset Mountain Range is merely a part of the vast wilderness. Beyond it lies an even broader world that I wish to find a powerful tribe nearby and settle there. Waiting until I am strong enough to traverse the Beast Men continent, exploring the diverse cultures, and witnessing the prosperity of other tribes while enjoying the scenery along the way. She has already resolved that once she attains red-tier talent and ample resources, she will cease bearing children, taking Mu Zhaozhao along with 2 or 3 formidable beast husbands on their journey around the Beastmen continent. Bai Yingying inquires, Zhao Zhao, do you not wish to see the outside world? I do. I truly want to, Mu Zhaozhao exclaims, her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes brimming with anticipation that I do not want to be confined to this small space. I want to explore the beautiful landscapes. Excellent. Then we have a pact. Regardless of the circumstances, You must accompany me. Bai Ying smiles, extending her right hand, palm up that Mu Zhao Zhao, seated across from her, immediately places her right hand over Bai Ying's fair hand. Bai Ying firmly grasps her hand, and they share a knowing smile, reminiscent of their initial understanding. Bai Ying harbors deep affection for Mu Zhao Zhao, recognizing her as an intelligent and capable female. She desires to have many children and hopes to find a devoted shaman to assist in caring for the little ones. Recalling the previously awarded metallurgy knowledge, she has examined it after stabilizing, discovering it to be a detailed book with illustrations, even describing the geological features where iron or frequently appears, though it still requires personal study and practice. This skill is somewhat redundant, as high-tier beastmen have little use for it. Bai Ying, having received additional rewards, is not in need of iron tools. Once she learns, she can produce large quantities suitable for developing the tribe. Thus, she does not intend to learn it herself, but will provide it to a talented beast husband for study, that if there are more technical books in the future, especially on medicine, they can be given to Mu Zhao Zhao for her to learn. As she is quick to grasp concepts and can teach herself after understanding, as long as she chooses to study selectively during her free time, that should suffice. Chapter 61. Qi Jin contemplating these matters. Bai Ying cannot help but question the true nature of the system. It seems to serve as a benefactor to the primitive society she inhabits. She refrains from inquiring further with Grape, who is likely just a system intelligence without independent thought, only speaking to her at special times. Asking her anything beyond matters of childbirth yields no answers. However, Grape has mentioned that once she has given birth to 66 offspring, she will be able to detect her pregnancy status, gestation period, the number of offspring, their beast forms, and their genetic lineage at any time. The childbirth system appears to be purely focused on reproduction. 10 kilometers away from the cave whereby Ying and her companions reside, a towering man stands at 2 meters tall, his gaze sharp and scanning the surroundings. That he possesses a strong brow and piercing eyes. With a pronounced hawkish nose, a figure with a slightly fierce appearance. Accompanying him is a well-proportioned man, standing just under 1.8 meters, whose captivating looks and graceful movements exude charm. Ajun, are you certain that Xiao Mingsheng is in this vicinity? The hawk-nosed man tilts his head, glancing curiously at the leisurely strolling handsome man beside him. The originally imposing figure now reveals a hint of naive innocence. Qi Jin rolls his eyes elegantly. What? If Brother Jifeng does not trust the capabilities of my Linghu tribe, why seek me out? I merely asked. Jifeng awkwardly rubs his nose, smiling obsequiously. Despite being a 2-meter-tall brute, his demeanor appears oddly out of place. He then expresses indignation. Xiao Mingsheng is utterly arrogant. Knowing I am in the Sunset Mountain Range, he still dares to attack the Golden Dog tribe, a large tribe no less. That he truly does not regard me at all. Qi Jin let out a sigh, embodying the sorrowful visage of a beauty, reminiscent of mist and smoke, that if you truly possessed any formidable aura, I would not have needed to come here. This cousin of his was admirable in every aspect, soaring like an eagle amidst the boundless skies, reigning as the apex predator of the food chain. Yet perhaps a product of interspecies lineage, he bore certain flaws. There was a hint of simplicity about him. Unlike him, who was a purebred spirit fox, possessing both beauty and intellect, though unable to ascend to the heavens, he could certainly delve into the depths of the earth. He was a renowned prodigy among the younger generation of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Ajun, quickly assist me in locating Xiao Mingsheng. Once I eliminate him, I shall cleanse the shame that clings to me. Ji Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a lack of genuine intimidation. Qi Jin rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering under his breath, "It is truly beyond my comprehension how a woman saturated with cunning could bear such a simple-minded, physically robust creature as yourself." To Ji Feng, unable to catch his words, leaned in attentively. "Ajun, what did you say?" I said. Qi Jin lifted his eyelids, unable to restrain his exasperation, and questioned, "Why did my aunt not send Jihui here? Both of you are of the red tier. It is evident that he is far more suited for the task of eliminating Xiao Mingsheng." Ji Feng felt a profound sense of grievance as well. My mother said I had never descended from the Tsangxian mountain and needed to undergo some training. He, a red-tier talent as a giant eagle beast man, had reached adulthood for 2 years yet had never ventured beyond the Tsangxian range. It was indeed a source of embarrassment. Qi Jin understood his aunt's rationale. After all, This simpleton possessed overwhelming martial prowess. Even if he failed to capture Xiao Mingsheng, it could still be considered an opportunity for experience. There would be no real danger, and whether he faced setbacks outside was of little consequence. However, why did Ji Feng seek assistance from the Spirit Fox tribe? Oh, great beast God above, I, Qi Zhen, have not engaged in any deceitful acts recently. Why must I be punished? His unfeeling father actually chose him to assist this foolish cousin. After sufficient internal lamentation, Qi Zhen finally adopted a more serious demeanor. Xiao Mingcheng has abducted the beloved of the rabbit clan, and he first inexplicably annihilated a remnant small tribe before infiltrating the Golden Dog tribe multiple times to commit murder. Speaking of this, he felt a surge of emotion within a short span. Over 100 members of the Golden Dog tribe had been assassinated at this rate. The tribe was already contemplating migration, that a large tribe, numerous in number, yet unable to fend off such a relentless specter. Once Xiao Mingxing infiltrated the tribe, he would kill indiscriminately and retreat swiftly, showing no mercy even to the females. Utterly ruthless, the Golden Dog tribe, in an effort to guard against him, had adopted a true communal lifestyle. Yet this was not a sustainable solution. The tribe leader had already entertained thoughts of migration, dependent solely on whether they could eliminate Xiao Mingxing this time. Qi Zhen continued to explain to Ji Feng, "Yesterday, I heard whispers that a female had been sighted near the foot of the mountains. This news is hardly a secret. If I can hear it, surely Xiao Mingxing can too, and perhaps he has gathered even more detailed information. He will undoubtedly come to investigate. Therefore, if we can locate that young female beforehand, we may lay in wait for Xiao Mingcheng. Rest assured, brother, with my assistance, we will surely capture this venomous serpent and fulfill the mission for the Haiju tribe." The Spirit Fox clan possesses heightened senses of smell and hearing, surpassing those of other beastmen of the same tier. The young female, needing to eat, drink, and relieve herself, would undoubtedly leave a strong scent in her frequent haunts. Thus, he felt quite confident in finding Bai Yingying before Xiao Mingxing did. Qi Zhen's tone shifted. "Yet, my little brother cannot withstand poison, nor is he adept at enduring bites. You must protect me, as a spirit fox. He is naturally weak against serpentine creatures, especially when confronted with a king cobra. Were it not for his own cousin, he would never dare to take such a risk." The Ji Feng thumped his chest confidently. "Ah Zhen, you are truly brilliant. Rest assured I shall protect you. Once we succeed, I will treat you to the fine wines of the Spirit Monkey tribe." Qi Zhen silently averted his gaze, feeling less comforted by Ji Feng's words and more disheartened. After her midday rest, Bai Yingying changed out of her cotton garments and donned a fur robe, proceeding as usual to hunt. Yet, after stepping out of the cave, she soon felt a discomfort in her abdomen. She leaned against a large tree, one hand propping herself up while the other gently caressed her belly. Yet relief eluded her, and the discomfort seemed to intensify. "Grape, what is happening to me? Am I about to miscarry?" Bai Yingying, 1.5 months pregnant, wondered if her abdominal pain was due to excessive exertion, risking a miscarriage. After enduring such hardship to conceive, how could she possibly allow a miscarriage before reaping her reward? "Please hold on, host," Grape responded after a moment of silence. "No signs of miscarriage have been detected. It is merely a result of excessive activity." Chapter 62, Ji Feng. Bai Yingying felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Yet in the next instant, a slick sensation brushed past her ear, and she found her neck ensnared by something icy, rapidly spreading to her upper body and binding her arms tightly. Bai Yingying was coiled by a 5-meter-long king cobra, a menacing serpent's head emerging beside her ear. Momentarily deprived of breath, her eyes widened in terror, locking onto the aggressive, vertical pupils of the creature. The fleshy wings on either side of the cobra's head unfurled. This was the unique attack stance of the cobra species. Up close, she could see the glistening scales of the snake, feeling the chill against her neck, and she sensed that she was teetering on the brink of death. "Bai Yingying, you make it so easy to find you." The dark red tongue of the snake flicked rapidly, brushing against Bai Yingying's face, leaving it coated in a translucent liquid within a breath's time. "Hiss!" Xiao Mingcheng opened his mouth wide in a threatening manner, revealing his iridescent fangs. Bai Yingying, struggling to breathe and feeling the imminent threat of death, instinctively shed tears, and as the tears fell onto the snake's body encircling her neck. The muscles in that area twitched visibly. Xiao Mingcheng's flicking tongue paused, the serpent's body writhed slightly, loosening its grip that he chuckled softly. Do not be afraid, I will not kill you. I want you by my side for eternity, to bear me countless offspring. Xiao Mingqing's serpent head moved down to Bai Yingying's abdomen, his tone laden with complexity. You truly are the beloved of many offspring, yet you are pregnant with my little ones again. Just moments ago, when he had coiled around her abdomen, he felt the stirrings of the fetus, deducing the timeline. It could only belong to him. Bai Yingying finally found her voice, furious. Xiao Mingqing, why do you insist on seeking me out? She had just caught a whiff of the foul stench emanating from the snake, clearly the scent of an unhealed wound that had become infected. This man, neglecting his injuries, was still roaming about searching for her. Had he lost his mind? Xiao Mingqing retorted, why did you flee? Have I treated you poorly? To hell with your kindness. Bai Yingying momentarily felt a surge of expletives rising within her. Suddenly, Xiao Mingqing's serpent head shifted direction with startling speed. In the distance, two figures were rushing toward them. His eyes blazed with fury, and his body involuntarily contracted in response to the tension of facing formidable foes. Xiao Mingqing quickly withdrew his serpent form from Bai Yingying, transforming into his human shape, and single-handedly hoisted her away as he fled in the opposite direction. Everything transpired too swiftly for Bai Yingying to comprehend. Clinging to Xiao Mingqing's shoulder, she struggled to lift her face. The two men approached rapidly, their features becoming clear. Aside from Qi Zhen's beauty, Ji Feng's hawk-like nose was also quite conspicuous. Qi Zhen and Ji Feng recognized Xiao Mingqing and Bai Yingying. Qi Zhen, in disbelief, exclaimed, it truly is Xiao Mingqing. How could he possibly be faster than me? Ka! Ji Feng had already charged forward. Today, brother, you will surely capture him. This cry, the hawk-like nose, it was that red-tier giant eagle. A potential ally capable of eliminating Xiao Mingqing. Bai Yingying no longer hesitated, a dagger appearing in her hand as she fiercely plunged it into Xiao Mingqing's waist, swiftly withdrawing it as warm blood gushed forth. Caught off guard, Xiao Mingqing, in his rapid flight, suddenly experienced excruciating pain, stumbling to the side as the grip around her finally loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yingying transformed into her beast form, forcefully kicking off his arm with her hind legs. Leaping 3 meters away, to avoid harm to her abdomen, she curled her body and rolled several times on the ground. Xiao Mingqing stared in disbelief at the round-bellied, white-furred rabbit before him. Bai Yingying, you dare to attempt to kill me. I love you so much. Why do you betray me? A female who had given him offspring and still bore his young within her womb would dare to strike at him. Ah, Xiao Mingqing, you have today. His coarse voice boomed like thunder. I in the midst of chaos. Xiao Mingqing snapped back to reality, transforming into his beast form and swiftly darting toward the dense foliage, leaving behind a conspicuous trail of blood. Qi Zhen was on the verge of apoplexy, unable to contain his rage as he shouted, Ji Feng, you fool. Qi Zhen transformed into a silver-white fox, pursuing the direction where Xiao Mingqing had vanished. Ji Feng, understanding that his previous excitement had led to a mistake, felt a tinge of embarrassment cross his face before also morphing into his beast form. Closely following behind, that a colossal eagle appeared, unfalteringly spreading its wings, its exceptionally long feathers creating a tempestuous wind that reduced everything in its path to ruins. Bai Yingying, witnessing the true capabilities of a large red-tier beast for the first time, found herself momentarily dazed. That it was only when she felt a pang of pain in her abdomen that she reverted to her human form and made her way towards the cave. 10 minutes later, Mu Zhaozhao was startled to see Bai Yingying, bloodied and battered, at the cave entrance. She hurried forward to support Bai Yingying, guiding her towards the bed. What happened? Did you encounter a formidable enemy? Over the past few days, Bai Yingying had sustained injuries, but they were minor and had healed swiftly thanks to the medical supplies and her innate abilities. There was even a time when Mu Zhaozhao had used medical stitching tools to mend a long scratch on Bai Yingying's arm, which had now nearly healed. Yet, this was the first time she had seen such an abundance of blood on Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying weakly replied, Xiao Mingqing found me. The Mu Zhaozhao was taken aback. Glancing at Bai Yingying, should we flee now? First, help me remove my outer robe. I need to rest on the bed for a while. Bai Yingying had no intention of leaving, as her current condition was not conducive to travel, especially since Xiao Mingqing was unlikely to come after her at this moment. Reflecting on the recent scene, with an eagle and a fox, She feared that Xiao Mingsheng might truly meet his end here. All right, you rest first. We can discuss matters later. Mu Zhao Zhao chose not to press further, suppressing her anxiety and fear as she assisted by Ying in shedding her outer robe and laying her down. Shortly thereafter, she poured some hot water from a thermos into a bowl, adding cold water to create a comfortable temperature for Bai Ying to drink. Bai Ying took the warm water, swallowing a painkiller. Mu Zhao Zhao busied herself further, pouring more hot water into a basin and using a towel to wipe the blood from Bai Ying's face and body. Once she ensured that Bai Ying was not injured, she sighed in relief. Thank goodness, you're not hurt. You scared me to death. It's all right that I stabbed Xiao Mingsheng. He was already infected from his wounds, and with the enemies pursuing him, he probably won't survive this time. Bai Ying smiled faintly at Mu Zhao Zhao. It's a pity you didn't witness it yourself. That Mu Zhao Zhao let out a long sigh. No regrets. That I don't need to take revenge myself, nor do I need to witness it. As long as he is dead, that is sufficient to spare me from nightmares each night. Chapter 63. Guarding the Rabbit. Additional update. Mu Zhao Zhao was not surprised that Bai Ying would take action. An observer sees clearly. Every time Bai Ying warmly engaged with Xiao Mingsheng, she could sense it. Although Bai Ying smiled, her eyes were filled with indifference. They were alike, both rejecting the notion of inflicting harm while offering a semblance of kindness. Harm is harm. Offering something good does not erase the injury inflicted, nor does it erase the humiliation suffered. The answer was, of course, impossible. Bai Ying had barely closed her eyes for 5 minutes when she suddenly sat up. Zhao Zhao, this is a great opportunity. That Mu Zhao Zhao, who was preparing to heat water for Bai Ying's bath, looked over curiously. What is it? Aren't we supposed to go to the super tribe? However, traversing these mountains is undoubtedly perilous. I am only at the green tier, and reaching there safely is nearly impossible. Bai Ying flashed a sly smile. How about we let the giant eagle take us part of the way? With that, she sprang to her feet. That Mu Zhao Zhao immediately understood her intent. Bai Ying had set her sights on the red-tier giant eagle, but needed to assess its temperament first. Zhao Zhao. Put the little ones in the bamboo basket. I'll gather the supplies in the cave. They should return to look for me soon. Her reputation as the mother of many preceded her. She did not believe that 2 male beastmen would simply abandon her. The two began to busy themselves, collecting all the items that should not exist in this era into their system backpack. Indeed, just as they were nearly finished, a hearty male voice called from outside. Little female, are you in there? Bai Ying stowed the last of the waterbed and called back. I am. She quickly exited the cave to find a burly man with an awkward expression and a handsome youth with a darkened face. Although they stood side by side, they were at least 2 meters apart. Her heart sank. Where was Xiao Mingsheng? Had he been killed? Qi Zhen averted his gaze, unwilling to respond. Bai Ying turned her attention to Ji Feng, who stammered, This isn't my fault. Xiao Mingsheng is a snake. He can burrow into holes that I couldn't see. He raised his hand, revealing a severed snake tail in his palm. Look, at least he is missing part of himself. Bai Ying's expression froze in disbelief. For them to let Xiao Mingsheng escape in such a state and then flaunt a mere fragment of his tail was absurd. Had they not awakened from their midday slumber? Mu Zhao Zhao's expression mirrored her shock. She had envisioned countless ways for Xiao Mingsheng to meet his demise, but had never anticipated such a result. Perhaps the mockery in their expressions was too much to bear. Ji Feng felt humiliated and immediately vowed, Ji Feng, will not return to the giant eagle tribe until I have killed Xiao Mingsheng to wash away this shame. Qi Zhen turned to glare at him. I'll wait for a maximum of another 6 months, but I want to accompany you forever. Ji Feng waved his hand dismissively. Zhen, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to return. I have my ways. Qi Zhen was momentarily speechless, unwilling to engage further, but he then addressed Bai Ying, little female, may we stay with you for a while? Xiao Mingsheng is so stubborn. He will definitely come looking for you again. As long as we stay close to you, we can capture him. That he paused before adding, rest assured, we will cover all food and water during this time. That I end his words. Qi Zhen harbored no ulterior motives towards Bai Ying. It seemed he merely wished to utilize her as bait. That a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashed in Bai Ying's eyes. All right, I too fear his retaliation. She was inclined to agree, as she had been contemplating a similar notion. However, it was imperative to align with these two for her safety. Having severed ties with Xiao Mingsheng, being recaptured would not merely be a matter of life or death, but of fate worse than death. Regardless of the interest these two had in her, she needed to keep them close until Xiao Mingsheng was dealt with. With two red-tier beastmen by her side, her safety would be assured. Ji Feng, seeing Bai Yingying's agreement, happily entered the cave, only to look around the low, spacious cavern with disdain. Oh dear, such a small cave. How can anyone live here? I can't even stand up straight. You're just too tall. Mu Zhao muttered under her breath, discontented. She had only been living here for half a month, yet found it quite enjoyable, unwilling to let anyone disparage it. Bai Yingying suggested directly, how about we seek temporary shelter at a super tribe? There are many people there, and news spreads quickly. Xiao Mingcheng will soon learn of our presence that if he dares to sneak in, he will surely meet his end. Qi Zhen's eyes lit up at this idea. He was fastidious and could not stay in such a place for long, but he also noted the unusual emptiness of the cave. Not even a single animal skin was present. How could two females and a brood of cubs live in such a cold, damp cave? Qi Zhen's mind raced, thinking this operation might prove quite entertaining. Since both young masters of the two major tribes had expressed their agreement, the group set off together towards the Zhuhua tribe in the Chuan-Xiu mountain range. The Linghu tribe was merely a large tribe, while the Giant Eagle clan, though powerful, was sparse in number. By population standards, it was a small tribe, yet their overall strength was formidable, qualifying them as a large tribe. The Zhuhua tribe was situated in the Chuan-Xiu mountains within the vast mountain range of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Though the journey was long, it was the nearest super tribe to their location in the Sunset Mountains and once held a leading position in reproductive records on the Beastman continent. They would undoubtedly welcome Bai Yingying's arrival, as her previous notoriety would now belong to them as well. After setting off, Bai Yingying inquired about the rabbit-hunting tribe, but both men stated they had not heard of its whereabouts along the way. Only that it had passed through a certain area, but had vanished without a trace after a winter had passed. After a moment's consideration, Bai Yingying abandoned the idea of searching for it. Deciding not to mention the matter again, that as long as her name was known in the Zhuhua tribe, she was confident that a tribesman would come seeking her. Alternatively, once they reached the well-informed Zhuhua tribe, she could inquire further. This way, she need not exert herself in searching everywhere. Under normal circumstances, traversing mountains and valleys would take at least half a month, and potentially up to a month, to reach the Zhuhua tribe. However, with the presence of the Giant Eagle clan, this journey need not be so protracted. The Giant Eagles facilitate their travel immensely. As long as they find a suitable launching point, the other three can ride on the backs of the majestic creatures. Qi Zhen carries a basket containing cubs on his back, with a beast-hide pouch hanging in front, revealing two round, chubby little heads. One possesses long, pale pink rabbit ears, round black eyes, and delicate three-petal lips, while the rest of its body is pure white. The other has a pair of inverted triangular cat ears, its head split into two colors at the crown, the left side a creamy hue, and the right side a striking blue. The cat's face is entirely white, with almond-shaped eyes featuring brown pupils, a soft pink nose, and a broad chin, resembling a small calico cat. Both little ones sport long whiskers, only their round heads visible, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Chapter 64. The journey Qi Zhen has endured for quite a while, constantly reminding himself that these are two little females, and touching them would entail responsibility. Thus, he refrains from reaching out. These two adorable creatures are none other than Bai Yingying and Mu Zhao. Having never ridden a giant eagle before, they are too afraid to ride alone, fearing that a moment's lapse in grip could result in a fall. Hence, they rely on Qi Zhen, who is accustomed to riding eagles, to accompany them. The wind howls fiercely atop the cliff, but we're off. Hold on tight. Ji Feng calls out. Without hesitation, Qi Zhen clamps his legs tight, gripping the long feathers as he leans forward, trying to press himself against the eagle's back, responding loudly, "I am ready." Upon hearing this, Ji Feng immediately spreads his wings, taking a few running steps along the cliff before leaping off the precipice and gliding downwards. An immense sensation of weightlessness engulfs them, prompting Mu Zhao to let out a sharp scream. "Oh my God!" Bai Yingying feels her heart plummet, her complexion paling as she gasps for air, feeling a bit acrophobic. Before the apocalypse, she was too terrified to ride roller coasters. Yet soon, the giant eagle slightly shifts its body, its wings beating vigorously, lifting its head high as it gracefully soars into the sky. If it were just Qi Zhen alone, he could easily ascend vertically, shooting through the clouds. Although he strives for a steady flight, the fierce winds whip at Bai Yingying and Mu Zhaozhao's faces, causing their hair to flail wildly. Their large eyes are tightly shut, contorted into a wavy line of anxiety. Qijun glances down and can't help but smile. His silver hair, initially bound by a beast hide strap, is soon tousled by the winds below. Against the azure sky dotted with white clouds, a young man carrying a modest bamboo basket, adorned with two fluffy pendants, one white and one calico, rides majestically upon the giant eagle. His silver hair dancing in the wind, eyes shimmering like jewels, and his smile radiant as a blooming flower. This aerial adventure leaves a profound impression on all, including Ji Feng, who, despite playing the role of a steed, feels a bit stifled. Qijun had previously advised him to fly slower and steadier to prevent the females from falling. Though Ji Feng is somewhat oblivious, he understands the need for caution, maintaining a speed at half of his capacity, ensuring a steady flight without showing off his abilities. Regret begins to creep in as he contemplates whether it would have been better to remain in that dilapidated cave rather than bring the little females to the super tribe. Ji Feng, possessing ample stamina, flies until dusk, finally locating a place to land. Once everyone has dismounted, he cheerfully announces, "I'm off to hunt." For Ji Feng, the wilderness at night poses little danger. Rather, it is an opportune time for hunting. Bai Yingying watches his retreating figure. Contemplating her next move, he clearly appears to be a simple-minded fellow. How should she go about winning him over? While she observes Ji Feng, Qijun is observing her. Noticing Qijun's gaze, Bai Yingying turns her head and offers him a gentle smile. "Qijun, you and Feng both appear quite young." Although she is aware of their names, she chooses to address them differently. Qijun raises an eyebrow. "I am 18 this year, while Ji Feng is 20. So you are still not considered an adult." Bai Yingying replies with a smile that "I am 19, and Zhao Zhao is 22. Can we call you a Qi, little brother from now on?" "Feel free." Qijun shrugs indifferently, but he then glances around, noting that it is getting late. "You all should rest. I will dig a hole." Bai Yingying nods. "All right, thank you." "A Qi, little brother." She pulls Mu Zhaozhao aside. Bai Yingying's expression darkens as she whispers, "Zhao Zhao, my stomach hurts. Can you watch the cubs for me?" She has been experiencing abdominal pain since the afternoon, which has not subsided, and the stimulation from the flight has worsened her discomfort. Okay, Mu Zhaozhao glances toward Qijun, whispering, "Ying, perhaps you should take a painkiller?" "Never mind, I just took some this afternoon. I will hold on until bedtime to take another." Bai Yingying understands that taking too many painkillers is unwise. Although Mu Zhaozhao is concerned, there is little she can do. Bai Yingying's pain does not involve bleeding or other symptoms, leaving her to manage it on her own. Qijun works swiftly, digging 2 dirt holes within half an hour. The 2 holes are separated by a thin wall of soil. Just then, Ji Feng returns with a freshly prepared catch, identifiable as a large wild deer. Weighing several hundred pounds, he tears off a deer leg and hands it to Bai Yingying and the others, saying, "If this isn't enough, come find me." Mu Zhaozhao quickly accepts it, the weight causing her back to bend slightly as she struggles to hold it. Thankfully, she is a gifted female. Otherwise, she might have been toppled by the weight of the deer leg. She sets the deer leg down on a rock and inquires, "Can I start a fire?" "Brothers, we need to eat something cooked." She knows that lighting a fire on the mountain at night can be dangerous, but given Bai Yingying's current state, raw meat is not advisable, and conjuring food out of thin air is not feasible. She seeks the consent of the 2 males to see if they agree. "Zhao Zhao, it's fine. I'm not particularly hungry." Bai Yingying shakes her head, signaling her not to complicate matters. That Ji Feng looks puzzled. "What's wrong with raw meat? It tastes great. Why bother cooking it?" "Brother Ji Feng, females are delicate. We are not like you, who can consume raw flesh without a second thought." Qijun turns to Mu Zhaozhao and Bai Yingying, his eyes glimmering. "Can you 2 start a fire?" "Of course we can. Don't worry that we will drive away any wild beasts that come, that if it weren't for the need for warmth, he wouldn't even need to dig the holes." Generally, large wild beasts have a sense of territory and do not roam aimlessly. Their chosen resting spot may appear random, but it has been meticulously selected. Ordinary large beasts, even if attracted by the smoke, pose no threat, and they can be easily dealt with or driven off. Seeing Bai Yingying nod, Mu Zhaozhao cheerfully responds, "Thank you." Bai Yingying understands Qijun's true intention behind agreeing to their fire, but she plans to demonstrate some skills and sincerity to bind the 2 men. Knowing how to start a fire serves as a stepping stone. Mu Zhaozhao places the bamboo basket beside Bai Yingying and hurriedly gathers firewood. Qi Jin soon joins in to help, leaving only Bai Yingying, who is still experiencing abdominal pain, sitting on a rock, curiously watching Ji Feng as he eats. Bai Yingying glances at Ji Feng, feeling she has gathered enough information about him to formulate a vague plan. However, Qi Jun is astute, suspicious, and cunning, making him a challenging target. She needs to observe him a bit longer. Mu Xiaoxiao finds a sheltered spot and retrieves a tool to start a fire, which is actually a lighter. She quickly ignites the fire, capturing everyone's attention. Yet Mu Xiaoxiao remains silent, calmly adding more wood, generously allowing Qi Jun and Ji Feng to help her skewer the meat. Bai Yingying, despite lacking an appetite, still eats a fair amount until she feels warmth in her stomach. Only then does she greet everyone before transforming into her beast form and retreating into the hole to rest. Chapter 65. The super tribe. It is only then that Ji Feng realizes. Is she feeling unwell? Yes, Mu Xiaoxiao replies listlessly, expressing her concern. Yingying hunts every morning and afternoon. I wonder if she's overexerted herself. Since this afternoon, she has been experiencing abdominal pain, and I am worried about how the cubs are doing inside her. A flicker of surprise flashed in Qi Jun's eyes that he had initially believed that Bai Yingying was simply a delicate female, not realizing that her demeanor stemmed from discomfort. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Bai Yingying was capable of hunting. After witnessing Mu Xiaoxiao's remarkable capabilities, he had assumed that during their time outside, it was Mu Xiaoxiao who had shouldered all the efforts. The two of them had little interaction with females and only knew that the females in their tribe were fragile. The mere fact that two females were living in the wild was enough to astonish them, but to consider that a pregnant female could venture out to hunt was truly unfathomable. If their talents were not so exceptional, they might have been startled into jumping at the prospect. Their limited contact with females, combined with their high abilities, made everything seem effortless to them, leaving them oblivious to the true strength of Bai Yingying and Mu Xiaoxiao as females. After exchanging a few words, the trio retired to their respective nests to sleep. The cave was filled with straw and debris, and Bai Yingying nestled into her fur cloak, lying on her side. Once Mu Xiaoxiao joined her, she carefully examined Bai Yingying's abdomen, confirming the absence of any bleeding, which eased her worries, allowing her to drift into a deep slumber. Only Qi Jun slept beside them, while Ji Feng, being too large in both beast and human forms, found it unsuitable to burrow into the cave. Unfazed by the cold, he moved a stone to place between the two cave entrances, reverted to his beast form, and stood atop the stone, effectively blocking the entrance as he slept, serving both as a guard and a windbreak. For 3 consecutive days, they traveled by day and sought shelter wherever they could by night, swiftly arriving at the Chuanxiu mountain range. During this time, Qi Jun inquired whether Bai Yingying wished to rest outside for a few days before continuing, but she declined. Her abdomen ached persistently without improvement. Yet there were no other issues. Resting held little significance, and it would be better to reach a more favorable environment for recuperation than as they had hoped. They arrived outside the Zhula tribe. This place boasted a vast expanse of open land, with a flat and clean surface, seemingly designated for the landing of flying beastmen. Qi Jun kept a vigilant eye on Bai Yingying, noting her contemplative expression. He promptly explained that the Zhula tribe had merchants carrying goods year-round, necessitating a spacious area for unloading. Bai Yingying remarked with awe, "The super tribe is indeed remarkable. They even have a landing pad." Though she expressed admiration, her eyes lacked excitement and fervor, as if she were accustomed to such sights. But Qi Jun understood that Bai Yingying had been born into an underdeveloped medium-sized tribe and later confined by Xiao Mingsheng. It was impossible for her to be well-versed in the world. His curiosity about Bai Yingying had reached its pinnacle after their days together. That moment, a group of robust male beastmen approached swiftly. The leader, exuding warmth, called out boisterously from a distance, "Brave warriors of the giant eagle tribe, what brings you here? Do you require a guide?" Ji Feng unfurled his wings slightly, revealing a hint of the pressure that came with his red tier talent, declaring, "I am Ji Feng of the giant eagle tribe, here to seek an audience with the chief of the Zhula tribe." When he spoke seriously, a certain authoritative demeanor accompanied his words. The leader's smile broadened, and he respectfully replied, "Ah, a red-tier warrior. Please accompany me into the city and wait a moment. I will inform the chief at once." Bai Yingying mused internally that strength indeed afforded privileges everywhere. "Very well, lead the way," Ji Feng said grandly, showing no reserve. Qi Jun interjected politely, Thank you. The leader's smile was genuine as they proceeded toward the city gate. The entrance was essentially a low hill, with a relatively wide tunnel excavated at its center. Upon passing through, their vision opened up to a valley that seemed to stretch endlessly. The valley was encircled by mountains, which had clearly been cleared, displaying winding paths leading upward, punctuated by clusters of man-made caves. Numerous individuals traversed the trails. Moving up and down to the foot of the mountains stood rows of neatly arranged thatched huts. Some beastmen set up stalls in the valley's open space, while others, resembling customers, navigated through with their goods. Small beastlings chased and played in the open area, while groups of females chatted amiably. The female beastmen appeared quite ample in form, and the males were notably robust. This was the super tribe, vibrant, tidy, and thriving. Both by Ying and Mu Zhaozhao, witnessing it for the first time, were somewhat taken aback that in contrast, their previous tribe resembled a mere village, and their time as wanderers felt akin to living as savages. This is the outer city of the Zhula tribe, Qi Jun remarked nonchalantly. Outer city? Bai Ying exclaimed in surprise that Tio thinks such a bustling scene was merely the outer city. Qi Jun pointed towards the mountain in the distance, indicating the half-exposed peak. The various clans of the Zhula tribe reside there. Mu Zhaozhao was once again astonished. Goodness, I feel there are already enough people here. Bai Ying murmured, I heard that the Zhula tribe's population is close to 100,000. The rabbit hunting tribe has only over 5,000. Haha, how outdated that information is. Ji Feng laughed heartily. That's from the past. Our current population has surpassed 120,000. Qijin added. Most of the population growth is due to relatives seeking refuge, not a surge in birth rates. They were well informed, possessing a comprehensive understanding of the myriad affairs concerning the 10,000 mountains, while Bai Ying and Mu Zhaozhao felt akin to wildlings emerging from deep mountains. Particularly Mu Zhaozhao, who appeared utterly dazed by the revelations that and they also favor intermarriage. Unlike my giant eagle tribe, which rarely engages in unions with outsiders, Ji Feng said, raising an eyebrow with a sense of pride. This also indicated his emphasis on lineage. Qijin shot him a glance. My aunt's beauty is unparalleled across the 10,000 mountains. Had it not been for your father, countless high-tier beastmen would have clamored to marry into my spirit fox tribe. The red-tier beastmen were discerning, seeking not only fertility, but also beauty. Ji Feng stuck out his tongue, playfully declaring, my mother is the most beautiful in the continent, and she is the wisest as well. Choosing my father was undoubtedly the most astute decision. The burly figure engaged in childish antics, uttering shameless remarks. Bai Ying could hardly bear to look. Was she truly to choose such a beast husband? Would it not affect the intelligence of their offspring? Qijin couldn't help but shudder thrice, wishing to cease conversation with him. The two of them chatted without a care, entirely disregarding the presence of the Zhula tribe's members. However, Bai Ying observed the guards' expressions, which mostly reflected pride rather than offense, and soon they were smiling amicably, as if they were a remarkably easygoing race. That moment, a guard finally spoke. I have heard that the celestial lady of the spirit fox tribe has been married to the chief of the giant eagle tribe for 22 years, bearing 9 offspring, 4 of whom possess red-tier talents. Truly enviable. Ji Feng's mother, named Qi Ruxian, hailed from the spirit fox tribe, boasting exceptional fertility and unparalleled beauty across the 10,000 mountains, known as the Celestial Lady. At that time, the Spirit Fox tribe was inundated with high-tier beastmen seeking to marry into their ranks, yet she ultimately chose to wed Ji Feng's father, the son of the then chieftain, Ji Qingtian, embracing a rare monogamous life. Even with just one beast husband, she bore numerous children. The Ji Feng brimmed with pride, his spirit soaring as he proclaimed, Ha, indeed. My mother is exceptional in every way. Qi Jun leaned closer to Bai Ying, whispering, but only Ji Hua, my brother, inherited my aunt's excellent bloodline. Mu Zhaozhao leaned in curiously. Her interest piqued as she grinned. Is Ji Hua also red-tier? Is he as beautiful as the celestial lady? Qi Jun covered his mouth, clearing his throat. Ji Hua resembles me quite a bit. Though he is taller, he cast a subtle glance at Bai Ying, feeling a sense of calm as he noted her lack of curiosity. The group soon reached the valley's end, where they discovered a tunnel still existed in the mountain, flanked by independent thatched huts. The guard courteously stated, Please, esteemed guests, rest in hut number 2. Thank you, Qijin replied. Leading the group into the thatched hut, Inside, a polished stone table occupied the center, surrounded by tree stump benches. Aside from the absence of refreshments, Bai Ying nearly mistook it for a traditional reception room. Qi Jun explained, this row of thatched huts is designated for hosting esteemed guests. That he then turned to Bai Ying. Sister Ying, please refrain from speaking. Let me handle the negotiations with the chief. All right, Bai Ying readily agreed. Qi Jun was more suited for such negotiations, especially since he was cunning and clever, ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage. Ji Feng, feeling bored, rested his head on the table. Jun, do you think Xiao Mingqing would dare to infiltrate while we stay here? As long as I can persuade the chief to allow Sister Ying to stay in the back mountain, there should be no issue, Qi Jun replied confidently. The outer city was populated by commoners. With limited space and high density, if Xiao Mingqing attempted to infiltrate, he would surely be discovered. However, the inner city was a different matter. The back mountain was vast, and each clan, relying on their strength, had their own caves and tribal lands, leading to a dispersed living arrangement. This would actually facilitate Xiao Mingqing's infiltration, making it easier for them to capture him. Once Xiao Mingqing was spotted amidst the throng of powerful figures in the back mountain. Could he truly escape? After approximately half an hour of waiting, the patriarch arrived, albeit somewhat tardily. He was a kindly-looking, portly elder who strode in with large steps, smiling as he offered his apologies. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Qi Jun and the others rose to their feet, exchanging pleasantries before finally broaching the main topic. That a glimmer of light flashed in the elder's eyes as he smiled warmly. So, this is the fabled lady of abundant offspring? Indeed, Uncle Zhu, Qi Jun replied. The lady of abundant offspring is with child, and this marks her third pregnancy since reaching adulthood, all within less than a year. Such fecundity is indeed rare among the Zhu clan. Wouldn't you agree? Qi Jun beamed, aware of the long-standing ties between their tribes. To ask the son of the Linghu tribe's leader, he addressed the elder with the familiarity of a junior to a senior. Patriarch Zhu nodded, his smile deepening. It seems the rumors hold true. Qi Jun chuckled lightly. We wish to stay for half a year. I wonder if that would be convenient. Of course, you are welcome to stay indefinitely. Patriarch Zhu responded with hearty generosity, then shifted the topic. You and the lad from the Ji family are her beast husbands, are you? Not quite. We are merely companions for the time being. Qi Jun clarified. Patriarch Zhu appeared taken aback. Oh, and why have you chosen to accompany her? Qi Jun felt it necessary to be forthright with the leader of the super tribe, especially since concealing the truth after Xiao Mingqing's infiltration and potential violence would be untenable. He gradually recounted the situation surrounding Xiao Mingqing. The elder's smile faded slightly. My dear nephew, you have certainly presented me with a dilemma. Noticing the elder's displeasure, Qi Jun remained unperturbed and continued with a smile. If you are concerned about Xiao Mingqing harming innocents, perhaps it would be wise to arrange for the lady of abundant offspring to reside in the back mountains. Selecting a more secluded location would facilitate our vigilance, allowing us to guard against the snake while waiting for the rabbit, and minimize the risk to others. Patriarch Zhu fell into contemplative silence. The back mountains were home to various prominent families, and it was not solely his authority at play. An unforeseen incident could lead to the loss of vital members, creating a predicament even for a patriarch. Yet, the lady's terrifying fertility threatened to upend the long-standing honor of their tribe. They could either bring her under their wing or eradicate the threat entirely. However, with her already present, it would be unthinkable to drive her away. Should the lady of abundant offspring experience warmth in the Zhu clan, she would likely wish to genuinely integrate. Qi Jun paused, his tone laden with significance. It appears your 10th son has reached the age of seeking a mate this year. Has he not? With his red-tier talent, it would be a waste to squander it on an ordinary female. Patriarch Zhu's partner was remarkably prolific, having borne 12 litters over 18 years with 2 male partners, resulting in a total of 10 offspring for the patriarch, with this son being the youngest and the only red tier. Dear to his heart, the elder's expression relaxed slightly, and a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. Uncle Zhu, Qi Jun continued, I have heard that your family has not welcomed a female offspring in quite some time. The lady of abundant offspring produces a fair number of females with each litter. Qi Jun cast another enticing hook, that I end the realm of the beast clans. Females held considerable significance, bearing the weight of familial alliances. Male beast men often sought mates, while females wielded the power of choice. Haha, if that is the case, Let us find a place within my Zhu clan's territory for you to settle, Patriarch Zhu declared, gazing at Bai Yingying with eager eyes. Lady of abundant offspring. Bai Yingying smiled. You may call me Ying, Patriarch. Very well, the Patriarch replied with a benevolent smile. Ying, you shall reside here comfortably. Feel free to voice any concerns. Should you wish to accept other beast husbands in the future, we can discuss that as well. Thank you, Bai Yingying replied politely, considering that, based on Qi Jin's remarks, the Patriarch's son had only just come of age this year. If he suited her preferences, adding another partner would not be an issue and could help her establish a better standing within the tribe at this moment. However, Patriarch Zhu turned his gaze to Mu Zhaozhao. And who is this? Qi Jin smiled as he explained. This is Mu Zhaozhao, a shaman abducted from a small tribe by Xiao Mingsheng, who is currently responsible for caring for Sister Yingying's young ones. Indeed, that will also ensure the safety of the little ones, Patriarch Zhu said kindly, no longer inquiring about Mu Zhaozhao to him. A shaman from a minor tribe was inconsequential, unworthy of his efforts to cultivate ties, while the care of the Lady of Abundant Offspring was perfectly fitting. Chapter 67. The offensive. After reaching an agreement with Patriarch Zhu, Bai Yingying and her companions officially settled in the back mountains. The Zhu family's territory lay at the foot of the mountain, and the Patriarch chose a site at the very edge for Bai Yingying, where the cave was relatively spacious. Originally, both Ji Feng and Qi Jun were single males, and it would be inappropriate for them to share a cave with an unfamiliar female. However, considering Xiao Mingsheng's stealth capabilities, even residing next door might not guarantee safety. Perhaps the Patriarch had thoughtfully considered this. For the innermost part of the cave featured a small chamber of about 10 square meters, dark and damp. Qi Jun and Bai Yingying discussed the arrangement and decided to smoke out the small chamber. The two females would sleep with the young ones in the inner room at night, while the males would occupy the outer room. An additional bed was constructed in the outer room, allowing the young ones to play there during the day, as they were nearly 2 months old and ready to bask in the sun. During the day, Ji Feng and Qi Jin took turns hunting. On the first day, they had little luggage, so Ji Feng ventured deep into the mountains to hunt large game, trading the spoils at the tribe's market for pelts and other goods. Qi Jin stayed behind to protect Bai Yingying and the others, as well as to tend to household chores such as building a stove, crafting pots, and gathering firewood. Mu Zhaozhao was responsible for cooking for the young ones. Due to Bai Yingying's abdominal pain, she had been strictly forbidden from moving around and had spent nearly a week in bed, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. She asked about the abdominal pain nearly every day. But after just 2 or 3 days, when she inquired again, the other party ignored her entirely. One afternoon, Mu Zhaozhao entered the cave, cradling dried herbs in her arms. Upon seeing Bai Yingying's pale face, lying weakly in bed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After hesitating for a while, she approached Bai Yingying's bedside and tentatively suggested, Yingying, this one tea do. How about you try the herbal soup I prepared? What herbal soup? Bai Yingying asked, puzzled. Painkillers barely alleviated her discomfort. What good could herbal soup do? Mu Zhaozhao bit her lip, lowering her voice. It's an abortion potion. In the realm of beastmen, no female would contemplate such a thing. However, nature's bounty of foods and herbs possessed various effects. Instances existed where pregnant women ingested substances that caused miscarriage, leading shamans to document these occurrences. Bai Yingying fell silent, her thoughts racing. Mu Zhaozhao hurriedly clarified. I suspect the pain stems from the fetus, yet the unborn are unharmed. While the pain is solely yours, perhaps it would be better to let it go. There was an unspoken truth lingering unvoiced. After all, it was Xiao Mingsheng's child. Bai Yingying found herself at a loss for words. She had carried this child for so long, believing it to be a reward. Otherwise, she would have sought ways to terminate the pregnancy at the first opportunity. The critical factor was that the time had advanced significantly. In just over a month, she would give birth. To terminate now would be exceedingly dangerous. Could it lead to catastrophic bleeding? Perhaps it was this thought that triggered an abrupt warning from the system. Host. The childbirth system prohibits abortion. Should the host be detected attempting to induce miscarriage, 500 points will be deducted, and a mandatory 10-minute electric shock punishment will be enforced. If points are insufficient, the host will be eliminated. Bai Yingying's eyes flashed with cold light. Such a system held both benefits and drawbacks. Even her own body felt like it was not her own, stripping her of reproductive freedom. She feebly smiled at Mu Zhaozhao. It's all right that I'll endure a bit longer. Given my stage, it's best not to try anything now that Mu Zhao Zhao hesitated, wanting to say more. Ji Feng leaned against the cave entrance, spitting out the sweet grass he had been chewing, and called out, "Little female, how about I take you to the shaman's cave in the Zhu clan for treatment?" Today, Qijin was out hunting, that Mu Zhao Zhao's eyes brightened. How could I have forgotten? The shamans in the super tribe must be quite skilled. Bai Yingying furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling a flicker of hope. Will the shaman treat me? An outsider female? Rest assured. Ji Feng flashed a broad grin, revealing his white teeth. With me around, who could deny you treatment? After some consideration, Bai Yingying agreed. Even if the shaman couldn't solve her issues, it would provide an opportunity to further ingratiate herself with Ji Feng along the way. In recent days, she had come to realize that these two males were quite different from those she had encountered before. They maintained their dignity, treating females with courtesy but without intimacy or any intention of courtship, despite her notorious reputation. They likely possessed their own pride. A female like her, already with several beast husbands, was simply beneath their notice. For this reason, she had to enhance her appearance, consuming beauty potions and shaping pills to refine her looks and figure. Now, only her abdomen showed a slight bulge from behind. Her waist resembled that of an unpregnant maiden, and her features had become even more exquisite. Bai Yingying followed Ji Feng out, leaving Mu Zhao Zhao behind to care for the young ones. That Ji Feng's strides were long and confident. Entirely unmindful of the pace required to tend to a sick patient, that in a short stretch of road, the distance between them grew. Soon, she feared she might lose sight of Ji Feng altogether. With a soft sigh, Bai Yingying halted in her tracks, then slowly sat down on the ground and suddenly cried out, "Ah!" As the monsoon abruptly turned back, it discovered the young female seated on the ground. His expression shifted dramatically, and he dashed back. "What happened? You were moving too quickly, and I couldn't keep up, so I accidentally fell." Bai Yingying looked up at him with a sense of grievance, her eyes shimmering with tears. Had Ji Feng glanced back just once, he would have realized she was merely feigning distress. Thus he deserved to be deceived. "Oh dear." Ji Feng scratched his head, his face turning awkward. "I apologize. I completely forgot you were trailing behind me." "It's all right, it's my own ineptitude." Bai Yingying forced a smile. "My stomach hurts, and my ankle is sore. It's best I return to lie down and wait for the next opportunity to go." "Don't say that." Ji Feng's expression became tense. Given that she was already unwell and had now fallen, it was imperative to seek a shaman. "How about I carry you?" "No need," Bai Yingying said, lowering her head in embarrassment. Her right hand resting on her abdomen. "My belly has grown, and I can't endure the pressure on it for long." That a careless man, while contemplating to avoid suspicion, failed to consider whether he could actually carry her given her condition. Ji Feng quickly revised his words. "I'll hold you instead." Bai Yingying had been awaiting this very response. She feigned shyness and smiled. "Then I must thank you, I'll phone." Ji Feng lifted Bai Yingying into his arms and continued on his way. This was his first time carrying an unfamiliar young female. Initially focused on his path, he soon found himself distracted. The young female in his embrace felt as light as a feather. How could she weigh less than the wild hares he typically hunted? Instinctively, he looked down, only to find her eyes shut tight in discomfort, her fair visage marred by a furrowed brow. Had he been walking too swiftly? Would that be detrimental? What if he jostled her too much? How would he compensate for her offspring then? These thoughts raced through his mind, prompting him to unconsciously slow his pace. Chapter 68. Interruption. Ji Feng, tall and robust, found that even while cradling Bai Yingying, she could only rest her head against his chest. The rapid pace he had maintained earlier had been quite jarring, and to add to her discomfort, his chest felt as unyielding as an iron wall, exacerbating her abdominal pain, leaving her too drained to utter a word. Therefore, when he adjusted his stride, she immediately sensed the change. Bai Yingying opened her eyes and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, I'll phone," her voice soft as a feather. Ji Feng instinctively looked down at her. When had she opened her eyes, her dark, glimmering orbs seemed to speak volumes. Her rosy lips pressed together, the corners curling into a delightful smile. That a sudden flutter of emotion surged within him, rendering his face crimson, as he stammered, "And no need to thank me." This fellow was even more innocent than she had anticipated. Bai Yingying's eyes sparkled with determination, showing no intention of retreating. She gazed at Ji Feng with a blend of shyness and timidity. Her voice soft. "I'll phone. Actually, I have feelings for you." Ji Feng, being rather straightforward, would never guess such sentiments unless explicitly articulated. Upon hearing her confession, Jifeng halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the astonishing young female in his arms. Bai Ying, shyly meeting his gaze for a fleeting moment, then lowered her eyes in disappointment. I understand you are a powerful giant eagle, and I do not possess the title of first beast husband to offer you. It is unworthy of me to express such thoughts, yet I truly like you. Her throat tightened, and she could scarcely continue, fearing her own words might cause her to retch. The very notion felt repugnant. However, males in the Beastman continent had rarely encountered such forthrightness. Moreover, females from the giant eagle tribe were often tall, forthright, and unpretentious. This was Jifeng's first descent from the mountain, and he had never encountered such a soft, clingy, and unabashed young female that Jifeng's heart raced uncontrollably, his arms weakening as he struggled to maintain his hold on Bai Ying. The pounding of his heart echoed like a drum. Sensing his agitation, Bai Ying seized the moment. Gazing at him with hopeful eyes, "Afong, would you consider becoming my beast husband?" Jifeng felt his head spinning, nearly blurting out a yes. Just then, a chilling voice interrupted him. "What are you two doing?" Qijin approached with an expression as cold as frost. "Jifeng, do not forget, the giant eagle tribe does not easily intermarry with outsiders, let alone accept them into our fold." Jifeng's face froze, and in an instant, the tender thoughts he had nurtured vanished. Bai Ying gritted her teeth in frustration, casting a sidelong glance at Qijin, her smile devoid of warmth. "Ah Jun, you've returned early today, Dinger. I advise you not to harbor any thoughts regarding Jifeng. You could have a good life in the pig clan, but if you join the giant eagle tribe, things will not be so simple," Qijin warned earnestly. The summit of Sanshuan Mountain was not suited for delicate females. His uncle had expended much effort to ensure that his aunt was shielded and could gradually adapt. Even so, she had endured considerable suffering at first, almost unable to persevere. Bai Ying, being a female with deep thoughts, would undoubtedly dislike hardship and would likely seek ways to entice Jifeng to remain. However, Jifeng must not be allowed to enter the fold. Throughout history, no male of the giant eagle tribe had ever been accepted into another tribe. If such a day were to come, it would be a disgrace for the entire tribe, leaving his aunt and uncle unable to face their kin. Before Bai Ying could respond, Qijin turned to Jifeng and insisted. "Jifeng, you should return that I will take Inger to see the shaman." He had just returned with a catch, only to discover that both Bai Ying and Jifeng were missing. After inquiring with Mu Zhaozhao, he learned that Jifeng had taken Bai Ying to the shaman's cave. Fearing trouble, he hurried over. Coincidentally witnessing this scene infuriated him, and he was relieved to have intervened at a crucial moment. "Oh," Jifeng, in a daze, handed Bai Ying over to Qijin, not daring to glance at her again, and hurriedly departed. Only a fool would leave. Bai Ying ceased her pretense, wrapping her arms around Qijin's neck. Her expression a playful smile. "Ah Jun, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Is that why you stopped Afong from becoming my beast husband?" Qijin paused momentarily, but quickly resumed a charming smile. "Sister Inger, what gives you such confidence? You are merely average-looking, and there are so many other potential beast husbands that if I, Qijin, were to choose a partner, there are plenty of fertile, beautiful females who would flock to me." He was quite self-assured of his own striking appearance, and Bai Ying's sweet demeanor did not align with his taste. Bai Ying was unbothered by his disdain. "Oh dear, what shall I do then? I find myself quite fond of you." Her fingers gently caressed Qijin's neck, her smile exuding allure. "If you won't allow Afong to be my beast husband, why not offer yourself instead? Would that be agreeable?" At that moment, Bai Ying appeared utterly enchanting, completely shedding the shyness she had displayed towards Jifeng. Qijin felt a tingling sensation where she had touched him, even stirring a reaction in certain areas. He clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing he could silence this scheming, flirtatious young female before him. Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Ying's abdomen, he remarked sarcastically, "Sister, perhaps you should tread carefully. After all, you're carrying a brood of snake offspring." Bai Ying's eyes dimmed. "Ah Jun, you truly are a killjoy." The genuine and the false, two cunning foxes, had their first encounter end in a draw. Qijin nevertheless escorted Bai Ying to the shaman's cave. Super tribe females were not exceedingly rare. Besides shamans, many shaman apprentices existed. In fact, there were multiple shamans' caves, divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city was designated for shaman apprentices, who were direct descendants of the tribe shamans. The tribe shaman would select capable heirs from among the apprentices to succeed the role of tribe shaman. Qijin took Bai Yingying to the inner city's shaman cave, overseen by the tribe shaman. However, they arrived at an inconvenient time. The shaman was busy and sent an apprentice to assist instead. The apprentice was a slender young girl, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years old. After a cursory examination of Bai Yingying's abdomen and thigh, she concluded there was nothing amiss. "You can leave now. There's nothing wrong, don't waste my time," she said brusquely. That a glimmer of annoyance flashed in both Bai Yingying and Qijun's eyes. Qijun forced a smile. "We're still a bit uneasy. We'll wait here for the shaman, if you don't mind." The girl was momentarily distracted by his smile, but after a while, she shot a resentful glare at Bai Yingying. "Suit yourselves. If you want to wait, then wait." With that, she turned and left, leaving the two of them staring at one another. Chapter 69. Rebuke. Additional update. Although Qijun felt somewhat frustrated, he remembered they were on foreign territory. Moreover, shamans were generally respected within the tribe, and it was not uncommon for them to have a haughty attitude when questioned about their skills. Thus, they refrained from further dispute. Following protocol, they sat in the waiting area. And after a lengthy wait, the shaman finally arrived to examine Bai Yingying. Though her expression was notably sour, "In less than a minute," she proclaimed, "there's nothing wrong. You may go." She didn't even inquire about Bai Yingying's basic condition. Qijun's smile vanished. "Shaman, won't you conduct a more thorough examination?" The slender young girl crossed her arms and snapped, "Are you outsiders ever going to quit? My grandmother said there's nothing wrong. And yet you insist on having her look at you. After she does, you still have so much to say? Just leave." The young girl is the apprentice who examined Bai Yingying this afternoon. Qijun's expression darkened completely. Although his Linghu tribe is not a super tribe, it is still a well-known and prestigious clan. The son of the chieftain, he possesses exceptional talent and is regarded as a prodigy. Even the chieftain of the Zhu La tribe speaks to him with a blend of benevolence towards a junior and respect for a strong individual. How dare a mere female from a shaman's cave repeatedly embarrass him and audaciously command him to leave? Fortunately, the monsoon did not arrive. Otherwise, he would have begun dismantling the cave by now. The shaman had already taken the initiative to reprimand. "Impudent! Alan, how dare you be so disrespectful in front of a red-tier warrior?" She paused, her tone laden with significance. "The visitor is a guest, and moreover, this little female is none other than the renowned mother of many from the Orc continent. Her well-being is naturally of utmost importance." Lon Lon lowered her arms, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Yingying, her eyes glaring with fury. "What mother of many? She is merely the vile woman who snatched my sister's mate." Bai Yingying was taken aback, bewildered as to how the flames of conflict had suddenly engulfed her. "In a foul mood," she retorted. "Who are you calling a little vixen?" What advice do you offer?" Bai Yingying replied with a nonchalant smile. Qijun could not restrain his laughter, as his expression shifted from stormy to sunny. Realizing his amusement, Lon Lon finally grasped the situation. "Vile woman, how dare you insult me?" Enraged and humiliated, she advanced to strike Bai Yingying. Though Bai Yingying was in pain, her yellow-tear strength remained. Without flinching or dodging, she reacted swiftly, seizing Lon Lan's wrist and forcefully twisting it downward. Lon Lon screamed, instinctively rising onto her toes to avert a break in her wrist. Yet Bai Yingying pulled down further, prompting Lon Lon to cry out, "It hurts, grandmother!" Lon Lon, lacking the strength to resist Bai Yingying, who was seasoned by countless battles, found herself firmly subdued. Bai Yingying's gaze was icy as she admonished. "Little female, you ought to refrain from striking others. Such behavior is unbecoming. If no one accommodates you, you are nothing to do, you understand? Grandmother," Lon Lon wailed, calling out to the shaman once more. The shaman stared at Bai Yingying, her expression grave, lost in thought. Upon her granddaughter's urgent call, she finally regained her composure and turned to reprimand Lon Lon. "Alan, how dare you lay hands on our esteemed guest?" "Grandmother?" Lon Lon was incredulous, her tears momentarily forgotten. Observing this, Bai Yingying relaxed her grip on Lon Lon and stepped back a few paces. In this intricate super tribe, she merely wished to avoid being bullied, not to create enmity. Knowing when to withdraw is the key to longevity. The mother of many possesses extraordinary poise. The shaman directed her gaze at Lon Lon. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude for the mother of many's magnanimity?" I refuse. She came and immediately snatched my sister's beloved. I merely spoke a few words to her. Why should I apologize? Lon Lon protested, feeling utterly aggrieved, before quickly running out. The shaman sighed dramatically. Alas, this child has been spoiled by me. Do not worry, Bai Ying offered her a way out. What Alan referred to as me snatching a mate. Does that pertain to the chieftain's son? Indeed. Ame and a gang were childhood sweethearts, destined to become mates. Yet the chieftain, the shaman sighed helplessly. He simply does not regard Ame as suitable, despite her exceptional fertility. She smiled reassuringly at Bai Ying. However, you needn't take it to heart. This is the chieftain's decision, as well as that of the tribe. I was also part of the selection process, so you need not concern yourself. The shaman paused. I must trouble you to be more tolerant of Alan. Ame has a gentle disposition and will not trouble you. Alan is straightforward. I shall not hold her actions against her. Bai Ying replied with a faint smile. You should know that matters of partnership are beyond my control. I am merely a foreigner seeking refuge. Having absorbed the gossip moments prior, she had silently excluded the chieftain's son from her considerations, as she wished to avoid entanglements of a sordid nature and had no desire to snatch another's man. However, she could not be the one to initiate this, lest the chieftain harbor resentment towards her. This matter required careful deliberation. Very well. This issue shall be settled. I will strictly instruct Alan to refrain from disturbing you. The shaman wore a smile, yet her eyes were devoid of warmth, as she tossed out a comforting assurance. Rest assured, the matter of your discomfort is not a deliberate hardship. It is genuinely untraceable. Bai Ying smiled politely. Very well. I trust you. Thank you, esteemed shaman, for your assistance. That we shall not disturb you any longer. The shaman nodded, watching the two depart. Once their figures disappeared from sight, a complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes. Jealousy, trepidation, and loathing. Outside the shaman's cave, Qijin observed Bai Ying, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented radiance. The females he had encountered were mostly frail or lively, but prone to emotional outbursts when faced with adversity, causing chaos and relying on their fathers or families for resolution. Yet just moments ago, the seemingly delicate female, with profound thoughts, had adeptly navigated the situation and managed the ensuing complications. When Bai Ying confronted Lon Lon, the aura she exuded had left him momentarily stunned. That if he was not mistaken, her quick reflexes and commanding presence were undoubtedly honed through numerous battles. Her subsequent dialogue with the shaman resembled that of a seasoned family manager. Bai Ying, what manner of female is she? On the return journey, as he held Bai Ying, his mindset had entirely shifted. He felt a tingling sensation enveloping the parts of his body that brushed against hers. Before long, he found her form to be remarkably soft, exuding an enticing fragrance. Unable to resist, he glanced down and discovered that Bai Ying had already drifted into slumber, her long eyelashes curled and thick, her lips a luscious pink, glistening as if kissed by dew. He halted, compelled by an unseen force to lean down and steal a kiss, yearning to savor that droplet of DWAT that moment. Bai Ying's eyes fluttered open, and their gazes locked, both momentarily transfixed. Chapter 70. Captivated by Ying's curled lashes trembled slightly, stirring Qijun from his reverie. His ears flushed crimson as he panicked and drew back. Yet Bai Ying reached out, encircling his neck, and leaned in to offer her own soft lips, not in the gentle manner Qijun had previously attempted, but with a tender and lingering caress. Though Qijun was inherently sly and suspicious, he was still an innocent single beast man, unable to withstand such fervent advances. Within mere seconds, he was utterly ensnared. In a secluded mountain path, the two kissed deeply, unwilling to part. The sky had darkened, and a crescent moon quietly ascended the heavens, only to be obscured by a drifting cloud. After what felt like an eternity, they finally separated, Bai Ying's lips swollen and glistening with moisture as she wrapped her arms around Qijun's neck. Her smile enchanting. Jin, this was your initiative, you know. Qijun's face flushed. Just hours prior, he had chastised Ji Feng for being enchanted by Bai Ying, yet he had inadvertently succumbed to the same allure. It dawned on him that his earlier intervention with Ji Feng likely stemmed from a jealousy he had not consciously recognized. His fascination with Bai Ying had grown to the point where he found himself perpetually attentive to her. After spending so many days in close quarters, how could he remain unaffected, devoid of romantic experience? Qijun, unashamed, recognized his feelings, and set aside pretense that he adjusted his hold on by Ying, lifting her to meet his gaze, and earnestly declared, "I like you that I am willing to be your beast husband. Will you accept?" Qi Jun possessed striking features, his long silver hair loosely tied behind him, skin smooth and lustrous as jade. And his exquisite facial structure was highlighted by fox-like eyes that held an innate charm. At that moment, his usually dark and profound eyes were filled with adoration. "Of course," Bai Ying replied, her gaze as clear as autumn waters, her smile radiant as she pecked his lips once more. "Let us return. If we linger too long, Al Feng will come searching for us. Al Feng. Qi Jun pouted in discontent, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "You always address him so intimately, yet you only call me brother." "I don't want that." Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the previously proud and suspicious Qi Jun would undergo such a swift transformation. Once her adversary, now he had become a jealous little pup. Bai Ying playfully traced her finger over Qi Jun's lips, teasingly stating, "Well, Jun, since you are to be my beast husband, you cannot continue to be called brother. Very well. With you by my side, you must not pursue Al Feng any longer." Qi Jun said earnestly, "Our Linghu tribe is far superior to the Zhuang tribe. Once we resolve the issue with Xiao Mingqing, I will take you back, all right?" Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. "All right, do not remain in the Zhu La tribe. The good that do not become mates with Zhu Gang." "Very well. Can we carve our marks first?" "Yes. Then can we consummate our union sooner?" "Very well." Qi Jun, for the first time, savored the taste of affection, experiencing it as one would relish the essence of a delicacy. Like an affectionate cat, she nuzzled her face against the fair neck of Bai Ying, eagerly posing questions that begged for answers. After receiving the final response from Bai Ying, desire surged within her, prompting her to embrace and kiss Bai Ying for what felt like an eternity. Only then feeling satisfied enough to retreat. Bai Ying's face was still flushed, her lips swollen, and her neck adorned with blooms of crimson, having been held close by Qi Jun. Strangely, her abdominal pain had vanished without her noticing. Could it be that the saliva of a red-tier beast man possessed such miraculous effects? Had she known earlier, she would not have had to endure so much suffering over the past days. As Qi Jun escorted her back, the oblivious Jifeng remained unaware of anything amiss due to his coarse nature. However, the observant Mu Zhao quickly caught on. Initially taken aback, she then stifled a laugh behind her hand. If her Ying had taken the initiative, it was a foregone conclusion. Originally intending to capture the dim-witted giant eagle, she had inadvertently ensnared the cunning beauty of a fox instead. From that day forth, Qi Jun ceased hunting altogether, finding excuses to keep Jifeng occupied. Jifeng believed Qi Jun was deliberately distancing him from Bai Ying, and although displeased, he complied. When Jifeng was absent, Qi Jun would cling to Bai Ying, frequently cradling her in his arms as they basked in the sunlight at the cave entrance. After a few days, his boldness had grown significantly, seizing the opportunity while Mu Zhao was outside with her offspring. He carried Bai Ying to the bed in the inner chamber, exploring her body and kissing her more frequently. Bai Ying, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, pushed him away and shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you not afraid of Xiao Mingqing coming after you? You think you can withstand him?" Always finding ways to keep Jifeng occupied. Jifeng, noticing the jealousy in Qi Jun's expression, she corrected herself. Qi Jun, upon hearing her amend her words, flashed a dazzling smile and leaned in to nuzzle her neck. "I'm not afraid. Even if Xiao Mingqing is alive, he will not recover so swiftly. He might be hiding in some dark lair nursing his wounds. Besides, I am not weak either." At this, he finally lifted his head, inquiring about the offspring she carried within her. In the days that followed, he had not dared to touch Bai Ying's abdomen, even stealing only a fleeting glance at the exaggerated mark on her chest, which made him seethe with jealousy. When Xiao Mingqing was mentioned, he couldn't help but think of the child within Bai Ying. "That I do not know. We can discuss it when the time comes." Bai Ying replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for the circumstances earlier, desiring this reward, she would have sought to eliminate it long ago. Later, when the thought arose, the system had directly quashed her intentions. Qi Jun, his eyes filled with jealousy, retorted stubbornly, "Let us kill them. Xiao Mingqing forced you, harmed you. If we cannot kill him, we can at least take some interest first." "Very well, we shall do as a Jun suggests." Bai Ying coaxed. Qi Jun beamed with joy, shooting her a playful glare. How could I be so heartless? After all, it carries your bloodline. You have endured so much to nurture it. How could I feel no affection? He pondered seriously and decided that once the child reached a month old, he would ask Jifeng to return them to the Lingnan Haiju tribe. Bai Yingying's heart fluttered at this notion. Qizhen's plan was indeed brilliant. Xiao Mingqing's child, raised by his former tribe, now his bitter rival. The journey to Lingnan was long, even for an aerial overlord like Jifeng, departing from the Chuanxiu Mountains. It would take 5 or 6 days at full speed. Even if Xiao Mingqing were to find out, he could not possibly return to the Haiju tribe to reclaim them. However, Qizhen was correct. She truly did not wish to see the snake cub, yet could not bring herself to simply kill that it would be better to follow Qizhen's suggestion. All right, then I shall have to trouble Jifeng to make the arduous journey. Bai Yingying said with a smile. Once their plans were settled, the topic was no longer mentioned. Qizhen lost interest and carried Bai Yingying outside to bask in the sun. Chapter 71. Mutual combat time flowed swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, 35 days had passed. Qizhen had become increasingly clingy with Bai Yingying. Had it not been for his concern over her pregnancy, he would have long since performed the marking ceremony and taken her to their chamber. Finally, the oblivious Jifeng began to sense something was amiss at that moment. The two outside were engaged in a heated argument. Qizhen, what do you mean by this? I treated you like a brother. Yet you stole my female. What do you mean yours? Yingying is mine. With that thick skull of yours, how dare you covet Yingying? You. It is you. If you hadn't stopped me before, I would have already promised to be Yingying's beast husband. Jifeng cursed, a sudden spark igniting in his mind as his anger flared. Ah, Qizhen, they say you are cunning, that I once doubted it, but now I see your true nature. To steal Yingying, you even deceived me. Qizhen retorted indignantly. I did not deceive you. The giant eagle tribe is inherently difficult to join and unsuitable for her to reside in. Why should you force Yingying to suffer? And why are you with Yingying then? Uncle values bloodlines above all. Only those of pure lineage have the chance to give birth to a 3-tailed divine fox. You dare to take a mate outside, unafraid of being caught and punished by Uncle? The bloodline of the Spirit Fox clan is unique. It is said that their ancestors were the 3-tailed foxes under the beast gods, naturally attuned to the spirits of heaven and earth, capable of performing various supernatural feats. Those are just old wives' tales, and only my father still believes them. As for me, Qizhen, as long as I wish to do something, nothing can stop me. Inside the cave, Mu Zhao Zhao listened intently, her ears perked up, gently nudging by Yingying's shoulder. Aren't you going to intervene? Intervening is pointless. It would only add fuel to the fire. Bai Yingying replied with a serene smile. She had long since decided to have both of them, and this scene was bound to unfold sooner or later. Moreover, in the Beastman continent, it was not uncommon for brothers to unite in partnership and establish families. Such relationships often drew family ties even closer. Bai Yingying intended to let them figure it out themselves. After all, they were cousins who had spent so much time together. They would not truly harbor murderous intent. It was merely a quarrel, and once it was over, acceptance would come more easily. As for the implications revealed in their earlier words, she was unconcerned. For Bai Yingying, these were trivial matters easily resolved. Mu Zhao Zhao suddenly understood. Indeed, no matter whom you advise, the other will feel you are biased. By that time, they might very well come to blows. Bai Yingying was unperturbed, allowing them to quarrel outside until they inevitably began to fight. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Bai Yingying and Mu Zhao Zhao exchanged glances and hurried to the cave entrance. They beheld Jifeng, towering at 2 meters tall, locked in combat with Qizhen, who stood at 1 meter 80. They had not transformed into their beast forms. Their strengths were nearly equal. Although there was a difference in size, without lethal weapons in human form, they could only resort to the most primal of hand-to-hand combat. Bai Yingying felt relieved. It seemed they were merely venting their emotions. The two fought for nearly 2 hours, only parting when Bai Yingying was on the verge of giving birth. Both emerged from the tussle disheveled, bruised and battered. Simultaneously, they rushed to Bai Yingying's bedside, only to be shooed away impatiently by Mu Zhao Zhao. You two are filthy. Go wash yourselves immediately, or you will make Yingying sick. Jifeng and Qizhen exchanged glances, neither willing to back down. With a huff, they both exited the cave. As they met at the narrow entrance, they bumped into each other in their frustration. Jifeng glared at Qizhen. I don't care. I want to be Yingying's beast husband too. Qi Zhen's blood surged again, but out of concern for Bai Yingying, he murmured, "Let's discuss this outside." The two stepped out of the cave, walking together towards the stream, and surprisingly fell into silence. Qi Zhen resolved to have a serious conversation, softening his tone considerably. "Jifeng, do you truly like Yingying, and is it not merely to spite me?" Jifeng clenched his fists and glared at Qi Zhen furiously. "What of it? Are you the only one allowed to have feelings?" If it had been a month ago, he might not have admitted to liking Bai Yingying. However, during this past month, Qi Zhen had kept him at bay, forcing him to hunt outside. Throughout this time, he often thought of Bai Yingying and recalled her desire to become his beast husband, and he did not fully understand what it meant to like someone. But at 20 years old, it was rare for him to find a female he genuinely cared for. Qi Zhen was competing with him, and he simply could not accept it. Qi Zhen's gaze dimmed, and he spoke softly. "Jifeng, Auntie cares for you the most. She would never allow you to be with Yingying. She yearns for a monogamous relationship, a love free from doubt, a clean bond that does not permit the involvement of others." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Yingying is set to have 4 beast husbands. I would be the 5th. Are you truly willing to be the 6th? Annie would never agree if she disapproves and sheds tears." "Uncle would tear you apart that I will not be the 6th, Jifeng declared earnestly. Qi Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, before he could finish, he was interrupted. Jifeng, with a fierce tone, exclaimed, "I will be the 5th, and you will be the 6th. I should rightfully be 5th. You are the 6th. You are not allowed to go ahead of me." Qi Zhen nearly choked, his breath caught in his throat. This foolish cousin's reasoning was always so peculiar. He sought to persuade him against taking Bai Yingying as a partner, yet Jifeng was already fixated on their ranking. Observing Jifeng's expression of hurt and anger, Qi Zhen could no longer find the words to persuade him. Indeed, he had been unfair to Jifeng. He felt a twinge of guilt. After some contemplation, he could only say, "Let us wait until Yingying has given birth, and then seek her opinion, in truth." He was aware that Bai Yingying also desired Jifeng, yet he remained unwilling to acknowledge it. The origin of affection was uncertain, yet it ran deep that he had completely succumbed to his feelings, reluctant to part ways with Bai Yingying. If Jifeng steadfastly refused to change his mind and accepted Bai Yingying, he could only acquiesce. Qi Zhen could only console himself, recognizing that it was Jifeng, not another, who was present. With Jifeng around, his safety was afforded an additional layer of assurance. Meanwhile, within the cave, Bai Yingying had commenced her labor, yet she did not revert to her beast form automatically. The system's voice echoed, but it soon concluded. The host birthed her 44th offspring, which, after devouring its kin, underwent a mutation. Beast form: a colossal white giant king cobra. Gender: female. Talent: orange. Reward: facial refinement. Pill 1. The host birthed her 45th offspring, which also consumed its kin and underwent a mutation. Beast form: a giant black and white rabbit. Gender: male. Talent: red. Reward: herb collection 1. After a considerable time, Bai Yingying finally came to terms with this reality, and no longer requiring the system. She comprehended her situation. She was still pregnant with twins, yet these two aberrant overlords devoured their kind within separate wombs, causing chaos whenever they sensed the presence of their kin. This was the reason for her persistent abdominal pain. However, it was only after kissing Qi Zhen that the pain subsided. Perhaps it was the essence of the red-tier beast man that entered her through the kiss, pacifying them. Chapter 72, Colossal, Extra Chapter. Bai Yingying's ears were filled with Mu Zhao Zhao's exclamations. "What is this? Such a large egg. Is there a mistake? My goodness, is this a rabbit or a dog? It's enormous. Quick, look at this." Bai Yingying sighed softly, resigned, and sat up to inspect. Upon the bed lay a lustrous white snake egg, approximately 60 centimeters long and oval in shape. Beside it lay a creature covered in black and white fur, a rabbit. Bai Yingying could scarcely believe it was a rabbit. The small bunnies she had birthed previously were merely the size of her fist, crimson and wrinkled, devoid of any discernible fur color. Yet this time, Bai Yingying, caught in a moment of whimsy, transformed into her beast form. Mu Zhao Zhao's eyes widened, her mouth forming an A shape. Moments later, she stood dumbfounded. "Yingying, its size is nearly comparable to yours. At birth, its size was almost on par with Bai Yingying's beast form. Indeed, female beast forms were typically smaller than their male counterparts, yet for a newborn rabbit to possess such a size was utterly abnormal. Only then did Bai Yingying comprehend the significance of the term colossal in the system's announcement. Her gaze shifted to the snake egg. Without Xiao Mingqing's assistance this time, would the little snake still break free from its shell? Perhaps sensing Bai Yingying's gaze, a small bulge formed on the side of the egg facing her, pulsating rhythmically. Soon, a head as lustrous as jade emerged, and it quickly scanned its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Bai Yingying. Opening its tiny mouth, Bai Yingying was taken aback, then watched as the little snake bent down to nibble at the eggshell beside its mouth. For the first time, she truly witnessed the special effects of a film. The little snake's head circled around the eggshell, accompanied by a crunch sound. As pieces of the shell visibly disappeared, in less than 10 seconds, it had devoured the entire shell, that a little snake, as thick as a thumb and 2 meters long, unfurled itself, and swiftly slithered towards Bai Yingying. To be by the time she looked down again, the little snake had accurately located its nourishment and was vigorously sucking that moment. Bai Yingying felt a powerful impact against her back. Turning around, she saw the rabbit, which had just been born and was nearly the same size as its mother. Bounding toward her, it was eagerly nudging Bai Yingying with its head, attempting to get her to roll over. Hiss! The little snake immediately reared up, baring its toothless mouth, issuing a warning hiss at the black and white rabbit. Bai Yingying felt as though she were in a fantasy that Mu Zhao Zhao was equally astonished. The black and white rabbit reacted swiftly, its ears that had been pressed against its head now standing tall, its forelegs raised as it opened its mouth to emit a feeble sound. Just as it seemed the two little ones were about to engage in a scuffle. Both Bai Yingying and Mu Zhao Zhao found themselves at a loss, that moment. Urgent voices echoed from the cave entrance. Has it been born? How is Ying? Upon their entrance, the two little creatures that were poised to fight instantly calmed down. One burrowing into Bai Yingying's abdomen, while the other hopped to the lower end, drinking milk in peace. After a while, the four of them stood gathered before the bed, contemplating the two sleeping younglings that lay a distance apart. Bai Yingying pondered for a moment before explaining her speculation to everyone. Jifeng scratched his head in confusion. Are you saying they devoured their own siblings, and then mutated? Indeed, Bai Yingying gravely nodded. These two little ones will certainly be remarkable as they grow. Qi Jin frowned, hesitating as he asked, then should we eradicate them? No, Mu Zhao Zhao quickly interjected. These two unique little ones, raising them ourselves might not necessarily lead to anything bad. Xiao Mingqing had yet to come looking for them. If he were not dead and remained in hiding, then this female little snake posed no danger and could be kept as an antidote. She is a giant king cobra. Her blood can counteract the poison of the giant king cobra. Qi Jin contemplated that he was emotionally reluctant to keep it, yet from a practical standpoint, this little snake held value. As for Qi Jin's gaze fell upon the large rabbit, leaving him unsure of what to do. Jifeng waved his hand, asserting, I say we keep them all. After all, we can afford it. He then turned to Bai Yingying, bashfully declaring, Yingying, I want to be your fifth beast husband. Just as Bai Yingying was troubled about how to handle the situation, she was abruptly interrupted by Jifeng's declaration, seeing the burly man blushing. She couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Jin's face darkened, yet he ultimately did not reject the idea. Bai Yingying looked at Qi Jin, and if Jin had no objections, then it was certainly acceptable. Qi Jin lifted his chin and let out a cold snort, as if to signify his agreement. Bai Yingying, momentarily interrupted, found her previously resolute heart softened a fraction. She turned her gaze to the two little ones on the bed. The lustrous little snake bore no resemblance to Xiao Mingqing, while the other was distinctly rabbit-like. Then let us raise them. Bai Yingying paused before adding, if I notice any peculiar behaviors in them in the future, I will not hesitate to take action. She feared that these little ones might inherit Xiao Mingqing's traits, heartless, obsessive, and cruel, ultimately causing harm to themselves and those around them. Yet, she planned to give these two younglings a chance. If their tendencies proved troubling, she would not allow them to grow unchecked. With a firm resolution, Bai Yingying silenced any further discussion from the others, from that point onward, in addition to feeding the increasingly ravenous little rabbits. Bai Yingying found herself with two insatiable younglings. She consumed 10 milk-enhancing pills to satisfy their demands. Moreover, the intelligence of these two younglings was evidently superior to that of their predecessors. However, Bai Yingying was not surprised. They had devoured their siblings, resulting in a well-nourished and robust development, so this was hardly astonishing. The lustrous little snake was affectionately dubbed Little Bai by Mu Zhao Zhao, while the black and white rabbit was referred to as Little Hua. Little Bai delighted in coiling around Bai Ying. Whenever Bai Ying was on the bed, Little Bai would invariably climb atop her and nestle on her head to sleep. Its coloration mirrored that of Bai Ying's hair, making it nearly invisible against her. Initially, Bai Ying was somewhat resistant, pulling it down several times, yet Little Bai would nuzzle against her hand in a display of affection, and gradually she ceased to mind. Little Hua, on the other hand, took a liking to Jifeng, frequently bounding toward him. The little creature's size was significantly greater than that of the previous batch of bunnies, and its energetic leaps rendered simple enclosures utterly ineffective. After a few days, Mu Zhao Zhao grew increasingly exasperated. "Little Hua, if you keep running around like that, I'll stew you for soup," she lamented, glaring at the overturned stone bowl, meat broth spilling onto the ground and steaming. She felt a surge of frustration. The little one had only been born a week and was already wreaking havoc. She truly could not bring herself to like it. Chapter 73. Understanding Jifeng approached, chuckling as he carried off the troublesome little black rabbit. "Did you hear that, little bunny? If you keep annoying Aunt Zhao Zhao, your little life is in jeopardy." The black and white rabbit made no attempt to resist. Instead, it seemed to taunt Mu Zhao Zhao with a soft sound, as if to say, "Do you dare?" Mu Zhao Zhao, hands on her hips, felt her anger intensifying. She didn't wish to argue with the little rabbit, so she exhaled heavily and went to refill another bowl of soup. Now, Jifeng and Qizhen occasionally joined them for cooked meals. The four gathered together for lunch that Mu Zhao Zhao, in a sour mood, began to complain that Chieftain is something else. He clearly came to see Ying, but didn't even step inside the cave, showing no sincerity whatsoever. 3 days after Bai Ying's delivery, the chieftain made his first visit. However, upon learning that Bai Ying had given birth to 2 younglings, he did not inquire further, not even glancing at them, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily departing. He was questioning Ying's fertility. Qizhen scoffed. "What a joke. Their pig clan has a vast population. Females aren't particularly valuable. There are plenty of high-fertility females. Who doesn't give birth to 2 or 3? Only those who produce multiple offspring catch his eye." Mu Zhao Zhao was momentarily stunned, then self-deprecatingly chuckled. "No wonder he looked down on me back then. They are neither lacking in females nor in shamans. Previously, in our lynx tribe, the high priestess had but 1 offspring, yet lacked the talent for healing, which is why she chose to cultivate me. The lynx tribe consists of merely a few hundred individuals, while here, the population exceeds 100,000. Qizhen sighed, and Bai Ying felt a stir in her heart, pausing her chopsticks. Surely, the piglet tribe must have female caves as well. Qizhen nodded. Yes. The concept of female caves originally spread from the piglet tribe. With their large population and ample females, they send those with low fertility to the female caves, thereby addressing the physiological needs of other males. How revolting! Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao Zhao felt an urge to retch. I had been pondering why, despite the limited number of females in the tribe, there was still a need to establish such female caves. It turns out they were merely following the trend. She lamented, medium and small tribes have no need for such measures. They should provide the utmost care to raise females, thus ensuring the birth of more cubs and an increase in the number of young females. Adopting the systems of larger tribes without considering the suitability for their own tribe is misguided. Existence itself is justification enough. Qizhen cast a complex glance at everyone. Do you know why most wandering beastmen are adrift? The group had little understanding of wandering beastmen, as each tribe remains tight-lipped about the exiled, that is it because they have suffered grievances within the tribe. Mu Zhao Zhao ventured that Ji Feng scratched his head. Perhaps they fled after killing their kin. Bai Ying remained silent for a moment, explaining. It is due to their ferocity being ignited. For the sake of stability, their clans can only expel them. As far as I know, some beastmen neither wish to contribute nor are willing to give. Qizhen sighed. Among these wandering beastmen, half are driven by rampant beastly instincts, coercing females when least expected. They are either exiled by their tribes or flee on their own. Just as Ying mentioned, they cannot afford to sustain females, thus preferring to remain single rather than support those with low fertility. Yet these males, once satiated, yearn desperately for females and offspring. The inability to care for females is largely due to winter. During the harsh cold, hunting becomes arduous. Thus, they must stockpile prey in autumn to exchange for precious salt for preservation. This is a harsh reality for beastmen living on the brink of survival. They themselves often starve through winter, so how can they possibly establish families? No one wishes to be a burden. This explains why tribes with larger populations establish female caves, providing those beastmen with a place to harbor hope, thereby fostering greater stability within the tribe. Chijin elucidated that I oppose the notion of female caves. Ji Feng casually manipulated a black and white ball, stating, "If one cannot protect or sustain females, why blame them for being delicate and hard to care for? Such worthless males will inevitably perish outside. Why let them tarnish precious females and leave behind unworthy descendants? In our giant eagle tribe, there is no existence of female caves. Nearly every warrior has had a partner. Therefore, he cannot comprehend why the weak would be entitled to possess something so precious. Isn't that rather natural? We share a commonality with beasts. Regardless of strength or weakness, mating and propagation are innate instincts." Qi Jun composed himself, continuing, "In truth, there exists a small fraction of tribes on the Beastman continent that have no customs of forming families. Only female caves, where one need only provide food to temporarily possess a female, with the females and their offspring being raised by the tribe, that in some remote tribes, males even engage in romantic relationships. The environments in which those tribes live are harsh, and they are considerably backward in many aspects. Some beastmen yearn for resource-rich regions, escaping their homelands, yet find themselves unable to integrate into civilized and orderly tribes, thus becoming wanderers. This is the other half. These wandering beastmen, much like wild beasts, are exceedingly ruthless and employ brutal tactics. They adhere solely to the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. They commit heinous acts, evading capture while roaming freely, relishing in winter raids on small tribes for survival, and are particularly fond of forcibly seizing renowned females," Qijun expressed with disdain. The leader of the Linghu tribe holds high expectations for Qijun, continuously guiding him. Since childhood, he has been surrounded by knowledge, more than anyone else knows. The law of the jungle. Bai Yingying lowered her gaze, a calm expression on her face. Talent is innate. Indeed, some low-tier beastmen feel the beast gods are unjust. However, the majority of low-tier beastmen complain while adhering to the status quo. They are quite simple. Their desires are modest, merely wishing to hunt daily to fill their stomachs if they can be with the females they like. That would be even better. Once, these were Xia's aspirations that he achieved them and used all his strength to care for the beloved female. Even if his life was short, he had no regrets. Yet not all mid to low-tier beastmen share this mindset. They wish to take without giving. When their desires go unfulfilled, they harbor resentment and anger, which gradually festers, magnifying the darkness within their hearts. Such beastmen are prone to radicalism, descending into madness, ultimately embarking on a path of no return. Bai Yingying calmly spoke again. When a female lacks talent, she is thus relegated to being nurtured by males. This is merely the lowest tier of the food chain, the weak. When there is no protection, she becomes a prisoner devoid of freedom and dignity, just as she was when captured by Xiao Mingsheng, where only unbounded submission could ensure her survival. However, Xiao Mingsheng is unique. He wanders alone, distinguished by his appearance and considerable abilities. This is a form of fortune that if she had fallen into the hands of the Wandering Beast Alliance, she would have had to endure a life worse than death, perhaps even choosing to end her own life when the suffering became unbearable. Chapter 74. Self-Reliance. Qijin was taken aback by Yingying's candidness and her acute awareness. On the Beastman continent, many females fail to recognize their own status, often relying on their rarity to enjoy preferential treatment from their tribes, positioning themselves on high pedestals. Little do they know that once their value diminishes, they will be cast into the abyss, utterly powerless to control their own destinies. That Mu Zhaozhao found this difficult to accept. After a considerable time, she sorrowfully remarked, "How absurd that we females appear rare. Yet we are merely a scarce resource to be contested, are we not?" "You may view it that way," Qijin replied helplessly. Ji Feng, unable to grasp the convoluted reasoning, waved his hand impatiently. "Oh, that is of little importance to as long as Zhen and I are strong enough. We can protect you. Only by becoming powerful can one seize control of their own life," Bai Yingying stated coolly. Had she never been protected before? There are always times when no one is around. Unexpected events occur. Ying, Mu Zhao Zhao looked at Bai Ying with tear-filled eyes. Bai Ying reached out to pat her head, offering comfort. Do not fear. Stay with me, and you shall have all that you desire in the future. Females possess no combat abilities. At most, they can gather. This leads to females being dependent on males, living in a world painted by male desires, akin to caged canaries. This realization dawned upon Bai Ying upon her arrival, after understanding the concept of female caves. This is also why she chose to activate the birthing system to enhance her strength. Did she not grow weary of feigned politeness? Did she not tire of birthing so many cubs? Yet, to break free from her confines, sacrifices must be made, even if the journey is fraught with difficulties. She yearns to experience a different life. The process is inconsequential. She only desires the outcome. With tears glistening in her eyes, Mu Zhao Zhao blurted out, I want females to have true freedom. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She gazed at Mu Zhao Zhao, her lips gradually curling into a smile. As you wish. What had once been a vague notion in her heart now took on a concrete form at this moment. The ability to give birth to gifted females felt like the beginning of a transformation for the Beastman continent. Indeed. Now, she understood her goal. She aspired to establish a true matriarchal supertribe, where she reigns as queen, granting females absolute freedom. There would be no female caves, no obligatory selection of mates upon reaching adulthood, that if females lack combat prowess, they can engage in agriculture, animal husbandry, textiles, and more. No longer reliant solely on males. As long as they are well-fed and clothed, with improved medical standards, the survival rates of females and cubs would significantly rise, rendering them no longer scarce. Simultaneously, they would train their physical abilities, enhance their constitution, learn combat skills, and become adept in crafting traps and wielding weapons, breaking free from their delicate, self-sufficient existence. Additionally, they would welcome quality males to defend the tribe and propagate their lineage. Females in the tribe could choose freely, whether in monogamous or polyandrous arrangements, or even remain single. As the supreme ruler, she would no longer be bound by any restraints, nor would she need to wander aimlessly. Qi Jun and Ji Feng were utterly astonished. Have you gone mad? How could such a thing be possible? Mu Zhao Zhao threw herself into Bai Ying's embrace, weeping with joy. Ying, I will diligently study medicine and be your right hand. She knew that as long as Bai Ying set her mind to it, it could be achieved. It was merely a matter of time. Since that day, Qi Jun's gaze towards Bai Ying grew, increasingly filled with infatuation. His Inger is the most extraordinary and formidable female on the Orc continent. Though he recognizes that Bai Ying's thoughts are rather foolish and naive, at the very least, she possesses ideas and courage. In the future, he vows to protect her well, granting her as much freedom as possible to ensure her happiness. Since that day, Mu Zhao Zhao has frequently secluded herself to study the herbal compendium, experimenting with various herbs, and even enlisted Jifeng to help her capture some small rodents for her experiments. After giving birth, Bai Ying seized the opportunity to use her reward. She consumed the Dian Dan herself and presented the herbal compendium to Mu Zhao Zhao. It is a palm-sized book, an inch thick, remarkably convenient to carry, adorned with vibrant colors and illustrations of common and rare plants found on the Orc continent. Each plant is depicted with a picture and a brief note on its effects, all written in the simple script of the Orc continent. However, the specific applications and the ailments they can treat require further study and experimentation on her part. Mu Zhao Zhao busies herself with these tasks. She is usually quite cautious, only studying when avoiding Qi Jun and Jifeng, but at times, she becomes so absorbed that she nearly exposes herself. Fortunately, both of their attentions are focused on Bai Ying, and they remain oblivious to her activities. Now that summer has arrived with frequent rain, their hunting outings have gradually diminished. The two often cling to Bai Ying, having fought several times over her affection. On this day, a torrential downpour rages outside, and both Qi Jun and Jifeng are at home. The group sits around the bed, idly watching the little ones scampering about. Particularly, the little flower, who, despite being only half a month old, has already grown significantly larger than when she was born, making the surrounding little rabbits appear as mere newborns. Xiaobai has grown from 1.2 meters to 1.5 meters, now twice as thick as at birth. Bai Ying has taken a great liking to playing with her, often tying her up and then enjoying her woeful expression. Qijin tentatively probes, "Do you still intend to accept Zhu Gang?" Upon their initial arrival at the Zhubor tribe, an understanding was reached with the chieftain, and Bai Yingying had not rejected it, that he has his childhood sweetheart, and I have you all. That suffices. Bai Yingying raises an eyebrow at Qi Zhen, his little brother Zhen feeling jealous. It has been 2 months since she arrived at the tribe while pregnant, and Zhu Gang has not shown his face even once, making his stance quite evident. Since her visit to the shaman's cave, where she learned of his interest in another female, she has no intention of accepting him, rendering his attitude inconsequential. Qi Zhen breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. I am magnanimous that if we do not bond with him, we shall leave the Zhubor tribe as soon as possible, that I suspect the chieftain will soon bring up your bond with Zhu Gang. It would be quite offensive to refuse only after he formally mentions it. After the chieftain's last departure, he even sent animal skins, suggesting he did not intend to call off the engagement. Very well. Once the rain ceases, we shall request a leave from Chieftain Zhu. Bai Yingying had initially hoped Zhu Gang would broach the subject first, but she has yet to find an opportunity to instigate it. He seems remarkably calm and does not seek trouble. Now, she must proactively refuse and devise a way to make amends to avoid animosity. Chapter 75. Zhu Gang. Bonus update. Bai Yingying turns to Jifeng, who sits to her right, playing with the little flower, a phone. Could you send one of the 2 snow marten pelts you caught last time to the chieftain? Snow martens are exceedingly rare. And Jifeng had gone to the Yulong Snow Peak specifically to capture them. One was male, the other female, one large and one small. The larger one was akin to a large dog on Earth, while the smaller resembled a medium-sized dog. Their fur is pure white, soft, fluffy, and thick, providing exceptional warmth. Moreover, snow martens are cunning, swift, and adept at hiding, making them incredibly difficult to hunt. Even Jifeng, the aerial sovereign, had to spend 3 days and nights atop the snow mountain before successfully capturing the 2. He had been exceedingly cautious during the hunt, ensuring the pelts remained pristine, making them exquisite gifts that I went to great lengths to hunt those for you. I even tanned them meticulously, waiting for winter to craft a fur coat for you. Jifeng mutters reluctantly, his hands becoming increasingly rough as he plays with the little flower. Chirp. The little flower protests, wriggling in vain to escape. Brother Jifeng, consider it a loan from you. Qijin clarifies, we initially intended to keep Inger, but now that we have changed our minds, we must show some sincerity in making amends. Otherwise, we risk offending Chieftain Zhu, which would complicate matters at home. Jifeng, seething with anger, glares at Qi Zhen. Borrow? What nonsense. Can you catch 2 snow foxes yourself? The frigid temperatures of the snow mountain would prevent Qi Zhen from remaining long, rendering him sluggish. The chances of capturing snow foxes would be as improbable as him transforming into a 3-tailed divine fox. Qi Zhen, my cousin's wits have sharpened. He is not easily deceived that an awkward silence ensues. Bai Yingying realizes she must take matters in her own hands. After rescuing the little flower from Jifeng's grasp and setting it aside, she gently squeezes Jifeng's right hand with both of hers, speaking softly, all right, a phone, 1 snow fox pelt is sufficient. When the time comes, could you craft a small vest for me to wear closely? Jifeng immediately beams, grinning widely as he responds, all right. Qi Zhen. Mu Zhaozhao bursts into an unrestrained laugh, earning a glare from Qi Zhen. The group agrees to wait for the weather to clear before presenting their gifts to make amends. However, this wait extends to 2 more days, with the weather remaining unstable. At times, the sun shines, only to be followed by torrential rain, creating a damp and stifling atmosphere that is quite vexing. Jifeng stands at the cave entrance, noticing the rain has ceased, and turns to Qi Zhen, saying, we are running low on food at home. I will go hunt. Bai Yingying has yet to reveal her secret to the 2, and given the hot and humid summer, even if he captures prey, it would perish quickly if injured, making it unsuitable for long-term storage. All right, Qi Zhen nods in agreement. Just catch 1 or 2. We will be leaving soon. Jifeng dashes outside to an open area, transforming into his beast form and soaring into the sky. Caw! His distinctive eagle cry echoes across the expanse, acknowledging Qi Zhen's instructions that 500 meters away, a robust man turns to the nearby corpulent figure. Jifeng has left. The opportunity has arrived. Brother, will you truly protect me? The stout man hesitates. Forcing a female will lead to exile. I am your own brother. How could I harm you? If no disturbances arise in the tribe. I will plead with Father on your behalf. I assure you, nothing will come of it. Once you succeed, this renowned fertility goddess will be your mate. As an outsider, she wouldn't dare to offend the Zhu family. Zhu Gang, growing impatient, urges, enough with the chatter. Will you do it or not? Zhu Yong grits his teeth. Then I shall risk it. His innate talent is only at the yellow tier, and seeking a mate would likely mean settling for a female with above-average fertility. However, with Bai Yingying, the well-known fertility goddess, he is determined to take a chance. The two quickly set off after finalizing their plan. Zhu Gang does not wish to bond with Bai Yingying. He has his own beloved. Yet his father is adamant about the marriage, leading to a stalemate between them. Even after Bai Yingying gave birth to only 2 offspring, his father remained disappointed for days before resolutely deciding that Bai Yingying's fertility and likelihood of multiple births are still quite promising, making her a valuable match that he has repeatedly undermined Bai Yingying and faced reprimands from his father. Just a few days ago, he finally saw Lan Mei, but seeing his beloved, worn and forcing a smile, broke his heart. After much intimate contact, they succumbed to their desires under the witness of heaven and earth. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan. The previous statements were merely a ruse to deceive Zhu Yong. The fool, with 2 red-tier warriors by Bai Yingying's side, he intends to find a way to temporarily remove them, leaving only a frail female to easily dominate. However, once Zhu Yong succeeds, he will accidentally kill him while heroically rescuing the damsel, thus creating a scene. The forced violation of a female would become an established fact. His father would then be left to face the wrath of 2 red-tier warriors. At that point, relationships would be irreparably damaged. And his father would be too preoccupied with damage control to pursue marriage. As for whether this would plunge the Zhu Boer tribe into crisis, he has not given it a moment's thought. In his eyes, the Zhu Boer tribe is the mightiest among the 10,000 great mountains, with all other tribes bowing beneath it, including those powerful, yet sparsely populated large orc tribes that he is the future chieftain of the Zhu Boer tribe. And he will do as he pleases. The two soon arrive near Bai Yingying's cave. After Zhu Yong conceals himself, Zhu Gang hastily approaches the cave entrance, calling out anxiously, "Brother Qijin, are you there?" Upon hearing this, Qijin quickly emerges from within. Spotting Zhu Gang, he smiles broadly. "Ah, it is Brother Gang. What brings you here?" The two tribes have maintained contact, and the two have known each other since childhood. Though they are not well acquainted, Zhu Gang's face is etched with urgency. "My father requests your immediate presence at the council hall. The tribe is convening to discuss my bonding ceremony with sistering." Qijin furrows his brow. "So soon? We did not receive prior notice." Zhu Gang apologizes. "It was a last-minute decision. The head of the Chung family has business to attend to in a few days. So it was rushed. The union ceremony of the son of the chieftain of the super tribe must be sufficiently grand. Even if he is not the foremost beast husband, that it is difficult to invite outsiders. But all the heads of the families within the inner city must witness it." This reasoning is entirely justifiable. Qijin, having heard of the events concerning the Jin family while in the tribe, was aware of the situation. He hesitated and said, "But Brother Jifeng is not home. If Xiao Mingsheng were to infiltrate at this moment, outsiders are oblivious to their reasons for residing here, yet the chieftain's beloved son would undoubtedly be aware. Rest assured, I am at least of the red rank. Although my combat prowess pales in comparison to yours and Brother Jifeng's, I possess a sturdy physique and can protect Sister Ying, that I shall remain here, awaiting your return that goes swiftly." Zhu Gang said with a hearty smile that he was robust in stature, with well-defined features that conveyed a sense of earnestness and simplicity. Chapter 76. Schemes. Qijin believed him, reasoning that Jifeng would return with prey within 20 minutes, and thus agreed. "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Gang," Qijin solemnly instructed. "Remember, do not stray from the cave entrance. When Brother Jifeng returns, you may leave." Zhu Gang cheerfully replied, "Understood. I will not move an inch." Qijin nodded and hastily entered the cave. He rummaged through his leather bag and produced a snow fox pelt, approaching Bai Yingying and whispering softly, "Inger, there is no time to wait. I must resign immediately. If I do not, the heads of the families will not wait for me. Once they convene and the news spreads throughout the tribe, it will be irretrievable. The chieftain will never allow Bai Yingying to leave. Sneaking away is an option, but that would truly be a slap in the face and a declaration of enmity. To become foes with a super tribe would render them unable to move an inch in the 10,000 great mountains. endangering even the Linghu tribe and the giant eagle tribe. I just heard you mention this. Take this one as well. Bai Ying swiftly moved to the package, retrieving another snow fox pelt and stuffing it into his hands. This time, they aimed to humiliate the chieftain before the other families. But this token might hardly quell the fury in his heart. Qijun understood her intentions and did not hesitate, neatly folding the 2 snow fox pelts and securing them. "Adio, not worry. I shall privately apologize and offer gifts to the chieftain." Qijun hurriedly left the cave, nodding to Zhu Gang before hastening toward the assembly hall. Zhu Gang stood innocently at the cave entrance, waiting until he saw Qijun's figure vanish, confirming he would not return, before quietly departing. Bai Ying had initially wished to avoid any dealings with Zhu Gang, but upon not hearing any sounds from outside, felt a tinge of curiosity. She stepped toward the cave entrance and peeked outside, only to find no trace of anyone. Tentatively, she called out, "Zhu Gang, little female, I'm here." A massive figure suddenly lunged from the side. Bai Ying looked up to see a rotund man's large face looming before her. The man seized her tightly, pinning her arms and pulling her into the cave. The foul stench emanating from him filled Bai Ying's nostrils, causing her to feel nauseous. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go! Ha, from now on, you'll be my Zhu Yang's partner, that I will treat you well." The man leered, eagerly attempting to kiss Bai Ying's slender neck as she tilted her head back. Bai Ying fought fiercely. Although both were of the yellow rank, her petite frame and slightly lesser strength left her unable to break free in this surprise encounter. "What is happening?" Mu Zhaozhao heard the commotion, tossed aside her herbal collection, and rushed out of the inner chamber, only to see a burly man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, firmly restraining Bai Ying, his head lowered in a lecherous advance. "Ying!" Mu Zhaozhao screamed, transforming into her beast form and leaping forward, her sharp claws aimed at the man's face that, "Oh, there is another little female." Zhu Yong effortlessly swatted Mu Zhaozhao aside with one hand. At that moment, freed from one of Zhu Yong's grips, Bai Ying finally managed to escape. She morphed back in her beast form and delivered a powerful kick to Zhu Yong's abdomen. Bang! Zhu Yong, caught off guard, was sent tumbling out of the cave, crashing to the ground. Bai Ying, aware that she must press the advantage and not allow her enemy a chance to retaliate, did not pause to check on Mu Zhaozhao's condition. After landing, she leaped toward Zhu Yong, aiming for his lower abdomen with all her strength. Ugh! The man's cries, mingled with pig-like squeals, echoed throughout the space, although Bai Ying struck him in 2 vital areas. Zhu Yong, a yellow rank warrior renowned for his defenses, was not so easily defeated. Shocked and in pain, he could not fathom why a female possessed such formidable power. Losing all rationality, he transformed into a black boar and engaged Bai Ying in a fierce struggle. In battles of the same rank, larger opponents often wield greater strength. However, Bai Ying, agile and experienced, held her own against the formidable black boar, deftly dodging its brutish charges and seizing every opportunity to strike back. "What a waste!" Zhu Gang's irritated voice rang out, that he had initially believed it would be a sure thing to have the yellow-rank Zhu Yong force a small female, hiding away to await Zhu Yong's success, so he could create a commotion afterward. However, he was taken aback by Zhu Yong's ineptitude, unable to manage even a small female. Now that matters had escalated, he resolved to eliminate Bai Ying to prevent future complications. After all, initially, when his father had heard of the obscure tribe that had seized their tribe's honor, he had intended to deal with that so-called mother of many children. After all, once the person was dead, they could manipulate the narrative, and it would all be mere rumors. This time, he intended to act decisively, believing his father would cover for him. Bai Ying's heart sank at his words, her gaze turning icy as she gathered her strength, waiting for the right moment to flee. Neither she nor Qijun had anticipated that the seemingly honest and simple Zhu Gang, not yet 18, was so adept at scheming and possessed such a vicious nature. Zhu Gang's eyes glinted with malice, though his expression remained deceptively amiable. "Little female, you possess great talent. Why did you not mention it sooner? Had I known, I might have reluctantly agreed to partner with you, and this need not have escalated." He transformed into his beast form, revealing long, dark red tusks, a sharp snout, and an unmistakably fierce demeanor. Understanding that Jifeng would soon return, he wasted no time and lunged at Bai Ying, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his red rank peak talent, charging toward her with unstoppable force. Bai Ying realized that neither a crossbow nor a dagger could penetrate his defenses. She had no choice but to turn and flee, heading in the direction Qi Jin had taken. Qi Jin had not been gone long. If she hurried, perhaps she could be saved. That is Jun, Qi Jun. She shouted as she fled. Yet, no matter how swift a yellow rank might be, it was still far too slow compared to a red rank. Within mere moments, Bai Ying could feel the scorching breath of the massive boar behind her. Zhu Gang's voice was low and menacing. You cannot escape, that if not for his desire to avoid leaving behind evidence of personally killing a female and intending for Zhu Yong to do the deed. His tusks would have already pierced her body. The black boar exerted itself once more, lunging forward and overtaking the white rabbit, its hooves halting and dragging a long mark in the ground as its body swung sideways. Blocking Bai Ying's path, Bai Ying could not halt her momentum in time and collided directly with the black boar, that a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her body uncontrollably fell back to the ground. Chapter 77. Despair. Bai Ying then felt pain coursing through her body, her head seemingly about to split open, and her vision blurred into darkness. That moment, the black boar transformed back into human form. Zhu Gang sneered, reaching down to lift the limp Bai Ying from the ground. Just then, in the nick of time, Zhu Gang was sent flying uncontrollably to the side, that a beautifully proportioned silver fox appeared behind him, its long tail striking Zhu Gang with force. You shall pay for this. The silver fox, with its fur bristling, leaped toward Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang reacted swiftly, reverting to his beast form, and the black boar engaged in a fierce battle with the silver fox. The timely arrival of the silver fox was none other than Qi Jun. As he traversed the path, feeling increasingly uneasy, he decided to return and check on the situation. To his shock, he had not even reached the vicinity when he heard Bai Ying calling his name. How could Bai Ying be out here? His heart sank, and he swiftly transformed into his beast form. Just in time, he witnessed Zhu Gang transform back from a black boar, revealing the figure that had been obscured by the boar. One of Bai Ying's ears, pale and limp on the ground. Qi Jin felt a surge of blood rush to his head, moving with astonishing speed to strike Zhu Gang from behind, sending him flying. Although Qi Jin was small in his beast form and lacked Zhu Gang's strength, he was nearly a year older and had extensive experience in combat, far surpassing Zhu Gang's skills. Zhu Gang found himself at a disadvantage and, fearing Jifeng's return, hesitated only briefly before fleeing. Qi Jun instinctively pursued him for a short distance, but, recalling Bai Ying's condition, was compelled to turn back. Qi Jun found Bai Ying still breathing, her heart beating, and relief flooded over him. He laughed and cried simultaneously. Ding! Quickly, Zhao Zhao, check on Inger. He carefully scooped up Bai Ying and rushed back, only to find the cave's entrance in disarray. Zhao Zhao? Once again, there was no response. Qi Jun's expression darkened as he cradled Bai Ying and entered the cave, only to find the frightened cub scrambling on the bed, while Mu Zhao Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Bai Ying, groggy, opened her eyes slightly and weakly whispered, "Go save Zhao Zhao." It was then that Qi Jun realized that the attack on Bai Ying and her companions was not the doing of Zhu Gang alone. However, he vowed that he would not abandon Bai Ying again. I will rescue Zhao Zhao. But not at this moment. Mu Zhao Zhao had been flung aside by Zhu Yong, sustaining only minor injuries, as her opponent had held back, unwilling to truly harm the little female. Therefore, when Mu Zhao Zhao rose and approached the cave entrance to observe, she saw Zhu Gang appear. She understood that neither Bai Ying nor she could escape. Thus, without hesitation, she dashed out, even if it meant only delaying her fate for a brief moment. But upon seeing her, Zhu Yong's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, in a moment of desperation. He realized that this incident had escalated, and while his favored younger brother might escape unscathed, he would undoubtedly bear the blame, facing either exile or death. Consequently, he resolved to flee into the wilderness and decided to abduct Mu Zhao Zhao, thinking it would not be a loss for him this time. Zhu Yong knocked Mu Zhao Zhao unconscious and swiftly carried her away. It must be said that the Zhu family possessed an inherent ruthlessness. Mu Zhao Zhao awakened amidst violent jolts. She caught a whiff of a foul odor beneath her and glimpsed the ground swaying beneath her, only to realize that she was being carried on someone's shoulder. Though she was panicked and terrified, she refrained from thrashing about, her mind racing as she assessed her predicament. First and foremost, she was bound. Her captor was the rotund beast man. Zhu Yong, that he seemed to be fleeing from the back mountain. Panic surged within Mu Zhao Zhao, as she feared she might be imprisoned and forced to bear offspring for this pig-like creature. As she lay there, her nose tinged with bitterness, tears began to cascade down her cheeks that in an instant, her composure shattered. "Let me go! Zhu Yong, release me! If you take me away, Qi Jun and Ji Feng will pursue you relentlessly." Zhu Yong halted at her words, roughly yanking Mu Zhao Zhao down, gripping her arm tightly as he panted and mocked. "Little female, do you believe you possess any charm that would compel two red-tier warriors to rescue you at all costs? You are no more than a mere daughter of many births." Mu Zhao Zhao struggled fiercely, insisting, "Ying will definitely save me. They will all come for me. I advise you to release me while you still can. Otherwise, you will be torn to shreds." "Oh, such audacity to threaten me. You can hardly protect yourself. How can you save anyone?" Zhu Yong's eyes burned with rage as he beheld Mu Zhao Zhao's tear-streaked face, his primal instincts flaring that it seems you have yet to grasp your situation. "Very well, let me savor your essence first. That I have heard you are a half-hearted shaman. After our union, you shall carve your own form." How amusing! Zhu Yong pushed Mu Zhao Zhao to the ground, binding her delicate hands together, and he eagerly began to loosen his beastly robe, draping it over her, opening his foul mouth to cover her delicate flower-petal lips. That Mu Zhao Zhao shrieked in despair. "Get away! Go away!" She lay on her back, her head darting side to side, tears streaming down her face. The adversary was at yellow tier while she was at blue tier. A two-tier gap between them. How could she resist? How could she escape? Despair engulfed her heart as she wished for nothing more than to perish and escape this humiliation. Suddenly, she spotted a giant eagle soaring through the sky. Overwhelmed with joy, she summoned all her strength to shout, "Ji Feng, save me! Ji Feng!" Slapped up. Mu Zhao Zhao immediately received a resounding slap from Zhu Yong. "Trying to scare me won't work." Zhu Yong tightened his grip around her neck, threatening in a low voice, "If you obediently follow me, I will treat you well. But if you act foolishly, I won't spare you." Mu Zhao Zhao was engulfed by a sensation of suffocation, her throat barely managing to produce faint sounds. With her hands bound, she could not break free, her legs instinctively kicking in vain. The giant eagle in her sight had vanished. The Ji Feng, did he not hear her cries for help? Despair consumed Mu Zhao Zhao as her strength ebbed away, and she ceased struggling. "Have you finally learned to behave?" Zhu Yong leered, leaning in once more. That moment a sudden gust of wind swept in. Zhu Yong had no time to react. He felt a chill on his back, his body lifted, and in the next second, he lost consciousness. "Beast!" The giant eagle released its grip on the corpse, landing gracefully beside Mu Zhao Zhao. "Little female, are you all right?" Mu Zhao Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears, and through her blurred vision, she beheld a majestic eagle with a fiery crest, gazing down at her. He was not Ji Feng. Chapter 78. Ji Hua 10 minutes earlier. Several kilometers away from the back mountain, Ji Feng had just been soaring above the peaks, searching for prey to swoop down upon when he heard a familiar eagle call. That he focused his gaze and spotted a familiar figure approaching from afar. Ji Feng's eyes brightened, and he flapped his wings eagerly. "Brother, what brings you here?" The newcomer, in beast form, bore a resemblance to Ji Feng, except for the fiery red feather on his forehead, which was the origin of his name, Ji Hua. "Mother heard you were residing in the pig tribe and sent me to check on you." The two landed in a clearing on the mountain and transformed into human form. Ji Hua stood slightly shorter than Ji Feng, yet still an impressive height of nearly 2 meters with striking features. His appearance bore resemblance to Qi, particularly in his fox-like eyes, yet his nose was more eagle-like, exuding a rugged masculinity. "Isn't mother eager for me to gain experience outside and not be a burden at home?" Ji Feng replied, feeling aggrieved that Ji Hua's expression turned serious. "That I have heard that you and Qi are both staying with the daughter of many births. Why is that?" "Isn't it to capture the cunning snake, Xiao Mingxing?" Ji Feng's expression faltered as he became evasive, realizing that living together was essential for protection. Ji Hua's expression hardened. "Out of Feng, though our giant eagle tribe may not be numerous, we cannot afford to get entangled with the daughter of many births. Do you understand?" The reputation of the daughter of many births had begun to spread, and the affair with Xiao Mingxing had emboldened the Wandering Beast men. The Wandering Beast Alliance had disseminated news throughout the vast mountain range in special ways. When the time came, powerful and ruthless wandering beastmen from all corners of the Beastman continent would covet the daughter of many births' fertility and come to vie for her. While various tribes might envy her, they still had some regard for propriety and would adhere to rules in public. But what would these wandering beastmen fear? Being with the daughter of many births would only bring endless trouble and crisis. Their mother was worried that the innocent Ji Feng might develop feelings for the daughter of many births, so she hastily sent Ji Hua to replace him upon hearing the news. Yet, seeing Ji Feng's expression now, it was likely already too late that Ji Feng rolled his eyes. I understand. I get it, all right? Ji Hua was infuriated by Ji Feng's nonchalant demeanor and sternly commanded, "You must return home immediately. I will take over the task of capturing Xiao Mingsheng." Ji Feng, fearing Ji Hua, took a few steps back, his expression defiant as he declared, "I want to go back that I haven't completed my mission. That vile snake Xiao Mingsheng has toyed with me multiple times. I must restore my honor."